During the Second Shinobi War, the village of Yuyan, which had been completely destroyed by the war. In a remote laneway, boy, hurry up and hand in today's food. A child who looked no more than 10 years old was forced into a corner by 2 or 3 ninjas of the rain-hidden village, shivering with a dirty piece of hard bread. During the war, human life was no longer worth as much as a piece of bread. He raised his head to look at the fierce and vicious guys in front of him, and finally sighed and handed over his bread. I found a piece of bread today. The bald-head Yoshinobu at the head cursed loudly after seeing that there was only one loaf of bread. The child lowered his head and did not answer. You are a little brat, no chakra waste. It's quite good to find food. Today these are not enough. Remember to find more for us in the afternoon, otherwise we won't kill you, Bald Yoshinobu said. Immediately, the 3 people cursed and left here. Alas! Yanchen sighed lowly. This world respects strength, and he understood this truth soon after crossing here. Hokage world, Yanchen did not expect that he actually crossed here. As the most ordinary high school student on the earth, on a thunderstorm day, he was sitting by the window and reading a picture book with relish. But who knew that a lightning bolt hit him sadly, so he crossed. Here is different from the earth. People do not rely on fists to compare size. Adults can bully children. Here is by the chakra in the body to decide life and death. Only ninjas have the right to speak, even children. As long as their ninjutsu level is stronger than adults, they can hang adults. But what Ling Yanchen didn't expect was that he crossed here, but he couldn't refine even a trace of chakra in his body. He was still just an ordinary earthling. He knew very well that in the world of fire shadows where the strong were strong, no chakra meant that he would always be trampled on the soles of his feet forever, without any hope of turning over. If you travel back to peacetime, it is during the Second Ninja War, and it is the hardest hit Yuin village, where people are displaced in starvation, where the strong are stronger and the weak are weaker. The body that Yanchen crossed, no one knew his original name. What Yanchen only knew was that he was an orphan of Yuin village, and his previous memories had completely disappeared. And a few days ago, the situation in Yuin village was even more serious. Some people had begun to live by eating the corpses of their companions. If it weren't for Yanchen's ingenuity, being able to find food from various remote places that others could not find, those rain ninja also felt that Yanchen had the value of use, and demanded that Yanchen must find food to offer to them every day, otherwise Yanchen would have already become the belly food of those 3 Yachin. But the food in the village is limited after all, and Yanchen knows very well that the day he can't find food, I'm afraid it will be the end of his life. Let's take a shower first. Yanchen sighed lowly. He still had the 2 Yuren's saliva on his clothes, so dirty he really couldn't stand it, and Yuan village would rain all year round, and Yanchen didn't worry about not having bath water. He took off his shirt and threw it aside, as a place of war, discarded more clothes, just replaced them with new ones. Yanchen looked at his scarred body, and couldn't help but sigh a little, thinking that he was still a good young man with white skin when he was still on Earth, but within a few days of coming to this time, he became like this. Just as Yanchen sighed, he suddenly found that there seemed to be a slit on his stomach. This slit was above his belly button, thin and narrow, about 10 centimeters. Because it was too thin, Yanchen didn't notice it a few days ago. What is it? Yanchen was very puzzled. He stroked this thin slit with his hand, but there was no rough feeling, as if it was one with his body. Yanchen was curious, poked the slit with his index finger, and something unexpected happened to him. His index finger actually reached into the slit. I'm hurt. Yanchen took out his index finger again in surprise, but found that there was no blood flowing out of the thin slit, and there was no pain coming out. It seemed that something else was strange. So Yanchen put his index finger in again, and his stomach did not respond. He reached into a second finger, still nothing unusual. Seeing that there was no movement, Yanchen simply was ruthless, and directly put the entire right hand in, so the thin slit was stretched open, and Ji Chen's right hand did not enter it. Yanchen probed in the gap. It seemed to be empty, there was nothing, but at this moment, a voice suddenly flooded into Yanchen's mind. Welcome to the 4-dimensional pocket system. 4-dimensional pockets. Yanchen was taken aback. He would never have thought that this Hokage world actually heard this word. This is a Doraemon thing. In Doraemon's world, the 4-dimensional pocket is a high-tech product invented around anno 2112. Because there are several other 4-dimensional space worlds in succession, any object that is close can be automatically miniaturized and put in. Theoretically, an infinite number of things can be placed without affecting its weight, and most importantly, Doraemon has all its props except for the time machine. Could it be because of the comic I read before I was struck by lightning? Yanchen secretly thought to himself. He was watching Doraemon by the window at that time. Thinking of this, Yanchen put his hand into his pocket again, but did not catch anything, and then Yanchen made a more daring move. He completely opened the gap and looked down. In the 4-dimensional pocket, there is a chaotic scene like a starry sky, and you can't see anything clearly. As if knowing what Yanchen had in mind, the system said, this 4-dimensional pocket is not only Doraemon's props, but all kinds of props in parallel worlds exist in it. Is it? Then tell me how to use the 4-dimensional pocket. Yanchen shouted into that voice in his heart. As soon as you have a prop in mind and put your hand in your pocket, it will automatically appear in your hand and you can take it out. The system says. Good, good. Yan Chen's heart was excited, and then he thought for a moment, I want a phone booth. I'm leaving this damn place. If the effect of the phone booth is, just say if, this world XXX is the world you want, into the phone, if the phone booth will automatically convey you to that world, it is a very powerful prop, and the dust can be used to return to Earth. Thinking about it, he quickly put his hand into his pocket, but his hand was still empty, and there was still no movement. What's going on, system? Why is there no response? Yan Chen asked in surprise. Sorry, if the phone booth is a prop that belongs to the wish fulfillment category, which has the highest level, you are not eligible to get it now. The indifferent voice of the system came. Props still have levels? So what do I do to get it? The flame of hope that the dust had generated cooled again. Complete missions, earn points, and exchange points for items. The system says. Complete the mission? Yan Chen was stunned, and then gritted his teeth. Then let's say, what task? I have lived long enough to hold back. First, find a way to kill one of the 3 ninjas who robbed you of your food. The system replied. Tell me to kill the ninja. Yan Chen frowned. It's a bit difficult. Hey, system, shouldn't I have a starter pack or something? Since you ask like this, then I will tell you, of course there is. The system replied. In a dilapidated building, a yellow rain ninja was venting on a grayskin woman. This woman was skinny, her eyes had lost their brilliance, her mouth was wide open, she was obviously dead, but she hadn't smelled out yet, she should have just died. 3 minutes later, Huang Mao froze, breathed a sigh of relief, and rolled weakly from the woman to the side. Damn, if only I had found this woman earlier. Huang Mao couldn't help but curse in a low voice. It's really not exciting to engage a dead person, but, he suddenly sneered, the food will fall in the future. At this moment, a thin figure suddenly appeared next to the already devastated room. Huang Mao turned his head, looked at Yan Chen standing outside the room, and asked in a disgusting tone, smelly boy, why do you want to come and play too? This Huang Mao Shinobu was one of the 3 people who had asked Yan Chen for bread before. Yes, I'm here to play, but it's you who are playing, and I'm going to play you to death. The corner of Yan Chen's mouth hooked an arc and said softly, boy, are you crazy today? The yellow-haired ninja lifted his pants and walked up to Yan Chen and looked at Yan Chen condescendingly. You're just a fool, Yan Chen said suddenly, and jumped up and gave the yellow-haired ninja a slap. My grass, the little fart is tired of life. The yellow-haired ninja was immediately provoked, and directly punched Yan Chen's chest. Yan Chen took a few steps back, covered his chest and bent down. How, do you know it hurts? Huang Mao said triumphantly. Who knows? Yan Chen's body immediately stood up straight again, and his face did not have a half-painful expression, but a relaxed expression. I deliberately pretended to deceive you. I don't have anything at all. I said that your strength of this corpse trader was used on that female corpse, right? Fists so weak? Huang Mao had a moment of doubt in his heart, but he was immediately covered by the anger completely aroused by Yan Chen. Okay, Laozi let you know what means I have. You go and accompany that female corpse. He stepped up, grabbed Yan Chen's head, lifted it up directly, and turned around and threw it fiercely towards the corner of the wall. Huang Mao watched Yan Chen's body smash heavily on the wall, and even broke some mud blocks on it. Now you know how good I am, make your mouth. Huang Mao scolded, as if he threw Yan Chen out and didn't understand his hatred. I don't know yet. A voice suddenly came from behind him, and the yellow-haired ninja turned his head in horror and found that Yan Chen was still standing in front of him decently, as if he had just thrown Yan Chen out just in a dream. Is it an illusion? The yellow-haired ninja took a few steps back in horror and looked at Yan Chen, and now he was a little jealous of Yan Chen in his heart. Come again, corpse maniac. Yan Chen still had that smile. Damn, the wind escapes, the wind dies. The yellow-haired ninja froze, and at the same time spit out several wind blades in his mouth. The dust still did not dodge, and the several wind blades disappeared after entering his body. What kind of ninjutsu is this? You obviously don't have chakra? The yellow-haired ninja asked in horror. As a subordinate ninja, all this had subverted his cognition. Time is running out for you to attack me, hurry up. Yan Chen suddenly smiled mysteriously. The yellow-haired ninja was stunned, and before he could figure out what this sentence meant, he suddenly felt a huge force hit his chest. This force directly knocked the yellow-haired ninja away and crashed into the wall. Looks like you're running out of time, Yan Chen said with a smile. Poof. The yellow-haired ninja's throat was sweet, and a large mouthful of blood spewed out. What the hell is going on here? Just now it was like being punched by someone else. He thought in a daze, but then felt his hair being grabbed and his whole body levitated. Touch. The yellow-haired ninja's body slammed into the corner of the wall, directly punching a big hole in the corner, which was much more powerful than the force he threw at Yan Chen. Ah, no. The yellow-haired ninja was lying on the ground at this time, covered in injuries. Blood also invaded the ground, his feet had been crippled, but he was struggling to get up and try to escape from here. His eyes were full of incomparable despair. It seems that you have understood what you are about to suffer, but unfortunately you can't escape. Yan Chen's voice sounded, whispering like a demon. Before the yellow-haired ninja could climb far, a huge crack appeared in his chest, head, thighs, and every part of his body, and the crack instantly deepened, cutting the yellow-haired ninja's body into several segments. The ability of the revenge potion is too perverted. Looking at the scene of Huang Mao's death, Yan Chen slowly sighed. Within 3 minutes after taking this prop, all attacks received by the user will be invalid, and after 3 minutes, these attacks will be fed back to the attacker with 3 times the power, which is simply a great weapon for counter-killing. System, I can get items, Yan Chen said after killing the yellow-haired ninja. That's right, although you picked the weakest yellow-haired ninja among those 3 ninjas, it can be considered that the task has been completed. The system teased. The weakest, Yan Chen smiled bitterly, knowing that this Huang Mao Shinobu, who was rated as the weakest by the system, if he didn't have a revenge potion, he had no chance to kill him at all. Complete the first mission and get 10 points, please redeem the item or save it to redeem later. Now, choose which type to redeem first. The system says in an instant. A detailed list of various types popped up in his mind. Look at the dust, space movement, detection and tracking, attack, wish fulfillment, etc. There are more than a dozen classifications alone. Let's see how many points a phone booth will cost. As soon as the words and minds move, the wish fulfillment class opens, the door of glory, the wish fulfillment book, the phone booth, and so on. But these required exchange points are quite scary. The lowest is 500,000 points. If the phone booth needs 5 million to exchange, Yan Chen can now be completely unable to exchange. Forget it, let's take a look at the attack class. Yan Chen thought so. Attack classes are opened again: dodge cloak, famous knife, electric light pill, stepping shadow oil, etc. Yan Chen looked at it for a long time and found that his 10 points could only be exchanged for props, air cannons. Can I only exchange it for air cannons? Yan Chen frowned. He knew what this thing was. There was a miniature air compressor inside the air cannon. The working principle of the air cannon was to use the air compressor to compress high-density air, and then instantly spray out the overspeed air flow to attack the target. But this thing is okay for ordinary people, and it seems that the power is negligible for ninjas. The system seemed to sense Yan Chen's doubts, and quickly said, "Don't worry, in different worlds, the props in the 4-dimensional pocket will also be adjusted accordingly to better cope with the capabilities of this world." Oh? Yan Chen raised his eyebrows. Then what is the difference between the air cannons in this world? The air cannon is indeed not too strong, but in this world, it can force the objects around you to bounce away. Of course, it is not too powerful. The system explains. That is, isn't the power enough to kill? Yan Chen felt that even this was still a bit of a chicken rib. In a place like Hokage, where the slightest carelessness would lose his life, only repelling the enemy had little effect. Maybe you can try pointing the gun directly at the enemy's head to see if there is a chance. The system says. Alas, it's useless to think too much. He only has 10 points, and now he is very weak, and he must ask for a weapon. Okay, that's it. Yan Chen gritted his teeth and said, "No problem, the air cannon is in your pocket." The system replied faintly. Yan Chen nodded. So, he ripped off his shirt, and opened the space pocket on his stomach. I said, "System, can we move this space pocket somewhere else? That's too inconvenient." Yan Chen complained, "If this is on the battlefield, doing this action, it is too obscene to scare the ninja. It is estimated that he has not yet taken out his props, and he will be beaten into a sieve." Of course, where do you want to transfer your pocket? The system asked. Yan Chen thought for a while. The place where the 4-dimensional pocket was placed must be convenient for him to access the props in it, and it could also catch people off guard. Just put it on the inside of your left wrist. Yan Chen said that in this way, he can more easily take out the props with his right hand, and his movements are also very dashing. No problem, the system said, and then the thin slit on Yan Chen's stomach disappeared, and a thin slit appeared on his left wrist. It's much more convenient, Yan Chen said, and then extended his right hand to his pocket, and when he approached the pocket, his right hand immediately shrunk, just enough to put his hand in. It's exactly the same as Doraemon's pocket. Yan Chen sighed. As soon as his hand reached into his pocket, something appeared in his hand, so he couldn't wait to take it out. It was a silver-gray cylindrical object, about twice the size of his wrist, hollow inside the cylinder, and a sight on the surface of the cylinder. Yan Chen had seen Doraemon and naturally knew the use of the air cannon. He put his right hand into one of the ends, and the air cannon immediately stuck in his hand. Try the power. Yan Chen aimed the air cannon at the corpse of Huang Qinyu, who was lying on the ground. His body was already a little cold. Touch. Only listening to a sound, the invisible air flow hit Huang Mao Shinobu, and then Huang Mao Shinobu's corpse bounced upwards a few times, and returned to rest. Yan Chen checked the place hit by the air cannon and found that his clothes were torn, but his body was only some bruises. It seems that the distance is really only able to knock people away, so what about me getting closer? Yan Chen directly put the muzzle of the cannon against Huang Maoran's head. Touch! The cannon sounded again, and the huge countershock made Yan Chen's hands tremble a little, and Huang Maoran's head suddenly shook strongly a few times. His face was sunken downward, and a thin crack appeared on the floor behind him. Not bad, if it's close range, aiming at the head can kill a person in seconds, at least a shinobi. Yan Chen was a little excited in his heart. With this weapon, he had the strength to fight with that bald rain ninja. So, what about my second mission? Yan Chen raised the air cannon in his hand and said, tasks don't come one by one, now you have a task list in your head, you can check it. The system says. Oh? Yan Chen thought of the 2 words of the task, and then various tasks appeared in his mind, from small to large, as small as 1 point for helping others find something, and as big as killing Kagayahime, 10 million points. In this way, as long as I kill Kagayahime, I can get wish-type items. Yan Chen was a little excited in his heart. You think too much, right? The system poured a heap of cold water on Yan Chen. At your current level, 100,000 of you are not enough for Kagayahime's punch. Can't you think about it? Yan Chen muttered, scanned the list again, and found a mission, kill a shinobi and get 20 points, and this task can be reclaimed. At this time, in a relatively intact room in Yuyan village, the bald Yoshinobu was leisurely playing cards with another D-class Yoshinobu. Boss, what's next? That D-rank Yoshinobu asked. What to do? I heard that Kanaha's ninja is coming again. Let's leave this ghost place first, hide for a while, and discuss it when Jiamo comes. The bald Yoshinobu replied, but what he didn't know was that the Yoshinobu named Jiao Mu had been killed by Yan Chen. D-rank Yura nodded. It's true that I only ran, but in the past few days, Yan Chen's little bastard only found some bread. I'm afraid I don't have the strength to escape. Anyway, we're leaving, it's better to. He licked his tongue. Head, a trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. Ha ha. The bald man laughed loudly and patted the shoulder of the D-rank Yurin. Your thoughts are the same as mine. Since we are leaving, then the words are useless. The child's meat is more tender than chicken. Before leaving, we will use him to fight the tooth sacrifice. The 2 of them said these words so easily, as if eating people was just a trivial matter to them. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who? The bald man frowned and said. Both of them put their hands on their waist, ready to throw Kuwu at the door at any time. I, Yanshin, have brought you food. A voice came from the doorway. Yo, I threw myself into the net. The D-rank ninja laughed and got up. Why is this Yanshin so active today? Yes, it's strange that he takes the initiative so much. Be careful when you open the door. Bald Yoshinobu said. Come on. D-rank Yoshinobu waved his hand. A waist that is no more than 10 years old. I will be fine even if I stand there and let him fight. He walked to the door quite casually and opened it. Stinky boy, you, who knew that as soon as the D-class ninja opened the door, there was a black hole cannon mouth directly on his head, and Ji Chen was standing on a bench, holding an air cannon and looking at him coldly. Jump! A strong running sound sounded. The bridge of the nose of the D-level ninja immediately sunk in. The bridge of the nose bone in the head directly pierced his brain, and the poor D-level ninja died directly immediately, and Yan Chen's sneak attack directly won at one time. What a situation! Such a loud cannon naturally attracted the attention of the bald Yoshinobu, and he quickly rushed to the door of the house and found the body of the D-class Yoshinobu lying at the door, and the dust was no longer here, leaving only a stool that was still shaking. Where is the smelly boy running? The bald boy rushed out directly and found that Yan Chen's figure had just disappeared around the corner of the street ahead. Humph! The bald ninja carried chakra on his feet, jumped directly onto the roof with an arrow, and looked condescendingly at Yan Chen's figure running on the street. Die! The bald ninja threw Kuwu directly in front of him according to the trajectory of Yan Chen's running, and Kuwu carried the sound of breaking wind towards Yan Chen. There was a sneer on the corner of the bald ninja's mouth. Kuwu technique was his most proud technique as a ninja. He seemed to have seen the scene of Yan Chen's head dart and blood flowing all over the place. But what he didn't expect was that Yan Chen suddenly stretched out his right hand to the rear, and the Kuwu that had already attacked Yan Chen was actually bounced away immediately. What is this? A hint of surprise flashed in the bald ninja's eyes, and he naturally saw the air cannon on Yan Chen's right hand. It seems to be a good thing, Yan Chen. I didn't expect you to give me such a treasure before you died. The bald ninja was not disappointed at all because he hadn't killed Yan Chen just now, but was even more excited. Secret method, rain do 1,000 eagles. The bald ninja sealed, and the rain near him automatically condensed into a dozen falcons, attacking towards Yan Chen. This is a ninjutsu that can only be performed on rainy days. It is a ninjutsu that the bald ninja inadvertently learned. He once had this move to kill a middle ninja. It was his whole card trick. Here it comes. Yan Chen looked back and saw dozens of falcons flying towards him, each of them about the size of Yan Chen. The air cannon can only bounce off objects in one direction, and cannot protect me in all directions. Go to a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack first. Thinking of this, Yan Chen came directly to a sewer pipe about an adult's height and jumped directly, and the falcon behind him also followed. It rains all year round in Yuyan village, and in order to cope with this rain, many large sewers have been built, such as this relatively spacious sewer pipe. Yuyan village can be seen everywhere. Seeing that all the falcons were gathered behind him, Yan Chen did not slack, and when the falcon was about to pounce, he directly fired several air cannons to the rear one after another. The falcons closest to Yan Chen bore the brunt of the attack, were directly destroyed, and turned into a pool of water stains again, and the falcons in the rear went forward and attacked. On the roof, The bald Yuren's closed eyes suddenly opened. Yanshin fell. It seems that he should be dead. This guy actually destroyed my last few water falcons before he died. The power of that weapon is extraordinary. In that case, I'll go get it myself. A smile flashed on the bald Yuren's face, and he jumped towards the pipe where Yanshan was. Coming to the dark sewer pipe, bald Yuren walked forward confidently, and soon came to the place where the falcon killed Yanshan. What's going on? Bald Yuren frowned, but Yanshan, who should have been lying in this place, had already disappeared. Whoosh! At this time, a howl suddenly came from behind the bald man. He was taken aback, and quickly turned around, and it turned out that a tall creature appeared in the rear, and a pair of blue eyes were staring at him strangely. The creature that suddenly appeared was about 2 meters tall, covered in black hair, with pointed ears and sharp nails on its powerful palms. What is this? Baldya shivered and looked at this creature half a body taller than him. This thing seemed to be a wolf? Roar! The werewolf suddenly roared and rushed towards the bald rain Shinobu. Water escape, 10,000 water needles. The bald rain couldn't bear the horror, connected several prints, and hundreds of needles condensed from the water suddenly appeared in front of him, stabbing towards the werewolf. Who knew that the werewolf didn't care about these needles, but still rushed forward, letting these needles pierce its body, and its thick fur completely blocked these needles, and it was unscathed. Ugh! Bald Shinobu saw that this trick was not there, and quickly changed the trick again. Secret method, rain dew. Before he could cast it, the werewolf had already come to him, raised his broad slap, and slapped it hard. So the bald Shinobu's head was slapped out like a leather ball, and suddenly a large amount of blood came out of his neck like a fountain, and his headless body trembled for a while, and finally fell down. After the bald man was killed, the werewolf took 2 steps in place, and after letting out a meaningless roar, his body began to slowly shrink, and the thick hair receded, turning into a naked little boy, which was Yanshan. This sea-level ninja is indeed more powerful than D-class. Yanshan, who was sitting on the ground, sighed, but I killed the second Shinobu and exchanged the points for a werewolf flashlight, which can be easily killed in seconds, but, system, how many points have I had? On the way, Yanshan asked. He has accepted 4 or 5 tasks in the past few days, but he has saved up his points and is ready to exchange them for a powerful prop. 80 points. The sound of the system came. And how is my physical fitness? Yanshan asked again. Strength 10, 1, speed 9, 9, fitness 10, 8, progress is not bad. The system replied. I already feel that my current level of physical skills has surpassed that of a subordinate who uses chakra. Yanshan said that now he can easily kill a lower ninja with an upper air cannon, plus there are bamboo dragonflies and werewolf flashlights. Yanshan has confidence that he can escape or even kill back in a group of lower ninja. Now the points obtained in the mission in Yuyan Village are too few, and Yuyan Village can no longer find a powerful ninja. Then I will find it myself. Yanshan said, it's time to get out of here. He returned to his hiding place, cleaned up at will, and then prepared to leave the village, which had already existed in name only. Walking in the streets, Yanshan can occasionally see ninjas from other countries fighting each other in the distance, but Yanshan directly ignores them, and now he wants to find more powerful ninjas. On the road ahead, a Konoha ninja is fighting with 2 sand ninja of the land of wind. Firebird. The Konoha ninja froze and spat a firebird from its mouth and struck one of the shinobi. Wind escape, wind stranding. The sand shinobu who was attacked by the fire sparrow technique quickly counterattacked, and a small whirlwind collided with the firebird. Another shinobu took advantage of this opportunity. The wind escapes, the wind blows. A blade of wind as sharp as a knife struck the Konoha ninja, who rushed to dodge, but there was still blood on his shoulder. After a fight between the 3, the Konoha ninja was alone, already gradually at a disadvantage, when he suddenly heard a young voice coming, "Get out of my way." The 3 looked at each other and saw a young boy who looked to be about 10 years old standing in the middle of the road, looking at them impatiently. Where's the little brat? After this doubt flashed in the hearts of the 3 people, they began to fight again, as if Yanshin did not exist. As for whether Yanshin would be affected by their ninjutsu and death, the 3 of them were not worried. Anyway, it was not a person in their own village. During the war, they did not care about the life of a child at all. The fierce battle began again, and none of them noticed that Yanshan on the side took out a flashlight like a trick, and then turned on the light source and shone it on himself. In the battlefield, the Konoha ninja dodged the attack of the sand ninja in front, but ignored the other sand ninja behind him. Got it. Nasa Shinobu looked delighted, and the kunao in his hand was about to be stabbed like a Konoha ninja. At this time, a rock with a diameter of more than 1 meter suddenly flew from the side, smashing heavily on the body of the sand ninja who was preparing to sneak attack, and the rock continued to move with the body of the sand ninja, and finally slammed into the wall on the side, and the sand ninja suddenly became a pile of debris under the impact of the wall and the rock. The other shinobu was shocked when he saw this, and he quickly looked towards the place where the rock flew from, but he did not find any figure. Just when he had no clue, he suddenly felt that the rain above him was blocked, and he looked up. I saw a huge black figure falling. Before he could make any moves, he was stomped flat on the ground by the werewolf, turning into a bloody meatloaf. Originally, Yan Chen's physical fitness was already higher than that of Xia Shinobi, but now he has become a werewolf, and his physical fitness has been enhanced again. Between the electric light and flint, these two sand shinobi were instantly killed in seconds, and they didn't even know who killed them before they died. The Konoha ninja was even more stunned when he saw this scene, and he looked at the werewolf who stepped on the dead sand ninja in disbelief. Monsters! The Konoha ninja screamed strangely, completely losing the courage to fight, and turned around like running, but as soon as he turned around, he felt that his head was locked by something. The werewolf's 3 fingers were on the head of the Konoha ninja, as if pinching a broken egg. Tell me, where is Kiki Shuumao in your village? The reason why Yan Chen asked this was because he remembered that during the second Ninja World Station, the most eye-catching thing was this Kakashi's father, known as the Kiba White Fang, Sakumo Kiki, who was so strong that even the legendary 3 ninjas had to pay tribute to him. And in the task list of the system, there is a task to kill Kima Shuumao, and the points obtained are also very large, although he may not be able to kill him now, but at least prepare for it now. What are you asking this for? The Konoha ninja replied in horror. Yan Chen gently added some strength to his finger and said, "Say, good, good." The Konoha ninja only felt that the force of squeezing on his head suddenly increased, and a strong pain struck, and he couldn't bear it at all and hurriedly said, "Now Konoha White Fang is fighting with the ninjas of the Wind Country in the Land of Wind. What about the location?" Yan Chen asked. "I don't know the specific location, I'm just an ordinary ninja in Konoha village. How can I know the location of Lord White Fang? Please spare me, those who fuel the war are unforgivable." Before he could say the word Yan Chen directly pinched his head. Yan Chen's transformation time was limited, but he didn't have the heart to listen to him talk nonsense. After killing these 3 people at random, Yan Chen's body turned into a child again, and now he can extend the transformation time to 3 minutes. Land of the Wind? Let's go there first. Yan Chen made up his mind. Although with his current strength, he was definitely not the opponent of Konoha White Fang, but he believed that when he really came to Konoha White Fang, he would already be able to fight with Konoha White Fang. After thinking for a while, Yan Chen then looked at his body. "It's really troublesome to change your clothes again." After a while, Yan Chen casually picked up the clothes of a lost child and dressed it, and walked out of here. Before he could go far, dozens of ninjas ran in the distance, all wearing Konoha's forward guards. The goal of these Konoha ninjas is very clear, and they are running towards the place where the 3 of them fought before, and they should be preparing to go to support. These ninjas saw the pitiful words walking on the side of the road, like a little beggar, but no one paid attention to him and all walked straight over. There are more and more Konoha ninjas in Yuyan Village. It seems that the Second Ninja World War should now be in the second half. The Battle of Yuyan Village is about to end, and the rest is those major countries eating dogs to each other. Yan Chen sneered secretly, and also ignored the group of Konoha ninjas. But not long after this group of Konoha ninjas left, Yan Chen heard a loud noise coming from the next building, and suddenly, a huge force came from the source of the sound. Go check it out. Yan Chen made up his mind, sniffed hard twice through his nose, determined where the fresh smell of blood came from, put on the bamboo dragonfly, and flew towards the place. The place where the power was generated was in a circular hut, and when the dust fell to the ground, he found that the door of the hut was open, and he hid behind the door first, sticking out half of his head to look in. At the entrance of the door, 2 Konoha ninjas lay quietly on the ground. They did not have a single scar on their bodies, but their faces showed a terrified expression. It was obvious that they were dead. What's going on? Yan Chen frowned, looked inside, and found a red-haired child, about his age, sitting against the wall, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. The boy's hair was very long, completely covering his eyes, and beside him lay 2 cold corpses, a man and a woman, both with a kunao inserted in his back, and the woman also had beautiful red hair. "Mom and Dad," the child murmured weakly. "Nagato," said Yan Chen's heart. He knew that this little boy was the leader of the feared Xiao who would destroy the entire Konoha village in the future, and Nagato with the blood of the Eye of Reincarnation and the Uzumaki clan. War orphans, the same tragic life as me. Yan Chen sighed and walked directly in. Who? Nagato heard footsteps coming from outside the house, and quickly turned his head. Under the red hair, there were circular swirls in his wide-eyed eyes. The Eye of Reincarnation, Yan Chen thought to himself. He knew that the 2 Konoha ninjas outside the entrance were killed by the Eye of Reincarnation, and he couldn't stimulate Nagato now. "My name is Yan Chen, I grew up in Yuyan Village like you. I lost my parents in this war, and now it seems." Yan Chen looked at the bodies of his parents beside Nagato with sympathetic eyes. "Now it seems that we share the same illness," Yan Chen said lightly. "Mom and Dad," Nagato began to sob softly again. Okay, don't cry, more Konoha ninjas are coming, we have to leave as soon as possible." Yan Chen patted Nagato's shoulder and said. But Nagato still sat on the ground crying, ignoring the words. "What's your name?" Yan Chen changed the topic and asked. Nagato stopped crying and whispered, "My name is Nagato." "Very well, Nagato, my name is Yan Chen. Now I hope you can cheer up. Your parents in heaven don't want to see you like this, believe me, I'm from here." Yan Chen whispered. He spoke to Nagato from the same position as Nagato, which would be more persuasive to Nagato. Sure enough, Nagato sat on the ground for a while, and finally stood up. You are right, I must live, I want to avenge your parents. Let's go then, or you'll have trouble waiting for the other ninjas to come, Yan Chen said. Nagato looked at his dead parents and shook his head. I'm going to bury my parents first. Okay. Yan Chen stood up. Let me help you. A few hours later, there were 2 more short graves in front of Nagato's house, and Nagato was kneeling in front of his parents' graves, kowtowing to the last head. Yanchen, where are we going? Nagato asked. Yanchen smiled. Whatever you want, I'll just follow behind you. He knew that Nagato would meet Konan, Yahiko, and then discover the battle between Sanshin and Hanzo, and in between, something very interesting would happen. So, Yanchen and Nagato left Yuin village. The two walked on a rainy day, during which Nagato also adopted a puppy and named it Kobudo. At this time, in a cave. Nagato took out half of the bread from his backpack, divided the half of the bread in half, and handed it to Yanchen. This is my last dry food, let's each in a half, but I'm afraid I'm going to starve next. Yanchen smiled. The current Nagato is still a good-hearted good boy, which is very different from the Nagato who will destroy a village in the future. No thanks, Yanchen said, and then put down his backpack. Actually, I also collected a lot of food when I was in Yuin village. Yanchen put his hands into his backpack, and then took out some food from his four-dimensional pocket with his right hand. Bread, apples, ham, etc., which were obtained from the ninja killed by Yanchen. Wow, you actually have so much food, Nagato envied. Yanchen did not hesitate to put these foods in front of the two eat. So, the two children began to eat happily. Yanchen also took out a ham and threw it to Xiao Budian. At this time, a small figure holding an umbrella suddenly appeared at the door of the cave. Come in if you want to eat, Yanchen said to Xiao Nan with a smile. Xiao Nan listened, took a few steps forward, and put away the umbrella. The expression on his face was a little shy with excitement. Can I really eat it? She asked with her hands and fists, looking very cute. Of course. Yanchen smiled and nodded. Thank you. Xiao Nan excitedly excited, and quickly ran to Yanchen's too. Her stomach had long been growling with hunger, and after getting Yanchen's permission, she also began to sweep up the food. After the three of them had a full meal, they all covered their stomachs and lay on the ground. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. Xiao Nan barely stood up and said, My name is Xiao Nan, and I was born in Yuin village. My name is Yanchen, and I am also from Yuin village. Yanchen said. My name is Nagato. Nagato said softly, his long hair completely covering his eyes, and he seemed a little shy. Nice to meet you, Xiao Nan said with a smile, and then his face darkened again. Are you also war orphans? Nagato stopped talking, and he remembered his dead parents again. Yanchen sighed secretly and nodded, and the whole situation became a little dull. That's right. Xiao Nan suddenly patted her little head. I only care about myself. I forgot that there is Yahiko. He is not as good as we eat in the secret base. Don't worry, I still have some in my backpack. What is your secret base? Yanchen asked. Xiao Nan stuck out his tongue embarrassedly. Actually, Yahiko and I found a good place to shelter from the rain and use it as our temporary residence. With a smile, a child is a child. At this time, Xiao Nan's eyes flashed with expectation. Are you willing to join our secret base? She and Yahiko were already a little lonely, plus Yanchen had so many delicious foods, and naturally hoped that he could come. What do you think of Nagato? Yanchen said to Nagato. Nagato nodded. Then of course we do, Yanchen replied with a smile. Great, Xiao Nan jumped up. If you join us, there will be 4 of you. After spinning around in place, she picked up Xiao Budian on the ground again. By the way, and you, Xiao Budian, what a lively girl. Yanchen looked at this scene and secretly admired. So, more than 10 minutes later, in a cave at the bottom of the cliff. We've arrived, Xiao Nan said as he bounced ahead. Yanchen glanced at it and found that this cave was quite spacious, and there were a large number of boxes piled up inside, and the food in the box looked like a lot, but most of it was already broken and completely unedible, and next to the box, one had an orange-yellow. Colored children rummaged through boxes for food that hasn't broken yet. Yahiko, I'm back. Xiao Nan towards orange. The color-haired child greeted. He was Yahiko. Yahiko turned his head, glanced at Xiao Nan, and then looked at the 2 people and 1 dog behind Xiao Nan. Who are they? War orphans like us. Xiao Nan said, I met them on the way to find food. Yahiko frowned and said, Really, we didn't have much food left, and even the puppies were brought back. He walked up to Nagato and Yanchen and said, In this troubled time, no one can be lazy. Since you want to join us, you have to share the task. Everyone has to go to find food, understand? That Yahiko, you misunderstood. I took the initiative to find them, explained Xiao Nan on the side. No problem. Without waiting for Xiao Nan to finish speaking, Yanchen directly stood up and said. Xiao Nan cast a grateful look at Yanchen, because after all, she invited Yanchen and the 2 to join, but she was misunderstood by Yahiko, and Yanchen undoubtedly played around for her by doing so. But before you look for food, look at this. Yanchen took off the backpack on his back, so he took out a bunch of food from the backpack like a heavy technique. Wow, you actually saved so much delicious food. Yahiko was stunned, and the food he pulled out of his backpack was almost half a meter high, and it still looked fresh. Yan Chen, you are really powerful. Your tiny backpack actually holds so much food. Xiao Nan and Nagato also sighed. Before they thought that Yan Chen said that he still had some food, and they still didn't believe it, but now it seems that the food is far more than expected. Yay, Yahiko shouted loudly, these foods are enough for us to last for a week. You call Yanshin, don't worry, in the future, Yahiko will cover you. Looking at Yahiko's appearance as a little adult, Yanshin just smiled and did not speak. And what's your name? Yahiko asked as he turned his head to Nagato. Nagato. Nagato still looked that shy. In the middle of the night, except for Yan Chen, the other three children had fallen into a deep sleep. Yan Chen stood up, moved his muscles a little, and walked out. At night, it is the best time to kill. This is still not far from Yuan village. Large and small battles still occur from time to time. It is necessary to kill some ninjas, improve their physical fitness and level, so that they can get the next prop as soon as possible. Yan Chen sniffed into the air, and just around here, there was a smell of blood from 4 places. Start with light. After making up his mind, Yan Chen took out a bamboo dragonfly and put it on his head, and covered his face with a mask, and flew towards the place where the smell of blood was the lightest. Not long after, 2 clear gunshots were heard from that place. It's too weak. After killing 4 more ninjas, Yan Chen shook his head boredly. Killing them himself did not even use a werewolf flashlight. With his super physical fitness, plus air cannon can easily get them. It's not interesting, let's go to the next place. Yan Chen said lazily and flew towards the sky again. The second place was in a valley, and after Yan Chen landed on the ground, he found that the battle was over. The valley is littered with a large number of ninja corpses, whose bodies are all sunken inwards and look as if they have been knocked down by a huge force. Powerful power, it is a fight with my power to turn into a werewolf. Yan Chen looked at these corpses and analyzed. Yan Chen looked at the forehead protection of these ninjas again. There were rain ninjas, sand ninjas, but there were no Konoha ninjas. So, it's Konoha's ninja who kills. Under Yan Chen's thoughts, he had already guessed who it was in such a way of killing. Boy, why are you here so late? A crisp voice suddenly sounded behind Yan Chen, and he quickly turned his head to look. A young female ninja appears behind him. She has blonde hair and looks heroic in a ninja uniform. Sure enough, it's Tsunade, this woman with strange powers, Yan Chen secretly said in his heart, but he did not say a word in the face of Tsunade's questioning. At this time, Tsunade was also very surprised. She had just killed dozens of ninjas from other countries with the power of one person, and when she was about to leave, she found that something flew down from the sky, and after hiding and observing for a while, she found that the other party was a child wearing a black mask. Under such a strange situation, Tsunade stood up. One of the legendary 3 ninjas. No, she hasn't earned this title yet. Yan Chen thought carefully. I remember that there is a mission to defeat Tsunade in the system mission. Since this is the case, fight with her, and then carefully analyze how strong it is. After some thoughts, in the face of Tsunade's words, he rushed directly towards Tsunade. Here it comes. Tsunade's eyes reflected the figure of the words coming from the dust. Such a fast speed, not a child can do it at all. Because of the relationship between getting the soul of the deceased to strengthen the body, Yan Chen's speed is already a few points faster than the running speed of ordinary ninjas. In an instant, Yan Chen ran in front of Tsunade, and he first threw a punch directly at Tsunade. Unexpectedly, his punch was easily blocked by Tsunade, but even so, the surprise in Tsunade's eyes was even stronger. The power of the fist is a little stronger than that of ordinary ninjas. The point is, I actually didn't feel the presence of chakra from this kid's fist. Is this kid just fighting with the power of his muscles? You know, even if it is called the strange power of Tsunade's proud skill, it is because she has the control technique of precise chakra, which can quickly concentrate chakra on any part of her body, and quickly burn it and burst out to cause terrifying destructive power. This is different from Yan Chen, who relies purely on the strength of his body, which has to make Tsunade frightened. After Yan Chen punched out, Tsunade did not fight back. Yan Chen knew that she was still testing herself now. Since this is the case, then he is not polite. With a quick swipe of his right hand, the air cannon immediately appeared and aimed at Tsunade's head. Danger! Tsunade instinctively sensed that the air cannon was a powerful item, and quickly stretched out his hand to protect his head. With a boom, an air cannon smashed into Tsunade's arm, shaking Tsunade back a step, but that was all. After this attack, Yan Chen also opened the distance between him and Tsunade with a backflip, and the two sides calmed down again. Your weapon is good, Tsunade praised. There was still some white smoke coming out of the arm she used to cover her head, but the air cannon only left a bruise on it. What a great character, Yan Chen said secretly in his heart. However, at this time, Tsunade had the same idea as Yan Chen. What is the weapon this kid is wearing, and how did it come out? A bunch of questions were stuck in Tsunade's palm, which made her a little uncomfortable. In that case, let's knock you down first and ask. After making up his mind, this time it was Tsunade who rushed over first. Facing Tsunade, who rushed over, Yin Chen had no intention of retreating, and directly raised the air cannon and blasted at Tsunade. This air cannon made Tsunade's figure stop a bit, but it didn't bounce her off at all, and Tsunade raised his fist and smashed at Yin Chen. Yin Chen did not hesitate in the slightest, and his left fist was swung out, and it hit Tsunade's fist. The sound of touch sounded, the surrounding smoke and dust spread in all directions, and after the fists of the two met for a while, they only listened to the click, and Yin Chen's body flew out upside down. He adjusted his body in the air, flew back a few meters and landed safely on the ground. Your strength is not small, but for me, it is far from enough. If you don't use chakra, you can't defeat me, Tsunade said lightly. A wry smile appeared at the corner of Yin Chen's mouth. If he could condense chakra, he would have used it a long time ago, and he still wanted you to command? He looked at his low-hanging left arm, which was already broken. Since this is the case, only to become a werewolf. Thinking of this, Yin Chen suddenly flashed and hid behind the rock on the side. Tsunade was stunned, a little confused about the intention of the words, but still said, even if you hide, it is useless. After saying this, Tsunade walked towards the rock, when a light suddenly flashed behind the rock, and this light immediately disappeared. What happened again? Just as Tsunade guessed, the stone that served as a hiding place for words and dust was suddenly suspended in the air. Tsunade was taken aback, and then reacted again. No, this stone was not suspended in the air, but was lifted up by a monster that was 2 meters tall. This monster was naturally a werewolf transformed into a dusty one, and after lifting the rock, it mercilessly smashed towards Tsunade. Drink! Facing the flying rock, Tsunade directly punched it out. So that's the case, do you still have whole cards? Good. Then let's fight. Tsunade was also a belligerent person, at least when he was younger, and he rushed faster in the face of the werewolf who turned into dust. Boom! Another fierce fist, bringing up the strong wind and sand around it. This time Tsunade condensed all the chakras in his body into a fist, but, poof! Tsunade spat out a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. She didn't expect that she used all her strength this time, but she was the one who was repelled. Yin Chen became a werewolf far more powerful than the first transformation. Its own body was transformed by the soul, and turned into a werewolf body. The strength can be imagined, of course. This is also related to the current Tsunade. After all, she is still too young, her strength has not reached the peak, and even the ability of psychic slugs is not yet. Whoosh! Yin Chen roared, and when the time came to fight back, he rushed directly towards Tsunade. Heavy feet. Tsunade stepped heavily on the ground, and suddenly a huge crack spread out from the landing of her feet, and when she saw this, she also quickly jumped up. It's not over yet, Ten Xiao foot. Seeing Yanchen jump, Tsunade stepped towards the ground again. This time, the rift was directly shattered, and the huge ground around her was directly split in half, striking towards Yanchen left and right. Bang! The huge ground rock slammed on Yan Chen's body and turned into powder, but Yan Chen's forward movement did not stop. What a strong body! Tsunade was surprised, and in desperation, he could only meet Yanchen again. The two had a fierce fight. At this time, Tsunade already had a lot of bruises and scratches from wolf claws. Her disadvantages have become more and more obvious. Now only the strength of defense, even counterattack cannot do. Dust's body is really strong. Tsunade's previous attacks have only caused some minor injuries. Are you going to die? Tsunade sighed in her heart. If she continued to fight like this, sooner or later she would be bombarded into meat sauce. Her heart had lost her fighting spirit, and the only thing she insisted on was the desire to live. But at this time, Yin Chen, who had the upper hand, suddenly stopped attacking, exhaled lowly, then jumped backwards, stepped on the surrounding pile of rocks and ran, and disappeared into Tsunade's field of vision in an instant. What's going on? Tsunade wondered in his palm. Obviously he had no power to fight back at all. Why did this werewolf run away? But finally saved. Although I was very puzzled by Yin Chen's action, I felt too good for the rest of my life after the disaster. The pace of Yin Chen, who was running in the night sky, became faster and faster. He landed in a place, directly grabbed the head of a ninja on the ground, and then left here with the ninja's corpse, all of which made the other ninjas around him completely unresponsive. Yin Chen took the ninja's body to a thin crevice in the rock under the cliff, and his werewolf body began to tremble, and finally turned into a naked ordinary child. Now Yanchen wants to develop as much as possible according to the original Hokage plot. Kagayaheim must let her come out, as the final boss. After all, if you kill her, you can get the phone booth. If you want to return to the original world, Yin Chen must arrange everything in this world. Yin Chen took off the clothes on the ninja corpse and put them on himself. He looked at his left hand. Some big heads. He can't treat ninjutsu. What should I do with this fracture? At this time, the voice of the system came very well. Congratulations to the host. Defeat Tsunade mission completed. Defeat Tsunade? Yin Chen was stunned. He had indeed completely suppressed Tsunade. Just to kill her, could it? Is this a defeat? You seem to have misunderstood a question. The system said, this mission is only to defeat Tsunade, and does not ask you to kill her. When you fought just now, Tsunade already admitted in his heart that you were stronger than her, so you got this opportunity. So that's the case. In this case, wouldn't I have earned and defeated such a powerful character as Tsunade? Yan Chen said excitedly. That's right, it's just a pity that you didn't kill her, otherwise, with her soul, you will definitely be able to improve your physical fitness again, the system says. Yan Chen smiled and did not answer, but directly asked, then how many points do I have now? 200 points, the system replied. It seems that the task of defeating Tsunade is quite valuable, which doubles my points. Well, since there are so many points now, you should be able to pick a good prop. Yan Chen thought and opened the list of props. On the time class option, let Yan Chen see a very excited prop, time baggage skin, which requires 150 points. Time baggage. No way. Yan Chen was surprised, this is a prop of time. The key is that the points required are not high, and when he was excited, he quickly exchanged the time bag and took it out of his pocket. It really is. Yan Chen was short of breath, and the time wrapper showed that it was like an ordinary tablecloth, with clock patterns of different sizes printed on it, with two sides, red on the front and blue on the reverse. When an object is covered head-on, the time-lapse rate of the covered object will accelerate, showing a future state. If covered with the opposite side, the time of the covered object will be reversed, showing the past state. This prop is definitely a rare treasure in the Hokage world. Yan Chen said excitedly, just imagine, it can infinitely resurrect the dead, or turn a powerful ninja back into a child who knows nothing. It is too perverted. You're thinking so naive. The system suddenly spoke up, interrupting the beautiful imagination. Do you think such a powerful item will only cost 150 points? Hearing the words of the system, Yan Chen immediately quieted down. As I said, the effect of some items increases with your level, such as the werewolf flashlight, and this time burdened skin is also a growth item, and your current strength can only adjust an item to the state of an hour ago or an hour later. The system explains. Lean, you didn't say it earlier. Yan Chen complained, now it had been more than half an hour since he fought with Tsunade, and if he delayed some time, his broken arm would not be able to recover. There was no time to talk to the system. Yan Chen directly covered the obtained baggage skin on his left arm, and after that, his left arm immediately came with a tingling sensation. After this feeling was over, Yan Chen ripped off the burden skin, and his arm really returned to the state it was an hour ago and became intact. Haha, good. Yan Chen laughed loudly, even if the time is limited to 1 hour, it is enough for me. As long as the time is used properly, I can keep myself from getting hurt in battle. I have to say that this night was a lot of gains, and after repairing his arm, he returned to the secret base. In the past few nights, the words have not stopped at all, and he is transformed into a ninja killer, and he is more daring than before. Because Yan Chen's actions are decisive and vicious, there have been many legends about him in this vicinity. What masked ninja killers, werewolf monsters, provoked the nearby people to panic. Because Yan Chen only kills ninjas, ordinary people are not afraid of him, and for this series of things of Yan Chen, the number of ninjas stationed around has not decreased, but increased. This is because these ninjas from different villages have their own thoughts, knowing that Yan Chen has shown enough strength to attract the daimyos of various countries, and it is their idea to catch them and use them for themselves, so these newly sent ninjas are no longer used to fight other countries, but to capture Yan Chen. During the day, Yan Chen and his 3 new friends should eat and make trouble in the base, acting no different from an ordinary child. Zionin, have you heard? Recently a person who specializes in killing ninjas of big countries has appeared near Yuan village. He is very powerful, and he is called a ninja killer. Yahiko eats an apple while showing off the information he has inquired about. Xiao Nan nodded. I heard that it is said that the ninjas who invaded the Yuan village are terrified. That's the retribution they deserve. Nagato said angrily from the sidelines. Yahiko nodded. He doesn't kill civilians, he specifically kills these ninjas who provoke wars. I have the opportunity to worship this ninja killer as a teacher, learn ninjutsu, and this world will be saved by me. Yes, I want to meet him too. Xiao Nan looked hopeful and said on the side. Seeing his 3 little friends adoring themselves so much, Yan Chen on the side was really a little surprised, but when Yahiko's master was spared, he was not even a chakra. Ha ha. At this time, Yahiko suddenly stood up and said boldly, in the future, the 4 of us must become the strong men of this world, so that these wars will not happen again. Good, good. Nagato and Konan, on the side, were clapping. Hey, Yan Chen, why don't you talk? Don't you want to be the strongest ninja in the world? Yahiko looked at Yan Chen and was silent and quickly asked. Yan Chen smiled, I'm afraid I will never become a ninja, because I can't condense chakra at all. Won't it? The 3 friends around looked surprised. Although Yan Chen's words were light and breezy, they naturally knew what it meant to have no chakra in this world. Yahiko saw that he had provoked a wrong topic, and quickly walked to Yan Chen and patted him on the shoulder. It's okay, the 3 of us will protect you in the future. Nagato and Konan, too, nodded. Thank you then. Yan Chen smiled, a burst of warmth in his heart. Such 3 people with feelings and righteousness. Now I am afraid that none of them will be able to get their fate in the future will be very tragic. But Yan Chen secretly clenched his fists. The 3 of Nagato are the first friends he made in this world. He must change the fate of the 3 of them. That night, after easily solving a team of ninjas, Yan Chen was ready to go to the next killing site. Now I'll choose another prop. Yan Chen looked at his upcoming 200 points and said. After a while, he chose a prop called the weakness transfer stick, which can transfer his weakness to others, which sounds very powerful, but the next words of the system make the dust very speechless. This is a disposable prop. The system says. Disposable? Yan Chen was very unhappy when he heard this. It's a disposable prop. You said it earlier, but I said it after I exchanged it. You are an unscrupulous businessman. 4 overly powerful props are disposable. You need to pay attention. The system says it doesn't matter what it calls itself. Yes? Yan Chen thought about it. If the ability of this thing is used well, it is very powerful. If it is not used well, it is a chicken rib, and the effect is only once. It seems that it must be used carefully. Let's go to the next place. Yan Chen made up his mind, and sniffed the smell in the air with a strong tracking nose. Ha! Yan Chen felt that the smell coming from the direction of the secret base was not right, and now that he had used this prop perfectly, he could distinguish the smell of everyone. And now, the direction of the secret base, not only the smell of Nagato's 3 people, but also other strange smells. Someone actually set their sights on the secret base. Yan Chen put the bamboo dragonfly on his head, gave up his plan to continue hunting, and flew towards the secret base. At this time, behind a cliff closest to the secret base, a group of Konoha ninjas were watching the movement, each of them wearing a mask. It was the dark organization of Konoha. White eyes. One of the Konoha ninjas widened his eyes, turning his entire eyes blue-white, and the green tendons around his eyes burst out, and black marks appeared in his pupils. Hinata Miji, how's it going? A Konoha ninja who faced the ferocious one asked. Pray to Captain Omura, there are only 3 children, and the chakra in the body is also very rare. It seems that it should not be a ninja killer who has been making a lot of trouble recently, Hinata said. The face of the ninja named Omura under the mask was very solemn. It's hard to say, according to the reports of people who have seen ninja killers, that guy should be either a child or a dwarf, and he never uses chakra, but only kills all sides with powerful physical skills and weird weapons. He paused, and according to the information that Tsunade-sama has returned, the werewolf and this ninja killer seem to be the same person. It should be that the ninja killer changed with secret techniques, and only our people in Konoha village know about this matter. What does that captain mean? Another ninja asked. They've already acted. At this time, Yan Chen, who was flying in the air, had clearly felt that several unfamiliar smells were dispersing and surrounded the secret base. Yan Chen's heart moved, and the speed of the bamboo dragonfly on his head suddenly accelerated. At this time, the comforting Xiaonan 3 who were sleeping were in the cave. Swoosh, swoosh, search the 3 kuwu with detonation charms flew in and inserted them in front of the cave. A moment later, 3 explosions sounded almost simultaneously. What's going on? The explosion woke up the 3 of Konan, and the ensuing large amount of smoke made them unable to see anything, which was just a feint by Konoha ninjas, who were afraid of the prestige of the ninja killer and decided to start the detonation charm to explore the way first. Yanshin, Nagato, Yahiko, where are you? Under the chaotic smoke, Xiao Nan couldn't see anything around him at all, and could only shout loudly. I'm here, Xionan. Yahiko replied. I'm over here. This is Nagato's voice. What about the dust? Xiao Nan was a little anxious. Could it be that Jin Chen had already encountered something unexpected? There is a lot of smoke here, let's walk out along the cave wall first. Yahiko commanded, and at a young age, he had already shown the skills of a leader. Good. Xiao Nan hurriedly fumbled to the wall of the cave, and then walked out slowly. Konan, I joined Nagato. On the other side, Yahiko's voice came. Ask for collections, ask for all kinds of drifts. When Konan's words were heard, she also quickened her pace, but she had just walked out of the cave, and as soon as she saw things in her eyes, she saw 2 ninjas blocking her way. Yay! At this time, Xiao Nan was still a child who knew nothing, and when she saw the ninja suddenly appear, she shouted in panic, pushed the ninja standing in front of her, and ran outside. The 2 ninjas, on the other hand, did nothing and let her escape. It doesn't look like this little girl, seeing us is like seeing a ghost. A ninja said. Leave him alone. The other didn't care. It's better not to be a ninja killer. If it does, our brothers will be unlucky. He looked at the direction of Xiao Nan's escape and said slowly, let's play with this little girl first. 5 minutes later, Xiao Nan ran to hide in a thin crevice in a cliff, her arms tightened, her legs twisted, and her young body trembling. Ouch, where did that imp run? A voice came, it was the ninja from before. Yes, I can't find her at all. Another also said. The 2 of them had already discovered Xiao Nan hiding in the gap, but they still had to tease Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan looked at the 2 ninjas walking around outside with a look of horror, and from her position, only the legs of the 2 ninjas walking around could be seen. It seems that it is not here, continue to chase. Good. The 2 ninjas said this and disappeared into Konan's field of vision. Really gone? Xiao Nan said in a low voice, and when he was about to walk out, a hideous face suddenly appeared at the gap. Found you. The owner of this face was one of the 2 ninjas before, and he taunted at Konan's face with a terrifying face. I found you too. Behind this ninja, a flat child's voice suddenly sounded. The Konoha ninja was shocked and turned his head to see a child wearing a black mask standing behind, wearing a gray round object in his right hand. The left hand grabbed a person's head. The ninja looked closely and found that the head belonged to his companion, and the kid had silently killed his companion. You are that ninja killer? The Konoha ninja took 2 steps back, knowing that he alone was definitely not Yanquen's opponent, and immediately took out a signal flare in his hand. Boom! Yanquen raised the air cannon and directly blasted it. This ninja had not seen this high technology, and when he didn't understand Yanquen's intention, the impact force directly knocked the Konoha ninja away, and the signal flares in his hand also fell to the ground. Because of the distance, this blow only directly knocked the ninja away. How many of you came? Yanquen asked lightly. I won't tell. Boom! Yanquen approached and directly shot at his arm. Ugh! The Konoha ninja looked at his inwardly curved arm, and cold sweat instantly flowed. Say or not? Say, I say. The Konoha ninja cried. Boom! Another air cannon answered him, this time on one of his legs. I said I was going to say it. Why are you attacking me? The Konoha ninja roared hysterically. Oh? Then I heard wrong, you say. Yanquen smiled like a demon. Now this Konoha ninja does not have the slightest temper at all. The masked man in front of him is capricious, and his strength completely crushes him. He trembled and said, this time, in order to capture you, we in Konoha especially came 50 ninjas with different attributes, and 2 of them were upper ninjas. If you want to know each other, let me go. As he spoke, he was secretly taking out another signal flare from his pocket. Snap! Yanquen suddenly came to him and stepped on the hand he was holding the signal flare. This kick was more powerful than that air cannon, and it directly stomped the Konoha ninja's hand flat, and his hand instantly lost consciousness, and even the pain did not come. You're not honest. Yanquen directly picked up the signal flare on the ground, and looked at the Konoha ninja who fell to the ground with a smile. Do you want to call someone? No problem, I'll help you. Captain Omura, Group C is signaling, Hinata said as she looked at the fireworks in the distance. What's going on? Captain Omura frowned. Wasn't the person already caught? In the cage beside him, there was a small child. It was Nagato. When the A and B group sent by Omura before were in order to capture Nagato, when Nagato resisted, the power of the Eye of Reincarnation was displayed, but he killed many ninjas, so Omura mistakenly thought that Nagato was a ninja killer. Isn't the ninja killer this kid with strange eyes? Omura narrowed his eyes. Leave 5 ninjas to watch this kid, and everyone else will follow me to support Group C. Are you the ninja killer? Under the cliff, Xiao Nan came out trembling through the gap, looking at Yanquen with a look of fear. At this time, the ninja had also been killed by Yanquen and casually thrown aside. Yanquen nodded. Let's go, more ninjas are coming. Xiao Nan said softly, and then walked to the side, but she took a few steps and turned back. You are words dust? Yanquen was stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Nan to be able to recognize himself, but he still replied lightly, I don't know this person. It's just that your voice is very much like him. Xiao Nan said, and then refuted himself. That's right, Yanquen said that he can't even chakra. How can he be as powerful as you? Yanquen under the mask smiled bitterly. Xiao Nan's cognition was still too shallow after all, and his strength had nothing to do with chakra. By the way, Lifesaver, you can take us as apprentices. Let's go, otherwise you won't be able to leave if you want to later. Without waiting for Xiao Nan to speak, Yanquen hurriedly urged, the longer she stayed here, the more likely she was to recognize herself. All right, Xiao Nan nodded and left here. Next, let's wait for the rabbit. Yanquen sat on the ground, waiting for Konoha's support ninja to arrive. At this time, the ninja of Konoha was also on his way to the bottom of the cliff. White eyes. Hinata rolled her eyes again. How's it going? Kimura asked. There are 3 people in total, 2 are lying on the ground, there is no chakra flowing on their body, they should be dead, and 1 is sitting on the ground. It looks like it should be a child, but this child does not seem to have chakra on him. Hinata replied. It seems that the situation is probably him. Everyone be careful, this guy is more powerful than Tsunade-sama. Kimura said. You can see him. A ninja said. Follow the previous plan, the first batch will go first, Kimura said. Therefore, the ninja in front immediately threw several kuwa with detonation charms attached to Yanquen. Boom! The detonation charm exploded directly before Yanquen's body, and there was no spark, but a large amount of thick smoke appeared. Want to block my view through the smoke? Yanquen's expression remained unchanged, and the thick smoke in the sky completely enveloped Yanquen. The second batch of Earth Dunas are on. Seeing this, Kimura roared again, and 6 more ninjas stood up. Suki, clay prison. I saw layers of thick sticky dirt suddenly rise on the ground around Yanquen. Each layer of dirt was cast by a ninja, a total of 6 layers, squeezing towards Yanquen. Earth, clay from heaven. When the earth ninja made a seal, Kimura also made a seal, and a hole immediately appeared in the space above the dust, and a large amount of clay poured down from it. All kinds of clay rushed to the place where Yanquen was, and he did not see Yanquen escape from it. Captain Kimura, in this way, that ninja killer should not be able to escape, Hinata said. It's better to ensure some more. I'm going to burn him into a work of art, the third batch of ninjas. Kimura commanded again. The last group of ninjas rushed up, fire, fire. Suddenly, a large amount of flames burned the clay that covered the dust, and the clay quickly dried out, forming a hard mud, during which there was no reaction in the clay. After a moment, the smoke completely cleared, and the location where Yanchen was located had turned into a huge square coffin carefully fired. How? Kimura asked Hinata Miji next to him. Hinata, who had rolled her eyes, kept staring inside the coffin. People are still trapped inside. Yes? Kimura smiled. This guy is also too useless. I thought he would fiercely resist a wave, but I didn't expect to be easily taken down like this. Tsunade-sama was really knocked down by this kind of goods. That's right. Hinata echoed. It looks like we don't need to send so many ninjas out at all. Just as the two laughed, a slight crack suddenly appeared on one side of the coffin. Immediately, the crack became bigger and bigger, only to hear a boom. A large hole appeared on the side of the coffin, and a figure jumped out. Boring. Yanchen stood on the ground, looking at the dumbfounded ninjas. His clothes and mask were all intact, and there was not even a single hole left. Captain Kimura was shocked for a while. Good, everyone listen, now execute plan B. Before the ninjas could move, Yanchen shook his head. I don't dare to be interested in your plan B, it is estimated that it is very boring, I better add something interesting. After speaking, Yanchen's left hand shook and took out a flashlight like a trick. Flashlight? It seems that you are fighting fiercely, but your brain is a little stupid, and you actually took out a flashlight and came out. Kimura teased. You'll soon stop laughing. Say, Yanchen turns on the flashlight, and then aimed at Kimura, the captain of this arrest operation. Did I say you're brain dead? Take a flashlight and shoot me and try to kill me. Kimura laughed even louder. Yanchen shook his head. It's not to kill you, but you kill your accomplices for me. What do you mean? Kimura frowned, and then felt a very wild force suddenly arise in his body. When I first became a werewolf, I couldn't control the desire for blood and killing in my heart. Did you control it? Yanchen said casually. The system once said that no matter who uses a werewolf flashlight for the first time, his heart will be controlled by the bestiality and become crazy and become unrecognized, and this situation will only change if it changes a few times. Captain, what's wrong with you? Hinata Miji on the side said to Kimura with concern, and the surrounding ninjas also cast concerned glances at him. It feels like something is not quite right, and the body is very uncomfortable. Kimura said, holding his head. The discomfort will disappear soon, and you will be very happy next. Now, unleash the killing, Yanchen said lightly. Ugh. As if Yanchen's words were like an order, Kimura raised his head to the sky and roared. His body began to become huge, and his clothes were instantly torn, revealing his furry body. Captain, what's wrong? The surrounding ninjas were terrified and retreated one after another. As Hinata's eye of the upper ninja, he could feel the sense of crisis lurking in Kimura's body, and he directly did a backflip and quickly left Kimura. I have to say that Hinata Miji's decision was wise. Kimura, who turned into a werewolf, suddenly slapped a ninja next to him, spilled blood directly in the air, and then he pounced on another ninja and bit off his neck. Everyone disperse first. Hinata Miji yelled that the captain had turned into a monster and could only be commanded by him, the vice-captain. So all the ninjas retreated one after another, and two of them retreated slowly, and were caught by Kimura, and suddenly two bodies blurred with flesh and blood. With the current level of Yanchen, he can increase the time to turn into a werewolf to 10 minutes by using a werewolf flashlight. I don't know how many lives will be caused in these 10 minutes. Obey my orders. First trap the captain with binding ninjutsu, don't hurt him. Hinata Miji roared, and took the lead in sealing water escape, water prison technique. Seeing this, the surrounding ninjas also followed suit. 2 done, Tulia wall, wind escape, wall of wind. Large and small restraints bombarded Kimura, and Kimura was quickly firmly controlled and unable to move. It's really useless. Yanchen saw Kimura trapped and scolded. This is also a matter of no way. He is not better than Yanchen. Yanchen's body is already very strong. After becoming a werewolf, he went to a higher level, and Kimura as a ninja, after becoming a werewolf, the drive of bestiality made him not even know how to use chakra, but weaker than before, facing a group of ninjas, he is just a more ferocious beast. No way, I'll help you, Yanchen said, and suddenly exerted his strength and rushed to the trapped Kimura first. So fast. Hinata Ninja was surprised, and immediately understood what Yanchen was going to do, and quickly roared, stop him quickly. But it was too late. Yanchen took out the air cannon and ran to blast the wind wall, kicked the earthen wall, and then directly pulled Kimura out of the water prison. Whoosh! Kimura shouted, rushing directly at Yanchen, who was closest to him. Your opponent is over there. Yanchen scolded lowly, completely ignoring Kimura, who had turned into a werewolf, and slammed him into the vicinity of Konoha Ninja like a leather ball. So there were a few more screams, and the ninjas near Kimura died because they did not dare to make a move on the captain. Vice-captain, it can't go on like this. A ninja said that it was not difficult for them to kill Kimura, But the problem was that Kimura was their captain, and it was the person sent directly by Danzo to lead them, and they did not dare to kill him, and as a result, more and more people died on their own side after hesitation. Hearing Hineda's order, the remaining ninjas stopped dodging and began to take the initiative to attack, and under the bombardment of ninjutsu and the bombardment of the detonation charm, Kimura was finally covered in scales, but even so, the werewolf's ruthlessness still dispersed him from rushing forward. "Are you really going to kill the captain?" Seeing Kimura's appearance, a ninja asked. "He was personally sent down by Danzo-sama. If you kill him, kill. If we don't kill him, we will lose more people." A hint of determination flashed in Hineda's eyes. After receiving the vice captain's reply, the ninjas no longer had much heart and sacrificed killing moves, but at this moment, Kimura suddenly trembled. "Vice captain, look quickly, the captain is back to his original state," a ninja said. Hineda looked at it, and sure enough, Kimura's body was slowly shrinking, and finally changed back to its original form, but now he was naked and scarred. "Quick, go and lift him up," Hineda said, and at the same time he felt relieved that he finally didn't have to kill the person sent by Danzo himself. But at this time, Yanchen's figure wearing a bamboo dragonfly suddenly fell from the sky, and without giving anyone in the field time to react, he directly raised the air cannon and blasted Kimura's head into the ground. Looking at the stunned looks of the ninjas around him, he smiled slightly. "I'm sorry, I'm here to collect people's heads, it's really easy." "Madman, he's a madman," some ninjas shouted frantically when they saw Yanchen killing their captain so lightly. "Don't panic, we still have the advantage in numbers, follow me," Hineda shouted loudly and rushed forward. Gossip empty split. He opened his eyes and struck at Yanchen's acupuncture point with his Bagua empty splitting palm. A Shangnin's Bagua empty split palm is still a bit threatening, even if Yanchen's body is strengthened by the soul. After eating a few palms hard, he feels that his body is a little overwhelmed, and he retreats one after another. "Good boy, kill our captain, watch me slaughter you." Hineda was overjoyed when he saw the words retreat, and hurriedly came up with an arrow, and the Bagwazang is to stick to people to exert its power. Yanchen saw that Hineda's attack was so fierce, but he was not in a hurry. He shook his wrist again, and the werewolf flashlight appeared in his hand. "Grass. This stuff again." Hineda saw that the heavyweight weapon was taken out again, and immediately frightened him, and immediately gave up the idea of continuing to attack Yanchen, turned around and ran, lest he be illuminated by the torch lamp, and crawled behind a rock. "The things in this guy's hands are too weird. If we can't solve this problem and let him turn us into monsters all the way, there is no hope of winning at all." Hineda thought about it, and quickly rolled her eyes and looked through the rock. In his field of vision, a giant object was running towards him quickly. This guy actually turned himself into a werewolf. Hineda was shocked for a moment, and then reacted. "No, this may be an opportunity." After a few backflips, he left behind the rock, watching the furious words smash the rock with a punch. Although the werewolf that Kimura changed into before was physically enhanced, he was completely irrational, did not know how to fight with chakra, only relying on the wild nature of the monster. This guy became a werewolf, so it is estimated that he does not understand the use of those strange props. Hineda sneered. "This is really clever and mistaken by cleverness. Listen to my orders and deal with this monster like you did with Kimura just now," he shouted to the remaining ninjas. As a result, all kinds of binding ninjutsu were all smashed towards Yanchen, and the wall of wind, the wall of flowing earth, and the water prison instantly trapped Yanchen, a werewolf, to death. Yanchen struggled hard in the prison, but it seemed that he still couldn't break through this layer of cage. "Take advantage of the moment, seal the Bunchi sealing technique," Hineda Miji ordered, and the sealing squad that had been waiting at the end stepped forward. There were 4 people in the sealing class, and they stood in 4 directions, surrounded Yanchen in the middle, and each took out the scroll. "Sealing technique, black cage technique." The 4 of them sealed together, and the words in the scroll instantly floated, wanting to firmly bind Yanchen's whole body like a chain, and Yanchen struggled for a while, and finally quieted down. It worked. Hineda sighed in relief, and finally dared to walk up to Yanchen with confidence and boldness, and said with a smile, "You are really cocooning yourself. You have become a werewolf, although it is very fierce, but it also means that you have become a fool, and you don't know how to use those strange things, but you really deserve it." After speaking, he shook his head. "By the way, I forgot that you are still a werewolf now, and you can't understand what I say at all, right?" After glancing at Yanchen a few times with mocking eyes, he turned around and was about to leave. "Who said I didn't understand?" The caged werewolf suddenly spoke, with a strong mockery in his tone. Hineda's eyes showed shock, and he turned his head in disbelief and looked at the sealed Yanchen. "Can you speak?" "I can not only talk, but also think," Yanchen replied in a deep voice. The mockery in his eyes had not yet disappeared. Hineda was shocked. He knew that he had fallen into Yanchen's trap, but what did Yanchen mean when he deliberately turned into a werewolf and then pretended to be captured by himself? Yanchen looked at Hineda's eyes with a puzzled face, and a wolf face seemed to shake with regret. "You can't figure out why I was deliberately sealed by you. It's okay, I'll tell you. First, the sealing technique set up by your 4 shinobi can't trap me at all, and second, do you think we've been fighting for so long, and no other ninjas have come yet?" Hineda's eyes widened. Could it be? At this moment, a large number of ninjas suddenly appeared on the outskirts of the valley. They jumped off the cliff one after another, and the target was none other than Konoha's ninja. "It's not good, Vice Captain, we seem to be surrounded by ninjas from other villages," a ninja reported. "What?" Hinata was completely stunned. As a member of the Hyuga clan, he had the white eyes to detect enemies, and as a result, he focused all his attention on Yanshin and ignored the situation around him. "This is a shame for the Hyuga clan. Since you are still a member of the Hyuga clan, you can even make such a low-level mistake," Yan Chen mocked, and then he gently slid to the ground. "But then you guys will eat dog." At this time, among the ninjas who poured down from above, "That monster seems to have been restrained by Konoha ninjas. Let's kill Konoha's ninjas first, and then discuss the ownership of the monster." Among the group of people who raided the Konoha ninja, the leader of the Kumo shinobi said to the leader of Iwayne, he had short hair and looked very competent. "No problem. Just listen to you, first go all out to destroy the Konoha ninja." The leader of Union was an old man with a black face, and a hint of conspiracy flashed in his eyes, and he immediately said, "So Iwayne and Union formed a combined army and killed the Konoha ninjas." Kill. The two sides instantly fought together, and Yan Chen was happy to watch this play, so let's enjoy it for the time being. Ding, sudden mission, kill the leaders of Konoha, Union, and Sand Hidden to get 200 points. If the mission fails, 200 points will be deducted. The voice of the system suddenly sounded in Yan Chen's mind. There are actually unexpected tasks. Yan Chen frowned. This sudden task can get a lot more points than other tasks of the same level on the task list, 200 points, which is higher than the task of defeating Tsunade. But failure deducted 200 points, please, he didn't have a total of 200 points, it seems that this task must be completed. Yan Chen looked at the field. Judging from the strength of these three, Hinata Muji is at the upper ninja level, and Union seem to be just middle ninja or special upper ninja, but he is not stupid enough to go to a battle 3, let these guys toss well, and he will clean up the mess again. In the field, as the leader, Hinata Miji naturally stood in front of the other two leader ninjas. People from the Hyuga family. The leader of Iwayne and Kumohide saw Hinata's white eyes and knew that this person was not to be underestimated, but his white eyes also made the two leaders show longing. Lay done, speed light. The leader of Union quickly sealed his seal, and a ray of light burst out in his hand, striking towards Hinata's eyes. Two done, Tubeo Jitsu. The Iwayne leader traps Hinata's actions by softening the dirt around Hinata Miji. Bagua Zhang, return to the sky. Unafraid, Hinata released a large number of soft fist chakras from the chakra cave in his body, and then made a circular rotation like a top, bouncing off the dirt that trapped him and the light that shot at him. The leader of Cheyenne and Union saw that his move was broken, and once again sacrificed ninjutsu, and the three parties suddenly fought together. Although Hinata Miji was an upper shinobi, but the opponents were two experienced Naka shinobi. After fighting for a while, they fell into a disadvantage, and they were beaten and retreated one after another, and many wounds suddenly appeared on their bodies, and it seemed that they would not be able to hold on at any time and be killed. Don't you want to complete this sudden task? You know that Hinata Miji was killed by someone else, and the mission was considered a failure. Seeing Yan Chen, he lay on the ground calmly, seemingly indifferent to the battle situation of the three leaders, and quickly reminded, "Don't worry, Hinata Muji won't die so soon." The leader of NA Union seems to be a person with no heart, but when NA Iwayne is fighting, his eyes have been wandering, he should have other plans. Yan Chen analyzed. "Hinata Miji, you lost." In the field, the leader of Union said indifferently, Hinata Muji was covered in injuries and had fallen to the ground and could not stand up. "As an honor of the Hyuga clan, White Eyes, I will accept it for you." The leader of Union said with a smile. He turned his head again and looked at the leader of Union. "I don't know what you think." Earth escape, Earth explosion fist. The leader of Union suddenly attacked. He quickly froze, and his right hand was wrapped in dirt into a huge fist, which blasted towards the leader of Union. This move came too caught off guard. The leader of Union turned his back to him. This violent punch directly blasted the Union ninja away, the most connected with that huge mud fist. The most important thing is that the mud fist shattered. There were several detonation charms inside. Boom! 3 violent sounds sounded, and the Union ninja was actually killed in an instant, and it had already turned into a scorched corpse in the air. "I'm sorry, you can't get any of them." A huge shadow suddenly appeared above the leader of Union, and when he looked up, it was actually a huge monster swooping down. "It's not good, Tudun." Tuliu, the leader of Union, was shocked. He was completely unaware of this sudden situation. "It's late," Yan Chen said lightly, and directly smashed the Iwayne ninja with a punch, spilling blood on the ground. "Do you think you will sneak attack? Well, now it's just you left." Yanshin looked at Hinata Eye on the ground and said with a smile, and after the surrounding shinobi fought, Konoha Shinobu had been almost wiped out by the ninja of Iwayne and Union, and the rest scattered and fled, but when they came back to their senses, they had just seen the scene where the leader of Iwayne was smashed by Yanshin's punch. In this way, the Konoha ninja only had a leader left, and Iwayne and Union lost their leader. Facing Yan Chen, this werewolf, this group of leaderless shinobi immediately lost their fighting spirit, and they shouted and began to flee everywhere. The dust is too lazy to chase them, a group of rabble, run away if you want. You want to kill me, but please keep the dignity of my Hyuga clan, Hinata said slowly, lying on the ground. Dignity? Do you mean your white eyes? Yan Chen replied lightly. Yes, I hope you don't take my white eyes, which fall into the hands of other ninjas, which is a shame for our Hyuga clan, Hinata said. Don't worry, I don't dare to be interested in your eyes, so you can go on the road with peace of mind. After saying that, he threw a punch. After killing Hinata Muji again, Yanchen stood up. The mission to kill the leader of Konoha, Iwane, and Union failed. Now I will deduct you, the voice of the system sounded, but before she finished speaking, Yanchen suddenly smiled slightly and interrupted. Who said I failed? Although you killed the leaders of Konoha and Iwane, but Union was not, didn't you fail? The system asked suspiciously. Yanchen nodded, you're right, but he walked over to the charred corpse of the leader of Union and took out the time bag skin from his pocket. Do you want to resurrect Union and kill again? Even systems that are advanced AI are a little scary. You only said to kill the leader of Union, but you didn't say that you can't kill him twice. A smile flashed in Yanchen's eyes, and he immediately put the time-burdened skin on the corpse of the leader of Union. Hurry up. Yanchen looked at the Union leader on the ground and said, after a while, the Union leader's body moved. The dust has returned to the appearance of a child, dressed and waiting with an air cannon. What's going on? I remember that I seem to have been killed by the damn Iwane ninja. It turned out to be a dream? The resurrected Union leader thought happily, hey, why is there still a rag on his body? He uncovered the time wrapper on his body, and immediately saw the muzzle of a black hole facing him. Bang bang. Yanchen fired 3 shots in one breath. Poor Union just resurrected and lay down the corpse again, and he thought of such a sentence in his heart, but the only good thing is that at least the body is relatively well preserved and not charred. Now, I'm done. Yanchen put away the time baggage, and said to the system with a smile. You too. The system choked for 2 minutes, and then said, alas, forget it, the sudden mission is completed, and the reward points are 200 points. Well, that's like words. Yanchen nodded, now come and find out the whereabouts of my 3 friends. He sniffed through the air with his nose and found that Konan, who had merged with Yahiko, and that there were 4 unfamiliar auras around Nagato, which seemed to have been caught. Let's save Nagato first. Yanchen sighed and flew towards where Nagato was. Why did Captain Kimura go for so long and still haven't come back? One of the 4 ninjas guarding Nagato was a little puzzled. Yes, there's been no news for a while, the other replied. Nagato, on the other hand, stayed in the cage without saying a word, and at this time, with his reincarnation eye, he suddenly sensed that something was approaching them, and this thing seemed to be very powerful. His body began to tremble a little, because he already felt that strange aura getting closer and closer to him. Hey, you see this kid in prison is shaking, a ninja teased. Ha, I guess I was scared by the 4 of us, do you say, Kishimoto? Another ninja turned his head and said. Hey, where did Kishimoto go? The ninja named Kishimoto was just behind him, guarding a corner of the cage, and now suddenly disappeared. Just as the 3 of them were in shock, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the grass and floated by. Ah, did you see that? There is a shadow, a ninja shouted to his companion, but when he turned his head, he found that he was the only ninja left in the place, and the other 2 had disappeared unknowingly. What the hell? The ninja was completely frightened and stupid. He didn't want to stay here for a moment, and he didn't care about the task of guarding Nagato, turned around and began to run into the distance. A moment later, Nagato heard a sound coming from the direction of the ninja's escape, and the scene calmed down again. Not long after, Yanchen's figure came from a distance, wearing a wide robe that was extremely disproportionate to his body, and came to Nagato. Nagato, are you okay? Yanchen spoke, and then took out a bloody key to open the lock of the cage. There seems to be something very scary here just now. Nagato's eyes looked around at the situation. Let's go first. Yanchen nodded. I know where Xiao Nan is, so let's go find them. So Yanchen helped Nagato and walked into the distance. By the way, Yanchen, why do you have the key to that cage? Also, how did you find me? Nagato asked suddenly. Oh, Yanchen raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Nagato was just shy, but his brain was very intelligent, and he was already somewhat aware of himself. Actually, the ninja killer told me, and he gave me the key. Yanchen replied. Ninja killer, have you seen him? Nagato's breathing was rapid. If he was not mistaken, it was this ninja killer who killed all the ninjas around him, but his lifesaver. See you. Yanchen nodded, but he is wearing a mask, and I can't see his face. Nagato was a little disappointed. He didn't know what the other party looked like, so he couldn't find the other party, let alone accept himself as a disciple. Yanchen and Nagato walked listlessly like this, and finally found the Xionin duo hiding at the foot of a mountain. Yanchen, Nagato. Seeing Yanchen and the 2, Xiao Nan exclaimed and ran towards the 2, while Yahiko seemed to have a foot injury and could only sit on the rock to say hello. Xiao Nan first checked Nagato, and after finding that he was not injured, he came directly to Yanchen and hugged Yanchen tightly. Ha! Yanchen was inexplicably baffled by Xiao Nan's action, but he also cooperated and hugged her. Hey, you're enough. Looking at the actions of Yanshin and the two, Yahiko said very unconvinced on the rock. Xiaonan blushed, released the hand holding Yanshin, and looked at Yanshin's current appearance with a surprised face. Why did you wear this dress? This seems to be an adult's clothes, right? Yanshin touched his head embarrassedly. My previous dress was dirty, so I picked one up casually. Yes? Xiaonan still looked at Yanshin with a puzzled expression, and he didn't believe his words. By the way, Nagato, how did you escape? Those ninjas are not so easy to deal with. Yahiko asked suddenly. Nagato had been captured by Konoha ninjas when he was with him, and those Konoha ninjas had burned his legs with fire. It was Yanshin who rescued me, Nagato said, and then told him about encountering a black shadow, and then Yanshin appeared to save him. So it is. Since that ninja killer is so powerful, then we must find him and worship him as a teacher, Yahiko said excitedly. And Xiaonan looked at Jinchen thoughtfully without saying a word, and Ji-Chen was a little drumming in his heart. Could it be that this little Nizai recognized herself? After this night's tossing, the secret base was completely destroyed, and the food that Jinchen had stored there before was also destroyed, and then the four of them found a stream, drank some water easily, and then decided to rest for the night by the stream. After a moment of false sleep, after all three friends had fallen asleep, he got up again. He didn't want to do anything else, he just worried about Yahiko's leg injury, and wanted to heal it while he fell asleep. Coming to Yahiko, Yanshin found that his leg seemed to be hit by fire, and there was a small burn, so he took out the time wrapper skin and covered it, and after a while, the wrapped skin was uncovered, and the burns on Yahiko's leg had completely disappeared. Yanshin checked Nagato and Zionan's physical condition again, and found that they were not in any big trouble, before he slept with peace of mind. The next day, it was already when the sun was already drying his ass, and Yanshin barely got up from his sleeping bag. No way, he was too tired last night. Hey, why is my leg injury gone? Yahiko looked at his thigh and said with a puzzled look. Yes, Konan. Nagato also walked over, looking at Yahiko's intact leg. It's really gone. What's going on? Maybe you are in good health, or the mountain god of this mountain has healed you. Yanshin on the side laughed. It's possible. Yahiko thought for a long time and didn't come up with a better statement than words, so he could only say so. But Xiaonan on the side blinked a pair of big eyes, not believing Yanshin's words. After the four people rinsed by the stream, their stomachs cried out without fighting. Hungry. What to do? Nagato asked towards Yanshin, and Konan and Yahiko also turned their heads. He said dumbly, then spread his hands. All the food I prepared has been destroyed in the secret base. Those damn ninjas. Yahiko punched the ground. That's our week's food, and I miss the apples and bread now. Okay. Yanshin came over and patted Yahiko on the shoulder. Don't say it, my saliva is going to fall. Now, let's go to the nearby market. Yes. Yahiko suddenly raised his head. Let's go steal some food at the nearby market. Yanshin was dumbfounded again. He didn't mean that. But aren't we thieves by doing this? Nagato on the side asked weakly. Yahiko stood up and said to Nagato, in the chaotic world, only survival is the most important. Stealing is only a means to survive. Before you and Yanshin came, Zionan and I survived by stealing food. If you don't have this awareness, it is impossible to become a strong person in the future. Hearing Yahiko's words, Yanshin nodded. If this child was not forced to die by Hanzo in the future, he would definitely have done a lot, but I don't want to yet. Nagato still had a pimple in his heart. Hey, I'll tell you. Yahiko didn't wait for Nagato to finish, and began to return the favor again. Okay. Seeing that the two sides were about to quarrel, Yanshin hurriedly said, actually, what Yahiko said is indeed very reasonable. But what? Who said that I went to the market to steal something? Yahiko frowned. Going to the market is not stealing things. Is it possible to buy something? Do we have money? Yanshin smiled, slid his right hand lightly on his left arm, and took out a stack of banknotes. No, you actually have private money, Xiao Nan on the side exclaimed. Private money? Where did Xiao Nanda learn strange words? Yanshin smiled bitterly, and then said, how about it? Do we still need to steal it now? Haha, so much money, of course you don't need it. Yahiko laughed. I'm still a little familiar with this area, so let's go to the nearest village and have a good meal. The group of four walked towards the nearest nearby village, and they came to a barren land where the smallest rocks were several meters high, and where gunfire seemed to be a frequent occurrence. I said, Yahiko, it doesn't look safe here. Yanshin scanned the situation around him and analyzed. It won't. Yahiko waved his hand with a big grin. Battles basically take place here at night, and you won't be fine walking here. Yanshin gave him a roll of his eyes, and then said, there were obviously two roads before. One was a winding road, and the other was an avenue. The reason why you chose this winding path is probably because you want to eat too much, so you want to take a shortcut, right? Seeing that Yanshin broke the little juju in his heart, Yahiko touched his head a little embarrassed. It really doesn't matter if you take this road, no ninja dares to fight here in broad daylight. Yanshin shook his head. I think it's better to be careful. As soon as his words fell, 3 or 4 kuwa with detonation charms suddenly flew up from the canyon on the side of this mountain road. Danger, get out of the way. Yan Chen was the first to react, and immediately analyzed where Kuwu was about to fall, and he rushed to Xiao Nan's side with an arrow, picked him up and dodged Kuwu's attack. Boom! 3 or 4 explosions sounded, and Yan Chen's analysis was not wrong, only the place where Konan's standing was affected by the explosion, and Yahiko and Nagato were very safe. Thank you, Xiao Nan said softly in Yan Chen's arms, and buried his head low. Yahiko on the side saw this scene, his eyes were about to burst out of sparks, and Nagato also looked uncomfortable. Okay, calm down. Yan Chen smiled bitterly. Xiao Nan, this guy wrapped his neck with his hand. This is no longer he is holding Xiao Nan, but Xiao Nan wrapped his body around Yan Chen. Xiao Nan nodded lightly and got down from Yan Chen. I'd rather see which guys are fighting at the bottom of the canyon. Yahiko was very dissatisfied at this time. If it weren't for these damn Kuwu, Xiao Nan would not have been held in his arms by Yan Chen, but both of them were his good friends, so he could only take his resentment out on the guy fighting below. Yahiko came to the side of the road, stretched out his head to look down, his breathing immediately became rapid, and immediately greeted the 3 of Yanshin. You guys come quickly, it's Hanzo, the leader of Yuyan. Oh, when the 3 of Yanshin heard this, they quickly ran over, and on a plain under the canyon, Hanzo was stepping on the head of a huge psychic beast, Pepperfish. He was wearing a mask, looking at the 3 people below condescendingly. It turned out to be the famed battle of the 3 shinobi. Yan Chen said to himself, who are those 3 people, who actually dare to fight Hanzo? You must know that Hanzo's strength is quite terrifying. Yahiko on the side couldn't help but exclaim, the guys who can challenge Hanzo are definitely not weak. Since we can't find that ninja killer, it's better to worship them as a teacher. Xiao Nan nodded, and then looked at Yan Chen. What do you think of Yan Chen? Yan Chen did not answer Xiao Nan's words, but stared at Hanzo deadly. At this time his mood was difficult to calm down. As a traverser, Yan Chen knew that later Yahiko, Xiao Nan, Nagato 3 people created Xiao organization in Yuyan village more and more momentum. In order to strangle this newborn organization, Hanzo colluded with Danzo to set a trap for them, and finally blackmailed Xiao Nan and forced Yahiko to death. Although Nagato stimulated the power of the Eye of Reincarnation but also became crippled, which also made Nagato and Konan embark on a road that could not be turned back. None of them ended well. Thinking of this, Yan Chen clenched his fists. He looked at the 3 Xiao Nan who were still young next to him. They were already his best friends. Yan Chen definitely couldn't let the tragedy repeat itself again. He wanted to rewrite the history of Hokage. He wanted to kill Hanzo the Pepperfish. Well, I remember your scent. Yan Chen looked at Hanzo and said lightly. At this time, a small hand suddenly dangled in front of Yan Chen's eyes, interrupting Yan Chen's thoughts. Hey, what are you thinking? If I ask you, you won't answer. As soon as Yan Chen turned his head, he saw Xiao Nan's cute little face. Oh, what are you asking me? Yan Chen said. Yahiko said that he was going to worship the 3 ninjas who fought against Hanzo. What do you think? Xiao Nan asked. Then why not worship Hanzo as a teacher? Looking at the battle situation, he is much more powerful than those 3 people. Yan Chen asked rhetorically. Without waiting for Xiao Nan to speak, Yahiko was the first to answer. Although this guy Hanzo is powerful, as the leader of Yuyan village, he doesn't care about the life and death of the people of Yuyan village at all, and I will become a powerful ninja in the future to protect Yuyan village, so I don't want Hanzo to be our teacher. So it is. Yan Chen smiled. Yahiko is really a guy with a sense of justice. In that case, I also think it's a good way to worship those 3 people as masters, but now that they are still fighting, it's not a good time to worship a master. Let's go to the market and eat first. Yan Chen said. As soon as they heard the food, Yan Chen's 3 partners immediately nodded and agreed, and the idea of finding the master was also put aside, and the 4 of them set off towards the market again. After coming to the market, Yan Chen was responsible for the money. The 4 of them first ate a bowl of ramen, and then Xiao Nan and the 3 pulled Yan Chen to eat seafood, and finally played on the street for a day, which really made Yan Chen bleed. At night, after relaxing and playing all day, they also slept peacefully. Only Yan Chen still had his eyes open, and after a while, his mind moved, and the task list in his brain was displayed again. He finds the task of killing Hanzo and decides to take him, and then he opens the list of items. If you want to fight Hanzo, I am afraid that even if you transform into a werewolf, you will not be able to win completely, and Hanzo also has a famous teleportation technique. He must have a more powerful weapon. Looking at the list of attack items, Yan Chen found that there were not many things that his 250 points could be exchanged for. After spraying gas on an object, as soon as the person's name is shouted, the object will automatically hit the person. Quick trap. A trap appears immediately after placement. Throwing the rope, say the name and location of the person being thrown, and the rope will go and trap him on its own. Yan Chen frowned. These things that can be exchanged seem to have a great effect, such as this throwing rope, although he said that he could trap him by himself, but after trapping, would it be directly destroyed by Hanzo? Yan Chen kept looking at the list of props, and suddenly a prop caught his attention. Must hit the knife. Effect, can hit 100% of any object you see. The closer the target, the greater the damage caused by the knife. Yan Chen looked at the introduction of the knife, and then looked at the points it wanted. 180. Haha, this TM is simply a sneak attack artifact. The points are not high, it feels like it is customized for my current situation, it's very good. After redeeming the points, Yin-Chen took out this necessary knife from his four-dimensional pocket. The shape of this knife is similar to a katana, it has a black blade and handle, and the gauntlet is in the shape of a swastika, which is almost the same as the slashing knife of Ichigo Kurosaki in the Shinigami. Can it really be hit? Yin-Chen raised his knife and aimed at a tree in front of him that was still some distance away from him. Hey! Yin-Chen swung the knife down, and the tree really clicked, blocking the waste and breaking. Looking at the wound, it was really a trace cut off by the knife. Try it first, and then drop by to spy on the situation over there. A trace of excitement flashed in Yin-Chen's eyes, and then he used his strong tracking nose to sniff out Hanzo's location, took out the bamboo dragonfly, and flew in that direction. Yin-Chen almost flew against the top of those tall trees, so that his body was well hidden in the trees, and after flying for about 10 minutes, Yin-Chen finally found the place where Hanzo was. Is it here? The dust fell to a nearby place called Tower of Babel on the outskirts of Yuan Village. This Tower of Babel is the tallest building near Yuan Village, and its top is not visible from the ground at all, because Yuan Village is located at the junction of the three major land countries, the country of wind, and the country of fire. The terrain is dangerous, and this Tower of Babel is built to detect enemies, but over time, it has gradually become a symbol of the status of the leader of Yuan Village. It seems that Hanzo is still too obsessed with power, and even moved his own residence here. Yin-Chen looked at the top of the Tower of Babel and said, it was from there that Hanzo's smell emanated. It's just that it's not easy to break into here, Yin-Chen said to himself with a frown. There is a ninja base surrounding the Tower of Babel. The ninja base should be full of elite ninjas led by Hanzo. It is difficult to enter, and if you fly up with a bamboo dragonfly, the empty terrain around can make Yin-Chen instantly discovered. Let's get as close as we can. Yin-Chen thought about it. He walked a few steps towards the Tower of Babel, but at this moment, a burst of red light suddenly flashed on the ground, and some black charms appeared. Oops, there is a reconnaissance formation, Yin-Chen exclaimed, and suddenly a large number of ninjas began to pour out from the ninja base. In that case, I will take you as the sacrifice of the sword. Yin-Chen's wrist flicked, and the knife was taken out. He put the mask on. No matter what, hide his identity first. The killing begins. Yin-Chen looked at a ninja, and at the same time waved the knife in his hand. A bloody wound suddenly appeared on the ninja's chest. Ugh! The ninja who was slashed exclaimed, and then fell down. What's going on? When the other ninjas were still in a sluggish state, Yin-Chen swung the knife in his hand again, and another ninja was hit by the knife and struggled to fall. Didn't you directly split them in half because they were too far away? Yin-Chen frowned and said to the Yuan in front of him, come closer. Yin-Chen's two swords made these rain ninjas panic a little, but they still didn't connect the two ninjas' injuries with Yin-Chen. After all, no one could have imagined at such a distance. They straightened up a little and rushed towards Yin-Chen again. Good to go. Yin-Chen laughed secretly, and the knife in his hand swung again, and suddenly another Yoshinobu fell. After cutting this knife, Yin-Chen collected the knife again. Not yet. He said lightly, the reason for this is to test how far this must be in the knife to directly split a person in half. The effect of one hit is exactly what Yin-Chen hoped. Now these rushing rain ninja is just a guinea pig under his knife. Another flash of sword light flashed, and a huge crack appeared in the chest of a ninja, and then his lower body was still standing, but his upper body had already fallen to the ground. Finally split in half, the distance, Yin-Chen glanced at the distance between himself and the killed Yoshinobu, it's about 100 meters. As more and more ninjas fell, the surviving Yuan already understood that the inexplicable death of their people had something to do with the child in front of them. Seeing that the pace of the rain ninja slowed down, Yin-Chen smiled slightly. It seems that they are a little scared, but they still can't escape my palm. The knife in his hand swung again, slashing at a rain ninja. But at this time, a trace of solemnity flashed in Yin-Chen's eyes, and the knife swung downward also turned upward, turning into a blocking momentum, blocking his chest, and the next second a man wearing a mask appeared in front of Yin-Chen, and the kuo he was holding in his hand was just blocked by Zhou Wen's inevitable knife. This person was Hanzo, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, which immediately turned into a smile. Some skills, ninja killer. Distance yourself from him first. Yin-Chen thought in his heart, and flew backwards and flew out with the help of the impact force of Hanzo's sudden rush. Instantaneous technique. Hanzo let out a low cry, his figure disappeared again, and appeared behind Yin-Chen, and the hand ku was swung towards Yin-Chen. At such a close distance, Yin-Chen barely blocked the first blow, but Hanzo's skill for ku's exquisite operation was to directly knock the knife in Yin-Chen's hand away, and the second blow was directly cut through the thigh, and the whole person fell to the ground. First scrap all your limbs and bring them back for proper interrogation. Hanzo looked at Yin-Chen on the ground and said with a smile, can you do it? Yin-Chen's face was calm, and he suddenly chuckled, and a werewolf flashlight appeared in his hand again. That was not good. Hanzo exclaimed. He had caught a fleeing Konoha ninja the other day, and the other party had confessed something about the ninja killer's ability to turn people into werewolves through a strange flashlight, so he was so afraid to see Yin-Chen's actions. He raised his right hand to his chest, about to perform the instantaneous technique, but even the instantaneous technique was far from the speed of light. Hanzo's body was immediately illuminated by the light, his figure was sluggish, and an inexplicable emotion welled up in his chest. What is it like? No, I have to protect myself while I'm awake. Earth, rock, and earth wall. Taking advantage of the vacuum period when he became a werewolf, Hanzo began to hold back the ferocity in his body, and slowly made a seal. It's late. Yan Chen struggled to stand up, rolled on the ground, and picked up the bizhong knife that had fallen not far away. At this time, the rock and soil wall of Hanzo had not yet been printed. Go and die. Yan Chen shouted loudly, looked at Hanzo, and the knife in his hand was about to fall. Wind escape vacuum wave. Seeing that Yan Chen was about to kill Hanzo, a huge wind blade suddenly flew from the woods beside him. Yan Chen frowned, and he swung the knife towards the wind blade and split it. Stinky boy, in order to capture you, I have lost soldiers in the dark department. Out of the woods came a man with a forehead guard of Konoha, an X-shaped scar on his chin, and a bandage over his right eye. It's Tunzo. Yan Chen saw the person who came and thought coldly. This ninja who suddenly interrupted Yan Chen was the leader of Konoha's route, Danzo, and there were several people behind him, and at this time, Hanzo's rain ninja troops also arrived at the scene. Damn it! Yan Chen looked at Hanzo and found that he had finished sealing, and the rock and earth wall surrounded Hanzo's body, and the line of sight blocked the knife that could no longer cut him. Can't stay. Yan Chen immediately took out the bamboo dragonfly and put it on his head, flying upward at the fastest speed. Boy, where to go? Some ninjas rushed forward, but they were all cut down by Yan Chen's inevitable knife. I left you a great gift, you guys enjoy it slowly. Yan Chen laughed loudly and flew towards the sky. Great gift. Danzo frowned, and before he could figure out what he meant, he saw a crack appear in the rock and soil wall where Hanzo had nodded, and a moment later, Hanzo, who had turned into a werewolf, roared and rushed out of it. This bastard. Tuan Zhang cursed in a low voice. Yan Chen dragged his body to a quiet place, and after he landed on the ground, he first took out the time wrapping skin and wrapped it around his injured leg. Originally, I almost killed Hanzo, and now there is another Danzo. It's really strange. It's still during the Second Ninja World War. Could it be that the two of them have secretly colluded at this time? Yan Chen said to himself, but fortunately, it was the collusion between the two of them that caused the tragedy of the three of Nagato. Since Danzo is also here, then it will be cleaned up together, but I have to think of a better way. A moment later, Yan Chen uncovered the skin of time, and it was another healthy thigh. Okay, let's go back, Yan Chen said, and then walked towards his camp. When Yan Chen came to the camp, Nagato and Yahiko were still asleep, but Xiaonan had already woken up, and at this time she was standing in front of Yan Chen, with her hands crossed at her waist, looking at Yan Chen with anger. Where have you been? Xiao Nan asked. Yan Chen touched his head, went to the bathroom. To the bathroom. Xiao Nan walked a few steps closer to Yan Chen, face to face with Yan Chen. Does it take so long to go to the bathroom? I'm constipated. Yan Chen immediately threw out a very disgusting answer. Xiao Nan snorted lightly and turned his head. Xiao, I know that you went on a secret mission, and you are the ninja killer, right? Please, you're so imaginative. Yan Chen began to sell stupidly and said. The corners of Xiao Nan's mouth curled, revealing an imperceptible smile, glanced at Yan Chen playfully, and found that the latter's clothes had not changed, and then said, Hey, didn't you turn into a monster when you went out to kill those villains today? Yan Chen was surprised. The girl seemed to see through everything, but he still pretended to be stupid and asked, Monster? What monster? Pretend. Xiao Nan pouted, and his tone was a little dissatisfied. Last time when Ninja Killer saved me, I had some suspicions that it was you, and then you saved Nagato. I am even more sure that your clothes look white every time, that is when you become a monster, so you have to change one, am I right? This Yan Chen had nothing to say, and finally had to nod and admit his identity. Haha, Konan's jumped up happily. She jumped in front of Yan Chen and took his hands. Yahiko and Nagato must not have imagined that you are the ninja killer they admire the most, but then again, why don't you teach us ninjutsu? Looking at Xiao Nan's big sparkling eyes, Yan Chen sighed, I really can't do ninjutsu. Then you, secret. Without waiting for Xiao Nan to finish speaking, Yan Chen replied with a smile. Okay. Xiao Nan nodded. So where did you go tonight? Yan Chen suddenly lowered his head, looked at Xiao Nan's orange/colored eyes, and said, I said that I went to save you in the future, do you believe it? Future me? Xiao Nan's eyes widened, and his face was full of doubt. Yan Chen smiled and did not continue, but patted Xiao Nan's shoulder. It's still early before dawn, you better go to sleep. Okay. Xiao Nan nodded and walked towards her sleeping bag, but after taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back and came to Yan Chen again. What else are you up to? Before he finished speaking, Xiao Nan suddenly raised his head and gave him a light peck on the face. Yan Chen felt that for a moment, his heartbeat stopped. Thank you for saving my life before, Xiao Nan said with a red face, and then ran away. Yan Chen had not yet come to his senses, but Xiao Nan stopped again, turned his head to look at Yan Chen, and said loudly, thank you also for saving me in the future. After that, he left here. Yan Chen stood in place and was stunned for a while, and the idea of killing Hanzo and Danzo in his heart became even more firm. Early the next morning, Yan Chen got up with the other three, and Xiao Nan did not say the identity of Yan Chen, but he was much kinder than before. Yan Chen, it's time to eat, Zionin said. Yan Chen, accompany me to catch butterflies, Xiao Nan said again. Words dust, okay. Yahiko on the side interrupted, he really couldn't listen. I said Zionin, what's wrong with you today? And the words don't stop. I would love to, Xiao Nan replied playfully. Okay. Yan Chen hurriedly played the circle. What are we doing today? Yahiko looked up unpleasantly and said to Yan Chen, since Xiao Nan has been calling you, then listen to you. How can it? Yan Chen smiled, you are the boss of our team, of course I listen to you. You really think so? Yahiko raised his eyebrows and asked rhetorically. Of course. Yan Chen nodded repeatedly. That's pretty much it. Yahiko's brows, which were still furrowed just now, immediately stretched. Then let's officially set off to find those three guys who fought Hanzo. Good. Yan Chen smiled and nodded. Yahiko was really still a child. 1 second he was sullen, let him be the boss, and the next second he was immediately happy. Yahiko looked at the few forks in the road ahead, and was immediately confused. There are so many roads, which one should I take? Yan Chen stood up and said, in this way, you will be the boss, and I will be the military master. Master, what does this mean? Yahiko asked, touching her head. It means that you are up to protect us, and then I am only responsible for choosing which way to go. Yan Chen replied. All right, you will be a military master. Yahiko nodded. He was worried that he couldn't find a way. It was difficult to ride a tiger, and Yan Chen's words made him breathe a sigh of relief. So, Yan Chen walked at the front of the group, while Konam followed closely behind Yan Chen. Yahiko walked in the middle with an unhappy face, and Nagato walked at the back, looking at the three in front with a smile on his face. Yan Chen smelled the smell of Zi Lai from the air, so it was naturally the best way for him to lead the way, but now Zi Lai is moving fast and should be on a mission. It is very dangerous to find him at this time, even if Yan Chen himself is fine, but he may not be able to protect his three friends. Thinking of this, Yan Chen decided to take Xiao Nan and them to go sightseeing, and when Zi Lai also settled down, it was not too late to find him. So, on this day, Yan Chen deliberately took the three of Nagato to many sparsely populated places. They went to see the monkeys, caught fish, climbed the mountain, and played happily all day, and during this period, he carefully thought about tonight's actions. System, bring up the list of props, I want to use up all the points. Yan Chen said to the system in his heart, the opponents are Hanzo and Tenzo, he can't relax a little, he must use all the resources he can. In the middle of the night, in a peaceful grove. Hey, let me say Yanshin, what road did you take? I searched for a day and didn't find those three Konoha ninjas. Yahiko said dissatisfiedly. It's okay, at least I had a good time today. Xiao Nan supported Yan Chen as always. Nagato also nodded rarely, showing his support for Yan Chen. Cut. Yahiko turned his head unwillingly. You know, to play, in this chaotic world, only strength can tell everything. Okay. Yan Chen had to play the circle again. I promise, I will find them tomorrow. After the four of them fought for a while, it was late, and it was time to go to sleep again, and at 12 o'clock at night, Yan Chen got up from his sleeping bag again. He didn't take 2 steps, but suddenly smiled bitterly. Zionin, where are you going today? I don't know when. Xiao Nan was already standing behind Yan Chen, looking at him with a concerned face. Yan Chen smiled. I promised you yesterday that I didn't do it, and I will go again today. Xiao Nan was stunned, and he didn't know what to say. I'm leaving, Yan Chen said lightly, as if he was saying an extremely bland thing. You're coming back alive. Xiao Nan suddenly spoke. Yan Chen took a deep breath, and then said slowly, of course. Saying that, he also walked towards the forest without hesitation. After Yan Chen walked a distance, he was sure that he was far away from their camp, so he took out his mask, put the bamboo dragonfly on, and flew along the trees towards the Tower of Babel. Closer and closer to Yuan village, bean-sized raindrops also appeared in the sky, falling on Yan Chen. There seems to be no one in the ninja base under the Tower of Babel? Yan Chen traced his nose with a strong force, not noticing a hint of human smell in the ninja base. Yan Chen came to stop under the Tower of Babel. There are no ninjas in the base. What the hell are Hanzo and Danzo fighting? Welcome, ninja killer, come up. I'm willing to give you a fair fight. Hanzo's voice suddenly came from the top of the Tower of Babel, his voice wandering in the air, as if he was a god looking down on all living beings. Fair fight? The corners of Yan Chen's eyebrows jumped, and then he sneered, although there are no rain ninjas in this Tower of Heaven, but Yan Chen smells the smell of Tuanzang, fair battle. Joke. But even if this seems to be the Hungman banquet, Yan Chen is not afraid. Regarding the future of Xiao Nan's 3, this matter must be solved today. His mind moved, and he flew towards the Tower of Babel. After flying for half a minute, Yan Chen saw the top. The top of the Tower of Babel is completely different from the shape below, and it is actually a huge circular platform. which has to be said to be a good place to fight. A burst of light flashed, and a huge black shadow broke through the window and broke into the platform of the Tower of Babel. The black shadow turned into a werewolf's words, holding the knife in his right hand, staring coldly at everything in the field. It was a relatively empty place, only a few thick stone pillars, and there was a high throne in the field, but Hanzo did not sit on the throne, and judging by the smell, he hid behind a stone pillar. Are you afraid of being caught by a werewolf flashlight and hiding? Words are dark. Did you transform into a monster as soon as you came? It seems that you are ready to fight in full force. Behind the stone pillar, Hanzo's voice came. Yan Chen sneered. It seems that the leader of Yuyan is preparing to be a mouse, and has been hiding and not appearing. Don't panic, it's still a long time. I value your strength very much. If you can submit to us, Yuyan, I can save you from death. Hanzo said. Nonsense, I killed you. Isn't it better to be the leader of Yuyan myself? Yan Chen replied coldly. Since you don't appreciate it, then there is no way, but I like to play with powerful people, so today I withdrew all the ninjas and went one-on-one with you. Hanzo said, his figure suddenly moving behind another stone pillar. One-on-one, Yan Chen is still expressionless. This Hanzo is really a good actor. If he guessed correctly, the removal of the ninja's subordinates is just because he is afraid of his werewolf flashlight. More people will add chaos. As for one-on-one, Yan Chen is now completely sure of the location of Tuanzang. Just below him, I am afraid that he is ready to sneak attack. It started, fire explosion array. Hanzo behind the stone pillar suddenly froze, and the place where Yanchen stood instantly became soft, like a swamp, making Yanchen's feet completely sink, and at the same time, several explosive talismans emerged from the swamp. Yan Chen frowned and wanted to lift his foot out of the swamp, but found that the sticky was too tight to get out at all. Trouble! Yan Chen muttered. The knife in his hand disappeared, replaced by an air cannon. He blasted towards the ground, and with the help of the recoil force of the air cannon broke away from the ground. Boom! The detonator exploded continuously, suddenly stirring up a large amount of smoke. Instantaneous technique. Hanzo's figure suddenly appeared next to Yan Chen, and Yan Chen's nerve reaction as a werewolf also improved a lot, and he quickly noticed Hanzo's appearance, but he didn't expect Hanzo to look like now. Yan Chen quickly raised the air cannon and blasted towards Hanzo. Poof! Hanzo did not dodge at the shot, and immediately vomited a mouthful of blood, but the scythe in his hand was also close to Yan Chen, and Yan Chen's body was crooked, avoiding the fatal part, but still a wound was cut. Physical skills, chain scythe, second stage strike. Hanzo, who was in the air, once again carried the chain scythe and slashed towards Yan Chen, who did not retreat, and also grabbed Hanzo. The scythe in the air collided with the wolf's claw, making a crisp sound. Under the stalemate, each of them flew upside down. Hanzo crashed into the ceiling, and the dust sank into the wall, revealing a large number of stones from above to cover its body. What a powerful force! Hanzo, who smashed on the ceiling and fell to the ground, wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and praised. His body was still wrapped in black smoke, but the weapon chain sickle had been cut into several segments by Yan Chen, and it could no longer be used at all. Did you wrap your body in smoke to prevent it from being illuminated by my flashlight? In the pile of stones, the voice of Yan Chen came. That's right, Hanzo said coldly. After the lesson, naturally you have to guard against it. Your strange flashlight ability is too weird. I don't want to become a monster again, that would be too humiliating. Hanzo remembered that he was subdued after turning into a werewolf last night, and then returned to his human body, naked and watched by his ninja brother and Danzo, and couldn't help but have some teeth itching, and his heart was eager to smash the words into pieces. What a trouble! The stone pile burst open. Yan Chen came out of it, feeling that things were a little tricky. This black fog could not only block the light of the flashlight, but also blocked Yan Chen's vision, so that the vision was lost, and the knife in his hand could not work. Hanzo, this guy inadvertently restrained Yan Chen's other prop. But it's over. Hanzo said suddenly, throwing the chain scythe in his hand aside. Now I'm giving you a chance. Are you willing to submit to me? Dreaming. Yan Chen replied, and then his body began to shake a little. What's going on? Yan Chen exclaimed. His body softened, and he fell to the ground. Humph. Hanzo sneered. My chain scythe is coated with the toxin of pepperfish. No matter how huge the monster you turn into, I can easily poison you. You would die without my antidote, and now, are you willing to submit to me? Hanzo said, and slowly walked up to Yan Chen, looking at him condescendingly, revealing a mocking expression. Yan Chen was stunned for a long time, as if he was thinking fiercely, and after a long time he sighed and said, well, I would like to. Before he finished speaking, his body suddenly burst out, and he directly grabbed Hanzo. Yan Chen's attack was completely unexpected by Hanzo, and he hurriedly sealed the instantaneous technique and stayed away from Yan Chen, but even so, his chest was still scratched by Yan Chen, blood flowed down, his figure was a little unstable on his feet, and the surrounding black fog also dispersed because he was unable to support. Now! Yan Chen did not give Hanzo a chance to relax, and the knife in his hand would appear again. Psychic Dream Taper. Tuanzang's voice suddenly sounded, and an orange giant beast suddenly appeared in front of Hanzo. the body of this giant beast was larger than the werewolf that Yan Chen had changed, and its head had touched the ceiling of the second floor. It had an elephant's nose, a tiger's claw, and it looked like a forelike. It was Tuanzang's psychic beast, the dream-eating tapir. Finally can't hold back to make a move, Tuanzang, Yan Chen said secretly in his heart. And the dream-eating tapir saw Yan Chen approaching, opened his mouth and began to inhale, wanting to use the wind to blow the Yan Chen in front of him and devour it. Yan Chen did not panic, allowing his body to be sucked by the wind, but just when he was about to approach the big mouth of the dream eater, Yan Chen raised the killing prop and slashed a knife in the void. Phew! The dream-eating tapir roared, and the entire mouth was directly cut in half, and suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared, and the psychic beast that had just been recruited by Tuanzang was killed by Yan Chen in seconds. However, this also bought some time for Hanzo's escape, and after the dream-eating tapir disappeared, a huge hole was created in the floor where Hanzo was originally located. Did the psychic fish break through the floor and escape? Yan Chen sniffed the smell of Hanzo and the two from the air, and found that they had converged, and there was an even stronger fishy smell. It was Hanzo's psychic beast pepperfish. However, they did not run far, but stopped almost 100 meters below, should be healing Hanzo's injuries and then preparing for a chance to counterattack. After all, Zhou was a sudden attack. In fact, the two sides had not yet divided the victory and defeat. Hanzo's chain scythe was poisonous, and Yan Chen already knew that he had used time to heal his injuries when he was buried by a rock, and then came out and pretended to be poisoned, so that Hanzo let his guard down. Hanzo really hit the plan. If not for the damned Danzo to make trouble again, Hanzo would have become a revenant under his knife. Is the time up? Yan Chen frowned, took out the werewolf flashlight again and turned it on, but Yan Chen tragically found that after he pressed the switch, it was still pitch black. What's the situation? Yan Chen was stunned. Now he still relies heavily on the ability to transform into a werewolf. Without this prop, his strength will be greatly reduced. What the hell is going on? Why doesn't the werewolf flashlight light come on? Yan Chen hurriedly asked the system. It should be the reason why the battery runs out. The system replied. What? And this kind of problem? Yan Chen only felt that his head was a few times bigger, and this prop was out of power at this time, which brought great difficulty to him to deal with Hanzo and the two. Is there any way to get it back to light? Yan Chen asked. Of course there is. You can use your points to buy special batteries and items. The system replied. This is trouble. Yan Chen was a little depressed. His points had all been used up. It seemed that he couldn't use a werewolf flashlight at the moment. Get dressed first. Yan Chen took out a piece of clothing from his four-dimensional pocket that he bought at the market yesterday, which he had only figured out yesterday to deal with his transformation. Since the werewolf flashlight can't be used, you can use it as a decoy. It seems that you have to use the props at the bottom of my box. Yan Chen looked at the werewolf flashlight in his hand and thought to himself. At this time, not far from Yan Chen, in the lower floor. I saved your life again, and I also lost my psychic beast for this. Tenzo looked at Hanzo, who was sitting on the ground, and said with a cold snort. Don't worry, cooperate in the future, with you as the leader. Isn't this what you want? Hanzo replied coldly, and the pepperfish beside him was sticking out /tongue/head Tian licking the wound in his Zion's mouth. But that ninja killer is really weird. My poison has obviously infected his body. Why did he have nothing at all? Hanzo continued. Tuanzang also became serious. Not only that, his own physical fitness is good. After becoming a werewolf, his strength has greatly increased. Those weapons in his hand are strange. Each of them has the ability we can't think of. The flashlight that turns people into monsters, the weapon that fires invisible cannonballs, and the knife. Resentment flashed in Tuanzang's eyes. That knife can actually slash and kill my psychic beast through the air. The ability is too strong. It's okay, when I'm healed, the two of us unite. I'll attack you closely. Even if that guy has more powerful props, it's not enough to see. After slaughtering him, we will have half of his weapons. Hanzo said coldly. No problem, Tuanzang said with a smile, but after killing this person, I have to choose those weapons of him first. I saved you twice, are you okay? Whatever you want. Hanzo knew that he had a loss, and he no longer refuted. He stood up and said, the injury is temporarily contained, and you can go. Your pepperfish is full of poison, and it can contain your injuries? Tunzo asked suspiciously. Don't forget, I'm also full of toxins. Hanzo also replied coldly. Tuanzang shrugged his shoulders and said, what are you going to do next? Rush straight up? No, let my pepperfish play with him first. Hanzo said that the pepperfish beside him was also sensed and climbed up the wall. At this time, Yan Chen, who was at the top of the Tower of Heaven, was paying attention to the every move of the Hanzo too. Here it comes. Yan Chen stood up, holding the Bizhong knife tightly in his hand. He already felt that the smell of pepperfish was rapidly approaching. But the pepperfish came to the next floor of the floor where Yan Chen was, but it was still. What tricks are you going to play again? Yan Chen was puzzled, and suddenly felt a peculiar smell in the mouth of the pepperfish. It's a poisonous mist spray. Yan Chen immediately sensed the intention of the pepperfish. He jumped on the windowsill and took out the air cannon to bombard the ground. Soon there was a crack above the ground, and under the bombardment of several shots, the floor shattered and fell, and below, the poisoning fog of the pepperfish mouth just gathered, and the floor that fell above fell on its body, and was hit by the floor, and the poisonous fog in its mouth immediately dispersed in the stomach and had to condense again. This kid seems to know that my pepperfish is going to poison him. Hanzo further down shouted, "Can't go on like this, just go on." At this time, Yan Chen jumped directly off the second layer. He didn't plan to give the pepperfish a chance to regroup the poison, and the killing knife in his hand swung at the pepperfish. Fire, fire. Wind escape, vacuum wave. A swift fire dragon plus with several wind blades attacked Yan Chen from below. Yan Chen's face remained unchanged, his left wrist shook, and the air cannon in the four-dimensional pocket flew out of it, stuck on his left hand. Yan Chen blasted out 2 cannons downward, and the knife in his right hand did not hesitate to cut down. Instantaneous technique. Hanzo's figure suddenly appeared in front of the pepperfish, and he was cut in half instead of the pepperfish, but then turned into a piece of wood with a touch sound, but it was a stand-in. After Yan Chen dispersed the ninjutsu below with 2 cannons, he took advantage of the momentum to rush upward. Where to run? Hanzo reappeared next to Yan Chen with the help of the teleportation technique, and the weapon in Yan Chen's hand changed again, and a werewolf flashlight appeared. This is a prop for rectifying Hanzo. He saw this thing appear, his face was shocked, and he was ready to retreat, but at this moment, wind escape vacuum Deu. The secret Tuan Zhang once again exerted his strength, spitting out several bullets condensed by the wind from his mouth, penetrating Yan Chen's hand holding the flashlight, and then Yan Chen's hand softened, and the werewolf flashlight fell. You can finally die. And Hanzo saw that the prop he was most afraid of was no longer in Yan Chen's hands, and he even tricked him, and the bitter in his hand was deeply inserted into Yan Chen's body, and then he slammed Yan Chen into the corner of the wall and punched a big hole. And Tunzo, who was below, saw the werewolf flashlight fall, and greed flashed in his eyes, and he no longer cared about Hanzo's battle with Yan Chen, but ran towards the place where the flashlight fell. Tuan hide you bastard. Hanzo cursed, and then he turned his head to look at Yan Chen, and found that although Yan Chen was covered in blood and his life was in danger, he was struggling to take out a red and blue cloth. What is this again? No, I can't give you another chance. Take advantage of the situation to kill you. After Hanzo saw that he had won the blow, he quickly sealed it, fire, Yanlong bullet. But something unexpected happened to him. Hanzo's expression suddenly fell stunned, because when he used the Yanlong bullet, he actually found that he didn't have any chakra in his body. What's going on here? Hanzo was shocked and sealed again, but it was also ineffective. When the sound of touch sounded, the pepperfish beside him also turned into smoke and disappeared, and it seemed that there was no contact with him. Originally, I couldn't bear to use this thing, but it was a disposable prop. There was a weak voice from the corner of the wall, and he had already pulled out the kunao in his body and covered the wound with the time bag. After a while, his body was intact. How could you have nothing at all? Hanzo now completely felt that his brain was a little down. Yan Chen did not answer his words, but patted the soil on his body, got up and continued, "It was really dangerous just now, but if it weren't for the werewolf flashlight suddenly losing its effect, I wouldn't have used this thing." After speaking, a black stick appeared in Yan Chen's hand. What is this again? Hanzo looked surprised. This is called the weakness transfer stick, and I can pass on one of my weaknesses to you after I touch you with this thing, but only once. Yan Chen replied. Weakness, do you mean? Hanzo looked horrified. That's right. Yan Chen smiled heartily. I used to be a waste person who couldn't condense chakra at all. How come? Hanzo was completely stunned. So if Yan Chen's weakness was transferred to him, wouldn't he have chakra? How can there be such a strange thing? I should have noticed earlier, Hanzo muttered. It's you who are too careless. When I took out the flashlight before, I had already hidden this thing in the cuff of my other hand, only the top was exposed, but unfortunately you cared too much about my flashlight, but did not pay attention to the movement of my other hand. Yan Chen said slowly. Did you plan it from the beginning? Hanzo looked at Yan Chen, his face showed horror, and then cursed downward, Damn Tunzo, you are treacherous, come up and kill him. Ha ha ha. At this time, below the floor, there was suddenly a loud laugh from Tuan Zhang. You, what are you still laughing at? Hurry up and kill him. Hanzo shouted towards the bottom floor. He couldn't understand Danzo's thoughts at all, but it was still Tuan Zhang's inexplicable laughter that answered him. No need to bark, he will come to accompany you soon. Goodbye, Ninja Peak, can you escape my knife without chakra? Yan Chen said. The sword in his hand flashed. Hanzo's expression of despair condensed on his face, and his head fell at the same time. The man who claimed to be the apex of the ninja was killed just like that. The mission to kill Hanzo is completed, and you will get 10,000 points. The voice of the system came from Yan Chen's head. 10,000 points, I really sent it. Yan Chen sighed secretly. He didn't expect that there were so many killed Hanzo. He could choose some props well, but for now, he would like to solve another person first. Hanzo's soul is indeed delicious. It should improve your physical fitness, but you have to digest it slowly. The sound of the system came, like the devil's cry. Digest slowly? Doesn't matter. Let's tackle the next one first. Yan Chen looked at the floor below and said coldly, Tuanzang, now you have no strength to laugh all over, ha ha ha. At this time, Tuanzang was holding a werewolf flashlight in his hand, but his whole body was laughing uncontrollably, even tears and snot laughed. What the hell is going on here? Although Tuanzang's face was smiling, his heart was extremely frightened. He had seen the flashlight in Yan Chen's hand fall before, and his strong greed prompted him to give up helping Hanzo kill Yan Chen, but chose to snatch this treasure first. As a result, the moment he got the flashlight, he felt that something seemed to jump on him, and then his whole body itched, and the smile that he couldn't stop filled his heart, making him laugh uncontrollably. Looks like I've hit the mark. Tuanzang analyzed with fear in his heart. There should be other things hidden by that kid on this flashlight, and I don't have the strength to fight at all in this state. No, you have to escape. Do you still have the strength to escape? But it really works. Yan Chen smelled the smell of Tuanzang from the air, and was about to chase it over, but suddenly smelled an unusual smell in the air. The smell Yan Chen had smelled before. It was the smell of the detonation charm about to explode. Tuanzang, this guy still has a backhand. Saying that, Yan Chen quickly took out the bamboo dragonfly. Boom! Every floor of the Tower of Babel began to explode violently, and a strong shock wave bombarded the building, spitting out blood, and was directly blown out of the tower by the shock wave. Quick! Yan Chen only felt that all his internal organs seemed to be broken, and he did not hesitate to put the bamboo dragonfly on his head, and wrapped himself with time to relieve the injuries on his body. There are actually detonation charms set up on every floor of the Tower of Babel, and I am afraid that even Hanzo will be kept in the dark about what Tuanzang did. Yan Chen thought hatefully, and then looked above the ground. There! Yan Chen in the air saw Tuanzang running on the ground. He raised the knife and aimed it at Tuanzang's head. Collapse! There were several more powerful explosions, and the shockwave knocked Yan Chen's body crookedly, and the knife in his hand also fell obliquely. Ugh! Under the ground, Tuanzang, who was still running, screamed, and his left arm was cut off. Is it the knife? Tuanzang held back the pain and thought in horror that he was still stumbling and running out, and shouted, "Come and pick me up." On the side of the dust, the pungent smoke completely disturbed his capture of the smell of Tuanzang, and the fire of the explosion also made Yan Chen completely unable to see the location of Tuanzang, and after that, there were several successive explosions, and the entire Tower of Babel began to fall in the direction where Yan Chen was. Yan Chen sighed secretly, stepped back, and dodged the overturning of the Tower of Heaven, and this opportunity finally gave Tuanzang a chance to escape, and the sparks in the sky and the building stones that exploded in the air completely blocked Yan Chen's progress. After the explosion of the Tower of Babel subsided, the debris of the building was scattered in the vicinity for several miles, and the dust began to sniff the whereabouts of Tuanzang with a strong force. There is no smell. It seems that I was rescued by the ninja who responded. Words are dark. Before Yan Chen deliberately threw away the werewolf flashlight, just to leave the group hide. After all, it is impossible for him to win with a child's body 1v2, and the weakness transfer stick can only be used once, and one person must be supported first. Not only that, but he also installed his newly exchanged prop on the flashlight, Itchy Fleas, which will constantly tickle and make people laugh as long as they jump on people's bodies, so that Tenzo's combat effectiveness is also wasted. It's just that Yan Chen didn't expect that Tuanzang actually dared to set up a large number of detonation charms in the Tower of Babel with Hanzo on his back, and he didn't care about Hanzo's life or death at all when he detonated, but this is indeed Tuanzang's style, that is, a man who will stop at nothing to achieve his end and will not care about his companions at all. Danzo, even if you escape back to Konoha, I will find the door and kill you. Looking at the collapsed Tower of Babel, Yan Chen thought silently, and the werewolf flashlight that he ran out of power still fell into Tenzo's hands, and the prop must be used with a special battery to use, which is of no use to Tenzo, but it is a lot of benefit for him, and he must also get it back. But there is another advantage, that is, Yan Chen clenched his fists. I transferred my weakness that I can't condense chakra to Hanzo, which means that my body can condense chakra and can learn ninjutsu. Time to go back. After Yan Chen healed his injuries with the time bag, he flew towards his camp. Gently landing near the camp, Yan Chen removed the bamboo dragonfly on his head and looked into the camp. The soft moonlight spilled down, giving their camp a ray of light, and in the middle of the camp, Xiao Nan's figure was still standing there. At this time, she clenched her hands into fists, and looked stupidly at the place where Yan Chen left before. This girl, is she still waiting for me to come back? Yan Chen's heart warmed and he walked towards the camp. You're back. Seeing Yan Chen's figure appear, Xiao Nan's worried look instantly turned into joy, and he hurriedly greeted him. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Yan Chen complained. I can't worry about you. Xiao Nan blushed, and she raised her head again and asked, is your business done? Yan Chen sighed, it should only be counted. Half done. Yes? Xiao Nan's heart darkened, that means you still have to go out at night to do those dangerous things? Yan Chen smiled slightly, and touched Xiao Nan's head. Don't worry, I won't go for the time being, I'm not getting enough sleep these days, it's time to take a good rest. That's pretty much it, Xiao Nan said, and then pulled out a flower folded in paper from behind his back like a trick. Give it to you, you saved me, I don't have any decent gifts, so I folded a rose for you, Xiao Nan said with a smile and handed the rose to Yan Chen. Thank you, Yan Chen said, and took the paper rose in Xiao Nan's hand, put it in front of his nose and sniffed. It's folded in paper, it doesn't smell, Xiao Nan laughed. Was it made of paper? I thought it was real. Yan Chen deliberately made a surprised expression. Less coming. Xiao Nan lightly punched Yan Chen's chest. She naturally knew that Yan Chen was deliberately making her happy. Actually, you already gave me a gift before. Yan Chen suddenly pretended to be a god again and said mysteriously. Yes, Xiao Nan raised his head and frowned and thought carefully, looking very cute. I don't remember any. After thinking for a while, she said blankly. Of course there is. Yan Chen smiled and said, that kiss yesterday was the best gift I ever received. When Xiao Nan heard this, her face turned even redder, like a ripe apple, her hands pinched the corners of her clothes uneasily, and then without saying a word, she turned around and left Yan Chen. Words are dumb, this girl won't be angry just like that, right? After Xiao Nan left, Yan Chen shook his head, turned around and climbed into his sleeping bag. He went out to fight for several nights in a row in the past few days, his spirit was already exhausted, and soon fell asleep. At this time, 100 miles away from where Yan Chen was, a huge strange bird carried several ninjas, all of them wearing masks, and only one of them exposed his face to the outside. His face was pale, it was Tenzo who had lost an arm. I didn't expect that kid to have so many strange things. What the hell is this? Tuan Zhang looked at a small thing in his hand. It was the itchy flea that Yan Chen used to make him laugh. But this mechanical flea had been destroyed by Tuan Zhang at this time and turned into a small pile of broken copper and iron. A gadget made me so embarrassed, I'm afraid that guy will be the scourge of the entire ninja world in the future. A trace of anger flashed in Tuan Zhang's eyes, and then he squeezed the thing tightly and put it in his pocket. And this weird flashlight. Tenzo picked up the werewolf flashlight on the side and flipped it upside down. It didn't shine when I got it. It seems that the kid deliberately used it to lure me away. But it's okay, when I go back and analyze this flashlight, maybe I can make it shine again, and with this thing, I can better control the village in secret. After he said this, he looked down at the empty arm in his hand, and a sad color flashed in his heart. When I become a Hokage, I will definitely use the strength of the entire village to kill you and avenge me, Tenzo said hatefully. The next day, Yan Chen opened his eyes and immediately heard the noise and splashing in the water of his three friends. Yan Chen rubbed his eyes and finally got up from his sleeping bag. Let me say, Yan Chen, aren't you usually the first to get up? Why did you get up so late today? It was Yanako who was standing in the stream at this time, holding a spoonful of water with both hands, and splashed it directly at him while Nagato was also looking at Yan Chen. Nagato, who was also standing in the stream, was covered in water by Yahako's sudden attack, and his red hair was all she. He was not angry, but smiled more happily, and quickly watered and fought back, and the two children suddenly had a water fight. Xiao Nan on the side squatted by the stream, glanced at Yan Chen with concern, and began to wash his face with the stream water. What a heartwarming scene. Yan Chen thought to himself, I really hope that this kind of life can last forever. At breakfast. How, are you still going to find those 3 Konoha ninjas? Yan Chen asked to his 3 friends. Of course, of course. Yahiko was the first to shout. He stood up, and played the appearance of a little adult seriously. We can't be carried away by a comfortable life now, you know, the future of Yuin village is still waiting for us to save. Nagato just nodded his head lightly, and did not say much. Yanshin knew that he still had mustard in his heart. After all, his parents were killed by Konoha ninjas, and now he wanted him to worship Konoha's people as a teacher. Naturally he was a little reluctant in his heart. I believe in you. Yan Chen also looked at Yahiko and said, if it is him, without Hanzo's obstruction, Sao this organization must be a righteous organization. Yuin village will definitely go to the light, and Nagato, he has to persuade him well when he has the opportunity, and this master is unattainable. After the 4 of them finished breakfast, they packed their bags again and embarked on a journey to find Konoha Sanshin. This time, Yahiko was still the boss, Yan Chen was the military master, and Jiraiya's smell was quickly captured by the strong tracking nose, and Yan Chen no longer hesitated, and chose a safer route to look at the place where Zilaya was. The place where Jiraiya was still some distance away from them, and the 4 children walked like this, and it was almost late in the evening that they found Jiraiya's figure. In a huge natural cave, Jiraiya and Tsunade were eating dry food inside, while Orochimaru had just returned from gathering intelligence from outside. Yo, Orochimaru, you're coming back too late, we've already eaten all the food, Jiraiya said to the big snake pill and accelerated to solve the remaining food. What? Zilai was also taken aback, and immediately choked on the food in his mouth, coughing vigorously. Seeing this, Tsunade quickly patted Jiraiya's back, turned his head to Orochimaru and asked, what the hell is going on? Orochimaru's white face shook. The specific reason is not clear, only I know that the battle seems to be very fierce, even the Tower of Babel in Yuin village has been blown up, and Hanzo should be inside, but the explosion power is too great, and even the corpse has not been found. Ahem, Jiraiya coughed and said, who has the strength to kill Hanzo now? Could it be the shadow of some ninja village? I think it could be, Tsunade said suddenly, then thought about it and retorted to himself, no, it shouldn't be him. Who are you going to say? Say it quickly. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade. Tsunade thought for a moment and said, remember the little man in the mask I told you about earlier? Orochimaru frowned, is that the guy you said who defeated you and then didn't kill you, and would turn into a monster? Tsunade nodded, that's him, but just now I thought about it, even if he turned into a monster, he should not be Hanzo's opponent. Zilai also touched his chin, and after thinking for a while, he said, the person you said is actually still possible, he killed a lot of ninjas, and was given the title of ninja killer, but unfortunately the task of investigating the identity of that person was handed over to the people of the Dark Department to do, otherwise we should be able to get more information. Don't think about it so much. Orochimaru interrupted coldly, the superior has already given us the order to retreat, no matter what is happening here, it has nothing to do with us, and I don't want to stay here for a long time. At this moment, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the cave. What man? Orochimaru was the first to react, and quickly took out Kuwu from his pocket and looked at the entrance of the cave with a guarded expression. After that, 4 skinny figures appeared there, it was the 4 of Yanshin. What, it's 4 children, I said that the big snake pill you are too nervous. Jiraiya continued to tease the big snake pill, and at the same time got up and walked towards the 4 of Yanshin, because Nagato's hair was too long to cover his eyes, and Sanshin did not notice anything abnormal. What are you kids doing in such a dangerous place? Jiraiya asked. We want to worship you as a teacher. Please teach us to learn ninjutsu. Yahiko stepped forward and said. It seems that they are war orphans, Orochimaru said as he looked at the 4 children in front of him, and suddenly changed his tone, do you want to kill them? Orochimaru, what did you say? Jiraiya looked at the big snake pill with a puzzled expression. I've seen many orphans in the war. Orochimaru's face was still calm, their end is very tragic, and killing them directly is the best outcome instead of letting them suffer. You guys don't think about it. Yahiko stretched out his hands and protected the 3 behind him like eagles, while Shuchin's expression remained unchanged because he knew that the other 2 would not agree. Don't do it so ruthlessly, since they are war orphans, give them some food and let them leave. Tsunade stepped forward and said, his eyes looking at Yahiko, and then glanced at the 3 people behind him, only to pause briefly when he saw Yanshin. I don't want food. I want great strength, the strength to protect our village. We saw that you survived after fighting Hanzo, you must be very powerful, please, teach us ninjutsu. Yahiko shouted. What a troublesome little ghost, if you shout and shout again, I will really kill you, Orochimaru threatened. Alright, Orochimaru. Jiraiya walked up to Yahiko and said, you and Tsunade go back first, I'll stay and take care of them for a while. Huh? Tsunade wondered, but it's nothing, we, as participants in the war, are also the ones who caused the disaster in Yuyan village, even if it is atonement. Jilai also looked at the 4 children in front of him and said softly. Alas, Tsunade sighed, okay, I respect your choice, but you are out alone, and you have to take care of these 4 imps, so be careful. Jiraiya nodded. I will. With that said, Orochimaru returned to the rock cave to pack up his things and prepare to evacuate here, while Tsunade stared at Yanshin suspiciously. As for Chen, he looked at Jiraiya from beginning to end, without half an expression on his face. Am I overthinking? Tsunade thought so in his heart before he left here. Alright, kids. Zilai also clapped his hands and looked at the 4 of Yanshin with a smile. It's not early now, I know a great place, follow me now. With that, he took the lead and walked along a path. No problem, only you are willing to ninjutsu us, I am willing to do whatever you tell us to do, Yahiko said, and quickly followed behind Jiraiya, while Nagato walked slowly. Seeing this, Yanshin knew that he was entangled in the feud of his parents. After all, the person who killed his parents was also from Konoha village, and then Yanshin also slowed down and followed Nagato. Why are you walking so slowly? Xiao Nan turned to look at Yanshin and Nagato. Yanshin smiled, you follow first, I have something to say to Nagato. Okay. Xiao Nan nodded and walked up quickly. I know what you're worried about. Yanshin patted Nagato's shoulder and said, but you must know that not every Konoha ninja loves war, and I dare to guarantee you that the white-haired Konoha ninja will be a good teacher. I know all this, but when I think of my parents, I have a little bad taste, and my eyes. It's so weird, I'm afraid I'll hurt you one day too. Nagato whispered, the ability of the Eye of Reincarnation would explode whenever he was afraid, which was a big annoyance for Nagato, who had always been timid and kind. Brace yourself, Yanshin said, let it pass in the past. As for your strange eyes, I think that white-haired Konoha ninja will help you how to control it, you won't hurt us, rest assured. Thank you, Yanshin. Nagato's bitter melon face finally showed a smile, and the troubles in his heart were only known by Yanshin, and Yanshin's persuasion also made his heart feel much better. Okay, let's go with it, Yahiko and Konan are still waiting for us, Yanshin said. Nagato smiled and nodded, and stepped forward side by side with Yanshin. Looking at the figure walking in the front, Jiraiya was silent. He had just obtained chakra, and practicing with Jiraiya was actually a very good thing, but Danzo was still alive, and his werewolf flashlight was also in his hands, for now it is better to go to Konoha first to find him, and recapturing the flashlight is the most important thing. Yan Chen thought silently along the way, and before he knew it, he also brought them to a log cabin. Look, this place is very nice, right? Zi Lai also said triumphantly. Wow. 3 children let out admiring voices. This log cabin was built next to a lake, surrounded by beautiful scenery. They did not expect to find a place that looked so perfect in the troubled world. This will be your home from now on. Jiraiya grinned, but before we go home, let's catch a fish for dinner. After speaking, Zi Lai walked to the lake and sealed his hands. Ninfa, needle hell. His white hair suddenly grew longer and quickly pierced into the water, and some blood suddenly appeared in the water, and after a while, his hair sticked out of the water. His hair was as hard as steel needles, and there was a large red carp inserted on it. That's awesome. The 3 of Xiao Nan applauded while saying enviously, haha. Zi Lai was even more proud, breaking a branch from the tree, and as soon as his hair flicked, the big carp was inserted into the branch. It's not over yet. Watch me make this fish into a big meal. Zi Lai also said with a smile, and sealed again, fire, yin bomb. A huge fireball erupted from his mouth and smashed on the big carp, and the red fish body suddenly changed. How? Zile also triumphantly waited for the children's praise. But Xiao Nan and they changed their faces one by one, and even Yan Chen smiled bitterly, because the big carp became black and mushy at this time. A scorched smell emanated, and Zi Lai's firepower was too fierce, completely scorched this big fish. Zi Lai also reacted that he had made a mistake. He touched his head and said embarrassedly, it's okay, just grab it and do it again. No thanks. Yan Chen suddenly spoke, this fish is only charred on the outside, and it should still be edible inside. That's right, but let the teacher grab another one. The charred fish won't taste much even if it is the meat inside. Yahiko retorted, and before he could agree to teach them ninjutsu, he began to call the teacher directly. Yan Chen smiled mysteriously, don't worry, it will be delicious, I have secret seasoning. With that, he wiped his right hand on his left wrist, and a transparent condiment box appeared in his hand. Is this message? Xiao Nan and the 3 came over and looked at the crystal clear white particles inside the box and said, I said little ghost, this should be an ordinary box of message, right? It's not good to lie at a young age. The people on the side did not believe Yan Chen's words. Without explaining, he smiled and lifted the lid and sprinkled some on the burnt fish. Okay, it's time to eat. Yan Chen put the message box away and said. But the others still didn't move, and they all looked at Yan Chen with a skeptical expression, as if to say, I don't want to be a guinea pig, I want to eat you first. Only Xiao Nan got up, pulled out the cutlery from his backpack, took out his chopsticks and puffed it on the grilled fish. Hey, Zionin! Yahiko quickly stretched out his hand to stop it. I see that Yan Chen is bragging, I want to see our jokes, let him eat a piece first. Yan Chen didn't mind hearing Yahiko's words. After all, strictly speaking, he and Yahiko were actually rivals, and it was normal for Yahiko to have this reaction. Since let him eat first, then he will eat it. Yan Chen directly took the chopsticks in Xiao Nan's hand, and picked up a piece of fish meat that had been burned and ate it. Xiao Nan saw that her chopsticks were used by Yan Chen, and her face suddenly turned a little red, and she gently raised her head to find that no one noticed this, and she was relieved. Ji Chen carefully chewed the burnt fish meat, and his face also showed a surprised expression. Delicious. It's so delicious. There is no burnt and astringent taste at all. It feels like a piece of pink and tender fish meat, melts in the mouth, smooth and juicy. That delicious message is really a powerful prop. Yan Chen thought in his heart. That's right, that message is called delicious message. It is exactly the props that Yan Chen suddenly exchanged on a whim, and the points are not high, but according to the system, any food can become very delicious, but Yan Chen did not expect that even the burnt fish meat could become so delicious. Seeing Yan Chen's intoxicated expression, Zi Lai was the first to sit still. He was a delicious person himself. Seeing Yan Chen's expression, he immediately tore off a piece of fish meat and put it in his mouth. However, Yahiko and Nagito were not slow to move when they saw this, and they also followed Jiraiya, and did not even take the tableware, and directly rushed up to tear up the fish with their hands. Yan Chen looked at the 3 people who snatched badly and shook his head with a smile, and he turned his eyes to look at Xiao Nan on the side. At this time, Xiao Nan was sitting hurriedly, his face was also red, and he seemed to be a little restless. Why don't you eat? If you don't eat it again, you will be robbed by the 3 of them? Yan Chen asked suspiciously. Xiao Nan spoke, with an expression of wanting to speak. You what? Yan Chen asked, and then suddenly reacted. He seemed to have brought her chopsticks for his own use. No wonder Xiao Nan didn't eat fish. She, as a girl, couldn't put down her face to tear it directly with her hands like Zile. I'm sorry. Yan Chen hurriedly put Xiao Nan's chopsticks in front of her, but it was not good to want a girl in the family to eat the chopsticks she used, and now Jiraiya, Nagito and Yahiko are all like hungry wolves, and they are almost eating the fish. It's okay. Xiao Nan shook his head shyly. Although Xiao Nan said so, Yan Chen still didn't care. Can't let Xiao Nan have an empty stomach? He quickly opened the list of props in his mind to see if there was anything to make up. After looking for a while, Yan Chen's eyes lit up, and he chose one of them and exchanged it with points. Let's try this. Yan Chen pulled out a beautiful box from his four-dimensional pocket. What is this? Xiao Nan's eyes suddenly burst with brilliance when he saw the box, and the azure blue outside was also inlaid with pearl-like glowing particles, which looked very beautiful, which was extremely tempting for a little girl like Xiao Nan. This is my family's souvenir. Yan Chen bluntly made up a lie. In fact, this is obtained from the list of props. The name is called the Future World Snack. Of course, the Future World referred to here must be the Future World in Doraemon, since it is the food of the future world. Presumably this snack must be better than the taste made with delicious message. Yan Chen opened the box, and snacks of various colors and shapes suddenly appeared inside, some in the shape of apples, some in the shape of bananas, exquisite as a work of art. So beautiful. Xiao Nan exclaimed. Yan Chen, are you sure this is for eating, not for appreciation? Of course sure, let's eat it with confidence. Yan Chen put the snack box in his hand in front of Xiao Nan, and also picked up an apple-shaped snack and ate it. Well, it's really apple-flavored. It feels like you're really eating a fresh apple. No, it's more delicious than an apple, and the fish meat before, it's completely different delicious. Yan Chen said with admiration. Yes, Xiao Nan said suspiciously, also picking up a banana-shaped snack and putting it in his mouth. Well, it's banana-flavored, but it's more delicious than fresh bananas. Xiao Nan was also surprised. It seems that what shape corresponds to what taste, Yan Chen thought secretly. He looked at the snack box again, and found that there was actually an animal-shaped one on the lower layer of the box. Can dim sum still taste like meat? With doubtful thoughts, Yan Chen picked up a rooster-shaped one and put it in his mouth. Sure enough, a fragrant chicken bit came from the tip of the tongue, gently bitten, and there was even chicken soup bursting out of it, and this food seemed to be compressed. Eating a feeling seemed to eat a large mouthful, worthy of being a future snack, can be eaten as a meal. Therefore, Yan Chen and Xiao Nan completely gave up the idea of grabbing the burnt fish with Ji Lei, and concentrated on eating snacks. After a while, an adult and 4 children completely collapsed to the ground. Zhou Wen and Xiao Nan ate all their snacks, and the 3 of them ate the fish. Each of them had a big belly, and they were too full. I said, where did you get this seasoning? It's so delicious. Yahiko said. It's an ancestral recipe. Yan Chen leaned against the wall and thought about it, making up a reason indiscriminately. Is there such a powerful ancestral secret recipe that you didn't take out earlier? Too petty you. Yahiko continued to complain. Yan Chen smiled bitterly. Before he didn't have many points, he could only exchange the points for battle props as much as possible, but now it's different. After killing Hanzo, he instantly transformed into a big local tycoon. Like these props that Yan Chen never thought of redeeming before are now one word, buy. Of course, this matter cannot be said to Yahiko, and Yan Chen can only make up a reason again, saying that he forgot that he still has an ancestral secret recipe before. Just your ancestral secret recipe? What ninjutsu do you have to learn? Jiraiya burped and replied, in our Konoha village, there is one of the most famous ramen restaurants called Ichiraku Ramen, and the taste of his ramen is not as delicious as the food you sprinkle with seasoning. If I had this ancestral secret recipe, what kind of ninja, I would have been a cook. By the way, we haven't introduced ourselves yet, now it's up to me. Everyone will introduce themselves for a minute, okay? Jiraiya said. The other 4 nodded, so Jiraiya began to introduce himself, and then each child began to introduce himself. Well, it's not early today, let's rest early. After the 5 people finished chatting, Zi Lai also spoke. That, Jiraiya-sensei taught you about our ninjutsu? Yahiko asked. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Zi Lai also gave an ambiguous answer and turned away. Yan Chen on the side listened to Jiraiya's words, carefully recalled the content of the manga. At first Jiraiya really did not want to teach Konan, the ninjutsu, but in an accident, Yahiko was in danger. Nagato used the power of the reincarnation eye again in order to save him and was discovered by Jiraiya. Jiraiya decided to teach them ninjutsu, wanting Nagato to control the power of the eye of reincarnation. Self is also the key to Nagato emptying his heart, and Nagato does lack control over the eye of reincarnation at this stage, so Yan Chen decided to tell Jiraiya about the eye of reincarnation himself. When he came to Zi Lei's room, he didn't wait for Yan Chen to speak first, but Zi Lei, who was lying on the ground, spoke first. Little ghost, it's rude to enter someone else's room without saying hello. I came to tell you one thing, Nagato's eyes are different from the others. His eyes are in the shape of a swirl, and he has great power to easily put a ninja down. Yan Chen said. Circle shape, great power. After hearing this, he immediately got up from the ground. Could it be the eye of reincarnation? The thought crossed his mind. Nagato's eyes are powerful, but Nagato himself can't control them. He has always been worried that he will hurt his friends because of the power of his eyes, so I hope you can teach him ninjutsu and let him learn how to control those eyes. Yan Chen continued to say without changing his face. Zi Lei's eyes showed a thoughtful look. If what the child in front of him said was true, then it was indeed necessary for him to do this, but Zai also looked at the words in front of him. This child's way of speaking and tone were not at all like what he should have at his age. He was too mature, and his thinking was too comprehensive. "You seem to be a lot more mature than your friends," said Jiraiya skeptically. Yan Chen smiled. "Maybe it's because the war made me mature prematurely. In short, Nagato is my first friend in this world. I don't want him to go astray because of those eyes, so please, Jiraiya-sensei." Saying that, Yan Chen bowed to Jiraiya. This is for Nagato to bow sincerely. Zai also looked at the child in front of him, and finally smiled. "No problem, I promise you, but those 3 children outside can become your friends, but they are quite lucky." Yan Chen nodded, did not answer Zai's words, just said goodnight, turned around and left the room. That's right. Yan Chen suddenly remembered something and turned around again. It was Kanaha's ninja who killed Nagato's parents, so he may have some scruples about you at first. I hope Jiraiya-sensei you don't worry, I won't mind, it's always our Kanaha's fault. Zai also sighed. No matter what kind of war, those who are injured will always be innocent civilians. Thank you, teacher. After Yan Chen thanked again, he left the room. This kid has such a heart at such a young age. Maybe the never-ending war in the ninja world in the future will depend on him to sum up, Jiraiya thought to himself as he looked at Yan Chen's back. Early the next morning, the 4 of Yan Chen got up early at Zai's urging, and Zai was no longer as serious as the previous conversation with Yan Chen, but returned to his previous funny personality. Hurry up, hurry up. I'm going to teach you ninjutsu today. Haven't you always wanted to learn ninjutsu? Jiraiya roared loudly. Teacher Zilei, you are talking. However, his words were very effective, and Yahiko immediately got up when he heard it and woke up his 3 friends one by one, and Yan Chen also woke up after Yahiko's slap. The group of 4 followed Zai to the side of the clearing. Zai also looked at the 4 people in front of him, and took out the chakra paper from his pocket. Let's test your chakra attributes first, Jiraiya said, placing the chakra paper separately into each person's hand. Hold the piece of paper with your index and middle fingers and give it to chakra, and you'll get the result. Jiraiya explains the usage. What attribute will the chakra I just obtained? Yan Chen looked at the paper in his hand, clamped it without hesitation, and applied a brand new chakra on his body. It took a while for the chakra paper to change, but only the corners of the paper crumpled. Jiraiya also looked over one by one. An area is on fire, an area is split, an area becomes crumpled, an area becomes she, and the last area becomes a fragment. This child, will you be a chakra of the 5 attributes? Zai also secretly said in his heart. Thinking of this, Jiraiya frowned, stretched out his hand to lift the hair in front of Nagato's forehead, and suddenly a pair of swirling eyes appeared in front of Jiraiya. Sure enough, it's the Eye of Reincarnation. The legendary Eye of Reincarnation. Jiraiya endured the tremor in his heart and did not show it in front of Nagato. That's right, with such strong eyes and a variety of chakra attributes, I do have to guide Nagato well, but I'm afraid this thing has to be done in private. Zai also thought, suppressed the shock in his heart, and walked towards Yan Chen. Zai also looked at the crumpled chakra paper in Yan Chen's hand, and his shocked eyes turned into regret. Thunder attribute chakra, but how can the amount of chakra be so small? Zai also doubted in his heart. Obviously, the mind and character can be worthy of great responsibilities, but it is. Zai also had a trace of regret in his heart, but still raised his smiling face and said to Yan Chen, you are the chakra of the thunder attribute, cultivate well, and you will become an excellent ninja. I know you're comforting me, I'm afraid there isn't much chakra in my body, right? Yan Chen said with a smile, since he only said the attributes of his chakra, but did not say how much he had, and Yan Chen himself could also see from the chakra paper, the degree of change was so small, I am afraid that his chakra amount was quite low. Seeing Yan Chen say this, he was also a little surprised. It seems that this kid already knows his situation, but why does he still look at him lightly? Thinking of this, Zai also looked at Yan Chen seriously and said, to be honest, you are the person with the least amount of chakra I have ever seen. It is almost like a newborn baby, but ninjas do not necessarily need chakra, and you can also become a commander character in the future. Okay, Jiraiya-sensei, I know I'm not material for ninjas. Yan Chen still maintained a smile on his face, and he was not wrong, his chakra was obtained the day before yesterday, but isn't it similar to a baby? He has long been mentally prepared for this, not to mention that there are 4-dimensional pockets, and you can learn ninjutsu to play. No, I'm serious. Unexpectedly, Zai still had a serious face. Even if you are a ninja, you have your own field. Although you have few chakras, you can't go to the battlefield, but I see that you are so young and thoughtful, but you are an extraordinary child. If you train properly in the future, maybe you can really take on the heavy responsibility of a commander. Hearing Zai's words, Yan Chen was a little moved in his heart. He was indeed the kind of teacher who was unwilling to give up any student, and he was indeed a good teacher. If it is not that there is still a task in the dust, maybe it will really be done according to what it says. Forget it, Yan Chen said, or teacher, you are right, I will just go to Konoha to be a cook. Can you ask the teacher to help me write a letter of introduction? Zai's eyes widened. I said Yan Chen, yesterday I said that being a cook was just casual, you won't really want to go, right? Of course it's true, my ninjutsu talent is so poor, staying here won't make much progress, it's better to go to Konoha village to live a stable life, which is the center of the Fire Nation, it should be a very safe place, Yan Chen replied. When Yan Chen said this, his three friends were naturally unhappy. Why are you going to Konoha, even if you don't know ninjutsu in the future, Nagato, and I can protect you? Yahiko said, and Nagato on the side also nodded repeatedly, while Xiao Nan looked at Yanshin with a concerned look and did not speak. The world is so big, I want to see it. If Yan Chen moved out of their world, of course, he couldn't say that he went to kill people. If you want to go, then I will go with you. Xiao Nan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke on the side, his face showing incomparable determination. Zionin, I'm going. Without waiting for Yanshin to finish speaking, Xiao Nan interrupted again. Yan Chen looked at Xiao Nan, who clenched his fists tightly in front of him, and his face was flushed, but he couldn't say anything against it. I said you kid is too stubborn. Jiraiya also frowned on the side. Although the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain are bordering countries, Konoha village is located in the center of the Land of Fire. Are you sure you can reach Konoha safely? Of course sure. Yan Chen also replied without hesitation. Now that the battle in Yuyan village has ended with Konoha's victory, the battlefield now should be in the territory of the Land of Wind, and some of you Konoha ninjas should have already partially invaded the Land of Wind, right? Whew, the shock in Jiraiya's eyes grew stronger. You're right, I'm afraid that the next step is to directly fight in the Land of Wind. Yan Chen nodded. Since the battlefield has been transferred, it will be much safer for me to go to the Land of Fire, at least there will be no danger to my life. Zai Lai also looked at Yan Chen in front of him, and after a moment of silence, he said, I can think of this at such a young age, and I suddenly feel that it is a pity to let you go to Konoha to be an ordinary person like this. Jiraiya finally smiled and shook his head. According to you, I will write you a letter of recommendation to ensure that you can become a cook in Konoha village. With that, Zai Lai turned and walked into the wooden house and wrote a letter for Yan Chen. After watching Zai Lai enter the house, Yan Chen took out the air cannon and a black box from his four-dimensional pocket. This is called an air cannon, it can bounce anything close to your body, and I will give it to you. Yanshin handed the air cannon into Yahiko's hands. This is also your family's souvenir, Yahiko said suspiciously. Yan Chen smiled. You don't care how it came about, in short, it is a gift from me as a friend. Saying that, Yan Chen taught Yahiko how to use the air cannon. That's awesome. After seeing the power of the air cannon, Yahiko was also surprised, and quickly thanked Yan Chen. As for Nagato, Yanshin gave him a black box. What is this? Nagato asked, looking at the black box in his hand. It's something very important, and you have to keep what I'm going to say next. Yan Chen stared into Nagato's eyes and said seriously, in the future, if someone who claims to be Uchiha or a guy who is going to snatch your eyes appears, you will open it and hear it clearly? Ha! Nagato looked puzzled. He was completely confused by Yan Chen's words. Anyway, you will understand later, you just need to remember what I said. Yan Chen said solemnly again. Nagato's eyes were given by Uchiha Madara, then he will definitely take it back in the future. Although Yan Chen went to Konoha, it may be possible to prevent the tragedy of Obito, but Uchiha BA may also find someone else to carry out the plan. Yan Chen must make two preparations. Okay. Nagato nodded. Although he didn't know what Yanshin meant, he could also see from Yanshin's serious expression that this matter was very important. After doing these things, Yan Chen felt that the arrangements for his friend were almost the same. By the way, there was one last thing. Yan Chen came to Xiao Nan and looked at her with a soft face. Are you sure you want to go with me? You may suffer a lot in the future? I'm sure. Xiao Nan replied without hesitation. Okay, then let's break into Konoha together. Yanshin promised to come down. Okay, the recommendation letter you want is written. Jiraiya walked out of the house, holding a white envelope in his hand. Yan Chen thanked him and took the envelope. Come on, I hope I can eat your cooking next time I return to Konoha, Jiraiya said. Of course it will, Yan Chen said, then walked into the house, and after packing up with Xiao Nan, he was ready to leave. I hope that when I come to Yuyan village again, you will already be the leader here, and there will be no more war here. Yanshin looked at Yahiko and Nagato and said, this is his heartfelt wish. It will. The two nodded. Also, take care of Zionin, Yahiko added. Of course. Yan Chen smiled. After saying goodbye to his two best friends at the end, Yanshin embarks on his way to Konoha with Konan. But just before Yan Chen went far, he stopped. Xiao Nan, who was walking behind, bumped into Yan Chen's back, and when he saw him stop, he asked suspiciously, why don't you leave? Are you really going to walk to Konoha on two pairs of legs? How tiring that is. Yan Chen sighed. So how should we go? Xiao Nan asked with wide eyes. Yan Chen thought about it. If you use bamboo dragonflies, it is a bit time-consuming, or choose other props. As soon as his mind moved, the list of props immediately appeared in front of him. Moving the list to the spatial mobility class, something called exploding pepper caught his attention. Exploding pepper. When you say where you want to go, you can sprinkle it on the people next to you, and you can get to your destination with the power of the sneezing of the people next to you. The louder the sneeze, the faster it is. The sneeze is small, and there is a risk that it will not reach the destination and fall halfway. This thing is quite interesting, and because of the unstable factor, the points required are not very expensive, so Yanchen decided to use it to travel. As soon as his mind moved, Yanchen took out the exploding pepper from his four-dimensional pocket, which looked not much different from ordinary pepper. It was a spice box with some red powder. Now that you have it in hand, then the next thing is to find the person who sneezed. The explosion pepper introduction said that it is necessary to rely on the power of the sneeze, and the dust must take 2 people at once, so the person you are looking for must have a large lung capacity. So, Yanchen sniffed the smell of people into the air, and pulled Xiao Nan to walk towards a place where there were many people. Yanchen, what are we doing here? Xiao Nan on the side asked quietly. Yanchen did not speak, and first pulled Xiao Nan to hide in the nearby grass. You hide here first, I'll go in and take a look, Yanchen said to Xiao Nan and walked outside. Then be careful, Xiao Nan ordered uneasily. Yanchen nodded and came to the outside of the cave again. Now he has no werewolf flashlight, and the air cannon has also been given to Yahiko. Naturally he can't act as unscrupulously as before, not to mention that now with Xiao Nan by his side, he is no longer the careless Yanchen before. Thinking of this, Yanchen brought up the list of props again and exchanged for another invisibility cloak. As the name suggests, this prop is to make others unable to see themselves after wearing it, and it is also a common prop in Doraemon. Yanchen draped the cloak on his body before gently walking down the cave. The scene inside the cave is completely different from the outside. Inside is a relatively empty platform. A large group of ninjas are gathered together. Judging from their foreheads, every ninja in the ninja village has it. Yanchen estimates that these should be some rebellious ninjas, otherwise in this period of war, ninjas from different villages cannot stay together peacefully. In the center of this group of ninjas, a deep voice came that Ninja Killer has just killed Hanzo, and his bounty has increased to 50 million taels in the black market, which is a particularly attractive price. Hearing this voice, Yanchen hurriedly came to a higher place, looked towards the field, and found that the person who spoke was a tall guy with green eyes. This look, by the way, is Kakuto. Yanchen immediately thought that this was exactly the Jiaoda who joined Xiao later and worshipped the supremacy of money, but what Yanchen didn't expect was that he was actually rewarded on the black market, and the price was so high that even Jiao was attracted. What about high prices? One of the rebels retorted to Kakuto's words, that Ninja Killer killed Hanzo's people. Do you want us to die? Kakuto glanced at the rebel faintly and said, without the consciousness of dying for money, it is impossible to really make a lot of money. Besides, I didn't pin my hopes on you, group of waste. I just wanted you to find out the whereabouts of that ninja killer, and as for other things, I will teach me to do it well. Yanchen was dumb when he heard Jiaoda's words. It seems that this Jiaoda has gone crazy. In other words, he wants money and wants to go crazy, and he can't even want his life. What good can we do if we run errands? Another renegade asked, judging from the forehead guard on his head. It should be Iwa Shinobu. After killing that ninja killer, I will give you some bounty, Kakuto said. Che, with your miserly personality, will you give us money? Neiwa rebelled and doubted. Yes, what if you don't give money? As soon as he spoke, many rebels also echoed, and it seemed that the image of the horned miserly was famous among this group of rebels. One more benefit. Seeing so many people refuting his words, Kakuto suddenly looked gloomy and said loudly, what benefits? Neiwa continued to ask. Listen to me, you can save your life. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Kakuto's eyes, and his left hand suddenly broke, revealing the black tentacles in it, and then his left hand flew towards Neiwa Yin like a cannonball. Yinyan rebel Shinobu didn't react at all, and was pinched by this sudden hand, and then twisted, and this rebel was killed in a blink of an eye. SHHHHH. By the way, there seemed to be 5 hearts in this corner. Yanchen didn't have anything to be afraid of. He saw Kakuto's move, and then he thought of Kakuto's ability, but since he has 5 hearts, will the sneeze be stronger? Jiaodu looked at the silent, already stunned rebels, and asked coldly, is there anyone else who has a problem now? It's gone, it's gone. The rebels shook their heads very dryly. It's okay if it's gone, now you guys go separate and go collect intelligence, Kakuto said. The rebels nodded and were about to leave, when they entered the 2 from outside the cave. Let go of me. Walking in front was a little girl, who was being pushed forward by a sand rebel behind her, shouting angrily in her mouth. Zionin. Yanchen was shocked. It was Xiao Nan who was walking in front. It seemed that she should have been discovered and caught. When I came here just now, I found this child lying at the entrance of the cave and looking inside, so I brought her in by the way, Nasa said rebelliously. Hearing the words of the rebel ninja, Yanchen knew that Xiao Nan must not be at ease with himself, so he came to check secretly, and did not want to be caught by other ninjas. The corners in the center narrowed their eyes, and then said coldly, kill her. Hey, don't, Kakuto-sama, you don't want me. A fat rebel said. He looked at Xiao Nan, his face showed a salivating look, and turned his head to Kakito and said, Kakito-sama, I like little girls the most, you give her to me, I will definitely do my best to help you find that ninja killer, what do you think? Like little girls, are you a pervert? Kakito said coldly, but if you find the ninja killer, this kid, before Kakito finished speaking, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded in the audience. No need to look for it, I'm already here. As soon as the words fell, Yan Chen wore a mask and lifted his invisibility cloak, and at this time, he was standing far away, and the killing knife in his hand swung hard. Ugh! The fat ninja's lower body suddenly bled profusely, and he screamed, covered his lower body and fell. Seeing that Yan Chen hurt people in such a strange way, all the ninjas present were shocked, and the horns reacted the fastest, and as soon as Yan Chen appeared, his left hand was separated from his arm again, controlled by black tentacles, and grabbed towards Yan Chen. Yan Chen was not in a hurry, and the knife in his hand waved again, and directly cut off the hand that flew out of Jiaodu. You can actually kill in the air. A trace of shock flashed in Jiaodu's heart, and he immediately froze. Secret technique, Earth Resentment. The black tentacles in his body completely erupted, enveloping his entire body, while some black tentacles reached into Kakito's arm that had been cut off by words, picked it up, and put it back. Why are you still stunned? The bounty has run to your eyes by yourself. Not yet. Horns, who were in the black tentacles, said. As soon as Kakito's words came out, all the ninjas reacted, but what stood in front of them was a bounty of 50 million taels. Just when they were about to make a move, Yan Chen covered his cloak again, and suddenly his figure disappeared. Disappeared? The ninjas were surprised, but they heard another scream. Ah, my hand! It was the ninja who grabbed Xiao Nan tightly in the cave who screamed, and at this time, Yan Chen suddenly appeared next to Xiao Nan, cut off the ninja's hand that grabbed Xiao Nan, and pulled Xiao Nan into the cloak. Fortunately, the cloak is big enough, and the two of them are children, which can completely hide their figures. Ah, words, don't talk. Before Xiao Nan finished speaking, his mouth was blocked by Yan Chen, and Yan Chen, who was in his cloak, immediately walked towards a place with Xiao Nan. Hiding again? What a hassle. The hand that Kakito had been cut off by Yan Chen before had been sewn up again, and he looked at the group of rebels in front of him with great annoyance, and said, since that ninja killer took the initiative to send it to the door, you have no effect now, so let's be reduced to ashes with him. Just when the rebels had not yet understood the meaning of Jiaodu's words, Jiaodu quickly froze, fire, head hard. His mouth was wide open, and a large number of small fireballs suddenly flew out of it, and these small fireballs fell on the ground, and the rebel body spread rapidly, expanding the burning range, and the terrain here was small, and suddenly the entire cave turned into a sea of fire. One by one, the rebels screamed and ran towards the entrance of the cave, but there were many people, and suddenly the entrance of the cave was squeezed into a ball, and some ninjas were still awake, washing the flames on their bodies with water. Jiaodu just looked at everything in front of him coldly, and did not make any movement. His eyes were searching for the movement of Yan Chen. Why didn't you show up yet? Did you flee before I let out the fire? Still is. Hiding somewhere where fire can't attack? Jiaodu thought carefully in his heart, and suddenly he was shocked in his heart, where the fire could not attack, then it was only behind him. At this moment, a subtle sound suddenly came from the sky behind Jiaodu, and Jiaodu did not hesitate, did not even turn his head, and part of the black tentacles on his body attacked towards the source of the sound. The black tentacle touched a small pebble in the air, and then along the top, it directly blasted through a large hole on the top of the cave, and sunlight also spilled in. Counted. Jiaodu turned around, and just saw Yan Chen and Xiao Nan's bodies emerge from the invisibility cloak. They were standing directly behind Jiaodu. At this time, Yan Chen raised the invisibility cloak high, and Xiao Nan was holding the bottle of explosive pepper that had just been obtained in his hand. Zionin, spill out. As soon as Yan Chen gave the order, Xiao Nan spilled some of the explosive pepper. Look where you're running. A trace of excitement flashed in Jiaodu's eyes, as if the 50 million bounty was about to arrive. In order to prevent Yan Chen's strange knife, the black tentacle still protected his body like a wall, and his hands began to seal, lay done pseudo-darkness. Dream away. Yan Chen chuckled, the invisibility cloak in his hand swung forward vigorously, just spilled by Xiao Nan, and the pepper powder that was still floating in the air was suddenly blown towards the horns by the wind fanned by the cloak, and the black tentacles could defend against large attacks, but could not block the small pepper. Pepper? Are you neurotic? Jiaodu didn't understand what Yan Chen and the two of them meant by sprinkling pepper on him, but he felt a strange itch hit his nose, and the speed of the imprint in his hand slowed down a little. Damn! Kakito's head was thrown back, his mouth wide open. Kakito finally lived up to his hope and sneezed out, and the two of them flew up and rushed out along the hole that had just been blasted out by the black tentacles of Kakito. What is the situation? Kakito was dumbfounded. Why did he sneeze himself and these two flew out inexplicably? He was stunned for a moment and then reacted. My 50 million bounty. Jiaodu shouted. He didn't want to see the money in his hand fly like this, and the black tentacles desperately chased after Yan Chen and the two. But helplessly, his sneeze was too strong, and the speed of the black tentacles was completely inferior to the two of them. Just when Kakuto was angry and corrupted, Yanshen's voice suddenly came from the air. If you want to catch me, then come to Konoha village. How about it, do you dare? Yanshen's words made Xiao Du grit his teeth angrily. He looked at the direction where Yanshen disappeared, and said hatefully, Konoha village, right? Ninja killer, I will definitely take your head to claim the bounty. After playing tricks on Kakuto, Yanshen and Xiao Nan were already flying towards Konoha village in the air. In order to avoid this trip being discovered by others, Yanshen put his invisibility cloak on them, but in this way, he and Xiao Nan were almost hugged together. Yanshen, you are so powerful this thing, you can actually fly with the power of sneezing. Xiao Nan, who was held in Yanshen's arms, praised. It's also my first time using it. It's hard to say if I can go to Konoha village like this, but I hope the power of Kakuto's sneeze is strong enough. Yanshen said. Kakuto? Is that the guy with long hair just now? Xiao Nan asked suspiciously. Hairy guy. There is a black line on Yanshen's head. Xiao Nan can really describe him, but when he thinks of Jiaodu's appearance, he really describes it appropriately. That's right, that guy's name. Yanshen lowered his head and looked at Xiao Nan, who was about to speak, but he saw Xiao Nan, who was holding him in his arms, staring at him with a pair of big eyes flashing at him. His cheeks were slightly red, and his small mouth was slightly open. Yanshen's words could not be said. He swallowed his saliva, but kissed Xiao Nan's little mouth. Whew! Xiao Nan was startled by Yanshen's sudden attack, and her body moved restlessly in Yanshen's arms, but Yanshen's continuation made her quiet down quickly. Time seemed to stand still. I don't know how long it took. Yanshen let go of Xiao Nan in his arms. Xiao Nan glanced at Yanshen with a red face, and quickly closed his eyes, turned his head to the side, and did not dare to look at Yanshen. I'm sorry, I can't help it. Yanshen saw that Xiao Nan ignored himself, and quickly apologized. I don't blame you, Xiao Nan whispered, although he didn't turn his head. The first time someone else has done this. I'm just a little shy. Yanshen looked at Xiao Nan in his arms and did not speak. This girl who followed him with a dead heart, he couldn't let her suffer the slightest injury. The two flew in the sky like this, and when they were hungry, they took out the snacks in their four-dimensional pockets to eat. They passed through the country of rain, came to the country of fire, and after more than 10 minutes of flight, the flight trajectory finally began to slide down, and finally landed safely on the ground. It's finally here, Yanshen said softly and withdrew the cloak of invisibility. Is it here? Xiao Nan looked over. Why does it seem to be a forest? Yanshen smiled. When you walk out of the forest, you can see Konoha village. Of course, he can't land directly in Konoha village, otherwise he will be in trouble if he is attacked by Konoha's ninja as someone. After the two walked forward for a while, they finally saw Konoha's two doors painted green. Is this Konoha? Xiao Nan looked at the gate in front of him and said, it seems that it is two completely different styles from Yuyan village. Let's go inside. Yanshen said to Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan nodded, and the two walked in. The two Konoha Nakas Hitachi, who were in charge of guarding the gate of the town, saw a stranger enter Konoha, and quickly stopped Yanshen and the two. Who are you? The Konoha ninjas saw that Yanshen and Konan, who were children, and relaxed their vigilance in their hearts, but they still had to ask. We are orphans from Yuyan village and want to come to Konoha village to live, Yanshen said calmly. Yuyan village? One of the ninjas wondered. There is still a certain distance between Yuyan village and Konoha village. Can the two children really come here? Yanshen saw the ninja's doubts, and quickly said, we encountered a lot of difficulties along the way. If we hadn't met Jiraiya-sensei, we would almost not have survived, and we also came here on the recommendation of Jiraiya-sensei. Hearing Yanshen's words, the Konoha ninja in charge of guarding the door dispelled his doubts. Jiraiya is also the apprentice of the third generation of Hokage, naturally has some prestige in the village. Since they call Jiraiya a teacher, then these two children are not a big problem. Of course, Yanshen couldn't go to the orphanage. He quickly took out the recommendation letter written by Jiraiya and put it in front of the two Konoha ninjas. This is a recommendation letter written by Jiraiya-sensei. Can you help me hand this letter to your Hokage? When the two ninjas heard Jiraiya's recommendation letter, they couldn't snub, and one of them said, then come with me. With that, the ninja led Yanshen and Konan into Konoha village. Xiao Nan has been looking left and right on the road. Different from the cold buildings and oppressive environment of Yuyan village, the buildings here are relatively small. People are happy, peaceful living together. Xiao Nan, while enjoying the scenery of Konoha village while sighing that he followed Yanshen here, it is indeed a good choice. However, Yanshen did not have the mind to appreciate the scenery. As soon as he entered Konoha village, he used a strong tracking nose to smell the smell of Tuanzang, but what made him strange was that there was no smell of Tuanzang in the village, which made Yanshen a little puzzled. Where did this guy run away from Tuanzang? Yanshen and Xiao Nan were taken to the Hokage building in this way, and the two of them waited outside first, and someone would inform them. After all, Hokage was busy with official business, and not everyone could easily see it. At this time, the third generation of Hokage Ape Hibiki was wearing a Hokage trench coat, and was thinking about the situation of this battle at his desk, and a ninja entered to report. Report Hokage, two orphans from the Yuyan village have come to our Konoha and want to settle here. The third generation Hokage said nonchalantly, do you still need to report to me for such a trivial matter? Just take them to the orphanage. They have a letter of recommendation from Jiraiya, saying that they will give it to you personally. The ninja continued. Oh? The third generation raised his head and thought for a while, this guy actually writes recommendation letters to children? I'd rather see, let them in. Yes. Then the ninja nodded and walked out, and after a while, Yanchen and Zionin walked in. Coming to the front of the three generations, Yanchen still looked like a light cloud, while Xiao Nan followed closely behind Yanchen, looking down at the floor, seemingly a little nervous. Hello Naruto-sama. Yanchen first bowed to the three generations, and then submitted the recommendation letter written by Jiraiya. The third generation nodded, expressing appreciation for Yanchen's behavior in his heart, and then took the recommendation letter, opened it and read it carefully. After a moment, the face of the three generations became serious. I read that you want to come to Konoha village to open a restaurant instead of staying in an orphanage? Mayo said. Yanchen nodded, that's right, I want a stable life, but I want to support myself more. Oh? You kid is quite ambitious. Sande said with a smile, quite appreciating Yanchen's words, no problem, I promise you, but I also have a request. Yanchen had already guessed what the three generations were going to say, but still said, please say. I want you two to go to ninja school and become a ninja, how about it? Mayo said. Yanchen smiled, sure enough, he guessed correctly, and in his recommendation letter to the third generation, he not only said that he was coming to Konoha village, but also definitely praised himself well, otherwise the third generation would not have asked him to study at the ninja school. Of course you can, I will not live up to Jiraiya-sensei's expectations. Yanchen replied with a smile. The three generations frowned, this kid has something to say. It seems that Yanchen already knows that he also recommended him in the letter, this kid, there is indeed something interesting. Okay, then I and Zilla will be looking forward to your performance, Mayo said. Yanchen nodded and was about to leave, but the third generation suddenly asked again, are you sure you can support yourself? Yanchen turned his head and said with a smile, I can still live in a war-torn place, let alone in this peaceful place. The look of appreciation in the eyes of the three generations was even stronger. Well, Konoha village will give you a stable life, you have something to ask the ninjas for help, but I also hope that you can repay us with your own strength. Yanchen pursed his lips non-committally, and then walked out with Xiao Nan. At this time, a female ninja walked up to the two of them and said, we have arranged an apartment for you to use as your temporary residence. Yanchen shook his head, I don't need you to arrange a room, you don't have to care about us, I have my own way. He has his own plans for housing. But, are you still children? The female ninja said worriedly, she seriously doubted the self-care ability of the two of them. Yanchen did not continue to speak, but asked, where are you selling houses here? A moment later, Yanchen and Xiao Nan appeared in front of a sales department. Yanchen looked at the sales department in front of him and not only sighed that Konoha village is really a developed village, and the facilities are really available. Walking into the sales department, the staff inside was a bald man. He saw that it was two children coming in, and quickly frowned, plus they had just come here from the war-torn place, and their clothes also looked a little shabby, completely like a wandering little beggar. Hey, kids don't come here, ask for food to go somewhere else. The bald man hurriedly shouted loudly. Yanchen glanced at the bald man and said with a smile, we are here to buy a house. Buying a house? The bald man was stunned for a while, and then laughed, as if he had heard a very funny joke. You better go back to your beggar's den, don't delay me in my business. The bald man said. Yanchen sighed, it's really a dog's eye to look at people low, what did I come to you to buy a house for? Keep your dog food for yourself. Stinky boy, what do you say? The bald man cursed lowly, and casually copied the broom on the side, the ghost will believe your words, now get out of here for me immediately. Yanchen was expressionless, and he snatched the broom in the bald man's hand, and stretched out two fingers to pinch it, and the section of the broom turned into crumbs. Seeing this, the bald man was so frightened that he took a few steps back, pointed at Yanchen and said in horror, are you a ninja? You know, Konoha village has a rule that ninjas can't do anything to civilians. I don't care about the rules of Konoha village, if you don't want to have something wrong with yourself, give me respect. Yanchen responded coldly. You, the bald man wanted to say something but was afraid of the dust, and the words reached his mouth and swallowed. Yanchen shook his head, he didn't want to waste time with this kind of person, immediately wiped his right hand, and took out some gold and silver jewelry and other things. These things are the same as money, they were collected when they were in Yuan village. Originally Yanchen didn't plan to use these things before, but fortunately, he had a four-dimensional space bag, which can place items in unlimited quantities, so it doesn't hurt to bring some. I didn't think that it would actually come in handy now. Seeing that Yanchen took out some jewelry and other things so lightly, the bald man's original face that was afraid of Yanchen immediately changed his appearance. His eyes lit up, and he stretched out his hand to grab the jewelry in Yanchen's hand. Hey! Seeing the bald man's action, Yanchen quickly stretched out his hand back, take us to see the house first, and only then will we have your share. No problem. The bald man immediately changed his grinning appearance, he bowed humbly to Yanchen, and then took Yanchen to see the room. Sure enough, it depends on the money. Yan Chen sighed. Ordinary people in the Hokage world are the same as ordinary people on Earth, and everything is based on money. After the bald man took Yanchen and Xionin to visit the new house in Konoha village and the old house where no one lived, Yanchen finally decided on his residence. Just choose that one. Yan Chen pointed ahead and said. The bald man followed Yan Chen's fingers and looked at the two-story small building he highlighted before, which is located in the prosperous area of Konoha village. The small building is two-story and beautifully decorated, but the price of Konoha village is almost the top house. Okay. The bald man's face blossomed, thinking of the commission he was about to get. He quickly praised Yan Chen. Although you are still young, your vision is very good. This two-story small building is our entire Konoha village. What two-story building? Yan Chen interrupted the bald man's words and asked suspiciously. Ha! The bald man was stunned, and then said carefully, it's the two-story building you are referring to. Oh, Yan Chen said seriously, and then shook his head. I don't mean the building, but the building next to it. The building next to it. The bald man looked at it and found that the building Yan Chen was referring to was just a small storefront, with only 2 rooms, and the room was not too large, and his expression that was still full of joy just now immediately turned into frustration. Seeing the bald man's expression change so wonderfully, Xiao Nan on the side couldn't help but purse her lips and laugh. Of course she knew that this was all Yanchen deliberately pranking the bald man. But it's just a storefront, and it's too crowded to live in, and it will be very inconvenient for you and your little girlfriend, the bald man said impatiently. Xiao Nan blushed when she heard others call her Yan Chen's little girlfriend, and buried her head silently, but did not refute it. You don't need to say any more. I decided that this is the one. Yan Chen didn't want to talk nonsense with this bald man anymore, and directly took out a ring. Is it enough? This is a busy area, the bald man said with a bitter face. Yan Chen took out a few jewelry again and put it in front of the bald man. What about this? Enough is enough, but I still really recommend the 2-story building to you, the bald man said quickly. Very good. Yan Chen put these jewelry into the bald man's hands. Give me the key now, and you can go. The bald man looked at Yan Chen in front of him, and finally gave up his plan to continue lobbying him to buy the house. Okay. After he finished speaking, he gave Yan Chen the key to the small storefront, and then left unwillingly. Let's go in and take a look, Yan Chen said to Xiao Nan. The two opened the door and walked in. As soon as they entered the room, dust immediately came in. Obviously no one has lived here for a long time. Yan Chen fanned the dust and found that the situation inside was indeed a storefront, with a counter in front and a small room in the back, which should be used as a small warehouse for storing things. Finally have a home, Xiao Nan said excitedly after turning around. For her who has been through war, it is very good to have a stable residence, so she doesn't care how big the residence is. Of course, he had to live in a large room, but as an outsider from Konoha village, he still had to keep a low profile to avoid being too ostentatious and causing unnecessary trouble, and the real residence he had already prepared. Do you think we really live in this storefront? Yan Chen smiled mysteriously at Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan was stunned. If we don't live here, then where do we live? Stay here, Yan Chen said, and took out a prop from his 4-dimensional pocket. The ninja nodded and left the place. After seeing the ninja leave, Xiao Nan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She patted her small chest and said, it scared me to death. This ninja suddenly appeared. I thought our apartment tree was discovered. Yan Chen smiled. We can't call it an apartment tree anymore, it's just a castle. You can go down and take a look. Xiao Nan was hooked by Yan Chen's curiosity, and quickly put aside Yan Chen and ran to admire the apartment tree. Since you have already settled in Konoha village, it is time to find a time to inquire about the whereabouts of Danzo, Yan Chen thought to himself. After he froze for a while, he shouted into the house, Xionin, Xionin, let's go buy some furniture and get ready to move in. But after Yan Chen waited for a while, Xiao Nan neither replied nor came out of the house. This girl, shouldn't she get lost in the apartment tree? Yan Chen suddenly thought of this possibility, quickly walked into the house and locked the door, and then walked into the apartment tree. 10 minutes later, Yan Chen and Xiao Nan walked out of the apartment. I don't mean it, I saw that the room below was so big, and I was a little excited and walked around, but I didn't expect it to be too big, and there were many roads, so I couldn't find how to go back, Xiao Nan said embarrassedly. Yan Chen touched Xiao Nan's head and said softly, it's okay, this can't come out. However, although he said so, he was also a little glad that he had the prop of a strong tracking nose, and he could find her according to Xiao Nan's taste, otherwise he would have to look for it well. But after this search, Yan Chen found that the total area of the apartment tree was probably a quarter of the size of Konoha village. There must be no room for so many rooms, and I have to find a way to use these empty rooms, Yan Chen secretly thought to himself, but the priority at the moment was to make these rooms look like a home, so he went with Xiao Nan to buy household necessities. After purchasing some more furniture, Yan Chen found some ninjas to help transport it, and since the 3 generations of Hokage said that it was difficult to find ninjas, then he naturally would not live up to the good intentions of the 3 generations of Hokage. After the ninjas transported the furniture to Yan Chen's house, Yan Chen put the furniture in a 4-dimensional pocket, then went down to the apartment tree and easily took them out again. After that, Yan Chen and Xiao Nan began to adjust the position of the furniture and clean the room for a whole day. After cleaning up, Yan Chen and Xiao Nan were standing in the first room in the apartment building at this time, which was now used as a living room. Looking at the fruits of labor in front of them, the two looked at each other and smiled. Early the next morning, Yanchen and Konan followed the orders of the three generations and came to the ninja school to learn ninjutsu. Entering the ninja school, Yanchen and the two came to the door of the classroom, and a little girl also walked opposite. She has a small round face, red hair, and a hairpin pinned to the left bun, which looks a little younger than Yanchen and Zionin. Yanchen recognized her as if he saw her. It was Uzumaki Jushine, who had just come to Konoha, and would be known as the Blood Red Pepper in the future. No way, the red hair was too conspicuous. At this time, a ninja walked out of the classroom. Looking at the three children in front of him, he smiled and said, "I didn't expect that 3 children from other villages will enter our Konoha school this year, and I will be your teacher in the future. My name is Ika. Hello, Ika sensei." Yanchen and Xiaonan both bowed, but after Juzine finished bowing, he immediately raised his head and said, "My name is Uzumaki Jushine, and I will become a Hokage in the future." Ika choked on Juzine's sudden words, and quickly said, "If you introduce yourself, go on the podium. Now let's go first." Saying that, without waiting for Ika to make a move, Shinkuna walked into the classroom first. Ika shook his head and also walked in. Xiaonan saw this, put his mouth to Yanchen's ear and whispered, "This girl is so direct." Yanchen smiled and did not answer. Unlike Xiaonan's gentle personality, Juzine is a strong and very lively person. Walking into the classroom, coming to the podium, Yanchen looked at the students under the stage: Hinata, Hayashi, 2 brothers, Nara Shikasa, Akimichi Dingza, etc. Of course, the most dazzling of these is the Wave Feng Shui Gate with yellow hair. "They're all very young," said Yanchen darkly. "Okay students, there are 3 new students in our class today. They are all transferred from the outer village. Let's get to know each other." On the podium, Ika sensei spoke. After saying this, the audience immediately exploded. 3 from the outer villages? There are more and more people from outside our Konoha village. Yes, no way, who called us Konoha the #1 village? People from other villages want to come to our Konoha to study. I just hope these newcomers don't hold us back. Konoha. Yanchen listened to the comments of the children below and frowned. It is understandable that they are proud of their village, but it seems that the strength of the village has also swelled the vanity of these children. "Okay, let's introduce yourselves," Ika sensei said, and then gave way to the center of the podium for the 3 of Yanchen. Juzine was the first to walk over, but wow is how bold and straightforward her personality is, and so many pairs of eyes in the audience look at her, and there is still some tension in her heart. After glancing at the group of students under the stands, Juzine still plucked up the courage to say the words before. "My name is Uzumaki Jushine. I will become the first female Hokage in the village in the future." As soon as her words came out, the students in the audience were quiet at first, and then I don't know who took the lead and laughed, and then more students also laughed. A person from an outer village still wants to be a Hokage? Don't dream. Yes, and her hair is ugly red and dead. Red-headed, round-faced, does it look like a tomato? In the face of the students' ridicule, Juzine's face instantly turned red. "You say it again." She huffed and raised her head and yelled at the man who laughed at her the fiercest. The man was chubby, with a hedgehog head and 2 strange circles drawn on the left and right cheeks, which were none other than the Akimichi Dingza when he was a child. "What's wrong with me? You are like this. The redhead is weird, the key is still delusional." Akimichi Dingza was not afraid of this new transfer student at all. "You!" Juzine was angry, and stood in place shaking his head to look at it, as if he was looking for something. "You're looking for this, right?" Yanchen suddenly stepped forward and said. He didn't know when there was an extra small bench in his hand. Juzine was stunned when she saw Yanchen hand the small bench in front of her. "This is a good match," Yanchen said. Juzine nodded, glanced at Yanchen gratefully, and then took the small bench, raised it high above his head, and rushed towards the Akimichi Dingza. "I let you scold me." Seeing this, Akimichi Dingza quickly jumped from his seat and ran towards the back of the classroom, while Juzine was completely unforgiving, and the 2 of them ran around the classroom. Teacher Ika was also shocked by Yanchen's behavior. This new student did not persuade him, but also helped hand over the weapon. "What does it mean? Hey, you 2 don't fight," Ika said and hurried to stop Juzine from going. However, he glanced at Yanchen with a reproachful look before he went. If it weren't for Yanchen, the initiator, the 2 would not have fought. Not only Yanchen but not impressed, but also to suffer the little fat man, the small bench was taken by him from the door. When he saw Xian June looking around with angry eyes, Yanchen had already guessed that Juzine was looking for a suitable weapon, so he pushed the boat along the water. "Okay, stop making trouble." In the end, Ika sensei separates the 2, but at this time there is an extra bag on Akimika's head. "If it weren't for seeing you as a woman, I would have fought back," Akimichi Dingza said unconvinced. "Then come. I'm afraid you won't make it." Juzine is not afraid of this little fat man in Akimichi Dingza. Enough is enough. Ika-sensei said, Akimichi Dingza, you shouldn't scold the new classmates, Jushine, you shouldn't just hit people, and, he turned his words around, pointed to Yanchen on the podium and said, Yanchen, you shouldn't just take something to Juzine to beat people, if you don't persuade, forget it, and push the waves. Yanchen smiled and was non-committal about Ika's criticism. Seeing Yanchen's seemingly indifferent attitude, teacher Ika felt a little uncomfortable in his heart and said, in order to punish the behavior of Yanchen and Juzine, you will sit at the back of the classroom and go to class. Juzine pouted, and very obediently went to the back. However, Yanchen remained on the podium and did not move. Yanchen, why don't you go? Ika-sensei asked. I'm sorry, teacher, I haven't introduced myself yet, Yanchen said. Ika-sensei frowned, well, you introduce yourself. Yanchen came to the center of the podium and said unhurriedly, hello students, my name is Yanchen, from Yuan Village. Yuan Village? Isn't it our hostel village? Before he could finish speaking, a student said suspiciously, but Yuan Village seems to be about to lose, right? Yes, it's our defeated village in Konoha. The students in the audience were talking a lot, and Shumichi Dingza took advantage of the situation to say loudly, it turns out to be a guy from the defeated village, but you still have the face to come to our Konoha. He originally had no grudge with Yanchen, but Yanchen helped Juzine to beat himself, and Chudeo Dingza naturally did not like Yanchen, so he deliberately said this sentence out loud to vent the resentment in his heart. For Akimichi Dingza's careful thinking, Yanchen did not deal with him, but continued, I came to Konoha village, I actually don't want to be a ninja, but I want to open a restaurant. Open a restaurant. The classmates quieted down again, even Ika-sensei was a little confused, he only received a notice from his superiors that 3 new students were coming to their class. But he never thought that one of them was not even interested in becoming a ninja, so why did he want to learn ninjutsu? If Ika-sensei knew that Yanchen had specifically asked him to learn ninjutsu from the 3rd generation of Hokage, he would probably be immediately impressed by Yanchen. But at the moment, the students are interested in the news that Yanchen is going to open a restaurant. Do you really know how to cook? If we do well, we will come back often. Seeing this, Yanchen smiled secretly in his heart. He originally wanted to use the kung fu of self-introduction to promote his restaurant. Seeing that the classmates were so lively, his purpose had been achieved, and he continued at the moment, on the first day of my opening, I will definitely invite you all to eat for free. As soon as Yanchen's words came out, the current students applauded. After all, there is a lunch for nothing, fools will oppose it. But at this time there was a discordant voice in the field, Che, since you want to be a cook, let's go well, and come to our school to lose people's eyes. Can you still go to the battlefield to fight as a cook? It was Chudeo Dingza who said this. He didn't like Yanchen in the first place, and when he saw that the surrounding classmates applauded Yanchen one after another, he immediately became dissatisfied. Yanchen frowned lightly. There was always a guy who sang the opposite tune when he spoke to make him very uncomfortable. Yanchen was not the kind of person who liked to bury his troubles in his heart and swallow it himself, so he moved his body, took a few steps forward, and picked up the small bench that Juzine had thrown on the ground before. Stop talking. Ika on the side immediately understood Yanchen's purpose, and he quickly rushed over to take away the bench in Yanchen's hand. But who knew that Yanchen raised his hand and dodged Ika's hand that tried to grab the bench? A hint of surprise flashed in Ika's eyes, but he immediately grabbed the bench in Yanchen's hand with his other hand. Yanchen, you don't want to. Before Ika-sensei finished speaking, Yanchen expressionlessly threw the bench in his hand, and actually threw it towards Akimichi Dingza with Ika. This kid, what a lot of power. Ika-sensei was shocked, and in order not to let himself out of trouble, he quickly let go of his hand and let the bench fly towards Akimichi Dingza. At this moment, a yellow figure suddenly appeared in front of Chudeo Dingza, and he stepped on the bench and grabbed it, but it was the Wei Feng Shui gate. Both Feng Shui men saw that Chudeo Dingza was in danger, and immediately rushed over from the side, ready to take the bench, but even so, his speed was too slow at this time. So fast! Bofeng Shuman exclaimed, and passed by the bench. Chudeo Dingza saw the bench flying towards him, closed his eyes in fright, only listened to the bang, but the bench did not smash the autumn gate Dingza, but smashed on the aisle next to him, only a few centimeters away from him. This scene directly scared Akimichi Dingza out of a cold sweat. You were almost injured by my cook. Yanchen squinted at Chudeo Dingza and said, so, don't talk nonsense next time. Akimichi Dingza nodded subconsciously. It's a good opponent. Watergate looked at Yanchen and said secretly in his heart. After Yanchen said this, without waiting for Ika-sensei to continue criticizing him, he walked directly to the back of the classroom and sat next to Juzine. Well done. Juzine gave a thumbs up directly to the arriving Yanchen. Yanchen smiled and did not speak. Ahem. Ika-sensei coughed lightly. He didn't want to mention the incident just now. After all, as a Zongnin, he was almost thrown out by a child with a stool, and it would be too humiliating to review it again. Then the next child will introduce himself, Ika said, and then Zionin stepped forward. Wow! The children's eyes suddenly lit up when they saw Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan had blue hair, and a blue paper flower on her hair, and she put her 2 small hands on her chest, looking very restrained. My name is Zionin, and I am also from Yuan Village. please advise me, Xiao Nan said softly and bowed forward. Good. We welcome. The students in the audience began to applaud warmly. Xiao Nan's personality is not as big as Juzine, such a gentle personality can please the children more. Of course, no one will say that Yuan village is a defeated village and so on, although Xiao Nan looks gentle, but the words are dusty. After all, no one wants to be intimidated like a Kimichi Dingza, and more importantly, they are still waiting for the words to be treated. Okay then, Zionin. Ika-sensei clapped his hands and said, then looked at the audience, then you sit next to Hinata. Ika-sensei pointed to the seat next to Hinata, which happened to be empty. Hinata Hayashi immediately became a little excited when he heard this. He liked this girl the first time he saw Zionin, and he never thought that it was a great honor for Ika-sensei to let Konan sit directly next to him. Welcome. Hinata Hayashi quickly stood up and said, deliberately making way for Konan, who knew that Xiao Nan was slightly red. Completely ignoring Hinata's action, she turned to look at Ika and said, Ika-sensei, I also want to sit in the last row. With that, Xiao Nan turned his head back to look at the last Yanshin. This, Ika-sensei frowned. Why are these three new children so troublesome? However, he saw Xiao Nan's eyes looking at Yanshin, and he had already guessed in his heart that this girl had a deep affection for Yanshin. Forget it, complete them, Ika-sensei said secretly, and then nodded. Receiving Ika's promise, Nan jumped slightly with joy and walked towards the back of the classroom. When passing by Hinata Hayashi, Zionin also specially said sorry to him, and Hinata could only nod awkwardly, and then watched Zionin jump and run to sit next to Yanshin, and then chatted happily with Yanshin. This new kid is really unpleasant, Hinata said as she clenched her fists. After arranging the seats, Ika-sensei said to the three of Yanshin again, because you are over 10 years old, the school has arranged you into our class that is about to graduate. According to the information given to me by the school, Shinkyuna has studied ninjutsu before. I don't have to worry. As far as Dust and Konan, you two have never learned ninjutsu before, so you have to work harder and try to keep up with our progress, got it. Yanshin replied with Xiao Nan, but Yanshin replied carelessly, while Xiao Nan answered seriously. The time in the classroom is very boring. Ika-sensei talks about theory and the history of the ninja world, and can listen carefully to the theory Dust, and for the history of the ninja world. Yanshin directly lay on the desk and slept groggily. After a day of class, when it was time to leave school, Jishine next to Yanshin was the first to rush out before Ika's teacher announced the end of class. Yanshin was dumb. Originally he wanted to invite Jishine to try a handful of Kanaha's most famous restaurant, Ichiraku Ramen. Since Jishine walked so fast, then forget it. Yanshin and Zionin came to the door of Ichiraku Ramen shop. Ichiraku was still young at this time. He was a big man, but his eyes were still squinted, and he couldn't see his pupils at all. Happy to see two small customers coming to the door, he quickly smiled and said, welcome, welcome. Yanshin also smiled and nodded to Ichiraku, and then picked up the menu on the table and ordered a different ramen with Konan. After taking notes on the ramen noodles he ordered, Ichiraku started making ramen. At this moment, a voice came from the rear. Yo, Zionin, you are also here. He didn't reply, he already knew who was coming, and it was Hinata who spoke. Xiao Nan also nodded politely in response to Hinata Hayashi's greeting, and turned back, but Hinata Hayashi's face was obviously much thicker than Xiao Nan imagined. He went directly to the other side of Xiao Nan and sat down. His face was surprised and said, it's really a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here. You also like to eat ramen here, tell you. I also like to eat, don't you think we have a lot of common interests? Yanshin on the side all wanted to laugh. This guy obviously followed them all the way, and then met by chance here, and crackled a lot of nice words, this kid, but really a little ghost. I'm sorry, I'm here for the first time to eat ramen, and I don't have any common interests with you, Konan still said with a smile, but this made Hinata a little embarrassed. Oh, it's okay. Hinata Hayashi laughed awkwardly twice, and then said loudly, boss, bring me a bowl of ramen, the same kind of ramen as this kid. Saying that, he pointed to the dust, and his eyes were full of defiance. Yanshin pouted. This Hinata estimated that the resentment of not being able to approach Konan was transferred to herself. Okay, Ichiraku in the store replied cheerfully. He didn't know that the children in the store had their own thoughts. Here, your udon, please enjoy it slowly. After a while, Ichiraku put a bowl of steaming udon noodles in front of Yanshin, because Yanshin was the first to point, so his noodles were the first to be ready. Thank you, boss. Yanshin thanked him, and finally he could try Naruto's favorite food. At this moment, suddenly a hand reached in front of Yanshin's table and grabbed the bowl of udon noodles. Seeing this, Yanshin quickly pinched the wrist of this non-track hand, and said coldly, Hinata, what are you going to do? Hinata's right wrist was pinched by Yanshin, but it felt like it was bitten by a tiger, and he couldn't let go of it, and after a while, he had already tried his best to help Yanshin's pincers, and his face was red. Let go of me. When he couldn't get rid of it himself, Hinata had to say it with his mouth. First of all, what are you doing with my noodles? Yanshin asked lightly. I want your bowl of noodles, Hinata said arrogantly and unreasonably. Yanshin frowned. By what? Just because this is Konoha, you are just a person from an outer village, and I am a local, and I am still a member of the Hyaga clan, a nobleman," Hinata said loudly, and a sense of family superiority emerged, and this superiority completely surfaced on his face. Yan Chen stared at the so-called aristocratic person in front of him for a moment, his eyes made Hinata a little numb, and then Yan Chen suddenly smiled. "Well, you have a point, you eat first." With that, he let go of Hinata's hand. Hinata was stunned, and Yan Chen gave in like this? "Hurry up, why are you stunned?" Yan Chen urged with a smile. "Just get it right. Count you acquaintance." Hinata had come this far, and he was sure to bite the bullet and keep walking. He picked up the bowl of udon noodles and returned to his seat and sat down. Yanchen, Xiao Nan's face was also a little surprised, and he didn't understand why Yanchen gave his face to Hinata, but Yanchen just waved his hand lightly, signaling her not to speak. Hinata, on the other hand, glanced at Yanchen with a victorious attitude, then picked up his chopsticks and ate ramen, making a hula sound as he ate. "It's delicious," Hinata said to Yanchen, but found that Yanchen was still smiling at him, and his eyes seemed to be watching a joke. Hinata Hayashi was puzzled, and after eating another bite of noodles, his face suddenly changed, and he felt that the noodles in his mouth seemed to become alive, and he jumped alive in his mouth. "What's the situation?" Hinata Hayashi was about to spit out the noodles, but found that Konan, who was next to him, seemed to notice his abnormality and was looking at him with a pair of doubtful eyes. In order to stop embarrassing herself from making disgusting movements in front of the girls, Hinata resolutely puffed out her mouth and let the noodles bounce inside, trying to forcibly swallow it, and something more tragic happened. The noodles in his mouth could not get out of his mouth, so he chose another place. So Yanchen and Zionin saw the scene of two noodles spewing out of Hinata's nostrils. Gee, Yanchen and Xiao Nan sighed with disdain at the same time. "It's not what you want." Hinata hurriedly wiped her face with her sleeve, and her face turned the color of pig's liver, where there was still a half-noble look. This noodle is alive," Hinata Hayashi said in horror, pointing to the bowl of noodles in front of her. Yanchen and Zionin didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly, but Hinata could tell from their eyes that he was completely treated as a fool. That boss, Yanchen, suddenly turned his head and shouted towards the store. "What's going on?" Ichiraku's voice came from the kitchen. "Is there a mental hospital in Konoha? One of my classmates seems to have something wrong with his brain," Yanchen said lightly. "Yanchen, you..." Hinata Hayashi was choked by Yanchen's words, and he saw that Xiao Nan was still looking at him with pity, and he felt that he had completely lost his face, and he suddenly couldn't sit still. "Humph." Hinata snorted dryly, then turned around and left here in ashes, and it wasn't long before he heard Ichiraku's angry roar, "Stinky boy, run away without giving money." After this guy who got in the way fled, Yanchen and Xiao Nan finally calmed down. "Yanchen, did you do the strange behavior of Hinata Hayashi just now?" Xiao Nan said to Yanchen. "That's right," Yanchen admitted it very simply. "What did you use again? Fix him so badly," Xiao Nan said excitedly. Yanchen did not hide it, and as soon as his right hand shook, a small pistol appeared in his hand. "What is this?" Xiao Nan asked suspiciously. She had never seen a pistol. "It's called a prank toy gun, it's like a bow and arrow," Yanchen said, and pointed to the trigger of the toy gun. "Pull this thing, and then something will fly out from the muzzle." Yanchen paused and continued, "But what about the ability of this gun? That is, no matter what it is, after being hit by this gun, it will become a tool for mischief. Just now I took advantage of Hinata's lack of attention and fired a shot at the bowl of noodles, so the noodles lived, and then severely smacked Hinata once." Xiao Nan's eyes immediately lit up after hearing Yanchen's words. "It sounds so interesting, can I take a look?" "Of course." Yanchen put the gun into Xiao Nan's hand, and carefully explained, "Hold the gun handle, then this is called the trigger, use the above to aim, and then press the trigger to launch." Xiao Nan obeyed Yanchen's command and fiddled with the toy gun, and a pair of eyes revealed unprecedented curiosity. "That's it." Yanchen helped Xiao Nan put on a shooting pose. "The next thing is to shoot bullets, but you don't shoot indiscriminately." After all, before Yanchen's words were finished, Xiao Nan pressed the trigger, only to hear the bang, and a tiny bullet in the shape of lightning shot out from the muzzle, flying like inside the store, and just hit the dough in Ichiraku's hand. Originally, Ichiraku was pulling the noodles with the dough, but suddenly the dough in his hand began to disobey him. The dough turned up and down like a wave, his hands fell into it, and then the dough suddenly jumped up from the table and smashed Ichiraku's face. Looking at this scene, Yanchen was dumb, and Xiao Nan said in a low and weak voice, "I'm sorry." Yanchen listened, and quickly covered Xiao Nan's mouth to prevent her from talking indiscriminately. "It seems that my technique is still not good, and I actually smashed the dough on my face." Ichiraku pulled the dough off his face, and then said to himself depressedly, he was completely confused by this sudden incident, and it was just a direct lack of skill. As the initiator of the prank, Konan buried his head low, not daring to look at Ichiraku's expression, while Jiken pursed his mouth to death, trying to keep himself from laughing. After the prank storm, Yanchen and Zionin finally ate ramen. Yan Chen couldn't wait to eat the newly served udon noodles. Well, the noodles are gluten, delicious, and indeed delicious. Boss, what ingredients are in your noodles? Yan Chen began to test the enemy. Hey, it's all simple food, there's nothing to say, Ichiraku said while wiping the flour from his face with a tissue. Hearing Ichiraku's words, Yan Chen also sighed secretly. Sure enough, Ichiraku would not tell him the inside story of this ramen, but since this is not reluctant, anyway, if he has delicious message, no matter what food he makes, it will not be inferior to Ichiraku ramen. After eating ramen, Yan Chen and Zionin left immediately after paying the money. Along the way, the two of them first went to buy a large number of ingredients to prepare for the opening, but when they bought a large number of ingredients and were walking to the neighborhood of the house, they ran into Hinata again, but unlike the last time, there was another person next to him. It was Hinata who had the same white eyes as him. I said, why are you following us all day? Yan Chen said to Hinata depressedly. That noodle moves, you're the ghost, right? Hinata Hayashi asked. On the way home he felt that something was wrong. He snatched Yan Chen's face. Yan Chen was not angry but also pouted him to eat, which was definitely tricky. In the face of Hinata's questioning, Yan Chen waved his hand indifferently. How the hell can I do? I can't make noodles alive. As soon as the words came out, Hinata Hayashi didn't know what to say, and after thinking about it, he really didn't know how to answer, and then said very scoundrelly, anyway, blame you. If you hadn't told me to eat that bowl of noodles, I wouldn't have. Good, blame me. Yan Chen interrupted Hinata's words and said like a child. Hinata Hayashi was immediately unhappy when he heard Yan Chen's tone, and he stomped his foot and said, you are a villager, I let you know the fate of underestimating our Hayaga family. Hinata sent us up. Hinata nodded when he heard his brother's words, and walked up expressionlessly, putting on a gossip fist state to face Yan Chen. And Hinata Hayashi quickly put on the same posture, and said triumphantly to Yan Chen, just a few days ago, our father taught us the 32 poems of gossip, so I'll try it with you today. Hey, it's not right to hit your classmates. Yan Chen said nonchalantly, aren't you Hayaga clan's tutored? Hinata was squeezed into speechlessness again. He suddenly felt that he could not let Yan Chen speak anymore. This guy was too sharp-mouthed, and he could easily silence himself. No matter, go straight on. Hinata Hayashi roared, and turned to look at Zionin, you'd better stand far away, this matter has nothing to do with you. Xiao Nan ignored Hinata, but looked at Yan Chen with an inquiring look. Yan Chen nodded to signal her reassurance, and Xiao Nan walked aside. Ugh! The two brothers of Hinata roared and rushed towards Yan Chen. Yan Chen was smiling, seemingly not paying attention to the two Hinata brothers at all. At this moment, two palm-sized stones suddenly flew towards the two brothers of Hiza from one side, and when the two brothers saw this, the Bagwazang also attacked the two stones and smashed them to pieces. Who sneaked up on us? Hinata shouted, you two guys, it's too much to use ninjutsu to attack Yan Chen who hasn't learned ninjutsu yet. A crisp voice sounded on the side, and a small figure came out from the shadows. It was Uzumaki Juzine. It's you, the little girl who looks like a tomato, telling you that this matter has nothing to do with you, stay away from here. Hinata said. I'll take care of this today, Juzine said. She blocked in front of Yan Chen, clasped her hands together and put them on her chest, as if she was ready to seal at any time. Yan Chen, don't panic, I'll cover you today. Juzine turned his head to Yan Chen again and said. Yan Chen was stunned. What kind of tone is Juzine's tone? Like a female big brother in the underworld? However, let Juzine fight two one by one. Yan Chen is a little uneasy. Since you are looking for a fight yourself, I will not be merciless, Hinata said. Yan Chen opened his mouth and said, I said, do you really want to do something with a girl? Your Hayaga family too? Stop it. Without waiting for Yan Chen to finish speaking, Hinata Hayashi shouted. He already knew what Yan Chen was going to say next, but Hayashi touched his chin and thought about it, and said, that's right, I shouldn't do it to the girl, this will lose the face of our Hayaga clan. Since that's the case, then I won't do it. Hinata, you go alone. Yan Chen's jaw is about to fall out when he hears this. This brother is too pit brother. For fear of losing the family's face, let his brother do it, completely ignoring the feeling of the day difference. Marai almost nodded and took a step forward, without the slightest hesitation. Yan Chen frowned. This Hinata actually listened to his brother's words like this? It felt like he was really his brother's puppet. That's right. Yan Chen suddenly remembered that in order to protect the blood succession limit, the Hayaga family divided the clan and the family, and the clan inherited the blood succession limit White Eye for generations. In order to maintain the White Eye well from loss, the divided family needed to sacrifice their lives to maintain the sect family, and the divided family had to be cast a spell mark from a young age. Hinata was born some days later than Hinata Hayashi, so unfortunately became a separator. Then he had to sacrifice his life to protect Hinata. Yan Chen sighed. No wonder Hinata obeyed his brother. The different times of birth led to different fates for the two, one in the sky and the other on the ground. Seeing Hinata take a fighting posture again, Yoshina was also unambiguous, looking at Hinata in front of him and said, come on. Hinata's eyes were cold, and he carried the Bagua palm to attack Juzine. Fire, fireball. After the seal of Juzine was completed, a fireball erupted from his mouth and flew towards the sun enough. A faint voice sounded, and Yan Chen's figure suddenly appeared in the center of Juzine and Hinata. He caught the bagwazang with one hand and scattered the fireball with the other. Yan Chen, you. A hint of surprise flashed on Jushine's face. Didn't Ika-sensei say in class that Yan Chen had never learned ninjutsu? And it was precisely because of this reason that she decided to help Yan Chen, but she never expected Yan Chen to take her and Hinata's move so lightly. And Hinata saw that his bagwazang was taken over, and an unexpected look appeared on his face. I said, Hayashi, can you not always call your brother? So let's have a competition. I don't need ninjutsu, Yan Chen said to Hinata. Rizu saw that Yan Chen caught the bagwazang so easily just now. How dare he be ugly? You must know that the bagwazang of Richa is better than him, and there is no fighting intent at the moment. He did not answer Yan Chen's words, but turned around and left. After walking for a while, Hinata found that Hinata was still standing there, and quickly turned his head to Hinata and reprimanded, Hinata, you bastard! Why are you stupid there? Don't go yet. Yes. Hinata reacted to this, and he replied respectfully and walked in the direction of Hinata. Hinata, Yan Chen suddenly shouted. Hinata stopped and looked at Yan Chen suspiciously. If you want to control your destiny, don't always listen to your brother, otherwise, your end will be miserable, Yan Chen said seriously. What nonsense are you talking about? Hinata is my younger brother, a member of our Hayaga family, of course he has to listen to me, Hinata said arrogantly. And a sad look flashed in Hinata's eyes. He did not answer Yan Chen's words, his expression also became cold, turned around and continued to walk towards Hinata. Go faster. Hayashi continued to reprimand Hinata, and no longer waited for his brother, so he walked forward without thinking. Ouch! Suddenly, only the sound of Hayashi's cry sounded, and somehow one of his shoes suddenly flew out of his foot and hit himself on the head again. Ha ha! Seeing the scene, Xiaonan and Juzine both laughed, and even a smile appeared at the corner of Hinata's mouth, and Juchen glanced at Xiaonan unexpectedly. Her own prank toy gun was still in the hands of this little girl, and she didn't think that she actually took the initiative to shoot. And Xiaonan saw Yan Chen looking at her, and also straightened his chest, and returned Yan Chen with a mischievous look, making Yan Chen cry and laugh. What the hell today? Hinata picked up the shoes on the ground in a panic, not wanting to stay here for a moment, put the shoes on and immediately ran away, and Hinata followed when he saw this. After the two brothers left, Yan Chen walked to Juzine. Thank you for your help. Juzine gave Yan Chen a blank look. I already knew that you were so powerful, I won't help you. Even so, I still have to thank you. After all, we have only known each other for a day, and you are willing to help me, Yan Chen said with a smile. Xin Junei heard Yan Chen's words, but turned his back to him and said, don't think too much, I helped you when I introduced myself and you gave me that bench as a weapon. Yan Chen smiled and did not speak, but Xiao Nan on the side stepped forward and said to Juzine, you helped us, let's go to our house for dinner together. Juzine looked at Xiao Nan, then at Yan Chen, and asked curiously, do you live together? Xiao Nan blushed and said, then you are brothers and sisters or brothers and sisters? Zhao Sina asked. Neither, we're friends. Yan Chen said. Cut, it's definitely not that simple. Juzine muttered. What did you say? Xiao Nan didn't hear Juzine's words. Nothing. Juzine quickly shook his head, and said in a somewhat dissatisfied tone, today is the first day I moved to Konoha, my parents are very uneasy about me, and I still don't go. That's always welcome. Yan Chen did not force her to stay. Juzine nodded and left here as well. After everyone left, Xiao Nan handed the prank toy gun to Yan Chen and said, give it back to you. What's wrong, no playing? Happy to see you teasing Hinata? Yan Chen asked with a smile. Xiao Nan shook his head embarrassedly, it's because this gun is so fun, I'm afraid I can't control my own hands to prank others, it's better to return it to you. At this moment, several whizzing sounds suddenly sounded in the sky near where Yan Chen was standing, and several ninjas wearing robes and masks swept over the roof and ran towards the Naruto building. This kind of costume is a guy from the dark department, it's very good, and the search for Tuan Zhang starts with them. Yan Chen looked at the dark passage in the direction where the ninjas disappeared, and quickly remembered their smell. The most convenient way to find the group was of course to directly find the third generation of Hokage, but now Yan Chen was not sure that he could control him, so starting with these dark members was the best choice. What's wrong, Yan Chen? Xiao Nan looked at Yan Chen in a daze and asked softly. Nothing. Yan Chen reacted, and took the toy gun with a smile, you can return it to me, I may just need it tonight. Tonight? Xiao Nan quickly raised his head when he heard Yan Chen's words, what are you going to do tonight? Go and find out the whereabouts of a person, after all. I came to this village to find him, said Yan Chen with an indifferent expression. At this time, in the Hokage building, Ika-sensei was walking up the stairs nervously, and he couldn't help but be nervous, because he suddenly received an order for the third Hokage to summon him. Arrived, let's go inside. The ninja who led Ika-sensei here said. Ika nodded, took a deep breath, and pushed open the wooden door in front of him. "Hello Naruto-sama." IKA looked at the three generations of Hokage in the seat and bowed. The third generation smiled and said, "I came to you today to ask how the three new students were doing in school." Teacher IKA was stunned. It seems that the origin of these three students seems to be somewhat important, and he did not hide it at the moment, and said that Juzine beat people and Yanshin helped on the side. After listening to this, the third generation of Hokage nodded and analyzed, "Well, that little girl in the country of Whirlpool is indeed a little willful. As for this Yanshin, it seems that doing things completely depends on her own mood." That's right. IKA-sensei suddenly remembered something, that Yanshin's strength seems to be quite strong, and I can't stop him when he throws the bench. IKA did not directly say how he stopped the process of talking about the dust. After all, it was a bit humiliating to say this. Strength. A trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of the three generations. This matter was not revealed to him in the letter. Could it be that he didn't even know about it? Okay, I know. You can pay more attention to those three children in the future. Mayo said. Yes, Naruto-sama. IKA said, then turned and left the place. Do you want to find someone to test it? The three generations of Hokage looked at the table in front of him and fell into thought. In an instant, it was night, and the village of Konoha was quiet and peaceful late at night, and compared to the village of Yuyan, which was fighting all day, it was simply paradise. The two Konoha ninjas in charge of the patrol were laughing and walking down the street, and they had just passed a few small buildings when the door of the lowest storefront in the building was opened, but it was quickly closed again in a second. What sound? One of the ninjas heard the door slam and looked towards the source. But the place of the storefront is still quiet. I see you heard me wrong. Another ninja said, don't be suspicious. What can happen to the village now? The elites of each village are in the battlefield dominated by the land of wind and the land of earth, not to mention that we Konoha have just won the battle of Yuyan village now, and no one dares to infiltrate our village. That's what I said, the other ninja said, and the two of them continued to walk forward, listening softly from beginning to end. At this time, he was wearing a cloak of invisibility, and the two ninjas on patrol naturally could not detect him. I just won the battle, and it seems that the whole village is proud. Yan Chen sighed after listening to the words of the two ninjas. Let's find out the whereabouts of those dark ninjas first. Yan Chen thought of it, so he used his strong nose to trace the air to find the taste. Most of the smell can't be found. It seems that he should have been sent out on a mission again, but fortunately there is another. Yan Chen only smelled a dark ninja in the air, and it seemed that he should be the only one in Konoha village at the moment. Looking at the three words Konoha Hospital on the building, Yan Chen understood the situation. It seemed that this unlucky Konoha ninja was injured during the mission, so he did not continue the mission, but stayed in the hospital to recuperate. Yan Chen walked into the hospital and found that there were three ninjas playing cards in the guard room next to the hospital gate, and it seemed that there was still a certain amount of vigilance here. However, this was completely meaningless to Yan Chen in the stealth state, but just as he was about to take out the bamboo dragonfly and swagger in through some window that had not closed the window here, a ninja in the guard room moved. Wait a minute, it's time. The ninja suddenly put down the poker in his hand and stood up, and Yan Chen saw clearly at this time. His eyes were white, and he was actually a ninja of the Hyaga clan. The Hyaga ninja walked to the door of the guard room and faced the direction of the hospital. This guy must be thinking. Yan Chen guessed the ninja's thoughts in his heart, and he quickly wrapped his invisibility cloak tightly, rolled in the momentum, and avoided the sight of the Hyaga ninja. White eyes. The ninja of the Hyaga clan really did as Yan Chen expected, and the blue tendons around his eyes burst out, and he rolled his eyes. Although Yan Chen does not know whether the invisibility cloak can prevent the white eyes, but now is not the time to do experiments. Try to avoid it if you can. The ninja of the Hyaga clan looked outside the hospital and then turned to scan the hospital building before retracting his eyes and walking back to the card table. I said, Aida, is there a situation? A ninja asked. Nope. The white-eyed ninja known as Aida shook his head. I said, in this situation, who dares to invade us? The ninja said with a big grin. Hinata Aida smiled. Even so, what needs to be done still has to be done, and patrolling with white eyes every 10 minutes is the rule from above, and I dare not easily violate it. Seeing that you are doing this so seriously, there is definitely a future in the future. Another ninja praised. Yanshin on the side is a little depressed, patrolling with white eyes every 10 minutes? It was worthy of Konoha, and he did a pretty good job of guarding the village, but he wasn't sure that he would be able to ask Danzo's whereabouts in 10 minutes, so he had to find a way to stun Hinata Aida. Thinking of this, Yan Chen took out a prank toy gun to see if this new prop could play some role. Yanshin came to the window of the guardhouse, aimed the muzzle at the playing card in Hinata Aida's hand, and pressed the trigger. That tiny lightning-shaped bullet flew out and knocked down the playing cards impartially. Haha, I'm going to win this game. At this time, Hinata Aida was unaware, and was staring at the playing card in his hand with excitement on his face. Look at me, 4 5s, bomb. Just as Hinata Aida was about to throw out the 4 5s in his hand, it seemed that a gust of wind blew over, and none of the playing cards in his hand were held steadily. All of them were blown apart, and then smashed on his face. His two players took the opportunity to peek at the cards scattered on the ground with their eyes wide open. Hey, don't peek. Hinata Aida was very upset. He rubbed his face, quickly bent down to pick up the playing cards scattered on the ground, and tried to pick them all up before his two friends saw the light. At this time, a gust of wind blew out of nowhere, blowing up a playing card scattered in the farthest place, towards the door of the guardhouse. Hinata Ada was shocked to see the card that was blown away. Wow, that's King Jong. It was the key to his winning the set, and he no longer picked up the card that fell on the ground, but chased it out with the card. As a result, Hinata Ada didn't chase him far, and Yanshin appeared from behind him, pointed at his neck, and slapped down with a hand knife. So Hinata Aida's body immediately softened and fell to the ground, and he had no chance to win this set. Sure enough, gambling hurts. Yanshin looked at Hinata Ada on the ground and sighed. Hey, Hinata Aida, what's wrong and not coming back? The voice of one of his players came from the guard room. Yanshin smiled, but he replied, I'll go to the big one first, you guys play first. His voice was no longer his childish voice, but Hinata Aida's voice. Then you hurry. The ninja replied, undoubtedly having him. Yanshin snorted, pulled up the upper body of Hinata Ada on the ground, and was about to drag it to a secluded place. Wait, the guardhouse suddenly spoke. Yanshin's footsteps immediately stopped. He was a little nervous at this time. Could it be that his voice was heard? No, this prop called Sound Candy can completely imitate other people's voices, but if you are really heard, you must be ready to be discovered immediately. What's wrong? Yanshin replied with a frown. What's wrong? Yanshin replied with a frown. If you go to the bathroom, the plate just now doesn't count. Wait for you to come and we will play another game. The ninja in the guard room replied. Speechless, this ninja is still for the matter of playing cards, but he still thinks that he has been discovered, and if he is Hokage, he will order a ban on gambling during work. No problem, Yanshin replied, and only then dragged Hinata Aida's body away. After hiding Hinata Aida's body in a pile of grass, Yanshin took out the bamboo dragonfly with confidence, flew directly into the air, and chose the window with the window open and flew in. The room was dark, and Yanshin crawled into the room for a while before adjusting to the dark environment. At this time he was in a hospital room. There were beds on both sides of the room, and there were people lying on it. It seemed that there were many ninjas injured in the war. In the snoring sound one after another, Yanshin walked out of the ward and came to the aisle. The lights in the aisle were still on, and there were still these nurses on duty at the nurses' station not far away. But Yanshin also knew that although these people were wearing white clothes, it did not mean that they were just nurses. Most of the doctors and nurses in this hospital were medical ninjas. Yanshin followed the smell of the dark ninja, tiptoed down the aisle, and soon arrived at the door of the dark ninja's ward. Gently pushing the door open halfway, Yanshin walked into the ward. Through the light coming from the aisle, Yanshin saw the scene in front of him clearly. It was still the same arrangement as the previous ward, but the people lying on it were all wrapped in bandages. Some were wrapped around their feet, some were wrapped around their hands, and the worst guys were even entangled all over their bodies. It seems that this is supposed to be the place where the injured guy lives. Yanshin followed the smell to find the ninja's hospital bed in the dark part, and found that his whole body did not seem to be injured much, but there were some bandages on his ankles. This guy seems to be quite lucky, the injury is not serious. Yanshin said secretly, in that case, wake him up first. Yanshin took a few steps closer to the hospital bed, and was about to wake him up, but suddenly saw that the dark ninja's body was not injured, but his head was tightly wrapped in bandages, showing only his nostrils and eyes. I'll go, my head is wrapped like a volleyball, this guy won't happen to hurt his mouth, right? Yanshin frowned, his mouth hurt, but he couldn't ask about Tuan Zhang's whereabouts. Try it before you talk. Yanshin pushed the ninja in the dark part hard and directly woke him up. The dark ninja's body moved, and his eyes opened in confusion, but because Yanshin was wearing an invisibility cloak, he could only see the ceiling in the ward. So the dark ninja was completely unaware of this unexpected awakening. He turned around and began to fall asleep again. Yanshin naturally couldn't let him sleep again, and this time Yanshin directly stretched out his hand and pinched his arm fiercely. The ninja reacted greatly, and he immediately jumped up half of his body from the top, but under such pain, he did not shout out, but only made a whimpering sound from his mouth. It seems that the mouth is really injured. What a trouble. Yanshin looked at the dark ninja in front of him who had been pinched by himself, and his eyes were still dazed. By the way, use my time to wrap the skin. Yanshin suddenly thought of a good idea. He had just killed Hanzo, and now his ability can extend the effective time wrapping skin to 2 days ago. I hope this ninja was injured within 2 days. After being pinched again, the dark ninja looked around with wide eyes and suspicion, but still didn't notice anything wrong. Hell, he was wondering, when suddenly it was dark in front of him, and then he felt someone covering his head with a cloth. The dark ninja was shocked and tried to remove the contents of his head with his hands, but he found that his hands had been forcibly pressed, and at the same time there was a numb and crispy feeling on his face, and the pain caused by the burning of the fire slowly subsided. What is the situation? Is someone treating my wounds? But what kind of ninjutsu is this? The dark ninja wondered that the tongue he had lost due to burnt was slowly recovering. A few seconds later, the dark ninja had felt that all the injuries on his head had been completely healed, and he was surprised, and was about to shout loudly, but he was suddenly covered by a hand, and at the same time a small thing was forcibly poured into his mouth, and without paying attention, the dark ninja swallowed this thing, and then there was a cold touch on his neck, which was a metal feeling that he was very familiar with. If you dare to speak, I will kill you. You don't want to be deprived of the ability to speak right away. Such an indifferent voice sounded in his ears, and the cloth on his face was removed. The dark ninja's eyes widened incredulously. He didn't see anyone beside him, but a hand and a sharp blade suddenly stretched out from an empty place next to him. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Before he could figure out the situation, he heard the voice again. Now tell me the whereabouts of Tuan Zhang, remember to speak softly. The voice said. The dark ninja snorted coldly in his heart. How could years of training make it so easy for him to tell the secret that the enemy wanted? Just when he was ready to respond with silence, his mouth whispered at himself. I don't know. The dark ninja said. Huh? Yan Chen frowned. He had just fed the dark ninja honest pill. No matter what question he asked, he had to answer it truthfully. If this dark ninja says he doesn't know, then the result is really unknown. And the dark ninja is even more frightened. Why is it clear that it is his own heart, but his mouth is uncontrollably directly said, what is going on? Why don't you know that you're not from the dark part? Yan Chen continued to ask. The ninja closed his mouth tightly, but after a moment, he couldn't help but say, the dark department where I am located is also called the Konoha Assassination Tactical Special Unit, only listening to the dispatch of the Hokage, and the organization of the group is called the Dark Ministry Training Department, also known as the Root. This department is not controlled by the Hokage, directly under the orders of the group. We are actually two different departments, so I don't know. Hearing the words of this dark ninja, Yan Chen was a little big-headed. Both the dark part and the root like to cover their faces with masks, so he would get these two organizations wrong, but wouldn't this trip be for nothing? The dark ninja was about to cry when he saw that he had told all the secrets of Konoha honestly. Although he couldn't understand why he was like this, he could vaguely guess that it had something to do with what he swallowed into his stomach before. Yan Chen narrowed his eyes and continued to ask, then do you know the members of the root? No one, said the dark ninja. It seems that there is still drama. Yan Chen said darkly, and then spoke to the dark ninja, now tell me all the information about that root member you know. The dark ninja took a breath, his eyes were fierce, and he was about to open his mouth to scream, but a flash of sword light flashed, and his tongue was actually cut in half, and blood suddenly overflowed the entire mouth. What? The dark ninja began to struggle with the pain. Yan Chen picked up the knife very crisply and slashed at his limbs respectively, which directly abolished his limbs, so that his body instantly stood still, but his head was constantly breaking out in cold sweat. At this time, the dark ninja's heart was full of despair, and he wanted to kill him immediately. However, Yan Chen naturally would not do this, at least not before he asked. He took out the time-burdened skin again and put it on the ninja's head. After a while, the dark ninja's tongue recovered, and the blood gushing out of his mouth disappeared. Do you still want to shout, people, now? If you still want to shout, I don't mind doing what I just did. Yan Chen threatened lightly. The dark ninja's eyes were full of fear. He was completely numb, and he didn't want to experience the fear of having his tongue cut off once and then lost and regained. Seeing that the dark ninja stopped talking, Yan Chen knew that he had been completely tamed by himself, and did not hurriedly repeat the question, now tell me all the information about that root member you know. That person's name is Oil Girl Shijiro, a member of the Oil Girl clan, age 35, home address. The dark ninja revealed all the information about the members of the root. Yan Chen nodded when he heard this, memorized this information in his heart, and then smiled at the dark ninja. Thank you for the reminder, now you can sleep well. The dark ninja only felt a heavy knocking sensation in his head, and he fainted directly. Early the next morning, in the Hokage building. What? You said a guard at the hospital fainted on duty last night? The three generations questioned the ninja in the audience. This ninja with black hair tied at the back of his head is none other than Naramaru, the father of Nara Shikaisa. That's right, it is said that he was stunned from behind, and the person who stunned him can also imitate his voice. Naramaru replied. Did something happen at the hospital? Mayo continued to ask. Naramaru shook his head and said, we have asked everyone in the hospital, nothing happened. It's just what? Hearing the ninja's swallowing words, the three generations quickly asked. It's just that a ninja subordinate to the dark department said that he had a bizarre dream at night, in which his injuries were healed, and the man fed him a pill, and he answered whatever he asked. Because the description of this matter is too bizarre, so I am not going to include it in the scope of investigation. Because I have a cold, I can only change two today. You don't have to wait for the evening, sorry. Finally, ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for tips. It's just that a ninja subordinate to the dark department said that he had a bizarre dream at night, in which his injuries were healed, and the man fed him a pill, and he answered whatever he asked. Because the description of this matter is too bizarre, so I am not going to include it in the scope of investigation. The third generation frowned when he heard this, and then continued to ask, what did that person ask him? It seems to be forcing him to ask about the whereabouts of the master of the group, and finally had to leak the information of a root member. Naramaru replied. Tanzo, the 3 generations of doubt in their eyes deepened. For the village of Kanaha, he has always been the lord of the group, the leader of the group is secret. He originally handed over the investigation of the ninja killer of the Uyan village to the group to manage, did not think that he was a feather and returned, and even was cut off an arm, and after returning, he said that he would prepare for some experiments, and disappeared without a trace. Even the 3 generations themselves have not seen him for a while. After thinking for a while, the 3 generations said seriously, do you think this will be an illusion? Naramaru was stunned for a moment, and then said, you mean that the guy who sneaked into the hospital used illusion when he was pressed? The 3rd generation nodded, that's right, since someone knocked out the hospital guards, it is impossible to do nothing. Maybe that person came to the hospital to ask about the whereabouts of Danzo. Naramaru, who do you think will be this invading the hospital? Naramaru pondered for a moment, and also said, Naruto-sama, with all due respect, if this is the case, then the most suspicious person is the people of the Uchiha family. The Uchiha family, Mayo doubted. Well, Naramaru nodded. First, before there was news that Kanaha village was infiltrate, someone sneaked into the hospital, indicating that this person is from the village. Second, when it comes to illusions, the ability to write chakra is indispensable. Third, Danzo-sama's political position, he has always believed that Uchiha is a potential hidden danger to the Kanaha family. Fourth, the dark ninja who was forced to question only returned to the village yesterday afternoon, and the Uchiha family, as the police department of the village, can get this news for the first time. To sum up, so I think I see. The 3rd generation said lightly, your analysis does make some sense, but there are still some places that don't make sense. If it's really a person from the Uchiha clan, you don't need to sneak into the hospital at all, not to mention, as the police department of the village, they have many ways to get news of the group, and they shouldn't have to do this. Naramaru smiled bitterly and said, this is the most reasonable explanation I can think of. Anyway, since that person has obtained the information of the root member, then there will definitely be some action next. You go and send someone to secretly protect that person, and we will wait for the rabbit ones, Mayo ordered. Yes, Naramaru replied and walked out. At this time, Yanshin had already dozed off at the ninja school, and last night after forcing out the whereabouts of a root member, he used the time bag skin to change what he did to the dark ninja back to the original, so the dark ninja thought that he had an unreal dream. After getting the whereabouts of the member, he also went to his house to look for it, but found that there was no one, so the clue was temporarily interrupted. Helpless Yanshin can only make up for sleep in the classroom depressly, but what Yanshin doesn't know is that because of what he did, the 3 generations are already doubting the Uchiha family. Teacher Ika on the stage saw that Yanshin was still in exactly the same state as the first day on the second day, and he immediately became dissatisfied. He deliberately walked to the aisle of the classroom and slowly walked towards Yanshin's position. Xiao Nan on the side saw the teacher approaching their side, a worried look appeared on her face, and she stretched out her hand to wake up Yanshin, but the hand she had just stretched out was grabbed by Juzine on the other side. Juzine squeezed Xiao Nan's hand in the palm of her hand, her face showed a mischievous look, her body gently leaned next to Yanshin, and said softly, hey, it's time for school, you can go. After Juzine said this, Yanshin just moved his body, and there was no big reaction. Juzine frowned, it seemed that his voice was too small, and Yanshin didn't hear this guy clearly. So, Juzine leaned closer again and repeated the sentence. What? Yanshin muttered, still did not raise his head. Juzine puffed out his small mouth, how deaf is this dusty ear? I didn't hear it, and seeing that the teacher was coming, I couldn't fool him immediately. After thinking for a few seconds, Juzine stomped his foot, brought his face completely to Yanshin's ear and whispered, after class, you can go. What did you say? Yanshin suddenly raised his head, and as soon as Juzine didn't pay attention, the small mouth attached to Yanshin's ear touched his cheek. Juzine's face immediately turned red, and he quickly moved his head away. The cold is slightly better, try to change 3 times today. Juzine turned her head completely to the other side, pretending not to know Yanshin at all, but Yanshin could clearly see that her little face was already red to the root of her ears. Ahem. Just as Yanshin was puzzled, a low voice to clear his throat came from in front of him, and Yanshin turned his head to see that it was Ika-sensei. Teacher Ika looked at Juzine, who turned his head to the side, and then looked at Yanshin and said, originally, I came to let you concentrate on studying, but now, young people, you still have to concentrate on learning ninjutsu, protecting your home, falling in love, or do it later. Saying that, Ika-sensei turned around and left, confused. That's right. Ika-sensei suddenly turned back and said, you 3 newcomers will have a paper exam on the history of the ninja world and the basics of ninjutsu tomorrow, and those who fail will be punished 30 times, so be prepared, especially the guys who love to sleep in class. As soon as these words came out, the entire classroom immediately gloated, and Yanshin frowned even more. He only studied ninjutsu in 2 days before the exam. Isn't this an obvious failing rhythm? The teacher is right, those newcomers, sleepy guys are finished. Hinata, who was sitting in the middle of the classroom, stood up and echoed the teacher's words, looking at Yanshin with malice in his eyes. Yanshin was a little crying and laughing. Why did this kid start to provoke again? Wasn't the suffering yesterday enough? Yanshin decided to scare Hinata Hayashi, and he sat in place, watching Hinata Hayashi. The kid raise his hand, deliberately making a look like he was going to throw something. That Hinata Hayashi really shrunk his neck in fright, and then this kid smiled when he saw Yanshin, knowing that he was playing on himself, and now stood up again, and patted a person next to him. The man turned to look at Hinata, and a big round face looked at Hinata. What are you going to do? Yanchen looked at the person next to him and found that it was actually Chudeo Dingza. These two guys were angry with Yanchen yesterday, and they didn't think that they would actually unite today. Hinata saw that Akimichi Dingza was still looking at him blankly, and said at the moment, "You come and scold Yanshin fiercely." "What are you scolding him for?" Akimichi Dingza asked suspiciously. Hinata was stunned. Usually he holds the identity of the Hyaga clan and rarely interacts with his classmates. He saw Akimichi Dingza yesterday and did not care about Yanshin, so he specially pulled him as his comrade in arms. But this Akimichi Dingza seems to be a little not very smart, and he can't even understand the meaning of his words. "Of course, to vent your anger, you forgot what he did to you yesterday." Hinata Hayashi hurriedly continued to instigate. Who knew that Chudeo Dingzao shook his head? "Forget it, this guy Yanshin is too fierce, scold him and he will smash me with a stool." "Scold yourself." Hinata was speechless, just felt that this little fat man was a little stupid, and as a result, he said such a thing that made him speechless, and his idea of using him as a gun didn't work at all. "Okay, this morning's class is here, you three new arrivals get ready for the exam," Ika-sensei said. Yes. Yanchen, you newcomer, study for the exam well. Alas, I envy you new students who can take the exam, which is like us, you can only go to the training ground to practice ninjutsu on the spot. Hinata Hayashi continued to taunt, with an expression that didn't look too big. Yanchen frowned, took out a small prop from his thinking pocket, put it in Xiao Nan's hand, and whispered a few words to her. "Do you really have to do this?" Xiao Nan asked. Her little face was slightly red, and she seemed a little embarrassed. Yanchen nodded very surely. "What did you just say, sneaky?" Juzine looked at Yanchen and Xiao Nan and said dissatisfiedly. Yanchen smiled slightly. "Secret. You guy." Juzine crossed his waist, puffed out his small mouth and glared angrily at Yanchen. Yanchen directly ignored Juzine's murderous gaze, but turned to Ika and said, "Why do we have an exam for our new arrival?" Ika-sensei swept the dust with his eyes, because the tests on the exam paper are all the history and basic ninjutsu knowledge of the ninja world. It belongs to the first test to enter the school, and the others have already taken it, except for Jushine. The age at which you and Konan's acceptance of ninjutsu is a little late compared to our peers in Konoha village, so I decided to take the exam in advance and let you strive to get to the training ground as soon as possible so that you can keep up with our progress, so try to know. "So that's the case, I understand your painstaking efforts very well." Yanchen nodded and said sincerely. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Nan. "Did you say it, Xiao Nan?" Xiao Nan replied softly. She buried her head low, and continued, "Ika-sensei, I think since Hinata Hayashi-san has said that he envies us for the exam, it is better to let him also come to the exam." Hinata Hayashi quickly said loudly when he heard this, "How is it possible? I have already passed the exam. How can I waste time on this?" "Are you right, Ika-sensei?" Who knew that Ika thought for a while and nodded. "Well, Xiao Nan is right, since you also want to take the exam, then you are also ready to prepare." Who knew that Ika thought for a while and nodded. "Well, Xiao Nan is right, since you also want to take the exam, then you are also ready to prepare." Hinata Hayashi's eyes widened, to know that the test paper test to test the basic ninjutsu knowledge he has no problem, but that ninja history is too difficult to memorize. I think that in order to memorize the history of the ninja world, every student in the class heard a lot of brains, and now Ika-sensei actually wants him to retake the exam. How can he remember the messy content? "I protest. Ika-sensei, why do I have to take the exam?" Hinata said loudly. Ika frowned. "Didn't you say that you envied them for the exam?" "The teacher's command will not change." No, Hinata retorted. "I'm not a new student. Why should I take the test? If I want to take an exam, the whole class should take it together." As soon as he said this, the eyes of the surrounding classmates all looked at him with hatred, and Hinata swallowed his saliva. It seems that he also felt that he had said something very offensive to the anger of the public. "That's a great idea." Xiao Nan also mixed a sentence. After thinking for a while, Ika-sensei also nodded. "Well, Hinata, you are right, then the whole class will take the exam, just so I will test you. See the history of the ninja world, you have forgotten. Don't." Suddenly, the whole class began to cry out for days, and at the same time they looked at Hinata Hayashi even more angrily. If their eyes could kill, Hinata Hayashi would have died many times. Facing everyone's angry gazes, Hinata Hayashi pretended to whistle casually, and then slowly sat back in his place, not daring to say another word. "I said Zionin, why does Ika-sensei listen to you so much? You just say a few words, and he changes his mind." Xin Kunao on the side was surprised, but she was very happy that this exam could pull all the students in the class into the water. "Nothing." Xiao Nan still lowered his head and said. Her action was seen by Juzine, and Juzine's heart was even more puzzled at Zionin. why have you kept your head down since just now? Saying that, Juzine stood up directly. What for? Yan Chen looked at Juzine's movements and asked. None of your business. Juzine directly pushed away the Yanshan that stood between her and Xiao Nan, came to Xiao Nan, and squatted down to check Xiao Nan's little face. Yanshan on the side was a little depressed. He provoked her? Wow. Xiaonan, did you put on lipstick? So beautiful. Juzine looked at Xiao Nan's face and exclaimed. Whatever. Xiao Nan quickly covered his face with his hand. Why block it? It's really beautiful, Juzine said vigorously. But Xiao Nan still covered his face tightly, and said weakly to Juzine, you better stay away from me, okay, but it's really beautiful. Juzine on the side nodded, and really obediently listened to Xiao Nan's words and stood aside. Sure enough, this dish has some use, Yan Chen secretly sighed. Just now, in order to punish Hinata once, he took out a prop called lipstick that makes people's mouths sweet. As long as this lipstick is applied to the mouth, no matter what he says, he will please others, so that others can follow his own advice. Of course, the premise is that the advice is not too excessive. If you ask others to commit suicide or something, it will not work at all. After Yan Chen took out this prop, considering that he was a man, he let Xiao Nan paint it, and let Xiao Nan persuade Ika-sensei to catch Hinata Hayashi for the exam. But he never thought that Hinata Hayashi actually betrayed the whole class. Looking at Xiao Nan's shy action after applying lipstick again, Yan Chen was also inexplicably looking forward to Xiao Nan's lipstick, so Yan Chen walked up to her and said, Xiao Nan, raise your head and let me see. After Yan Chen said this sentence again, he suddenly felt that he was completely teasing her like this. However, Xiao Nan obviously did not eat this set. She shook her head and said two words, don't. Yan Chen suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart, and he nodded and said, okay, then whatever you want. After that, Yan Chen no longer forced Xiao Nan, and Xiao Nan took out a tissue and began to wipe the lipstick on his mouth. After a while, Yan Chen reacted. He seemed to be affected by the ability of the lipstick. Xiao Nan only said two words to him. He actually really obeyed Xiao Nan's words. If this prop is used well, it is equivalent to a low-function version of Bishinshin Ah. Okay, class is over. At this time, Mr. Ika's voice came from the stage. Students, remember to review well and take a good exam tomorrow. As soon as these words came out, there was another wail in the audience, and then the students killed the initiator of all this with angry eyes, Hinata. And just after Ika announced the end of school and left the classroom, Yan Chen went directly to the podium and announced, now everyone wants to eat noodles for free, just come with me. As soon as Yan Chen's words came out, the students in the audience applauded, so Yan Chen led his classmates to walk towards his house empty. Came to Yan Chen's shop. Yan Chen has already locked his inner room, and the classmates are also very sensible in the store to find a place to sit down. Some students can't sit down. Yan Chen directly set up a few tables outside the house. Anyway, there is no city management in Kanaha village, there should be no trouble. And he and Xiaonan began to be busy in the kitchen, noodles and seasonings, but as the saying goes, men and women match, work is not tired. Yanshin and Xiaonan soon made the first bowl of ramen. The noodles were covered with things like ham, greens, and shrimp, steaming outward, looking similar to the noodles made by Ichiraku. This bowl of noodles was the first food Yanshin made in the Hokage world. Yanshin decided to try it himself. He immediately couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks, then pick up a few and put them in his mouth. How? Xiao Nan asked Yan Chen with an excited look. After Yanshin put the noodles in his mouth, his face immediately turned green. I have to say that the appearance of this noodle is the same as Uncle Ichiraku, but it is simply a world of difference to eat. Yanshin has not made ramen. The noodles pulled for the first time are sticky and hard, plus the seasoning is not properly matched, salty and spicy, and even the shrimp shell on the shrimp as a meat dish has not been peeled clean. Ahem. After chewing a few bites, Yanshin simply ran to the toilet to spit out the noodles, and the ramen made for the first time was too unpalatable. Isn't it delicious? Xiao Nan looked at Yan Chen's painful expression, and also picked up the chopsticks to try it. Don't. Seeing this, Yan Chen quickly organized Xiao Nan's act that was tantamount to suicide. This bowl of noodles is so badly made, let's make it again, next time without any seasoning, just add my ancestral secret recipe. Yan Chen said while rinsing his mouth with clean water, I have to say that this is simply a devil dish, and after gargling, it still has endless aftertaste. Hey, what are you two doing? I guess I've been making a bowl of noodles for so long. A lively voice came, and then Joshina walked into the kitchen. She looked at the painful Yanshin, glanced at the bowl of noodles on the table, and then said, I said, sure enough, a bowl has been prepared, then let me help you try it first. Saying that, Juzine jumped over. Yan Chen saw this and quickly stopped her, but he planned to open a noodle restaurant. If this bowl of noodles is eaten by others, then before it opens, his brand will be smashed. You better go out first, this bowl of noodles is just a sample, you can't eat it, wait for me and Xiao Nan to finish and serve it to you, Yan Chen said to Juzine. Juzine seemed a little reluctant, and she said again, how about I help you make noodles with Xiaonan? Miss, forget it, Yan Chen said quickly. He felt that Juzine joining in would only make them messy. Just let me join. Juzine still said this, but his expression had become a little sad. Seeing this, Yan Chen had already guessed some clues, and he walked up to Juzine and said, why, the classmates are bullying you again. Juzine hooked his finger and said embarrassedly, "It's not bullying, it's just that everyone ignores me, it's too uncomfortable for me to stay outside alone." Yan Chen sighed. Sure enough, as he thought, Juzine was rejected by his classmates outside, and he had to find a way to solve this problem. In this way, you go and sit outside first, and wait for me to pack you to become the most popular person in the class, Yan Chen said. Really? Juzine quickly asked happily when she heard Yan Chen's words, but she immediately turned her head again. I don't need your help. There are black lines floating over Yan Chen's head. Is this the legendary tsundere? Although Juzine said so, he still obeyed Yan Chen's words and obediently walked out of the kitchen. Next, the noodles are made faster. Directly boil the noodles, take them out of the pot, and then sprinkle them directly with delicious message to easily finish a bowl of noodles. After tasting a bite, Yan Chen once again praised the taste. Doraemon's props are powerful, obviously no seasoning has been added, but after adding this message, it is particularly delicious, and the bowl of noodles with luxurious ingredients made by himself is almost like compared to it. After making enough noodles, Yan Chen chose to serve them in small bowls, and then served them directly. Applause welcomed chef. Walking out of the kitchen, the students saw Yan Chen bring out the noodles, and they all clapped their hands happily, as long as Juzine sat alone in a corner, looking at Yan Chen with a smile in his eyes, but this smile also seemed a little reluctant. The students, who were still happy, were stunned when they saw the bowl of noodles in front of their dining table, and the room that was still lively just now immediately quieted down. I'll say, Yan Chen, are you making this ramen too simple? The first to speak was Naruto. He looked at the bowl of plain noodles in front of him and frowned. This is really just noodles, not even a little green onion. Before Yan Chen could answer, another voice sounded again. Yes, Yan Chen, you are too stingy, right? Noodles are made like this. Do you dare to open a noodle restaurant? You will definitely be scolded to death. Yan Chen looked at it. It was actually the little fat Shu Dao Ding Zie who said this. Last time this guy offended himself, he was intimidated by himself a little, and now he even dares to come and eat noodles. I said Akimichi Dingza, the last time you spoke ill of me in class, today you actually dare to come to me with a thick skin to eat noodles, Yan Chen quipped. Akimichi Dingza quickly waved his hand. What's important about the skin? As long as there is something delicious, I don't want to throw it away directly. The words are dumb, and it really doesn't matter to foodies to eat anything else. But Yan Chen, your noodles are really too simple, just noodles, no appetite at all. Akimichi Dingza continued to bring the topic to food. Yes, it's too much for you to entertain your classmates like this. Uchiha Fugaku said. There's no sincerity at all, Yamanaka said. Even Juzine, who was sitting in the corner, frowned. She obviously saw a bowl of seemingly delicious noodles in the background. How to serve it out is this kind of white noodles? In the face of the doubts of many people, Yan Chen said unhurriedly, actually, this is one of the store's signature dish series, the original series. Original series. As soon as these words came out, everyone began to talk about it. Doesn't the original mean that no seasoning has been added? What's so delicious? Yes, food without seasoning is very difficult to eat. Yan Chen, you're not bluffing us, are you? Hearing these words, Yan Chen smiled slightly. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to calm down. Don't be busy discussing. In fact, whether the ingredients are delicious or not, the most important thing is not the matching of the seasoning, but the taste of the food itself. A dish that can be called a delicacy, the necessary condition is that the taste of the food itself is good. Everyone says right. Hearing these words, some students nodded and subconsciously agreed with Yan Chen's statement. Yan Chen also nodded with satisfaction and continued, and the dishes I make can fully bring out the original deliciousness of the food, so don't look at these noodles are not beautiful, they are absolutely very good to eat. Really? The classmates were still half convinced, and Xiao Nan, who was standing at the kitchen door, was hiding his smile with his hand. Yan Chen, this guy was completely talking nonsense in a serious book. If you don't believe me, try it now, Yan Chen said. So at Yan Chen's suggestion, everyone picked up chopsticks and ate noodles, and after a while, sure enough, Yan Chen heard various exclamations as expected. It's really delicious. Well, I really can't believe that this is food without seasoning, salty and just right, and the noodles are also gluten. This noodle is even better than Ichiraku's. Hearing the admiration of the students, Yan Chen was very satisfied. Got these children, even if their own advertising effect is out, next time wait for them to bring adults to eat together. Akimichi Dingza nodded his head with joy on his face after taking a small bite, and his foodie attributes immediately showed, directly picked up the bowl very crisply, and then drank the noodles like soup. Yan Chen was stunned. This little fat man eating noodles is too exaggerated, right? Yan Chen, this is too little, is there anything else? Akimichi Dingza patted his big belly and said. Yan Chen gave him a blank look and said, are you a pig? Eat so fast, you look at the other people, they are not even half. Yan Chen's words were not finished, and a clear voice came from the end. Yan Chen, I have also eaten another bowl. Hearing this, Yan Chen opened his mouth slightly. It turned out that there was still a foodie hidden here, and this foodie was Uzumaki Jishine. she was the second person to finish the noodles quickly, only half a minute slower than Akimichi Dingza. Juzine found Yan Chen looking at him with a depressed expression and knocked on the bowl again and said, "Why are you stunned? Do it quickly." Yan Chen smiled helplessly. "Miss, you better wipe off the noodle at the corner of your mouth before speaking." Hearing Yan Chen's words, Juzine blushed. "I want you to take care of it," she said softly, but immediately wiped the noodle from the corner of her mouth. "What?" Chu Dao Dingza's eyes widened. "It turns out that this kid Yanchen actually has private goods hidden." "No, I'm going to take a bite, the gluttony hasn't disappeared yet." With that, Akimichi shook his big ass and walked towards the kitchen. At this time, Xiaonan and Yanchen had just finished making noodles, and at this time, Xiaonan was walking towards the toilet with the first bowl of failed products they made, wanting to throw it out. And this scene happened to be seen by Akimichi Dingza, who rushed in. "Sure enough, you still have better noodles hidden," Akimichi Dingza said. He saw Xiaonan carrying the bowl of noodles and didn't know where to go, and quickly called out, "Xiaonan, are you trying to eat it secretly?" "No, this is not food, it is to be thrown out." Panic flashed in Xiaonan's eyes, and he quickly defended. Yan Chen specially ordered her to say that this bowl of noodles was black history and must be dealt with immediately, but she was bumped into by Akimichi Dingza. And Akimichi Dingza really thought that he guessed correctly when he saw Xiaonan's panic look, and he looked at the bowl of noodles in Xiaonan's hand with shrimp, mushrooms and other side dishes. "Since you're going to throw it out, you might as well give it to me to eat," Akimichi said, and then snatched the noodles from Xiaonan's hand. "Hey, this is really not food," Xiaonan exclaimed. "Less deceiving people, you just don't want to bring it to me to eat, so you deliberately said this," Akimichi replied, and then immediately took the noodle bowl and poured it into his mouth. Xiaonan was stunned by the way Akimichi Dingza ate, and she quickly asked Yanchen, who was still chatting with her classmates on the side, for help. Yan Chen was taken aback when he heard this, and quickly came over to check the situation. And after Akimichi Dingza finished eating the bowl of noodles, he patted his stomach with a satisfied face. "Well, it's almost full." Yan Chen frowned and said, "Little fatty, don't you think that the taste just now is a little strange?" Chu Dao Dingza's round face shook blankly. "No, just now I was afraid of Xiaonan robbing it, so I directly swallowed the noodles whole, and did not taste it." Yan Chen, seeing that Yanchen's face was a little wrong, Chu Dao Dingza thought that he was not happy, and quickly said, "But although I didn't eat the taste, I believe that the noodles you made are delicious." As soon as he finished saying this, cold sweat broke out on his face and began to become distorted. "Ouch!" Akimichi Dingza snorted coldly, and his stomach bent down. "What's wrong with you?" Xiaonan asked with concern. However, this result did not surprise Yan Chen. He looked at Chu Dao Dingza and said angrily, "Tell you not to eat or listen, this is good, make a stomach." Before Akimichi Dingza finished speaking, his face suddenly changed. "No, toilet. With that, he ran into the toilet with a cigarette. Alas, Yan Chen sighed helplessly. Today's meal is undoubtedly a success, the students are satisfied, and the dust has also made a name for himself in his shop. I'm afraid that the only loser is the little fat Chu Dao Dingza, who went to the toilet once at Yan Chen's house, and when he went home, his stomach hurt again, so he had to rush home quickly. And I don't know if he pulled it out halfway." After sending off the classmates, what was left for Yan Chen and Xiaonan was the leftover bowls and chopsticks on the table. Looking at this messy room, even the diligent Xiaonan not only locked his brows, but also cleaned up the dishes, garbage, and dining table. After being bored for a while, Xiaonan shook her head slightly, thinking undoubtedly, it was better to clean these up early. She put on rubber gloves, put on the dishes and chopsticks on the table, and prepared to take them to the kitchen to wash. Seeing this, Yan Chen on the side quickly dissuaded Xiaonan. "You don't wash so many dishes and chopsticks, I have a way," Yan Chen said with a smile. Xiaonan immediately stopped moving when she heard Yan Chen's words, because she knew that Yan Chen was going to come up with something magical next. As Xiaonan expected, Yan Chen's right hand shook in front of her, and something like a box instantly appeared in her hand. This box looks like a small house, and it seems to be a model of a house. "This thing is called a little robot, I will give it to you. Its function is to help the owner do what he is going to do when the owner sleeps," Yan Chen explained. "Little robot." Xiaonan looked at the props that Yan Chen took out curiously. "But I didn't see any robots. It's all in this house." Yan Chen pointed to the props and said, "But they must come out only when the master is sleeping." Yan Chen looked at Xiaonan again and said, "You just put this little house aside and go to sleep, and they will automatically finish these things." "Really? Then I'll give it a try," Xiaonan said doubtfully, but still took off the rubber gloves, picked up the small house, and went to sleep in the apartment tree. After a while, many small robots appeared at the mouth of the apartment tree, and they came out of the bedroom of the small south apartment tree, came to the storefront and began to collect the dishes and chopsticks. "Haha, with this thing, I don't have to do all the housework." Looking at these orderly little robots, Yan Chen praised one by one. When Nan woke up, the first thing she did when she opened her eyes was to check on the small house, but it was still next to her, and it seemed that no robot had ever appeared. But when she came to the store, she found that the room had been completely new. Not only the dishes and chopsticks had been washed, but even the floor was very neat, which was a world away from the messy appearance before. Is this really done by little robots? That's awesome. Xiao Nan sighed. Of course it is. Yan Chen said, I've been watching it clearly. It's a lot easier to have this little robot. Conan, now that we've done the dishes, let's prepare for tomorrow's exam. This is our first exam to enter a ninja school. It's very important, and if you fail the exam, you will be punished for copying the paper. Yan Chen said without care, have you forgotten that I still need to prepare for the exam? Saying that, Yan Chen's hand shook and took out a brand new prop again. You're like a magician. Xiao Nan watched Yan Chen keep coming out with something powerful, and couldn't help but sigh. This time, Yan Chen took out a piece of bread, and this piece of bread did not seem to be anything special. This is called memory bread. As long as you stick the bread on the text, print the content, and then eat it, you can fully remember the content, so you don't have to worry about this roll exam. Yan Chen said. You're amazing. Xiao Nan didn't know what to say anymore. Yan Chen patted Xiao Nan's shoulder and said, so next trouble you to print the content of the text on bread, and I'll go out on the street and buy some noodles. Xiao Nan looked at Yan Chen's face and gently nodded, okay. Then Yan Chen came to the street, he sniffed with a strong tracking chi. Sure enough, he still did not smell the smell of Tuanzang, and the reason why he went out on the street and bought noodles was just an excuse. Yan Chen's purpose was to go to the house of the oil girls Hai during the day to check the situation. If he found his signs, then today he went to ask about Tuanzang's whereabouts. The Oil Lady clan is one of the secret clans of the Konoha ninja village in the Land of Fire, and the clansmen feed bugs with their own chakra, which will parasitize the bugs in their bodies and drive them away. Although the contribution of this clan to Konoha is not as good as that of the Uchiha clan and the Hinata clan, it is similar to the three major families of Inuga butterfly, except that the people of the Oil Woman clan are relatively low-key, usually wrapping themselves tightly, and even their faces have to be covered with sunglasses. The root member named Shai Hei, who was confessed by the Dark Ninja, was later called a legend of the Oil Lady clan by Danzo. It can be imagined that the strength is not low. The place where the Oil Woman lived was on the edge of Konoha village, and Yan Chen walked for a long time to come here. Looking at the gate of the Oil Woman's family in front of him, Yan Chen immediately noticed that something was wrong. There is something wrong with the smell here, because the Oil Woman clan will feed insects with their own chakra, so almost all of their clan have a strange smell, which is the smell of insects, which was detected when Yan Chen sneaked here yesterday. But today it is different. In the family of the Oil Woman, some people do not have the smell of this bug, that is, except here there are others in the Oil Woman's family. It seems that something is wrong. Zhou Wen stood at the gate of the Oil Woman's clan, pretending to be a child, bored playing with the leaves on the ground. At this time, in a certain room of the Oil Lady family, a person was looking in the direction of the family door with white eyes. He had white eyes, but it was a member of the Hyaga clan. Report Naramaru-sama, a person has appeared at the gate. Judging by his body size, it should be a child. The ninja said to the person next to him, and the ninja next to him was sitting on his back. It was Naramaru of the Nara clan, who was famous for his brain. A child. Naramaru frowned. Prepare the enemy first. Even a child may be the one who invaded the hospital yesterday night. Naramaru, is it necessary to be so nervous? I think I alone can deal with the guy who broke into the hospital. A mocking voice sounded, and a person walked into the room. He was wearing a white robe and sunglasses. It was the oil girl Shai Hei that Yan Chen was looking for. Because he was a subordinate of the group, so he was not called Naramaru-sama, and the oil woman Shai Hei had just returned from a mission this morning, so he was not in the family when Yan Chen came yesterday and escaped. It's better to be careful in everything. Naramaru said lightly, what's more, this is still Naruto-sama's order. Please reward and collect. The data of the book is really miserable, help me rush the list. It's better to be careful in everything. Naramaru said lightly, what's more, this is still Naruto-sama's order. The oil girl Shai Hei snorted lowly, did not speak. He has been performing tasks in the root organization for a long time. He has already regarded Tuanzang as the first leader, but he does not pay much attention to the three generations, but he does not dare to say anything on the surface. And after Naramaru gave the order, Yan Chen immediately felt several scents coming towards the place where he was. They were all hiding well, some against the wall, some hiding under the eaves, but not showing half a figure in Yan Chen's field of vision. It's just that although they are careful, they don't know that all their whereabouts are already in the hands of the dust. I actually took precautions. It seems that the three generations are really cautious and don't let go of any clues. Yan Chen sighed darkly. However, these ninjas only gathered towards me instead of appearing directly, and it seems that they are only in the stage of suspicion of me. But if they are on guard, it means that the oil girl Shai Hei may have returned. Yan Chen continued to analyze. The ninja hiding under the eaves quietly poked his head out to take a look at Yan Chen, and immediately recognized Yan Chen. Isn't this a child from Yuyan village before? I have to report this news to Nara-sama immediately, the ninja said secretly, and he immediately ran towards the back room. There is a smell that is close and far away. Why? Is it because it recognizes me? Yan Chen pretended to squat on the ground and play with the leaves at this time, and he was analyzing the situation in his heart. Report Nara-sama, the child is a child from Yuyan village who came to our village not long ago, the ninja said to Naramaru. Is he? When Yanshin first came to Konoha, Naramaru also happened to be there, so he met Yanshin once. Could it be that he is a traitor sent by Yuyan village? Naramaru thought carefully and displayed the high intelligence unique to the Nara family. Hinata Taeki, how is that kid's chakra? Naramaru said to the white-eyed ninja. That kid has very few chakras, just a little more than ordinary people. Hinata replied. Naramaru touched his chin and thought for a while, and said, it's better to test it. It just so happens that Naruto-sama also has this idea. After that, he ordered his subordinates, find a few of them, tell them to take off Konoha's forehead, disguise themselves as exiled ninjas from other villages, and test that kid to see if he is really just a child, but remember, don't hurt him. Yes, the ninja gave the order, and the mission went. At this time, Yanshin, who was at the door of the oil woman's family, also decided to end this investigation. He had basically determined that the oil girl's Haihei was in the family, but he was protected by 3 generations of people, and he had to think carefully of a way. But just as he took a step or two, a ninja appeared in front of him. This ninja was wearing a tattered vest, and the forehead guard on his head showed that he was from Iwahide village. Yanshin frowned and turned to go another way, only to find another Iwane ninja appear behind him. Sent to test me, Yanshin said secretly in his heart. With the security of Konoha village, it was impossible for ninjas from other villages to appear here in broad daylight, and the smell of one of these 2 people Yanshin had just smelled, it was the guy hiding under the eaves. The guys inside are really thoughtful. I'm obviously a child, and I actually sent people to test it. Yanshin had some admiration for the conductor. However, I can use one instead. Yanshin analyzed in his heart, but his face began to show nervousness. Who are you? Why are you surrounding me? We are from Iwane village. We were going to sneak into your Konoha, but we were discovered by your kid. I'm sorry, you're dead. A ninja said to Yanshin with a pretense of pretense. Yanshin is secretly funny in his heart. This guy's acting skills are too fake. It's okay to scare real children, but he is a child with an adult soul. So Yanshin decided to put the plan into account, and he simply gave up going against them, but ran to the gate of the oil girl family, slammed the door fiercely, and roared while clapping, help, ninjas from other villages have invaded Konoha. At this time, the Naramaru group hiding in the oil woman family also heard Yanshin shout. What to do? Lord Naramaru, do you want to open the door? Someone asked. Naramaru waved his hand, wait a little longer. The oil girl Shihei on the side mocked, Naramaru, forget it, I see that guy is an ordinary little brat. You can't test the intelligence even if you kill him. I don't have to listen to your orders yet. Naramaru said with a cold face. Cut. Shijiro glared fiercely at Naramaru in front of him, and the people loyal to each other were different, and sure enough, they couldn't say a word. Yanshin still didn't respond after knocking on the door for a while, feeling a little irritable in his heart, and the 2 ninjas behind him said fiercely, no one will save you, you can only save yourself. Saying that, one of them took out a kunao from the ninja bag and walked slowly towards Yanshin. No wonder it's so careful, the commander is actually a member of the Nara clan, but listening to the tone of that oil girl Shihei, Danzo is doing something shady again. Yanshin said darkly, let's get out of here first. So, next, he pretended to be a child who had just woken up and began to shout around in panic, and the people of the oil woman clan saw that he was awake and directly sent him away. Coming to the outside of the oil girl's house, Yanshin used his tracking nose to find the traces of Naramaru and the others and caught up. At this time, Yanshin was wearing an invisibility cloak and followed behind Naramaru and the others. There are too many of them, and this is Konoha Street, which is not suitable for hands. If only you could lure the oil girl Shihei away. Yanshin secretly analyzed, and his gaze fell on the oil girl Shihei who was walking among the ninjas. Let's see if you can make a difference. Yanshin took out a prank toy gun and aimed it at the oil girl Shihei's pants. Snap! Kingwei's voice sounded, and the flash bullet successfully shot onto the oil girl Shihei's pants, and the oil girl Shihei was walking on the road, and his pants suddenly fell off, revealing the white underwear/pants in them. Naramaru, who was walking behind him, sneered, and the ninjas around him also closed their mouths tightly, afraid to laugh out loud. The oil girl Shihei's face immediately turned red, and he quickly bent down to lift his pants, but then he found that the fallen pants were like growing on his ankles, and he couldn't lift them. Damn it! What a situation! The oil girl's Haihei's face is not red now, but completely black, and it is too embarrassing to drop her pants under the public, and she can't lift it. Can you hurry up, and how long do you want us to wait for you? Naramaru said, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud, who was always serious. The oil girl's Haihei lifted his pants a few more times, and found that it still didn't work, but he couldn't keep lifting his pants in front of everyone, it would be too humiliating, so he straightened his legs and jumped towards the remote alley on the side. Yanshin was secretly happy when he saw this, and now the oil girl's Haihei was finally alone, so that he had the opportunity to do it. But what Yanshin didn't expect was that when the oil alley jumped away, Naramaru actually ordered the ninjas to follow. Why are you here? Do I have to look at my pants too? The oil ninjas roared. This is the rule of Lord Naruto, under the public, we must protect you, Naramaru said, only his eyes full of schadenfreude. Grass, oil girl Shihei scolded lowly. Immediately sealed, secret technique, worm wall technique. Suddenly, a large swarm of parasites poured out of his sleeves, surrounding him and forming a spherical wall, so that people outside could not see the situation inside. This guy Shihei is quite clever, but Naramaru does have some trouble, so I have to follow him to death. Yanshin sighed. It seems that the plan to let Shihei the oil girl Shihei fall out can't figure it out. In that case, then I'll find a way to blend in. But I have to solve the annoying guy of the Hyuga clan first. After a while, the worm wall dispersed, and the oil girl Shihei had already put on her pants again. Keep going, he said coldly, and then walked out first. Seeing this, the others followed, but this matter will definitely be talked about as a joke for a few days. The group continued to walk like this, and at this time, Hinata Taeki, who was walking on the side, seemed to take a little big step, and when he lifted his right foot, the clogs worn on his right foot were suddenly kicked up, and after spinning a few times in the sky, the clogs passed through the wall and fell into an abandoned courtyard next to it. Now it was Hinata's turn to blush. Hinata said sheepishly. Go back, hurry up, Naramaru said with a frown, while the oil girl Shihei on the side laughed without scruples, and he could finally make fun of others. Yes, Narasama. Hinata nodded and easily climbed over the wall to find his lost clogs. Why are there so many strange things today? Naramaru felt a little uneasy in his heart. Hinata, who came from the other side, had just jumped into the courtyard, and he looked up. This yard looked like it should have been abandoned for a long time. The ground was overgrown with weeds, each weed was half a meter high, and his clogs were completely submerged in it. It's troublesome. Hinata let out a low sigh, and then said in his mouth, white eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he immediately found that a child suddenly appeared in front of him, and this child still had a weapon in his hand. Hinata didn't finish his sentence, and Yan Chen's knife pierced his throat with one blow, a perfect sneak attack, and an instant kill. Hinata, what's wrong? Naramaru, who was outside the wall, heard Hinata's call and quickly asked. The collection went down again. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for rewards. After killing Hinata, Yanshin exchanged a new prop, the free material puppet camera. As long as the camera is pointed at a person, the person's cloth doll can be photographed, and after wearing the cloth doll, the shape can become this person. Yanshin decided to directly impersonate Hinata Taeki and blend into Naramaru's team. Picked up the puppet camera and took a picture of Hinata, and then took the photo lightly on the reverse side, and a puppet that was exactly the same as Hinata fell out of the photo. After Yan Chen picked up the puppet, he quickly put himself in it, so that in terms of voice and appearance, he was exactly the same as Hinata. After Yan Chen dragged the real Hinata Taeki to the corner of the courtyard and hid it, he put on the lost clogs before he confidently and boldly climbed out of the wall. Seeing the dust fall from the wall, Naramaru said, "You're a little slow." "No way, the shoes were lost a little far." Yan Chen replied calmly. "Let's go then, don't do much trouble, I always feel that something is wrong." Naramaru touched his chin and said, then walked forward. Yan Chen smiled slightly and followed him as well. Coming to the Hokage building, a guard ninja like Hinata Taeki was not qualified to meet the Hokage directly, so Yanshin could only wait outside with the other guards, and Naramaru and Shijiro walked into the office of the third generation of Hokage. Although I don't know what they said in it, Yanshin could also guess that it was a difference in political positions between the three generations and the group. About half an hour later, Shiki walked out of Hokage's room with a dark face, while Naramaru who followed behind him had an expression of schadenfreude. Today in the evening, we all have to protect this member of the root. Tomorrow when he goes on a mission, whether he is dead or alive, we don't care about him, understand? Naramaru said to Yanshin and the others, and by the way, he did not forget to mock the oil girl Shihei. Yes, the ninjas replied, and Shihei left without saying a word. It seems that he must have been severely scolded by the three generations. At this time, it was late at night. 30 ninjas including Yanshin were in all corners of the house of the oil girl Shihei, and Yanshin, as a member of the Hyuga clan, was used by Anya Shihei's bedroom door to probe the enemy with his white eyes, and Yanshin was also pretending to patrol with his white eyes every 10 minutes. Of course, the situation outside could not see anything, it was just a show. "I'll keep watch for you all at night today, I'm going to sleep." Shihei, the oil girl, sneered, decided not to stay up late with Naramaru, turned and walked into the bedroom, and closed the door. "Here's your chance." Yan Chen saw the oil girl Shihei enter the room and prepare to start acting. "Nara-sama, I have a little stomach ache, go to the toilet." Yanshin suddenly said to Naramaru. Naramaru nodded, "Come back early." Yanshin walked towards the toilet after getting Naramaru's permission, and as soon as he reached the toilet door, a ninja came out of the toilet. "Hinata Taeki, how is the situation outside?" the ninja asked. "It's all peaceful." Yan Chen replied with a smile and asked, "Is there anyone else inside?" "No, just me." The ninja replied. "Yes, that's great, by the way, what's your name?" Yan Chen asked the ninja with a smile. The ninja's eyes widened. "I said Tian Yi, What are you pretending to be stupid? Even forgot my name? Yan Chen smiled, then trouble you to say it again. Well, I don't know what wind you're smoking today. The ninja sighed and said, my name is Muramasa Shun. Muramasa Shun? Nice name, but, Yan Chen said with a smile, and suddenly a sword light flashed, and the ninja's abdomen was immediately pierced by a knife. Yan Chen held the killing knife in his hand and said lightly, but I will accept your life. Murako Shun showed a pair of incredible eyes, then slowly softened, and after killing another ninja, Yan Chen put his left hand on the corpse, which was immediately loaded into his four-dimensional pocket. It's a pity that the four-dimensional pocket can only hold non-living things, otherwise it is a very good cage. Words are dark. Next, the killing begins. He said softly, put on his invisibility cloak, went outside the toilet, looked at the ninjas arranged around, and raised the swords. Poof! A voice sounded, and a ninja crouched on the eaves immediately fell down with a heavy sword. What's the situation? Naramaru, who was located outside the bedroom, was taken aback when he saw the scene through the window, and he saw that his men actually fell down for no reason. Ugh! There was another scream, and a ninja who was crouching under the flower platform lay on the ground, breathless. The sudden appearance caught everyone off guard, and they all looked around at their surroundings, lest they be attacked by a sneak attack. Everyone calm down. Hide behind nearby obstacles and don't show up. Naramaru ordered, hiding under the windowsill himself, only showing 2 eyes to look out. Everyone calm down. Hide behind nearby obstacles and don't show up. Naramaru ordered, hiding under the windowsill himself, only showing 2 eyes to look out. Is it useful? These ninjas don't know where the sword fell from. Yan Chen said with a smile. He stood in the courtyard, the knife in his hand swung again, and another unlucky ninja fell. See, just after another ninja was sniped, Naramaru saw a blade suddenly appear in the courtyard. This blade elegantly arced in the air, and disappeared again. It seems that he can actually hurt people through space, and that person also has the ability to be invisible. Naramaru was shocked in his heart, and then quickly sealed, shadow sewing technique. His shadow on the ground immediately struck along the windowsill and the floor of the courtyard towards Yan Chen's position. Yan Chen saw a shadow coming towards him from the ground, and without thinking, he took a few steps back and avoided the contact of the shadow. Expositioned. Yan Chen had already guessed that it was because he exposed his blade when he swung his sword, but there was no way around it. After all, the invisibility cloak could not cover such a large area. Damn, it's gone again. Naramaru cursed in a low voice, why hasn't Hinata Taeki come back yet? Otherwise, White Eyes should be able to see his whereabouts. After moving a few steps, Yan Chen aimed at a ninja again and swung his sword, and another scream sounded, and another revenant was added under Yan Chen's knife. What to do? If you don't have a blank eye, you can't see the whereabouts of this guy. Naramaru broke out in a cold sweat, but even then he desperately thought of a solution. That's right. Water use. After thinking about it, Naramaru came up with a solution, and then shouted outside, listen everyone, use water in the yard. Drizzle. This move of ninjutsu is only a sea-level ninjutsu, because its effect is only to sprinkle some raindrops of water, completely non-lethal. Most of the ninjas present will, as soon as they heard Naramaru's order, they immediately sealed and used this move. Suddenly, the water fell like raindrops. These raindrops fell on Yan Chen's invisibility cloak, which stopped the vertical downward trend, but flowed down along the invisibility cloak, so that because of the change in the trajectory of the raindrops, Yan Chen's figure appeared in this dense drizzle. It's not a loss that Naoki, who was known for her wisdom, actually thought of such a way to crack it. Yan Chen said secretly, when the rain fell, he no longer delayed and went out. See him. Fire. Fire sand bomb. Wind escape. The wind is dead. The ninjas sacrificed their proud ninjutsu and blasted towards the dust. Yan Chen did not panic at the moment when these ninjutsu struck. He took out the corpse named Muramasa Shun hidden in his four-dimensional pocket, and put it behind him to withstand the bombardment of these ninjutsu, while he wrapped his invisibility cloak tightly and rolled to the side aisle. Ninjutsu bombarded the corpse, stirring up a lot of dust. Killed it, the ninjas said as they looked at the stirred dust. After a while, the dust cleared, revealing a body charred by the fire. Great, the ninjas cheered and finally killed this guy with strange abilities. And at this time, Yanshin had already taken off his cloak of invisibility in the toilet, revealing the face of Hinata Taeki, and he made a panicked expression and came to Naramaru. Report Narasama, Muramasa Jun may be the one who is going to attack the oil girl Shijiro. I was stunned by him in the toilet just now. Yan Chen said. Oh, Naramaru raised his eyebrows and ordered the people outside, go and check on that corpse to see if it is Muramasa. Several ninjas stepped forward to check it out and said, the body was scorched by the fire, and the face was already a little blurry, but judging by the size of the body and Kanaha's forehead, it really resembles Muramasa Shun. How so? Naramaru's face showed an incredible look. Muramasa Shun is one of my right-hand men. What is he doing with Danzo? What for? There is such a big movement outside? Shihei came out of the bedroom with a yawn, and he looked at the corpse of the Konoha ninja killed by Yan Dust in the courtyard and the charred corpse and exclaimed, "How? Looks like the man who wants to arrest me is coming." Naramaru said coldly, "It's already been killed by us." "Is it? That's great, you guys can leave my house now." Nuriko Shun said. "Not yet, we will protect you until you leave the village." Naramaru's tone was firm, not allowing anyone to refuse. Yanshin on the side frowned secretly. Naramaru is really a troublesome character, and he is still so careful after catching the murderer. "Then do whatever you want, but when you leave, remember to clean my yard," the oil girl Shihei said, then turned around and walked into the bedroom again. Everyone, begging for flowers, asking for rewards, and collecting. "By the way, Nara-sama, when I was in the toilet, I also heard a message from Muramasa Jun," Yanshin suddenly said to Naramaru. "What intelligence?" Naramaru narrowed his eyes and said, "In our ranks, there is also an internal traitor," Yan Chen said lightly. Naramaru listened to the stirring in his heart, and he quickly asked Yan Chen, "Who is it?" Yan Chen swept the surroundings with his eyes, indicating that there were many people here, and it was not a good place to speak. Naramaru also seemed to understand Yan Chen's intention, smiled slightly at the moment, and nodded, "Then let's go to another room and say." So, Yan Chen followed Naramaru's steps to the door of a side room. "No one is allowed to come in without my orders." Naramaru ordered the ninja outside, and stood at the door and waved at Yan Chen, signaling him to go first. Yan Chen frowned, or entered the room first. The room was small, with only dim lights on the roof illuminating their faces. "What do you want to say?" Naramaru stared into Yan Chen's eyes and said. Yan Chen nodded and said, "Report Nara-sama, that internal traitor is." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Naramaru with a cold snort. "That internal traitor is you, Hinata Teiki." Yan Chen froze, and quickly pretended to be flustered. "Nara-sama, I don't know what you're talking about, no more acting." Naramaru said coldly, and took a few steps forward. "You claim to have been stunned by Muramasa Shun in the toilet, but why are there marks of water on your shoulders and trouser legs? None else?" Yan Chen turned his head and looked at his shoulder, and sure enough, there was a small piece there, and he didn't even notice it. "I'm afraid it was the water escape at the time. Fine ninjutsu shi, right? Also, I clearly saw that the weapon used by the murderer in the courtyard was a sharp blade, but why was there no knife found near the corpse in the village?" Yan Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he fell silent. Naramaru continued, "I'm afraid that it was not only Muramasa Jun who was present at that time, but also you, although I don't know how you escaped, but now, I have determined to capture you." Yan Chen's respectful expression just now disappeared, replaced by a cold smiling face. "Caught me." Yan Chen smiled and said, "Naramaru, your analysis is indeed very good, even I can't help but want to applaud you, but your analysis is still 108,000 miles away from the truth, and, do you really think you have caught me?" Naramaru also replied coldly, "Why do you think I want to talk to you in this room? You guy is thoughtful, there are many tricks, only by obeying your will first and letting you relax, I can succeed. Look at your feet, my shadow has already touched you while you are not paying attention." Yan Chen frowned, quickly looked down. Sure enough, when he was not paying attention, Naramaru had let his shadow completely contact his own shadow, and when he pretended to be Hinata Teiki, it turned out that this guy was also deliberately acting in front of him. Shadow bondage. Naramaru's hands were sealed, and Hinata's body in disguise was suddenly tensed and tight, and he couldn't move at all. "How? You don't want to be stealthy this time, let alone use that strange knife," Naramaru said with a smile. In this way, he controlled his body, and he had great skills, and he couldn't use it. However, at this time, Naramaru suddenly found that Hinata Teiki on the opposite side had a cold expression, and his eyes looked blankly ahead, as if he was not a living person at all. What's going on here? Before Naramaru could think clearly, a sharp blade stretched out from behind him and hit his neck. "Look, didn't I use a strange knife?" Yan Chen behind him said lightly, "Don't shout for help, otherwise you know what your end will be." At this time, the effect of the speech dust voice candy has not passed, so it is still the voice of Hinata Teiki. And Naramaru heard Hinata Teiki's voice behind him. He was completely confused, and his speech was a little shaky. "What the hell is going on here? Are there any accomplices?" "No, I'm just me from beginning to end." Yan Chen said with a smile, "I have to say that you were very smart, but your shadow did not catch me, you just caught that Hinata Teiki's puppet." The Muppets. Naramaru's face completely tensed. What had happened in the past few minutes had changed so quickly. He had thought he had taken control of the situation, and now he had actually fallen from predator to food again. Before Naramaru could use the shadow binding technique, Yanshin wore an invisibility cloak and broke away from the puppet of Hinata Teiki, and then circled behind Naramaru and easily restrained him. "You are a good opponent. Next, I wish you a good dream," Yan Chen said with a smile, turned his palm into a knife, and slapped at the back of Naramaru's neck. Naramaru snorted and collapsed to the ground. His overconfidence in wisdom hurt him. "For the sake of your son being my classmate, let you live," Yanshin said lightly, and put Hinata's puppet back into the four-dimensional pocket, then dragged the collapsed Naramaru to the corner, and took out the puppet camera and sound candy from the four-dimensional pocket. A moment later, a brand new Naramaru walked out of the house. When the other ninjas saw Naramaru coming out of the house, they all nodded respectfully. Nara-sama, hey, why are you the only one coming out? Hinata Teiki. Oh, Hinata Teiki feels a little sleepy. Sleep in the house, none of you are allowed to disturb him, understand? Naramaru, who is now Yanshin, said. Yes, Hinata Teiki has been scouting the enemy with his white eyes these days, and it is really hard, and he really wants to let him take a good rest. The surrounding ninjas said. Yanshin nodded and said, according to the information that Hinata Teiki gave me, now we have a new mission, and this mission is to capture the oil girl Shihei. As soon as these words came out, all the ninjas were a little confused. Catch the oil girl Shihei? But didn't Naruto-sama say to protect him? A ninja asked. Things had changed. Just now Hinata Teiki revealed to me in the room a piece of information. Muramasa-shun is actually with the oil girl Shihei, and more importantly, it is possible that Danzo may lead the root members to intend to betray the village. What? It won't. Danzo is an elder, it shouldn't be. The ninjas all sighed in surprise, and somewhat doubted the authenticity of this matter. Seeing the ninjas exchanging their heads and ears, their words wrinkled. Don't forget, I'm the supreme commander here, can't you disobey my orders? As soon as these words came out, everyone was quiet again. Although this information is not true, we must also take it seriously, otherwise something really happens. We are all sinners in Konoha village, understand? Words followed. What Lord Nara said does make some sense. One of the ninjas said weakly, and the other ninjas nodded in agreement. So our task now is to catch the people of the root organization of Oil Girl Shihei and interrogate them properly, right? Yanshin continued to follow the path of seduction. Yes, the rebellion of the village is a big matter, and we really have to ask clearly. Well, we all listened to Nara-sama. The ninjas chimed in. Very good, Yanshin said with a smile. Next, prepare to act. Remember, be sure to catch the oil girl Shihei in one fell swoop. Don't let him have any chance to escape, understand? Understood. The ninjas nodded. Very good, let's act. Yanshin said lightly, now he can watch their Konoha dog eat dog. At this time, the oil girl Shihei was sleeping soundly on the tatami mat in her bedroom. Suddenly, Shui Duan. Water cage. A large number of water duns directly broke through the Japanese-style sliding door made of paper and rushed towards the oil girl Shihei. Oil News Shihei's eyes opened sharply. Secret technique. Parasites. A large number of black parasites emerged from the cuffs of his hands, blocking the steady flow of water. What are you doing? Why attack me? The oil girl Shihei rolled over and jumped up, roaring angrily. But the ninjas around him didn't answer, and he was greeted by the next wave of ninjutsu. Too done, too loose siege. For Earth attribute ninjas stepped forward and spat out a large amount of clay from their mouths, and the clay spread towards the oil girl Shihei, surrounding him. In that case, don't blame me for being unkind, this is my home turf. Oil girl Shihei shouted, secret art. Insect Jade. The parasites in his body all gushed out. Not only that, but a large number of parasites oozed from the cracks in the walls of his entire room, and it seemed that these parasites were prepared by the oil girl Shihei in the room. Is there a parasite hidden in the room? No wonder you can get the weight of the Danzo, and the strength means are not low at this time. Yanshin stood outside the house, leisurely watching this battle between Konoha ninjas. These parasites summoned by the oil girl Shihei Xian attached to the 4 Earth attribute ninjas in the front, and began to desperately absorb the chakra on their bodies. These parasites summoned by the oil girl Shihei Xian attached to the 4 Earth attribute ninjas in the front, and began to desperately absorb the chakra on their bodies. Ugh! The 4 ninjas let out a low sound. The chakra in their bodies had been eaten away by the parasite little by little, and the trick of the Earth Stream siege could not continue to be performed, and the clay on the oil girl Shihei's body began to recede. I said, oil girl Shihei, do you really think you can escape? We have a lot of ninjas here. Yanshin said with a smile outside the room. Naramaru, aren't you crazy? What are you doing to me? The oil girl Shihei roared at Yanshin. Yanshin sneered, did not answer the words of the oil girl Shihei, but ordered the ninja next to him, to deal with insects, you should attack with fire. Yes, the 2 ninjas around replied and walked up quickly. Fire, fire tornado. 2 small flame tornadoes struck towards oil lady Shihei. Naramaru, are you trying to kill me? The oil girl Shihei roared, his mind moved, and the parasite flew in front of him to form a black wall to resist the flames. But although the fire was resisted, the parasites of the oil girl Shihei were also scorched, and he watched these carefully cultivated parasites in front of him turn into ashes, and his heart was dripping blood deeply. Bastard Naramaru, Lao Tzu is not finished with you. The oil girl Shihei screamed miserably, and her hands were sealed. Secret technique, insect-tide impact. Suddenly, all the parasites in the space gathered around the oil girl Shihei, and suddenly occupied most of the room. Want to use the parasite as a shield to rush out in one go. Yanshin looked at the room full of parasites. He knew that the oil girl Shihei was already fighting the last blow. Since this is the case, then he should satisfy him well. All ninjas listen. Divided into 2 teams, the first team uses the fire escape to destroy the parasites, and the second team uses the earth escape to seal the space inside the room, and don't let a single bug out for me," Yan Chen ordered. Yes, the ninjas received the order and sealed their seals. "I fought with you," the oil girl Shihei, who was in the center of the parasite, shouted loudly, and swept the parasite rushed over, like a huge black leather ball. Fire! Fire wave! Fire! Even bouncing fireballs, all kinds of fire smashed on the tide of parasites, and suddenly the outermost parasites burned, and seeing this, Shihei, the oil girl, divided these parasites that had burned, and drove these parasites to fly towards everyone before they died. "The people of the second team are on," Yan Chen said indifferently. "To Shu, dirt flow wall." The earth used by several ninjas together suddenly built an earthen wall in the middle of the room, separating Shijiro and his swarm from everyone. The people of the first team are ready again, and when the earthen wall is knocked open by the oil girl Shihei, you guys use the fire again, understand? Yan Chen instructed, "I'm going to grind this guy to death alive and see how many bugs he can have." After a while, a crack appeared in the earthen wall, and then a large hole was broken, and the oil girl Shikuro Kyumaki poured out again with the parasite. And the ninjas have also made a seal, and when these parasites have just emerged, it is a steady stream of fire attack. "Come again, the people of the second team, used to done," Yan Chen said. Immediately after that, another high wall was built, blocking the escape path of the oil girl Shihei. In this way, Yan Chen arranged for two different teams of ninjas to continue continuously, and after the fourth earthen wall was built, there was no movement on the other side of the wall. "Nara-sama, it seems that the oil girl Shihei has reached the limit, and chakra should have been exhausted." One ninja said, "No matter how powerful a guy is, he really can't hold the wheel war." Yanshin did not answer, but ordered the ninjas to tear down the earthen wall. After the earthen wall was removed, a tired oil girl Shihei was revealed, and at this time, the parasites around his body seemed to have been completely scorched, leaving him alone on the ground, and it seemed that chakra was indeed completely exhausted. "Naramaru, you bastard," the oil girl Shihei, who was lying on the ground, was still protesting quietly. "What now? Do you want to bring him to Naruto-sama?" a ninja asked Yan Chen. Yan Chen shook his head. "There is no need for this, I will interrogate him first, and then report Naruto-sama. Now I will use the ninja of the sealing technique to seal him." Yes, several ninjas are about to start making seals. Huh? Yan Chen frowned, and suddenly noticed a trace of abnormality. "Wait a minute. Nara-sama, what's going on? Give me your suffering." Yan Chen stretched out a hand to a ninja next to him. Although this ninja didn't know what Yan Chen was going to do, he still put Kuwu in the palm of Yan Chen's hand. Yan Chen picked up Kuwu and walked towards the bedroom room of the oil girl Shihei step by step. Coming to the tatami mat where the oil girl Shihei slept, Yan Chen stared at the ground for a while, and suddenly plunged the kunao in his hand into the ground. A muffled snort sounded, and at the same time, the oil girl Shihei, who was caught by Yan Chen and the others, suddenly exploded, turning into countless parasites and tearing towards the surrounding ninjas. "It's a bug doppelganger," a ninja shouted, and immediately sacrificed fire to destroy these insects. "I was almost deceived by you." Yan Chen's face became cold, he stretched out his right hand, swung downward, and directly smashed through the floor, and then hit under the floor. The real oil girl Shihei was carried in midair. At this time, Yan Chen's right hand was tightly pinching the neck of the oil girl Shihei, and that Kuwu was a hand that pierced the oil girl Shihei. How is that possible? I'm obviously well disguised, how could you find me?" Shihei, the oil girl, suffered from the double pain in her hands and neck, and struggled to say. Yan Chen did not answer his words, but raised his body high and then slammed it on the ground. Only listening to the bang, the floor was smashed out of a big hole. The oil girl Ji's black mouth was sweet, and a large mouthful of blood suddenly spewed out. "If you play tricks again, it will directly slaughter you," Yan Chen said lightly. The ninjas on the side looked at each other. When did their Nara lord become so domineering? It's worthy of Nara-sama, who has completely recognized this guy's camouflage technique. A ninja patted Yan Chen's butt. Yan Chen smiled and did not answer, but moved a few steps to the side and sat down on a bench in a comfortable state. "Bring him here," Yan Chen ordered. So, the oil girl Shihei's hands were buckled by the ninjas, and then he was escorted to Yanshin under the heavy siege of the rest of the ninjas. "Naramaru, you, finally, why do you want to do this?" the oil girl Shihei asked weakly. Yan Chen did not reply, but took out an honesty pill. "Feed him. Yan Chen will be handed to a ninja." "Nara-sama, this is. I told you to feed it, what's the problem?" Yan Chen said lightly. Yes. The ninja took the pill, then forcibly opened the mouth of the oil girl Shihei and sent the pill in. "What did you feed me?" Shihei, the oil girl, asked in horror after being forced to swallow the pill. Yan Chen answered his words lazily, but asked directly, "Where is the regiment hiding?" The oil girl Shihei was stunned, then opened her mouth and spit out a few words of unclear meaning, and her face instantly turned red. Yan Chen looked at the strange expression of the oil girl Shihei and frowned, and suddenly, Yan Chen seemed to think of something, and ordered the ninja open his mouth completely. So, two ninjas stepped forward, one grabbed the oil girl Shihei's upper jaw, the other grabbed his chin, and held the oil girl Shihei's mouth wide. Yan Chen squinted towards the mouth of the oil girl's Shihei, and sure enough, as he thought, the oil girl's Shihei's tongue was engraved with a strange black pattern. Damn, I actually forgot the seal of Tuan Zhang's tongue bane, Yan Chen said secretly in his heart. This ninjutsu is a spell mark specific to the root of Konoha's dark part, and a spell mark is added to the tongue. Danzo used this to bind his subordinates so that they could not tell secrets about themselves. In this way, even if the oil girl Shihei took the honesty pill, under the shackles of the spell seal, he could not say where Tuan Zhang was. Alas, Yan Chen sighed, since you can't tell the location of Tuan Zhang, then write it out by hand. So, Yan Chen ordered the people to put the pen and paper in front of the oil girl's Shihei. Now write down where the regiment is located, Yan Chen said. Oil girl's Shihei snorted coldly. Joke, you think? Before he finished speaking, Yan Chen suddenly flew up and kicked him fiercely in the lower abdomen. Write down the location, Yan Chen continued to say lightly. Oil girl Shihei hugged his lower abdomen, cold sweat dripping down his face, but he still said, I will not betray Tuan Zhang, lie down. Yan Chen kicked again, this time directly to the face of Oil News Shihei, and completely kicked his right face into swelling. Write down the location. The words are still the same sentence. The surrounding ninjas were silent when they saw this, and no one dared to say a word. I write. At this time, the oil girl Shihei completely lost the arrogance he had just now. He trembled and picked up the pen, picked up the white paper, and wrote down the location of Tuan Zhang. Land of the Wind. Yan Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Tuan Zhang actually went to the Land of Wind? What did he go to the Land of Winds for? Yan Chen continued to ask. Shijiro wrote another sentence, fight against the Sand Ninja. A smile could not help but appear at the corner of Yan Chen's mouth, and then he picked up a wooden table next to him and slapped it fiercely on the head of the oil girl's Shihei. Snapped, the wooden table shattered, and the oil woman's Shihei screamed, and blood immediately oozed out of his head. I'm asking you to write the truth, not for you to write jokes, understand? Yan Chen said. Yes. The oil girl Shihei nodded, the fear in his eyes became stronger, and he wrote it again. And the content this time made Yan Chen frown slightly. Conduct an experiment that can turn people into monsters. The oil girl Shihei wrote. Turn people into monsters? Could it be that Tenzo has already researched the werewolf flashlight? Yan Chen had a bad premonition in his heart. So what happened? Yan Chen continued to ask. I'm just responsible for arresting people to improve experimental materials for Tuanzang, and I don't know the results. Oil Lady Shihei wrote tremblingly. It seems that Danzo is using the excuse of supporting the Great War, but in fact, he secretly used the people of the Land of Wind as experimental materials to conduct experiments on werewolf flashlights. Yan Chen secretly analyzed. In this way, I have to go to the country of wind. Naramaru, I told you everything I knew, now you give me an explanation. Why did you press me like this? Is it Hokage's order? After the oil girl Shihei finished writing, she threw the pen aside angrily, and then looked at Yan Chen and said. Yan Chen got up from the chair and looked at the oil girl Shihei who was kneeling on the ground and smiled. Of course this is Hokage's order. And he suddenly snatched the kunao from the ninja next to him, and then stabbed it into the throat of the oil girl Shihei. And Hokage also ordered me to kill you, and everyone who helped Tenzo must die, said Yan Chen coldly. The oil girl Shihei looked at Yan Chen with a pair of eyes in horror, and then blood gushed from his throat, and he fell to the ground after coughing twice, his body still convulsing involuntarily. Nara-sama, this sudden action of the ninjas on the side was frightened. Although Shihei the oil girl was a subordinate of Danzo, she was also a person from Konoha village, and she was actually a person. Nara-sama, is Naruto-sama really there? One of the ninjas asked weakly. He was getting less and less able to read Naramaru in front of him. Rest assured, all the consequences are caused by own responsibility, Yan Chen said with a smile. When the ninjas saw him say this, they didn't dare to say more at the moment. Next, you guys stay and clean up the scene, and I'll go back and report to Naruto-sama, understand? Yan Chen ordered. Yes, the ninjas agreed despite their doubts. Yan Chen nodded with great satisfaction, and after he finished everything, he swaggered out of the gate of the oil girl Shihei's house. The remaining ninjas began to pack the body of Shijiro into a body bag, ready to be transported out along with the bodies of other ninjas. And not long after, only to hear the sound of a bang, a door was pushed open. Naramaru touched the back of his head, and walked out of the room with a sad face. All the ninjas were dumbfounded when they saw Naramaru walking out of the room. Didn't he already leave? Nara-sama, didn't you go to report the situation to Naruto-sama? Why did you run into the room again? A ninja asked suspiciously. Naramaru had a dazed expression on his face. Report the situation? What is reported? After a moment, his mind finally cleared up, and Naramaru grabbed a ninja next to him. That's right. That intruder, intruder. The ninja was taken aback by Naramaru's sudden low move. Intruder, what intruder? Naramaru touched his forehead and sorted out his thoughts and said that Hinata Teiki should be someone else's pretend. He just knocked me out in the room, did you see him? The ninjas shook their heads one after another, wondering if Narasama's mind was confused, and one of them said, Narasama, didn't you say that Hinata Teiki was resting in the room, and told us not to disturb him? What did I say? Naramaru was stunned, and then slowly said, could it be that he became what I am? Naramaru only felt a chill on his body, and he turned his head and accidentally saw the body bag in the bedroom of the oil girl Shijiro. Why is there a body bag there? Who is inside? Naramaru asked eagerly. It's Shijiro the oil girl, Naramaru-sama, what's wrong with you? A ninja replied suspiciously. Who did this? Naramaru said coldly, his voice cold and frightening. That's you, Narasama, you said it was Naruto-sama's order, me. Naramaru's eyes were empty, and it took a long time to react. Defeated, the mission has completely failed. Bang. He suddenly stretched out his fist and slammed it on the ground. Being played by him, I don't even know what the other party looks like. This revenge, I must repay it. And when Naramaru was sad and angry, Yanshin had already returned to his home, and as soon as he entered the room and closed the door, he saw something flying towards him. Yan Chen frowned, dodged, and turned on the light. With the help of the light, Yan Chen saw that it was actually a paper shuriken that attacked him. Under the light, Xiao Nan was holding another shuriken in his hand and looked at Yan Chen with a guarded expression. Konan, when did you learn the paper shuriken? Yan Chen asked with some surprise. Xiao Nan did not answer his words, but asked rhetorically, who are you? What are you doing in our house? Yan Chen reacted to this. His current appearance is still the shape of Naramaru. He smiled, and quickly got out of the Naramaru puppet. It's me, Yan Chen said with a smile. Xiao Nan opened his mouth slightly, looking at Yanshin, who suddenly appeared with a surprised expression, and Naramaru, a puppet, fell down without the support of Yanshin's body. And what is this person? Konan, pointing to the fake Naramaru on the ground, asked. It's just a puppet, I use it to disguise myself. Yan Chen said, and then he put his left hand on the Naramaru puppet and loaded it into the four-dimensional space. Looks like you've done something awesome again. Xiao Nan pouted and said. Yan Chen smiled and did not answer, but turned to Xiao Nan and asked, when did you practice paper shuriken? Xiao Nan's face blushed. I practiced when you went out in the evening, and I also want to become stronger. After all, I can't always let you protect This girl is quite sensible, Chen thought in his heart. Don't worry, as long as I am there, you will never suffer it. The words on the lips were so replied. Xiao Nan was tickled by Yan Chen's words, and in order to ease the atmosphere, she quickly changed the topic and said, by the way, you told me to use the bread-rubbing textbook and I made it. It's just what? Words are dusty. It's just that the textbooks have a lot of content, so there is a little bit more bread printed. Xiao Nan said weakly. Much? How many can there be? Yan Chen said with a raised eyebrow. A moment later, the apartment tree hall. I'll go, it's not a little much, it's too much. Yan Chen looked at the mountain of bread on the dining table in a daze. So shall we still eat? Xiao Nan asked. Yan Chen gritted his teeth. Eat. It's better to eat as much as we can than to answer nothing. Xiao Nan nodded and began to pick up the bread and eat it, but the dust was not far behind. He directly picked up several slices of bread and put them in his mouth together. Yan Chen chewed a few mouthfuls, brought another glass of water, swallowed the bread with the water, and then picked up a few pieces of memory bread from the table. Xiao Nan stopped eating a few slices of bread, but looked at Yan Chen with a smile on his face. Ha! Zionin, why don't you eat? Yan Chen looked at Xiao Nan and asked. Xiao Nan smiled. I have memorized most of the content in the textbook, only some I can't remember, so I eat the bread of the content that I can't remember. The words were dumb. I didn't expect Xiao Nan to be a student bully, but he had to suffer a little. So much bread. Take your time. Early the next morning, Yan Chen covered his stomach and went to the ninja school with Konan. Today, the expressions of the classmates, including Yan Chen, were all sad. Only Xiao Nan had a smile on her face, and when Hinata Hayashi walked into the classroom, she once again suffered the bombardment of the eyes of her classmates. Soon, as IKA walked into the classroom and the exam began, even though Yan Chen ate the memory bread until he couldn't eat it yesterday night, he only remembered 2/3 of the content of the textbook, but the others seemed to be no better, and they hesitated to write. 2 hours passed quickly, and IKA put the test paper back away, leaving only the students in the classroom wailing in misery. Just when Yan Chen was still leisurely taking the exam, the Hokage building had already fallen out. Naramaru, the first time you let me down so much. The three generations braced their hands on the desk, blowing their beards and glaring at Naramaru in front of him, while Naramaru lowered his head and silently endured the anger of the three generations. After sacrificing several ninjas, the oil girl Shijiro who asked you to protect was also killed, and you, Naramaru, didn't even see the appearance of the other party. I am so disappointed in you as a commander. Mayo roared, picking up a stack of papers on the table and smashing it at Naramaru. Naramaru didn't say a word from beginning to end, nor did he dodge anything. The three generations gasped and tried to calm their mood. Tell me what happened in your analysis from beginning to end. The three generations got back to the chair and said coldly. Naramaru nodded and said, this intruder has many abilities. According to my analysis, there are three. First, he can be invisible. Second, he has a knife that can hurt people through the air. And third, he has the ability to disguise himself as someone else. Go on. Mayo lowered his eyelids and said. Hineda's body was found in an uninhabited compound. I guess it was on our way to the Hokage building, and the intruder killed Hineda on the way, and then he disguised himself as Hineda Teiki and mixed into us, and it is possible that Masajin Namura was also with him, I can't be sure. Naramaru analyzed. And after that, how did you get knocked unconscious? Mayo continued to ask. After that, Naramura's face turned gloomy. Then I found out that Hineda had a problem and had already controlled him with the shadow binding technique, but I don't know why he went around my back and knocked me unconscious. And then he pretended to be me, arrested Shijiro the oil girl, tortured him, and then killed him. After listening to Naramaru's analysis, the third generation narrowed his eyes, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, then do you have any suspicions? Naramaru's mind kept flashing suspicious figures, and finally shook his head bitterly. Alas, the third generation sighed, now that the matter is irreparable, no matter how much to scold Naramaru, it is no longer helpful, he said helplessly, this incident should be kept secret, don't let others know. This is the shame of our Konoha village, because we still claim to be the most powerful village, so others slapped hard, and as a result, we don't even know who slapped this slap. Naramaru clenched his fists, ashamed of his incompetence, and after a moment of silence, he said, since that perpetrator already knows the whereabouts of Danzo-sama, it is possible that he will leave the village and go to the land of wind to find him, and we can carefully interrogate the people entering and leaving the village during this period to see if we can arrest him. Sandei nodded, just do as you say, don't mess up this time. Yes, Naramaru nodded and said. At this time, the door of the room was pushed open, and a heroic blonde woman walked in. Teacher, I'm back. People say that she is the apprentice of the third generation, Tsunade. The three generations looked at Tsunade lovingly, and then a puzzle appeared in his eyes. Why are you alone? Orochimaru didn't come back with you. Tsunade nodded. Well, Orochimaru said that he had other matters to deal with in the Land of Wind, so he didn't come back. What happened to the battle over there in the Land of Wind? In general, it is not a big problem to fight against the Sand Ninja, and it should only be a matter of time before the victory over the Land of Wind is achieved, but there are some unexpected changes, Tsunade said after hesitating for a moment. What unexpected changes? Mayo asked. It's a little strange that in the borders of the Land of Wind, there are always strange creatures that have never been seen before, Tsunade replied. Weird creatures. The three generations frowned. Is that dangerous? The level of danger is very low. Tsunade shook his head and said, these monsters only appear occasionally, and they seem to be a little harmful, and they don't appear most of the time. Sandei nodded. It's good that there is no danger, Tsunade. The reason why I called you back from the battlefield of the Land of Wind this time is because our new generation of ninjas are about to graduate from ninja school, and I want you to take them to the battlefield to experience real battles. Tsunade raised his eyebrows slightly. You mean taking them to the Land of the Wind? However, this will not be dangerous. The combat experience of their youth is their weight for surviving on the battlefield in the future, and as our ninja in Konoha, we must have such awareness. The third generation said solemnly, of course, let them only participate in peripheral battles and spy on the next intelligence mission. After all, they are also the combat power of Konoha's new generation. I'm measured, teacher. Tsunade said. Mio nodded, stood up, stared at Tsunade with both eyes and said, I will entrust those children to you and Orochimaru. Tsunade smiled and said, no problem, after all, there is my younger brother in this group of children. Oh. The third generation opened his mouth slightly, and then slapped his forehead. Yes, look at my memory, Rope Tree also graduated this year, so I can rest assured, now you can go to the ninja school to meet the graduating students. Yes, teacher, Tsunade said, ready to retreat. Oh, right, the third generation suddenly spoke up. Tsunade turned around and asked, what else, sensei? I forgot another thing, there are 3 new students from the outer village in the graduating class, they have just come to Konoha, and 2 of them have just learned ninjutsu, so they don't have to go this time. From the outer village. Tsunade had doubts, but he didn't ask more, just nodded and walked out again. At this time, in the ninja school, Ika-sensei walked into the classroom with a gloomy face, and he was holding the pile of test papers he had just approved in his hand. You all did well this time. Teacher Ika walked to the podium and said with a smile, it's a shame that you guys took the exam once, but this re-exam turned out to be a mess. The students in the audience were silent and did not speak. Now announce the results of this exam. The first place, Zionin, full score. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes looked at Xiao Nan in unison, and Xiao Nan was soon embarrassed. It's actually a perfect score, it's amazing. My god, someone actually got a perfect score on such a difficult test paper. The students were talking. Yan Chen on the side also gently applauded Xiao Nan. You guys, it's embarrassing to speak, the the person who has passed the exam once actually let the new Zionin win the first place. IKA Sensei roared angrily. The language admiring of the students in the audience returned to silence. IKA Sensei gasped, and then announced the next name. The first place is Zionin, who ate memory bread and is a top student himself, and it is logical to come out on top. The second is Nara Shikaku, but Yanshin feels that he must be cheating with his cleverness, but Yanshin didn't expect that he was actually the third. You must know that he only remembers 2/3 of the content in the textbook. However, the results of other students let Yanshin know why he could get third, except for Bofeng Shuman, including the fourth place. The rest of the students actually failed. Students who failed the grade, except for the students transferred by Juzine who copied the test paper once, all the other students gave me a penalty to copy it 3 times. On the podium, Mr. Ika said, looking like he hated iron but not steel. Alas, the students sighed one by one, and Hinata kept his head down and looked at the floor. As the initiator he was very scared, because he had vaguely heard that several students were already discussing waiting for him to be beaten up after school. Ika, what happened to make you so upset? There was a sudden sound of laughter outside the classroom, and Tsunade walked into the classroom with a smile on his face. Tsunade's appearance immediately caused a stir in the classroom. It's Tsunade-sama. Hello Tsunade-sama. The students in the audience waved at Tsunade. As a student of the ninja school, Tsunade, this upper ninja can be admired very much, and among the students is a little boy in a blue scarf, who is desperately greeting Tsunade. It is her younger brother, Ropetree. Dusty narrowed his eyes, a little strange about Tsunade's sudden appearance. Didn't she go to the land of wind? How could she appear in this place? There was also Ika Sensei who had the same problem, who looked at Tsunade and asked suspiciously, Tsunade-sama, didn't you fight in the land of wind? How did you return to Konoha village? Tsunade, however, waved his hand and said, I have a mission to come back this time, and the teacher ordered me to bring all the students to the battlefield so that they can experience the cruelty of war. Tsunade's words made the students in the audience instantly lively. It's time to go into battle. To be honest, I'm still a little scared. What are you afraid of? There is Tsunade-sama. For this decision of the 3 generations, Yanshin did not reject it in his heart. On the contrary, he was still somewhat satisfied. Originally he was ready to find an excuse to go to the country of wind to find Tuanzang. This is good, there is no need to find an excuse. Ika's eyes widened. They haven't participated in actual combat yet, so they can go to the battlefield like this. Tsunade nodded, no problem, the situation in the land of wind has been controlled by us. These children just let them experience it, and the frontal battlefield will not let them go. After Tsunade said this, he turned to the students and said, now, all the students are following me to the training ground, and I will divide you into different squads according to your strength. Tsunade said, good, no problem. The students cheered loudly and began to walk out one by one. No, that's the 3 sitting at the back. Ika raised his chin and pointed with his chin at the 3 Yanshins sitting at the back. Tsunade looked up, and a smiling face immediately froze. It's actually you, the child of Yuyin village. Tsunade directly ignored Konan and Jushine, but looked at Yanshin in the middle and said coldly, as early as when he was in Yuyin village, Tsunade had already doubted Yanshin, thinking that he might be the ninja killer. I've seen Tsunade-sama. Yanshin said with a slight smile. Why are you in Konoha village? Tsunade continued to ask Yanshin. Konoha village is known as the first ninja village, and I also want to live a stable life, so. Admiring. Words and dust respond unhurriedly. Tsunade looked at Yanshin, then at the 2 girls beside him, and said, Naruto-sama's order, the 3 of you have just come to the village, so you don't have to follow us to the land of wind this time. With that, she ignored the dust and turned around and walked out of the classroom. Yanshin frowned when he heard this. Tsunade's attitude towards him was understandable. Yanshin could guess that it was because Tsunade was still doubting himself, but if he couldn't go to the land of wind this time, he would have to find a reason to go to the land of wind again, which was a bit troublesome. Great, we don't have to go to the land of wind to fight, we can play in the village to our heart's content. Juzine on the side cheered. Don't forget that you have to copy the test paper again. The words on the side reminded Juzine in a timely manner. Juzine's appearance that was still alive and jumping just now immediately fell. It's troublesome, she muttered, and then said loudly, forget it, let's go and see how Tsunade-sama on the training ground teaches the other students. Saying that, she took Xiao Nan and Yanshin's hands and walked towards the door. Yanshin broke free of Juzine's hand and said, you guys go first, I'll go to the toilet first, and I'll go later. Well, hurry up. Juzine. When Xiao Nan spoke, she took Xiao Nan's hand, and the 2 little girls walked towards the training ground together. The dust narrowed his eyes and turned to another place. In the training ground, Kushina and Konan, standing on the sidelines, in the field, the graduating class had already stood in line, and Tsunade was standing in front of them. Now, you line up and fight me one by one. Tsunade ordered, first, which of you comes first? The students in the audience looked at each other, their faces were a little reluctant, and they all seemed to not want to be the first to appear ugly in front of Tsunade. I'll do it. Bofeng Shuman saw that no one was willing and decided to be the first to go on himself. Very good, Bofeng Shuman, come on. Tsunade said with a smile. Feng Shuman nodded, offended. Tsunade-sama. Saying that, he quickly sealed the seal in his hand. Fire dragon bullet. A small fire dragon spat out of Watergate's mouth and flew towards Tsunade. Ninjutsu is powerful, Tsunade praised, and in an instant it was sealed. The wind escapes, the wind blows out. With her mouth open, a scattered hurricane blew out of her mouth, as if to blow back the fire dragon bomb of the Watergate. At this moment, the fire dragon bullet cast by the Watergate suddenly dispersed, turning from the dragon's form into a wall of fire, completely sealing the line of sight in front of Tsunade. Swish! Several kunai suddenly pierced through the wall of fire and struck towards Tsunade. It turns out that Huajun is just a feint. The purpose is to block my vision. Kuwu is the means of attack. Wei Feng Shui Gate, really excellent talent. Tsunade praised, but Feng Shuman was still young, and the kunai he threw was much more powerful than his peers, but it was not enough for Tsunade. I saw that Tsunade's eyes were staring, and she actually completely took the kunai that came towards her, and at this time, Tsunade's wind blew out and extinguished the fire of the Watergate. See if you can dodge. Tsunade threw the kunai in his hand back towards the Watergate. Of course, in order not to hurt his life, Tsunade deliberately threw it in non-fatal places. Seeing that Kuwu was about to hit the Wei Feng Shui Gate, but he heard a bang, the body of the Wei Feng Shui Gate suddenly turned into a piece of wood. Avatar. Tsunade's eyebrows raised, and Wei Feng Shuman actually used the avatar technique to avoid a catastrophe. And at this time, the body of the Bo Feng Shui Gate was in pain, and suddenly attacked Tsunade from the side. Bo Feng Shuman, you will be a genius in the future. Tsunade couldn't help but exclaim loudly, and as soon as she turned around, she held the Kuwu of the Wei Feng Shui Gate with one palm. If it weren't for the fact that my reflexes and basic abilities were far superior to you, I'm afraid I would really be able to do this trick of yours. Tsunade looked at Bo Feng Shuman and said, this kid's performance has completely surprised her. I'm afraid that this batch of students is the most powerful Bo Feng Shuman, and the strength should far exceed others. Tsunade-sama, excuse me. Just as Tsunade was marveling at Watergate's strength, a voice suddenly came from beside her. Tsunade-sama, excuse me. Just as Tsunade was marveling at Watergate's strength, a voice suddenly came from beside her. Tsunade turned his head and looked, and actually found that Yin-Chen suddenly appeared beside him at some point, and at this time, Yin-Chen was wearing a white mask, only revealing a pair of eyes and looking at her harmlessly. Bo Feng Shuman was also surprised, and he was very surprised by Yan-Chen's appearance. When did you come over? Tsunade asked coldly. She had just noticed the approaching Watergate, but she had not noticed this Yan-Chen who suddenly appeared beside her. Just now, maybe you didn't notice if you were too involved. Yan-Chen said. Hearing Yin-Chen's words, Tsunade seemed to have some suspicions. Maybe he was too involved just now to ignore him. No, I still have to test him. Tsunade secretly said in her heart. She ordered the Watergate to retreat, turned her back to Yin-Chen, took a few steps forward and said, what are you looking for me for? Yin-Chen heard Tsunade's question and was about to speak, but Tsunade suddenly froze. Water escape, water chaos. She turned around, opened her mouth, and a tide of water rushed towards Yin-Chen. Yin-Chen's face did not change, standing in place without taking any measures, allowing this tide of water to attack him. And Tsunade's water chaotic wave was about to touch Yin-Chen, but suddenly sluggish, scattered to the side, did not hurt Yin-Chen's sweat hair. Why don't you hide, or resist with ninjutsu? Tsunade looked at Yan-Chen and wondered. She saw that Yan-Chen did not move, so she had to remove the ninjutsu. After all, Yan-Chen was only a student and could not really hurt him. Yan-Chen smiled and said, Tsunade-sama's ninjutsu speed is so fast, where did I react? Besides, I believe Tsunade-sama can't bear to hurt me. Tsunade's eyebrows jumped. Yan-Chen looked relaxed. She didn't think that Yan-Chen would really not react, but Yan-Chen's trick was too good to adapt to change, and her temptation was completely futile. Tsunade sighed secretly in her heart, and then she saw Yan-Chen wearing a mask on her face, and she immediately had doubts. What are you wearing a mask for? Tsunade asked. I just found out I had a cold, you guys. Yan-Chen replied. Tsunade nodded, undoubtedly having him. Then you are still testing students here, and if you want to participate too, I don't mind testing you. Yan-Chen quickly shook his head. How dare I? I don't even know a little ninjutsu, and I'm here hoping you'll show me Naruto-sama. See Hokage? What do you want to do? Tsunade asked again. I have my own plans, please, Tsunade-sama, I hope you don't refuse. Yan-Chen looked at her sincerely with a pair of eyes. Tsunade let out a soft sigh and nodded after thinking for a moment. Okay, I'll take you when I'm done testing them. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Yan-Chen nodded, turned around and left the center of the training ground, and came to stand with Xiao Nan and the two outside the field. When I say Yan-Chen, what do you mean by wearing a mask? What do you do if you don't have a fever or cough? Juzine looked at Yan-Chen coming over and quickly asked. You won't really catch a cold, will you? On the side, Xiao Nan also looked at Yan-Chen nervously. Definitely not. Juzine touched his chin and looked at Yan-Chen suspiciously. He must have some secret that he doesn't want us to know. I'll take a look. Saying that, Juzine jumped to Yan-Chen and reached out to take off the mask on Yan-Chen's mouth. Juzine, don't make trouble. Seeing this, Chen immediately dodged and hidden. Juzine pouted, but still stopped obediently. There were only about 20 people in a graduating class, and with the disparity in strength between Tsunade and them, it didn't take long for the test to be completed, and then Tsunade was grouped according to their strength. After dividing into groups, Tsunade looked at the children in front of him and nodded, and said loudly, "In 3 days, we will go to the land of winds together, during which you will prepare well, and I hope that in 3 days, I will see you more enthusiastic and vigorous." "Yes, Tsunade-sensei," the students shouted at the same time. "Well, disband," Tsunade said with a big wave of his hand, and after the students left, she immediately came to Chen. "Now you can go with me to meet 3 generations." Chen nodded and followed Tsunade. Chen, seeing this, Xiao Nan hurriedly wanted to follow. "It's okay." Chen waved his hand, "You should go home by yourself first." "Well," Xiao Nan replied reluctantly. "Oh kind reader, collect it, ask for tips, ask for flowers." Chen followed Tsunade towards the Hokage building, because there was some distance between them, and the two of them were silent all the way. Coming to the outside of the 3rd generation's office, Tsunade knocked on the door first, and after getting the permission of the 3rd generation, he walked in, and the dust followed. At this time, there were not only 3 generations and 1 person in the room, but Naramaru was also on the side, and the two seemed to be discussing something. "Tsunade, what's going on?" Mayo asked suspiciously. Tsunade moved his body, revealing the dust behind him. "It's not me looking for you, it's this kid." Chen stepped forward and bowed to the 3 generations. Naramaru on the side looked at the child in front of him, and suddenly remembered what happened when he appeared at the door of the oil girl Shihei yesterday afternoon. Naramaru frowned, vaguely feeling that there was something tricky in this. "Words? You don't go to ninja school. Well, what are you doing with me?" The 3 generations asked Chen curiously. "I heard that Naruto-sama, you decided to let the graduating students go to the land of wind to exercise, right?" Sandai nodded. "There is such a thing. I also want to follow them to the land of the wind," Chen said. As soon as these words came out, Tsunade and the 3 generations were surprised, but Naramaru's brows furrowed a little. "You are not good at ninjutsu now, why are you going to the land of wind?" "On the contrary, there will be danger," Mayo asked. Chen smiled and said, "I have experienced the war in Yuyan village, I know how to survive in the war, and I know the cruelty of the war better, so I want to learn more from the experience of the battlefield, so that the future me can have a foothold in the war." Without waiting for the 3 generations to speak, Naramaru snorted coldly on the side. "Your reason doesn't make sense at all. The battlefield is a place where life and death are really fighting, and going there as a child who knows nothing will only drag down other ninjas, right? Naruto-sama, good, ambitious," Mayo said suddenly, seemingly ignoring Naramaru's words. "Since you have asked for so, then I will fulfill your request, Tsunade, and bring the country of dust." "Naruto-sama, I think this matter is not." Naramaru on the side saw that the 3 generations were going to let go of the dust, and quickly spoke up to dissuade him. Tsunade was also full of surprise. The 3rd generation actually agreed to Chen's request so easily. Letting a person who can't play ninjutsu into battle is a very dangerous decision. Okay, I've already decided on this matter, no need to talk about it anymore." Mayo waved his hand and said. He turned to look at Tsunade again. "You take the dust with you when you leave." Yes, although Tsunade was full of reluctance, there was no way not to agree to the order of the 3rd generation. "Then thank you Naruto-sama," Chen said to the 3 generations with a smile, and then walked out of the room, and Tsunade, seeing this, also walked out. After Chen and Tsunade left, Naramaru hurriedly reported to the 3 generations. "Naruto-sama, yesterday this child appeared at the door of the oil girl Shihei's house, and today he took the initiative to ask to go to the land of the wind. These 2 things are too coincidental. I think he may have something to do with yesterday's incident." "Oh," Sandai Aiki raised his eyebrows. "Then when he appeared yesterday afternoon, did you test him?" Naramaru's face showed a bitter face. "I have been tempted, but I have not found anything." "That's not it," Mayo said. "He's a kid, and I don't believe he's capable of doing what he did yesterday." Naramaru opened his mouth, finally not coming up a reason to refute Mayo's words. Outside the Hokage building at this time. 3 days later, in the morning, "Come to the ninja school to assemble, I won't wait for you if you are late," Tsunade said coldly to Chen, then turned and left. "Yes." Chen nodded and watched Tsunade go farther and farther. After Tsunade walked away, Chen smiled easily. "Sure enough, with this lipstick, you only need to move your lips to go to the land of wind." Chen removed the mask and revealed a mouth with lipstick, which is the sweet lipstick. As long as the matter is not too serious, you can easily hypnotize others to do what they say. It's just that it's too obvious after painting, and you must wear a mask to cover it up, otherwise it is easy to be regarded as a pervert by others. Chen thought depressedly, took out a piece of paper from his pocket, and prepared to wipe the lipstick off his mouth. At this time, a sudden breath quickly approached him, and he quickly put on the mask again. "Talk dust, huh? You wait." Naramaru's voice came from behind. "What's wrong, Nara-sama?" Yanchen turned around and looked at Naramaru, who was following him. Why did you appear in front of the oil girl Shihei's house yesterday? Naramaru asked. This question is a trap. If Yanchen is an ordinary child, it is impossible to know the oil girl Shihei, so no matter what reason Yanchen answers, it is enough to show that Yanchen knows the person of the oil woman Shihei, then Yanchen has a great suspicion of yesterday's incident. Yanchen blinked, but in his heart he admired this Naramaru's thinking, and actually set up a set to lure himself into it, and now he also pretended to open his mouth in surprise. Who is the oil girl Shihei? And where is his home? Naramaru frowned and continued, that's where you were attacked by the Yuan ninjas. Yanchen quickly clapped his hands. By the way, I forgot to tell Naruto-sama about this. The ninja of Iwahide village invaded. No, this matter is too serious. I'll go and tell Naruto-sama now. After saying that, Yanchen really returned to the Hokage building, and Naramaru quickly blocked him. This idea was what he thought. The 3 generations have always valued the good image of Konoha village. If this matter is known to the 3 generations, he will be scolded. Hey, wait a minute, I'll just tell you it. Naramaru hurriedly stopped. Then thank you Nara-sama. I wonder what you are looking for me for? Yanchen's forward figure stopped and asked. So where did you go yesterday night? Naramaru continued to ask. Yanchen waved his hand indifferently. Go home. Where else can I go? Naramaru stared at Yanchen for a while, and the ability to make lipstick sweet was presented, and Naramaru already believed Yanchen's words a little in his heart. Could it be that this matter really has nothing to do with him? Naramaru was helpless, and after some fruitless inquiries, he had to reluctantly accept this fact. It's okay, let's go. Naramaru said. Yanchen nodded and swaggered out of here. After getting rid of Naramaru, Yanchen carefully thought about his future plans. Is about to go to the land of the wind, which means that the still moist life in Konoha is about to disappear. The battle in the land of the wind is not easy. Ropaki and Tsunade's boyfriend died in this battle, plus the experiment done by Danzo. I don't know if there will be other accidents. Since it is so dangerous, Yanchen decided not to take Xiao Nan with him, and during his time in Konoha, the points of the system have been consumed almost the same, and he will hit the knife and the cloak. Yanchen decided to leave it to Xiao Nan so that she has the ability to protect herself. And Chen, it is time to consider new weapons. Carefully rummaging through the props in his mind, Yanchen had to use his few points to choose a prop well. Well, this thing. Yanchen's eyes focused on a prop called Double Liquid. Double Liquid, disposable props. After using the item doubles every half minute, is a very convenient and dangerous prop. Doraemon once used this prop to breed chestnut bread. The old version was Tonyaki, but because it was not finished, the chestnut bread became more and more, and the earth was almost completely covered by it. In order to save the earth, Doraemon finally used a rocket to transport a large pile of chestnut bread to space to avoid the destruction of the earth. And now this prop is obviously strengthened. Doraemon is multiplied every 5 minutes. This is actually half a minute. My ninjutsu is not proficient, but it shouldn't be difficult to learn how to control the detonation charm, and the detonator charm is particularly easy to consume. If I drop the double liquid on one detonation charm, don't I have an endless detonation charm? Yanchen looked at the props in his head. He remembered the scene in the Land of Rain. Tuanzang used the detonation charm to blow up the Tower of Babel, countless detonation talismans, and can also multiply, which is more powerful than Zionen's 600 billion detonation talismans and the second generation Hokage's mutual multiplication detonation charms. Just endless detonators, where do I put them? Yanchen frowned and thought, his eyes wandered around, and finally fell on the 4-dimensional pocket of his left hand. By the way, the 4-dimensional empty bag can place an infinite number of things because it connects the 4-dimensional world without affecting its weight, and it should be able to fit for an infinite detonator. Just in case, Yanchen still asked the system, and after getting an affirmative answer, Yanchen decided to exchange the double liquid. After being determined, soon a bottle of double liquid appeared in Yanchen's hand, but the bottle probably only contained a drop of liquid. It seems that it is really just a disposable prop. After getting the multiplier liquid, there is a missing detonation charm, which is sold in Konoha's weapon store. The price is not cheap, and it is only sold to adults, so Yanchen can't buy it at all. But it doesn't matter. At the moment I don't even know how to use the detonation charm. I still find someone to teach myself first, and then think of where to get the detonation charm. After coming out of the Hokage building, it was not early, and when Yanchen had just pushed open the door of his house, Xiao Nan had already prepared a meal and waited for him. Welcome home, Xiao Nan said to Yanchen with a smile, and immediately went to serve the bowl of rice, just like a virtuous wife treats her husband returning from work. Yanchen smiled and sat down at the table. Zionen, I have something to tell you. I'm afraid I have to go to the Land of Wind. Yanchen said. Xiao Nan Shengan's hand stopped, and then sighed. Something you can't tell me again. I promise, this is the last time. Yanchen said. This time, I will definitely be able to do what I want to do. Then I'll go with you. Xiao Nan brought the rice bowl to Yanchen and said. No, there is still a battle in the Land of Wind. It's too dangerous. You stay in Konoha village. I won't be long there. I'll be back soon. Yanchen said. That's right. Yan Chen spoke the invisibility cloak and the knife from the fourth dimension, and said to Xiao Nan, these two things are for you. I'll show you how to use them later. If you see any danger, take these two things well and hide in the apartment tree. Got it? But I still want to go with you, Nan said weakly. Yan Chen waved his hand. Didn't you say that you also want to become stronger and don't want me to protect you? Then you will learn ninjutsu from IKA-sensei at the ninja school, and when you come, I hope you have become a qualified ninja. Yan Chen's words made Xiao Nan a little moved, and after a moment, Xiao Nan finally nodded. Well, Yan Chen, don't worry, I will not live up to your expectations, and when you come back, I will definitely become an excellent ninja. Well, I believe you, Zionan, Yan Chen said to Konan. After eating another night, Yan Chen explained to Xiao Nan the use of the invisibility cloak and the knife of Bizhong, and this day quickly passed like this. Early the next morning, Yan Chen came to the ninja school early to find IKA-sensei, and IKA was very surprised by Yan Chen's appearance. I said, Yan Chen, I heard that you are not also going to the land of wind. Today is the weekend, you are not at home to prepare. Why are you coming to school? I'm here to ask IKA-sensei how to control the detonation charm. Yan Chen said, you know, I am not good at ninjutsu, so I want to learn how to use the detonation charm to improve my combat effectiveness. IKA-sensei nodded. This is indeed a good way. The detonation charm can indeed make up for the shortcomings of many auxiliary ninjas. No problem, I will teach you how to use it. The two came to the training ground, and IKA-sensei took out a detonation charm from his ninja bag. If you want to detonate a detonation charm, there are three methods. The first, through the seal, it will explode every once in a while, that is, a time-limited explosion. The second, burn directly with an open flame, it will explode immediately. And the third, attach ninjutsu to the detonation charm, it will also explode immediately. You know, the power of the detonation charm is huge, no less than the advanced fire ninjutsu released by the upper ninja, but the price is very expensive, and it is generally unlikely to be used on a large scale, IKA-sensei explained. Then next, I'll show you once. IKA-sensei pasted the detonation charm to a stake, then separated it by a distance, and sealed it. About 3 seconds later, only the sound of the collapse was heard, and the wooden stake in front of him was immediately shattered by the detonation charm. Not bad, the power of a detonation charm is already great enough. A look of satisfaction flashed in Yan Chen's eyes. Actually, it's still very easy to operate, but you still have to be careful not to hurt yourself. Teacher IKA came over and said, and handed Yan Chen 4 detonation charms. The price of this thing is a bit expensive. I don't give you too much, you can take these 4 and use them for practice. What's wrong? Don't continue to practice? IKA-sensei asked. Yan Chen shook his head. This is the last one, let's wait for it later. Seeing Yan Chen like this, IKA-sensei thought that he was reluctant to use it, and quickly said, in fact, when you go to the land of wind, you can ask Tsunade-sama for a few cards, although it is not enough to kill the enemy, but it should be used for self-defense. I know, thank you teacher for reminding. Yan Chen said. After practicing using the detonation charm on the training ground, Yan Chen thanked IKA teacher, and then returned to his apartment tree. Among his many apartment tree rooms, Yan Chen deliberately picked the largest room. Yan Chen took out the detonation charm in his pocket, and then took out the doubling liquid from the 4-dimensional pocket and dripped the only drop of liquid in the bottle on the detonation charm. Half a minute later, the detonator swayed and split into 2, and after another half minute, the 2 detonators became 4. Not bad, it really works. Yan Chen picked up one of the detonation charms, turned around and walked to the center of the room, threw it into the air, and sealed it. Touch! An explosion sounded, and the detonator stirred up a small white cloud of smoke in midair. What's wrong? Hearing this voice, Xiao Nan hurriedly rushed from another place to the room where Yan Chen was. Nothing, just experiments. Yan Chen looked at Xiao Nan with an eager look and said. Xiao Nan looked at Yan Chen, his gaze fell to the back of Yan Chen, and asked strangely, what is that pile of paper behind you? The pile of paper? Yan Chen turned to look and saw that there were only 3 detonation charms just now, and there were actually a small pile at this time. The multiplication was too fast, Chen secretly said in his heart, and quickly ran over and put all the small pile of explosive charms into his 4-dimensional pocket. It is estimated that it will not be long before the detonation talisman in the 4-dimensional bag is finished for my whole life, Yan Chen said secretly in his heart, if these countless detonation talismans were inside. Yan Chen didn't dare to think about it anymore, he still prayed that this kind of thing would not happen. On this day, Yan Chen is practicing the detonation charm in the huge room of the tree, and he must be fully prepared for future battles in the land of wind. At this time, it was already late at night, and Yan Chen had already blown up hundreds of detonation charms in the house of this apartment tree underground, and the walls of this room were already potholes, and it seemed that they could collapse at any time. The detonation charm has been practiced almost the same, and my system points are already running out, so let's simply redeem them all. Yan Chen lay tiredly on the ground and secretly said, and then opened the list of props in his mind. Now after he killed Hanzo, his sole ability made his physical fitness barely exceed the level of upper ninja. He is just a physical fitness, he can't ninjutsu. If he fights with a powerful ninja without props, Yan Chen may not have much chance of winning. I think if he didn't have a werewolf flashlight, he couldn't defeat Tsunade at all, and Hanzo spent 2 times to save his life, plus the ability to transfer the stick of weakness to barely defeat him. Therefore, Yan Chen decided to improve his own strength, and he decided to exchange the props he had always wanted to exchange. The Superpower Training Box, a prop used to train superpowers, can learn the 3 superpowers of teleportation, mindfulness, and perspective, but it takes 3 hours of training a day and 3 years of continuous training to be successful. It will take 3 years. Now I'm still young, and these 3 superpowers are very powerful. This thing is worth redeeming. Yan Chen was ruthless and exchanged all his last points for the Superpower Training Box. The points data at the top left of the item list in his brain turned into single digits, and a small black box appeared in Dust's hand. Let's try it first. Yan Chen put the Superpower Training Box on the ground, according to the training method mentioned in Doraemon, began to stare at the training box, imagining controlling it with his mind. At this time, 3 strange smells passed above him, which was mixed with a hint of his familiar smell, which was the smell of Juzine. Ha! Yan Chen frowned, then opened his eyes wide. Oops, I forgot that there is still this matter. Juzine is a person of the Uzumaki clan. The chakra in the body is very special and powerful, and at this time, Union Village is having a headache over how to control the Yaoi, so he hopes to find a perfect human pillar force. Juzine is undoubtedly the best candidate. Thinking of this, Yan Chen no longer delayed. He stopped superpower training, ran out of the room, and chased after the smell. Yan Chen found that all the Konoha ninjas in charge of patrolling along the way were injured by Lei Duan, and at this time, he jumped on the roof and chased closely behind. At this time, suddenly a foreign object flew towards him and fell on Yan Chen's lips. Yan Chen frowned, took it off with his hand. With the help of the light of the moon, Yan Chen saw clearly what was in his hand. This is a small piece of red hair. It seems that Juzine deliberately left a clue to find her tracks. Juzine, this girl is quite smart, Yan Chen said secretly, but he didn't need any clues, and he could already find Juzine by the smell. Yan Chen chased all the way out of the village, shuttling through the woods outside the village. The knife and invisibility cloak were placed in Zionen's place, and he didn't bring it, but it didn't matter. There were so many detonation charms in his 4-dimensional pocket, he should also try it. At this time, another smell came up from behind. This is Wave Fang Shuman. Yan Chen quickly identified who the person who came was, and in the original book it was also Juzine who he came to rescue, but now with Yan Chen, it is the same whether he comes or not. But there is one more helper, don't do it in vain. Yan Chen stopped his steps, waiting for Bofang Shuman to catch up. Yan Chen, why are you here? The figure of Bofang Shuman was shuttling through the woods, and when he saw the words and dust that suddenly appeared in front of him, he couldn't help but be stunned. Same purpose as you. Yan Chen raised the hair of Juzine in his hand. Bofang Shuman nodded. I also picked up Juzine's hair on the road and chased it all the way. Well, I already knew, Yan Chen said to himself. What did you say? Bofang Shuman asked. Didn't say anything. Yan Chen shook his head and said, by the way, the people who kidnapped Juzine are 3 Union ninjas. How many are you going to come? Bofang Shuman's eyes widened. You have already figured out the right situation? And what do you mean by a few? Yan Chen did not answer a question from Bofang Shuman, but said, there are 3 enemies, we divide the work and cooperate. Are you going to let me, who has not learned ninjutsu for a long time, fight too? Or are you a genius of the younger generation fighting too? There was a black on the head of the Bofang Shui door. You said so. Then I must hit too. Well chosen. Yan Chen snapped his fingers. The guy who grabbed Juzine and handed it over to me, and the other 2 will be handed over to you. No problem. Bofang Shuman nodded, but he doubted whether Yan Chen could do it. Yan Chen did not have the idea of managing Watergate, he would prove it with practical actions. Now speed up. As soon as he gave an order, the speed of the 2 suddenly increased, pressing towards the Union ninja in front. At this time, the 3 Union ninjas in front were also rushing towards the Land of Thunder, and the guy in the middle was the bulliest guy, with a knife on his back, and his armpit was holding Juzine. At this time, Juzine's whole body was bound, and even his mouth was glued with tape. I didn't expect it to be so easy, and the guards of Konoha village, which is known as the strongest village, are only like this? A ninja said. The other ninja looked at Uzumaki Jishina under the armpit of the burly man. In other words, can this little girl really control the power of the tailed beast? Where are so many words? Do you want to be discovered by Konoha's ninjas? The burly man in front said coldly, let's discuss leaving the Land of Fire. Yes, Boss River. The other 2 ninjas immediately closed their mouths when they heard Kawa's question. As the boss of this trio, Kawagawa actually felt more nervous at this time than when he was just in Konoha village, and he vaguely felt that his group of 3 seemed to have been targeted. And Juzine turned her head to look behind her with difficulty at this time. Even in the face of such a desperate situation, she did not shed half a tear. She always believed that the person in her heart would come to save her. According to the in-place plan, you lead away the 2 ninjas behind, and I will deal with the big man in front. In the darkness, Yan Chen commanded Bo Feng Shuman, "That big guy looks great, are you sure you can do it?" Bo Feng Shuman looked at Yan Chen suspiciously, his eyes still full of distrust. Up! Yan Chen did not have the slightest hesitation and rushed directly up, and Bo Feng Shuman followed closely when he saw this. "There are two people approaching in the rear," a ninja behind Kawagawa said loudly, looking like he was supposed to be a sentient ninja. A few seconds later, Yan Chen's figure appeared in the sight of the three of Hechuan. When Juzine saw Yan Chen's appearance, a heart in her heart suddenly beat even harder, and she suddenly felt that the fate of her life was probably inseparable from this boy. A child? Kagawa and his men were stunned, and then couldn't help but laugh. One of the two people sent by Konoha village was actually a child? A child? Kagawa and his men were stunned, and then couldn't help but laugh. One of the two people sent by Konoha village was actually a child? Swish! Two more bitter forces attacked from the shadows, and the target was Hechuan's two men. However, Hechuan's two subordinates reacted quickly, their bodies flashed, and they all dodged Kuwu's attack, and a yellow figure flashed in the shadows, and several Kuwu threw out. "Tu dun, tu liu wall." One of the Union ninjas quickly froze, and an earthen wall rose in front of him, blocking the flying Kuwu. "Boss Kawa, this guy who secretly puts cold arrows is a bit annoying," a ninja asked Kawakawa for advice. "Go and arrest him, since the other party has only come two people, you two go to deal with the other, this little fart doesn't have to think about it at all." Hechuan looked at Yan Chen in front of him and said coldly, "Yes." One after the other, the two ninjas turned into two shadows and chased towards the Wei Feng Shui gate. Only Yan Chen and Hechuan were left in the field, as well as the kidnapped Juzine. "So, boy, how do you want to die?" Hechuan said to Yan Chen. "Can I still choose?" Yan Chen asked in surprise, "Then can I choose to die of old age?" This guy in Hechuan's face immediately darkened, and this kid in front of him didn't know if he was dead or alive. "You little devil is actually in the mood to joke, it's just looking for death." Union Ninja took out the kunao from the ninja bag, and suddenly a thunderbolt chakra was attached to it, hissing. The ninja battle in Union Village is generally based on physical skills, and the chakra with different attributes is attached to the ninja for hand-to-hand combat, and Hechuan is the leader of close combat, and his tendon flesh is the best proof. "Don't worry, just for a moment, you will die without a little pain." Hechuan's eyes were cold, his left hand clamped Juzine, and his right hand raised Kuwu, and he rushed directly towards Yan Chen. Yan Chen did not dodge, but met the attack of the river head-on. "Die, brat!" Hechuan's Wuxian thrust into Yan Chen's head. Shuriken technique. Yan Chen wiped his hand on his waist and made a throwing motion. Kagawa fought for many years, and his figure automatically reacted, tilting his head to the side, but no shuriken flew. "Lie to you." As soon as he said this, his body quickly approached the river. "Bastard!" The bitter light in Hechuan's hand was even stronger, waving towards Yan Chen. Between the electric light and flint, the two of them flashed, exchanged positions between each other, and the scene returned to silence, and there were only a few occasional cicadas chirping in the forest. "Boy, it seems that you really don't want to die." Hechuan's face became gloomy. "For this girl, even my Rechakra knife dares to resist." At this time, Hechuan's hands were empty, his Kuwu and hostages had disappeared, but in terms of dust, he had already firmly carried Juzine on his shoulders, but on his left arm, Hechuan's Kuwu had been deeply inserted on it, and there was still electricity flowing above Kuwu. Yan Chen's goal was clear, and at that moment, he rushed directly towards Juzine and took it over, completely ignoring the Kuwu in Hechuan's hands. Juzine saw blood flowing from Yan Chen's arm, and even if she was kidnapped by the Union Ninja, she did not cry, but now she immediately shed tears without fighting. "Okay, don't cry, haven't I already saved you now?" Yan Chen comforted the crying Juzine, dropped her from her shoulders to the ground, and tore the tape off her mouth. "Yan Chen, is your arm okay?" After the tape was torn off, Juzine cried out for the first time. "Of course it's okay," Yan Chen said with a smile. "Two little fart children, don't show affection anymore." The river on the side couldn't stand it, and he snorted coldly and said, "Do you really think that my Rechakra knife is only so much?" Saying that, the current of Kuwu on Yan Chen's left arm suddenly continued to increase, and even Kuwu trembled a little. Yan Chen frowned, directly pulled down Kuwu, and threw it aside, but the current was still surrounding his left arm, and smoke was coming out. "The arm is unconscious," said Yan Chen darkly. "It is useless to pluck out the bitterness." Kagawa turned around and said, "Once you hit my Thunder Chakra knife, my Raiden Chakra will attach to your arm and burn from the inside of your muscle, and your entire arm will be wasted." Yan Chen did not speak. After a pause, Hechuan raised his left hand, pointed his index finger at Yan Chen, and said coldly, "But the next thing is not only your arm, but also you." But just when Hechuan raised his left hand, he found that a detonation charm was actually glued to his left arm. Oops! Hechuan suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Only listening to the boom, Yan Chen had already detonated this detonation charm. After this explosion, a large amount of smoke was immediately stirred, completely enveloping the river, and a moment later, the figure of the river jumped out of the smoke. He took a few steps back, holding his left arm and looking at Yan Chen with a resentful face, but now his left arm is only half cut, and blood is still dripping down. If he hadn't ruthlessly cut off his left arm before Yan Chen detonated this detonation talisman, I'm afraid he would have been directly blown to pieces. You bastard, did you set this detonation charm when you approached me before? Chuan looked at Yan Chen viciously, and he wanted to smash his corpse into 10,000 pieces, but he was still careless, but he didn't expect that this child's tricks were so many. It's a pity that I still didn't kill you directly. Yan Chen shook his head, and he regretted it between words, but this is also very good. Now everyone has an arm missing. Oh no, you are even worse, my arm is so bad that it is attached to the body, and half of you have been cut off. Oh, Kawakawa gritted his teeth and made a deep voice, trembling all over. He was almost mad by Yan Chen's mocking words. I slaughtered you. Kagawa roared and removed the knife behind his back with his only remaining hand. It didn't matter if he didn't take the knife. After Hechuan took the knife off, he actually found that even the blade had an explosive charm glued to it, and his angry face suddenly became shocked. This can't be. Hechuan exclaimed and quickly threw the knife aside, but Ji Chen looked at him with a smile on his face and did not detonate this detonation charm. It's useless to throw it away, your body, but not only this detonation charm. Yan Chen's voice sounded slowly, like a demon's whisper. What? Hechuan was stunned, his chest and thighs were entangled with the inexplicable detonation charm, and there were even several detonation charms from his head. You can't place so many detonation charms in such a split second. What's going on? River Chuan shouted in horror. With so many detonation charms, he really wanted to dodge. Go to hell and ask Hades. Yan Chen said coldly. He resisted Juzine, and his figure retreated backwards, while detonating all the detonation charms on Hechuan's body. Don't! Hechuan shouted in despair, and suddenly a huge explosion sounded. Boom! The explosion shook the nearby trees, a large number of birds were frightened and fled out, and the two Union ninja fighting in the Wave Feng Shui Gate who were fighting also stopped moving, and they all looked at the direction of the explosion with a surprised expression. What happened? Bo Feng Shuman sighed, and now no longer entangled with these two ninjas, but rushed towards the place of the incident, and the two Union ninjas also worried about the safety of their boss when they saw this, and quickly chased after them. Dust and Juzine had moved away from the explosion site and came to rest on a large rock. Yan Chen, your hand. Juzine didn't care how Yan Chen killed Hechuan at all. She stared at Yan Chen's left arm with a pair of eyes, and the worry on her face never dissipated. It's okay. Yan Chen said that he hadn't taken this hurt to heart from the beginning, even if the entire arm was wasted. Anyway, there is time to wrap the skin. No matter how serious the injury is, you can reverse the time and change it back for me. But now that Juzine is present, Yan Chen feels that it is not very convenient to take out the wrapping skin, so he will send her back first. Don't be stubborn. Just now that guy said, your arm has been wasted. I'm really sorry. You blame me for me. Juzine, who does not know the truth, is not so optimistic now. Her voice has a crying tone, tears began to roll in her eyes, and when she said the three words blame me, she directly raised her hand and wanted to slap herself. Oh, don't be like this. I didn't blame you. Yan Chen was taken aback, and quickly stretched out his hand to stop Juzine's self-masochistic behavior. It seems that this girl is very guilty. But Juzine turned over and held Yan Chen's hand in the palm of his hand, wiped the tears on his face, and looked at him sincerely. Don't worry, you lost your right hand for me. In the future, I will be your right hand, and I am willing to take care of you with Zionin for the rest of my life. Juzine said word by word, with a resolute tone that could not be questioned. This, Yan Chen frowned, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is this what you said true? He suddenly felt that Juzine's proposal seemed to be very good. This, Yan Chen frowned, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is this what you said true? He suddenly felt that Juzine's proposal seemed to be very good. Juzine nodded firmly, and raised three fingers. I swear, I Uzumaki Juzine is willing to take care of Yanshin for the rest of my life. Looking at the resolute look revealed on Juzine's little face, Yanshin felt a sense of guilt in his heart, and it seemed that cheating on the young girl was a very bad act. Yan Chen, Juzine. At this time, the anxious voice of Bo Feng Shuman suddenly came from a distance. Yan Chen then came to his senses, and he patronized to talk to Juzine, but he forgot that Wave Feng Shui Man was still fighting with two other Union ninjas. After hearing the voice, Yan Chen quickly said to Juzine, you stay here first, I will go to support Watergate. Juzine quickly stood up and said, how can you still fight in your current state, or let me go? When I was in the country of Vortex, I also studied ninjutsu. No problem. How can I let you go? You will take care of me in the future. If something happens to you, who will take care of me? Yan Chen said with a smile, and then touched Juzine's forehead. Stay here, I'll pick you up after I'm done. Saying that, without waiting for Juzine to refute, Yan Chen twisted his body and ran towards the direction where the Wave Feng Shui Gate was located. Words and dust. You must come back safely. Juzine yelled at the running Yan Chen. Yan Chen was shuttling through the woods, and the cells in his left arm had been completely killed by the thunder attribute chakra at this time, and the entire arm was slightly black, and it was swinging weakly with his body. That guy's ninjutsu is quite powerful. Yan Chen sighed, and then stretched out his right hand to take out the time-wrapping skin from the four-dimensional pocket, and wrap the entire left arm. At this time, Watergate and the two Union ninjas came to the explosion site one after another. This place has been smashed out of the big pit, the surrounding trees have fallen, and the smoke is thick, but only a figure cannot be seen. What about the boss? The two Union ninjas looked around for traces of the river. The most powerful one is solved, and there is only one subordinate left. In the darkness, Yan walked out slowly, and his left arm was as intact as ever. Yan Chen, are you still alive? All right. Bo-Feng Shuman breathed a sigh of relief, but seeing that he was alone, he immediately became nervous. By the way, what about Juzine? She was saved by me, it's okay. Yan Chen replied. You smelly boy is not dead yet, what about our boss? One of the ninjas saw that something was not good, and quickly asked Yan Chen. Yan Chen turned his head and looked at the ninja with a smile. Do you want to meet him? Nonsense, if you don't tell the whereabouts of our boss, I will slaughter you two brats. Another Union ninja threatened. You'll see him soon, Zhou Wen said with a smile, and then turned his head to look at Bo-Feng Shuman. Watergate. You attack, I assist. Good. Bo-Feng Shuman did not wait to be slow, and his hands quickly sealed wind escape, wind cutting. A cross-shaped wind blade flew towards one Union ninja, and after using this move, Wei Feng Shui Men immediately raised Kuwu and rushed towards the other ninja, and the speed was not slower than his wind cutting technique. The two Union ninjas faced the attack of the Wei Feng Shui gate. One of them also raised his hands to prepare to resist this wind cutting technique, while the other was prepared to fight the Wei Feng Shui gate hand-to-hand. Yan Chen on the side took out a prank gun while the three of them were not paying attention to themselves. He raised his mischief pistol and fired 2 shots in a row, targeting the two Union ninjas, and soon the bullets flew out silently. The Union ninja who faced the Wei Feng Shui gate wind cutting technique was about to seal his seal. Tudun, Tuliu. He couldn't say anything in general, because when he formed the second form, he found that the fingers of his left hand could not move, and he could not complete the remaining printing form. What's going on? Before this Union ninja could react, 2 wind blades completely engulfed him. And the other Union ninja was no better. Facing the galloping Wei Feng Shui gate, he had just taken out the kunao from the ninja bag, and the kunao began to move restlessly in the palm of his hand, and then suddenly stabbed towards his face. The Union ninja was taken aback, and quickly stabilized the kunao in his hand with his hand, but at this moment, the kunao of the Wei Feng Shui gate floated abruptly, and pierced into the chest of the Union ninja in one fell swoop. Why is that? The Union ninja let out an unwilling roar and then fell down. Awesome! Yan Chen clapped his hands on the side and said, it really lives up to the name of genius. Bo-Feng Shuman touched his head embarrassedly. I don't know why these two ninjas suddenly became so weak, obviously they were a little difficult to deal with before. Okay, let's not talk about this. Yan Chen patted Bo-Feng Shuman's shoulder and said, let's go and bring Juzine back first. Bo-Feng Shuman nodded, and the two ran in the direction of Juzine. Juzine saw that Yan Chen and Bo-Feng Shuman returned safely, and quickly rushed up and hugged Yan Chen, completely ignoring the Bo-Feng Shui gate on the side. It's great that you're okay. I thought you wouldn't come back, Juzine said to Yan Chen, looking like he was about to cry again. Yan Chen smiled. I said, I will definitely come back to pick you up. Juzine nodded repeatedly. Only then did she notice the water gate next to her, quickly broke free from Yan Chen's arms, and nodded to the water gate. Thank you also for coming to save me. Watergate listened, and immediately felt astringent, and directly hugged Yan Chen, but only said a word politely to him, and the gap in treatment is not a little bigger. No thanks. Bo-Feng Shuman replied. Smart, he had already realized that it was superfluous to rely on him here. Then you guys talk, I'll go first, Bo-Feng Shuman said, then turned around and left here quickly. After Bo-Feng Shuman left, Juzine threw herself into Yan Chen's arms again. She was already a little greedy for the smell there. Yan Chen also stretched out his hands to hug Juzine. The battle just now had completely calmed down. At this time the two stood in the woods. The bright moonlight poured down, shining on the two of them, like a layer of white silver yarn. The usually tsundere Juzine also quieted down safely, enjoying the quiet moment, and a moment later, she suddenly reacted to something. Why did Yan Chen wrap his arms around her? Ha! Your hand. Juzine picked up Yan Chen's left hand, put it in front of his eyes and looked at it carefully, and found that there was not a trace of burning on it, and even the bitter wound had disappeared without a trace. I said I'm fine, Yan Chen said. You lied to me. I still shed so much. Juzine immediately pouted, and the look of affection just now completely disappeared, replaced by the previous brutal look. I obviously said that I didn't. By the way, the oath you made earlier, what oath? I don't remember safely. Let's go first. Joshina shook his head and pretended to be stupid, then broke away from Yan Chen's embrace, jumped out of here, and walked towards Konoha village. This girl. Alas, talking is not a word, Yin Chen sighed and followed behind Juzine. Not long after the three returned to the village, this matter was spread, because Yanchen told Juzine not to tell him about killing Hechuan, only saying that he was lucky and luckily used the detonation charm to blow up one. So everyone paid more attention to the deeds of the two Union ninjas in an instant, and did not pay attention to Yanchen's affairs at all. But this is also in line with his wishes, and it is not a good thing to be paid too much attention to. After rescuing Juzine, Juzine's treatment of Yanchen has changed a lot, although she still puts on various angry expressions towards Yanchen every day. But in the past 2 days, Juzine has to come to Yanchen's house almost every day to play, so that Yanchen must be careful to practice a superpower. The day before leaving for the Land of Wind, Juzine came to Yanchen's house as usual. Collapse. Juzine had just knocked on the door twice, and Yanchen opened the door. Opened the door so diligently today. Juzine looked at Yanchen in the room and asked. Yanchen gave her a blank look, knowing that you come at this time every day, can I not be diligent? Juzine patted Yanchen's shoulder, good. With that, she walked into the room. What about Zionin, why didn't you see her? As soon as he entered the room, Juzine looked around, looking for Xiao Nan's figure. Alas, Yanchen sighed, since you come here every day, I'll tell you something, follow me. With that, Yanchen led Juzine towards the back room. Inside the room, the apartment tree in the corner was covered by a black cloth, and Yanchen walked over and uncovered the black cloth. Yanchen, how do you put a rotten tree stump in the house? It's too ugly. Juzine looked at the entrance of the apartment tree in the corner and said, that's not an ordinary rotten stump, just go over and look at it. Yanchen said, that's not an ordinary rotten stump, just go over and look at it. Yanchen said, really? So, Juzine stared at the entrance of the apartment tree with a pair of curious eyes. Nothing special. Looking at the pitch-black hole, Juzine suspected that the inside of this tree hole was too dark, which made her heart a little uneasy. At this time, Yanchen suddenly stepped forward and gently pushed Juzine, so Juzine was unstable, stumbled a few steps, and walked into the tree hole. Oh, from the tree hole came Juzine's scream. Stop! Yanchen in the back covered his ears and said, big sister, what are you calling? Are you too embarrassed to ask? What are you pushing me to do? Do you want to do something wrong? Juzine hugged his chest and yelled. Yanchen looked at Juzine like an idiot, this girl is young, but her heart is quite mature. He glanced at Xin Junei's undeveloped small chest, and he had no interest at all. I said, can you not be cranky? Yanchen said, you look back. Juzine glanced at Yanchen suspiciously, and then looked back, and found that there was actually a downward staircase at the entrance of the cave, and there was a faint light below. There is actually a road down there. Juzine sighed, and the panic just now was completely thrown aside, and she jumped and walked down. Soon, Juzine came to the apartment tree hall, and Xiao Nan was standing in the hall sorting out some clothes. Hi, Juzine. Looking at the arrival of Juzine, Xiao Nan waved at her and said, Zionin. Juzine also ran over and took Xiao Nan's hand, while curiously looking at the surrounding environment. I didn't expect you to live in such an interesting place, and you didn't tell me before. Juzine looked at Yanchen who had just walked to the hall and said, didn't that tell you? Yanchen said with a wry smile. Juzine let go of Xiao Nan's hand, and began to run around the hall again. Seeing the corner of this large room and stairs, she couldn't help but be more excited. This place is really amazing. There are many rooms. No, I decided, I want to move over. After that, she turned her head to look at Yanchen, raised her head and said, you are not allowed to object. Yanchen nodded, of course I agree. In this way to be a companion with Zionin, she will not be alone when I am away. When Juzine heard this, he immediately stopped in the room. When you're away? Where are you going? Juzine wondered. Go to the Land of the Wind. Yanchen replied. Why go to the Land of Wind? How dangerous it is. Juzine said quickly, with a hint of surprise on his face. Take a look. Yanchen only threw out 4 words. Juzine stomped his foot and came to Yanchen's side. In that case, then I will tell Tsunade-sama, I will also go to the Land of Wind. With that, she turned around and walked towards the exit of the apartment tree, as if she was really going to meet Tsunade. Wait a minute. Yanchen shouted to Juzine, how can this girl be the same as Xiao Nan? Yanchen naturally can't let her go in such a dangerous place, but even if Juzine wants to go, the 3 generations of Hokage will not let her get her wish. After all, she is a new generation of human pillar power, and she will definitely not be allowed to make the slightest mistake. What's wrong? Juzine stopped and looked at Yanchen with a pair of depressed eyes. Yanchen sighed and said, going to the battlefield is not a joke. If you go, I will have to divide my energy to protect you at that time, and you don't want to be kidnapped again, right? Juzine smashed her mouth. What happened that night was still vividly remembered. She really didn't want to experience that kind of thing again. Also, since you are unwilling to fulfill the oath you made that night, then I will ask you for another matter, and help me take care of Xiao Nan during this time. After speaking, Yanchen turned his head to look at Xiao Nan, who was virtuous, and then looked at Juzine, who only knew how to play blindly for a day. Well, although it is possible that Zionin takes care of you, it is always okay for you to be with her. Yan Chen continued to say with a wry smile. Zhu Zinei fell silent when he heard Yan Chen's words. Swear. Xiao Nan on the side was intrigued by Yan Chen's words. What oath? Without waiting for the dust to speak, Zhu Zinei waved his hand vigorously. Ah, nothing, nothing. It's just a trifle, she hurriedly said, and walked over and grabbed Xiao Nan's hand, and said to Yan Chen, don't worry, Yan Chen, I will definitely take care of Xiao Nan. The words are dumb, this girl actually knows the shame. Come back early, Xiao Nan said quietly. Yes, you have to come back early, or I won't spare you. Zhu Zinei was brutal. I will. Zhou Wen nodded at the two little girls with completely different personalities. The appearance of dust also made the other students a little strange. Didn't Tsunade-sensei say that the 3 people who came to the village were not strong enough to go to the land of wind? Why did the dust come? They all looked at him with doubtful eyes, and his teammates, they all questioned Yan Chen's strength very much, afraid that Yan Chen would drag them back. But there are 3 people who don't see it that way. They are the 2 brothers Wei Feng Shuman and Hinata. The 2 brothers Hyaga are forming a bond with Yan Chen, and have seen the power of Yan Chen, and Bo Feng Shuman and Yan Chen have fought side by side, although he has not seen how Yan Chen killed the boss of Union, but his intuition makes Shui Men feel that Yan Chen is definitely more than that. Not long after, Tsunade also came to the ninja school, and she was followed by a group of ninjas. She counted the number of students who arrived, and after finding that all of them arrived, she nodded. According to the squad I divided before, let's go. Wait a minute, Tsunade-sensei. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Tsunade asked. Uchiha pointed at Yan Chen. Why is he also here? His strength is so weak, I'm afraid he can't let the battlefield yet, and which squad to put him into. Hearing Uchiha Fugaku say this, the rest of the people listened attentively and carefully, all afraid that Yan Chen had joined their team. If it was a teammate like Watergate, it would definitely be very welcome, but adding a dragging leg would come. Tsunade hadn't thought about this yet, but seeing Uchiha Fugaku mention it, he also said at the moment, well, this is indeed a problem. So which of your teams is willing to accept Yan Chen? As soon as these words came out, everyone quieted down. Most of the people did not understand the strength of Yan Chen, naturally did not want him to join, and although Hinata Hayashi very much wanted Yan Chen to join their team, but because of face, they did not dare to say it. So, after the students stared wide-eyed, it was Bo Feng Shuman who stood up. Let Yan Chen join our squad, Wei Feng Shuiman said to Tsunade. Tsunade raised his eyebrows and nodded. Let's decide. Yan Chen, go to the Watergate squad. Yan Chen nodded and walked towards the Bo Feng Shui gate. Welcome, welcome. Bo Feng Shui Men, Yan Chen said. Who are the people in our squad? Yan Chen asked. As soon as his words fell, a fat body came over. Hey, Yan Chen, we will be considered teammates who fight side by side in the future. It was Chu Dao Dingzie who spoke. Yan Chenyel, I didn't think that there was actually an acquaintance, but the other Yan Chen was not very familiar. Hello Yan Chen, as a classmate we haven't officially met. My name is Ropa Ki, and I am the younger brother of Tsunade-sama. A little boy wearing a blue scarf walked over and greeted Yan Chen. Rope Tree, a victim of the Second Ninja World War? Yan Chen sighed silently in his heart. He looked at the rope tree, and then looked at the Watergate. I have to say that Tsunade still has his own little selfishness, and arranges his younger brother and the recognized genius of Konoha village in a team. With the teammate of Feng Shuman, the survival rate of rope trees in the war is indeed much higher. But this is also human nature. Who doesn't want to protect their brother well? Very good, now go. The first stop, the Land of Rain. With Tsunade's order, the newborn army walked out of Konoha village and marched towards the Land of Rain, between the Land of Fire and the Country of Wind, separated by the Country of Rain and the Country of Kawa. The Country of Kawa has always been in a civil war, and there are many cults. Not a good place to borrow the road. Then passing through the Land of Rain is the best way to go to the Land of Wind. At this time, in the border of the Land of Fire, Tsunade led an army of about 100 ninjas to run forward, and Yan Chen, these new generation ninjas, were at the very center of the entire team. After all, as the fighting power of the new generation of Konoha village, Yan Chen, these new ninjas really had to be well protected. But now Yan Chen is a little excited. Passing through the Land of Rain means that he may meet Nagato and Yahiko again, 2 friends. I wonder how much their strength has increased under the guidance of Jiraiya now? And Yuyan village, in whose hands is the real power of this village now in it? Thinking of this, Yan Chen quickened his pace, broke away from the original team, and came to the front Tsunade's side. Tsunade-sama, what is the situation in the Land of Rain now? Yan Chen asked towards Tsunade. Tsunade was not surprised by Yan Chen's question. He came from the village of Rain Hidden and was rightly concerned about the problems of the Land of Rain. Now, it's even more chaotic than before. Tsunade slowly uttered an answer that surprised Yan Chen. It's precisely because Hanzo is dead. Tsunade said slowly, although Hanzo used to adopt a high-pressure policy to govern Yuyan village, there were many complaints, but there are still people who can hold this village. But now Hanzo is dead, the dragons are leaderless, everyone else wants to be the leader, the Country of Rain has split into various forces, and the civil strife has increased a lot compared to before. After speaking, Tsunade glanced at Yan Chen with great meaning. All this is thanks to that ninja killer. Yan Chen frowned. Tsunade had something to say, but now he didn't have the heart to think about it. But hasn't Konoha already achieved victory in Yuyan village? Why is there still civil unrest? Yan Chen continued to ask. Tsunade nodded. Victory is victory, but you have to know that the country of Rain is the hub between several great powers. Other countries will not allow us to occupy this key place alone. After we won the Battle of Yuyan village, other powers united to repel us, and now the great powers are defending each other. No one can occupy the country of Rain alone, therefore, Yuyan village has returned to a disorderly state. Yan Chen sighed secretly when he heard this. A small country sandwiched between several large countries is destined to never be peaceful, unless there are super powerful people to guard it. Maybe there will be a trace of peace. Hanzo is so, and so will Pain in the future. After 2 days of non-stop travel in the Land of Fire, Yan Chen's group finally arrived at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. The troops stationed in the Land of Rain in Konoha village, to the east of the country, bordering the Land of Fire, so Yan Chen and his party could reach the Konoha ninja force safely. As soon as he entered the border of the Land of Rain, the long-lost damp smell once again penetrated into Yan Chen's nostrils, and the sky was overcast, and it seemed that it could rain at any time. They came to a town that was the closest to the Land of Fire, and now occupied by Konoha ninjas, making it a large stronghold of Konoha in the Land of Rain. At this point, Tsunade led the new generation of ninjas to the lobby of a building. Now, your battle is officially on. Tsunade looked intently at the group of students. The Land of Rain is in chaos right now, but there are many complexes here, most of them are wars. I will arrange for some students to fight in the Land of Rain, and others will continue with me to the Land of Wind, but before that, I have to train you. All the students, you look at me and I look at you, and they didn't speak. We will stay here for a few days, and each of these days, I will send 3 teams out on missions, and then everyone will rest in this town first, and after 20 minutes, they will gather here, and I will announce the first batch of teams to carry out tasks. Please be prepared. After Tsunade said this, the students began to chatter. After all, this was their first actual battle, and now they were in no mood to rest. In addition to Yan Chen, at this time, he walked very indifferently to the outside of the building. Hey, where are you going? In a while, Tsunade-sama will be given a task. The water gate on the side saw that Yan Chen was leaving, and quickly dissuaded. Don't worry, you won't let us go out on a mission today. Yan Chen waved his hand and said, their squad has a rope tree, and Tsunade can't let her brother venture out on the first day, so he has such fearlessness. Yan Chen seemed to be bored walking in this town, because there were Konoha ninjas. The life of the residents here was quite stable, and the town was not as large-scale destruction as Yuyan village. The residents here had long been numb to the war. They only hoped that there was a ruler who could manage this place well, no matter who this ruler was. These people of the Land of Rain, I'm afraid they have long lost the concept of a state. Yan Chen sighed, and after wandering the street twice, he heard an angry voice. You'll be on a mission in a few days. This is Tsunade's voice. Yan Chen looked up, and on a suspended bridge, Tsunade was standing on the bridge arguing with her brother Naoki. I'm going on a mission on my first day. My ideal is to become Hokage, and Hokage should be the first to rush up no matter what. Rope Tree roared. Tsunade couldn't help but get angry at Rope Tree's words. Becoming a Hokage, is it any wonder that Tsunade said when he saw Naruto that he felt that he was the same as his brother, the same dream, the same bravery? Yan Chen looked at the pair of siblings and said secretly. After listening to Rope Tree's words, Tsunade's expression began to become cloudy. Yan Chen sighed, looking at Tsunade's expression. Yan Chen knew that she was beginning to hesitate. This is good. It seems that she will go on a mission on the first day in the Land of Rain, and this Rope Tree is really full of enthusiasm. I just told my sister, let's go on the mission first. How about it, Happy? Rope Tree said to Yan Chen and the two in a show-off manner. Yan Chen silently gave him a blank look. Happy fart. What is there to be happy about going on a mission? This kind of life-threatening thing is only a fool will be happy. On the side, the Wave Feng Shui Gate patted the shoulder of the Rope Tree. Well done Rope Tree, so we can be the first to fight for Konoha, Bo Feng Shuman said. Yan Chen was speechless, and it had to be said that Konoha's education was successful. At least these two children seemed to value the honor of the village very much, which Yan Chen could not learn. Of course, he did not want to learn. By the way, what about the little fat man? Yan Chen looked at it, but did not find the figure of Akimichi Dingzuo. Oh, Dingza, he heard from you that there will be no mission today, so he went to a nearby restaurant to eat. Watergate replied. Yan Chen, this little fat man also listened to him too much, right? Everyone be quiet. At this time, Tsunade spoke. The lively discussion stopped. Now, I announce the squad that will go on today's mission. Tsunade stared at the students and said Team Hinata Hayashi, Team Nara Shikasa, and Team Wave Feng Shuiman. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes looked at their 3 squads, and their eyes were either sympathetic or envious. Now you 3 squads come with me. Tsunade said and walked upstairs, where the 3 squads quickly followed. Upstairs, Tsunade gives each squad leader a map and begins to arrange tasks separately. Both Team Hayaga and Team Nara each received their own tasks and set off for the outside of town. When it was his turn to assign tasks to the Yan Chen team, Tsunade frowned at the three people in front of him. You still have a teammate. Oh, he went to the bathroom. Just made up a nonsense. Tsunade continued without doubting him. Your mission is to spy on an enemy stronghold 10 miles away from this town. Remember that it is to spy on intelligence. Just get the information, don't force it. Spying on intelligence? It seems that this is indeed an easy job, Yan Chen said darkly. The approximate location of the stronghold has been marked on the map. You only need to find out its specific location. Now you can go. Remember, return when the mission is completed. Be careful. Tsunade instructed repeatedly. Yan Chen and the three nodded, and after accepting the task again, they walked out of the building. And now, the first thing is to find Akimichi Dingza, a fat guy who only knows how to eat. After Yan Chen used his strong tracking nose to smell the smell of Akimichi Dingza in the air, he finally found Akimichi Dingza, who was still eating and drinking in a restaurant. After merging with Akimichi Dingza, the group of four walked towards the location marked on the map. The four of them have been rushing non-stop, and there are fewer and fewer Konoha ninjas around. Wait a minute. Yan Chen suddenly spoke up. What's wrong? The other three also stopped and looked at Yan Chen with a puzzled expression. Now that we have walked out of Konoha's territory in the Land of Rain, it is better for everyone to remove the Konoha guard on their heads and pretend to be war orphans. Yan Chen explained, it's a time of melee, and it's really dangerous to wear Konoha's forehead. The other three also felt that it made sense when they heard this, and they all took off Konoha's forehead, found some worn robes to wrap around their bodies, and pretended to move forward like beggars. It didn't take long for them to find this somewhat obvious stronghold. At this time, the four of Yanshin hid in the grass, staring intently at the ninja stronghold in front of them, which was a small building about 3 stories high, and there was a fence outside, and the ninja wearing a forehead guard could be faintly seen inside. Seeing this scene, Watergate quickly took out a map and marked the specific location of this stronghold. We've figured out the exact location, now we can withdraw. Akimichi Dingza asked. The task given to them by Tsunade was to find out the specific location, and there were no other requirements. I have to say that this task is very simple. Even if they are newbies, they can easily complete it. It's not good to be too aggressive, Yan Chen said. For him and Watergate, it should not be difficult to investigate the situation, but the problem is to add the rope tree and the Akimichi Dingza. What's so bad? Rope tree retorted dissatisfiedly. If you are afraid, stay here. Yan Chen frowned. This child is also too willful. This has nothing to do with boldness, this is a matter of life and death. I also think it's better to go back like this. The task has been completed, said Akimichi Dingza weakly, expressing support for Yan Chen's idea. Rope Tree snorted coldly with great dissatisfaction. Since you are all afraid, then I will go by myself. With that, he twisted his body and prepared to move to the side, as if he really wanted to investigate the intelligence. Wait a minute. The Watergate suddenly spoke. He froze for a moment and said, as the captain of this team, I will also go to investigate. It's not necessary, it's dangerous for you to go alone. Akimichi Dingza said. Don't worry, I have a way to get out. Watergate shook his head, and he took out a kunao from the ninja bag, and there was a seal pattern painted on the handle of this kunao. This is. Yan Chen looked at the Kusupreme pattern, and his eyes lit up. Just try my newly learned ninjutsu, Bo Feng Shuman said, and handed over the bitterness to Yan Chen. Flying Thor. Yan Chen raised his eyebrows and asked, how do you know? Bo Feng Shuman asked in surprise. This flying thunder god was recorded on a scroll, which was given to him by the 3rd generation of Hokage, saying that this is the trick of the 2nd generation Hokage, and it is very difficult to learn. So far no one can learn it. Let him learn to try. But Watergate did not expect Yan Chen to know. So how did you study? Yan Chen did not answer Watergate's question, but continued to ask. Bo Feng Shuman touched his head embarrassedly. This move can move me teleportably to the site of the spell, but my chakra is very low now. I can't use it a few times, and if the spell is too far away from me, I can't sense it. Yan Chen played with the kuwu in his hand. So you left kuwu here because you can teleport back if you were found when you go to investigate the intelligence later. Watergate nodded. That's right, that's it. In that case, it's better for us to probe one side alone. You go to the left to investigate, I go to the right. How? Yan Chen said. A hint of worry appeared on Watergate's face. I was discovered. There is a way to escape back. Are you sure you can? Of course. Yan Chen said with a smile, but there was still a sentence in his heart, and if he was found to be unable to escape, he would kill them all. Okay. Watergate said that after the last kidnapping of Juzine, he was very confident in Yan Chen. So what do we do? Rope Tree asked. Just stay here and wait until we get back. Watergate said. Then you guys pay attention to safety. Akimichi Dingza said quickly. Rope Tree was a little upset. No, since it is a task, it should be performed together. Why should you two go? Yan Chen frowned. No wonder the Rope Tree would die on the battlefield. This kind of personality that only knows how to rush forward with a warm blood, and does not know how to consider other factors, is really too unsuitable for combat. I'm the captain, you should listen to me. Watergate also had a little headache for the rebuttal of the Rope Tree, and quickly moved out of his identity as the captain. Rope Tree smacked his lips and turned away, no longer speaking. Little fat man. Yan Chen called Chu Dao Ding Zia over, and put the kuwu of the water gate into Chu Dao Ding Zia's hands. Keep this kunao safe, and watch the rope tree, don't let him come impulsively, Yan Chen instructed Chu Dao Dingza. Yan Chen, don't worry, Akimichi Dingza replied. Yan Chen nodded and said to the water gate, let's go. Therefore, Yan Chen and the Watergate soldiers split into two ways and quietly marched towards the stronghold. Yan Chen observed the situation of this stronghold while walking in the direction of the chaotic stone, and at this moment, a voice sounded in his heart. Sudden mission, destroy the stronghold in front of you, successfully get 5,000 points, fail to deduct the corresponding points. The sound of the system came. There is actually another unexpected mission. I miss it. Yan Chen thought that he had never received it since he entered Konoha village, and really only in times of war would there be such a mission? Destroy this stronghold? Now that there are infinite detonators, this problem is not too difficult. Yan Chen probed with a strong tracking nose, and found that there were people in the southeast, and northwest corners of the stronghold, and there were many people in the house, and how many people there were, Yan Chen could not be determined. Mix it in, Yan Chen said secretly in his heart. After walking along the rocks for a while, Yan Chen finally came to the eastern corner of the stronghold, and found a ninja. This ninja was about 30 years old, with black hair, and looked stunned. He was squatting in the corner of the room in the aisle outside a building, smoking a bored cigarette in his mouth. Judging from the forehead, it should be the ninja of Yuyan village, then this should be the stronghold of the Yuyan ninja, and there is no smell of other ninjas around him, so start with him first. Yan Chen said secretly. He first took out the puppet camera and took a picture of the ninja, and then grabbed some mud from the ground and wiped it on his face. This big brother, give me something to eat. Yan Chen slowly moved out from behind the rock and appeared in front of the ninja. The ninja heard someone suddenly speak, and his body fell, so that he dropped all the cigarettes in his mouth on the ground. Yan Chen was stunned. Is it necessary for this guy to react so much? This rain ninja saw that it was a dirty broken child, and immediately broke open and scolded. Where is the little fart child? The horse is scared. Lao Zi, I thought that someone had invaded. The guts are too small, this guy is still a ninja. Yan Chen complained in his heart, but he still pretended to be pitiful. Let's get something to eat, Yan Chen said. Me, Lao Tzu didn't eat, the ninja scolded. Yan Chen pretended to be afraid and cautiously took 2 steps back, and then took a pearl from his pocket. I'll exchange this thing with you. That ninja couldn't help but light up when he saw the shining jewels in Yan Chen's hand. Aren't these ninjas entrenched here fighting hard for money? Ha ha, smelly boy, this is a good thing. Since this is the case, I will accept it. The ninja laughed. But food? You better go to hell and ask for the imps. After speaking, he sealed his hands. Fireball technique. Immediately, a fireball was about to erupt from the mouth. Seeing that he had made a seal but did not move, he still said unhurriedly, by the way, I found this thing nearby, and there are many more of this thing there. And many more. This ninja was taken aback. Such a good place, he can't miss it. This child can't be killed. But he saw that the fireball in his mouth was about to fly out, and quickly closed his mouth. The fireball burned directly in his mouth, and he danced in pain, and quickly took out a jug of water and poured it. Sure enough, for the money, I fight. Yan Chen looked at the ugly appearance of this ninja, a little speechless, and actually extinguished the fire in this way. Now you take me there, or I'll slaughter you, the ninja said after extinguishing the fireball in his mouth. No problem. Yan Chen shrugged his shoulders indifferently, and then turned and walked away. This ninja is so easy to deceive, he doesn't even want to perform now, even deliberately pretending to be afraid. After Yan Chen led the ninja for a while, he saw that he was already some distance from the stronghold, and he was lazy to walk at the moment and stopped. Why didn't you leave? Arrived? The ninja asked. Well, it's here, under that tree. Yan Chen pointed to a place casually. The ninja looked excitedly and saw that the place that Yan Chen pointed to was actually a weed. Didn't you say it was a big tree? How could it be weed? The ninja roared. Oh, I misremembered. Words are perfunctory. So the ninja actually did not doubt Yan Chen's statement at all. He ran to the weeds excitedly, and began to dig it up with his hands, leaving Yan Chen with an unsuspecting back. Yan Chen sighed. This ninja's brain is too straight. In some ways, he is just like a fool. Yan Chen feels that assassinating him has no sense of achievement at all. However, the things that should be done still have to be done. Yan Chen walked behind the ninja, took out the kunao he had prepared long ago from his 4-dimensional pocket, and inserted the kunao into the back of the ninja's neck. Then the ninja fell without any resistance, and the whole thing was too simple. It's so easy, this guy doesn't have the slightest scheming. I really didn't expect him to be able to live as a ninja until now. Yan Chen complained and sucked his corpse into a 4-dimensional pocket. Next, he took out the pictures from the puppet camera and took out the ninja puppet. After Yan Chen took the sound candy and put on the puppet, he successfully disguised himself as this unlucky egg. After becoming this guy, Yan Chen returned to the stronghold and swaggered in. Walking into the small building of the stronghold, Yan Chen found that these rain ninjas were gathering together to play cards, and there were 2 patrol teams set up outside the small building, which seemed to be on duty in turn. Those ninjas who played cards saw Yanshin approaching, and they all looked at him with playful eyes. One of them was a man with a scar on his face sitting in the center of this group of ninjas. Yanshin counted, "There are about 11 people here. Join the patrol team of 10 people outside, a group of about 30 ninjas, the number is not low. Silly village, you don't take good care of it in the east, why are you running here?" the scar man said to Yanshin. Silly village, Yanshin was very speechless. This is obviously the nickname of this guy he disguised. He was called Silly Village. It seems that this guy has a very low status even in this group of rain ninjas. How did he disguise himself as such a guy? Yanshin was about to open his mouth to answer, but heard a voice outside. There is an enemy attack. Could it be that Watergate was discovered? This sentence can startle the words. Go out and see, the scar man said, and walked out first, followed by a group of ninjas rushed out, and after they were gone, they were the last to leave the room, and before leaving, a detonator fell lightly on the table. Coming outside the building, Yanshin found that most of the two teams of patrolling ninjas had chased outside the stronghold. What's wrong? The scarred man grabbed a ninja by the collar and said. Someone in the grass ahead used fire to us, and now we have fled. We are sending people to chase, the ninja replied. Hearing this ninja's words, Yanshin suddenly felt a bad feeling in his heart. The grass in front of him was the hiding place of Akimichi Ding and Rope Tree. It seemed that it was not the Watergate that was discovered, but the Rope Tree, and the two were discovered. Fire, Rope Tree, this idiot. Without thinking about it, Yanshin knew that it was definitely the scourge of the Rope Tree. His grandmother's, who was so daring, leave a few brothers to guard the stronghold, and the others will catch up with me, Scarman said viciously, and then 8 ninjas left behind to guard the stronghold, and Shu Chen naturally decided to follow Scarman to find the Akimichi duo, but before that, one thing had to be done first. Boss, no, it's not good. As soon as Scar walked a few meters out of the stronghold, the ninjas in charge of guarding the stronghold withdrew from the stronghold building with a look of panic. What's wrong? Scar Man asked. There are so many in the room. Before his words fell, he only heard a loud noise, fire splashed, a building suddenly turned into powder, a huge mushroom cloud rose in the sky, and the 8 ninjas responsible for guarding the stronghold were instantly drowned by the explosion. What the hell is going on here? Scarman roared angrily. This sudden situation completely blinded him. Boss, what now? This stronghold has been destroyed inexplicably. If Kakito-sama blames it, said a ninja next to him to Scarman. Lord Kakito, Yanshin said silently in his heart, it seems that after Hanzo's death, Kakito's power seems to have developed a little in the land of rain. Catch the provocative first, and rely on him for this matter, Scarman said coldly after thinking for a while. After some discussion, Scar led a group of ninjas to chase Akimichi Toza and Rope Tree. As far as the dust mixed in this group of ninjas, they are a little worried about the situation of the little fat man. There is also a group of rain ninjas chasing them ahead. Thinking of this, Yanshin said to the Scarman, Boss, I'll go first to see if the brother in front caught the sneak attacker. Scarman sneered. As a special shinobi, he was already trying his best to run forward at this time. Just with this Zongnin, can he surpass him? Silly village, it's not that I don't know your strength. How is it possible with your little physical skills? The Scarman did not finish speaking, but Yanshin suddenly exerted his strength, and the speed increased sharply, and he immediately left the Scarman behind. Scarman and the ninjas were surprised. When did this guy who had always been bullied by them run so fast? As for the dust, he rushed forward non-stop, and his heart was already a little nervous, because just now, the strong tracking nose felt that a bloody smell appeared near the smell of Akimichi Ding and the Rope Tree. At this time, Akimichi Dingzet and Rope Tree were also running hard, and about 20 rain ninjas in the rear were also struggling to catch up, and the gap between them was getting smaller and smaller. Ding Zhao, we can't run, let's fight, Rope Tree said to Akimichi Dingza. Even if we die for Konoha, and it is the glory of death. A trace of helplessness flashed in Akimichi Dingza's eyes. He glanced at the Rope Tree, and then nodded. Okay. After the two made up their minds, Rope Tree took the lead. Fire fan. At the mouth of the Rope Tree, a fan-shaped flame rushed towards the ninja in the rear. Water escape, water chaos. A ninja in the rear easily extinguished the fire with a single water escape. When the other ninjas saw the approach, they took out the kunao and threw it towards the two of Akimichi Dingza. Partial multiplication technique. Akimichi Dingza's left palm instantly swelled and turned into a wall of flesh, blocking these kunao, but even so, these kunao were fiercely inserted into his palm, and he was not refined in this technique now, and he screamed with pain in the wounds caused by these kunao. Take down these two guys, a rain ninja shouted, finding that the attacker's strength was not very strong, and immediately rushed towards the two of Akimichi Dingza. This is a pill that can burst out 30% of the human body's own movement potential in a short period of time, and the strength can increase its own limit by more than 3 times, and the price is that after the outbreak, there will be a short painful return. Ugh. After eating the green spinach balls, Akimichi Dingza gulped, and his palm became even larger, already bigger than an adult. Akimichi Dingza lifted his huge palm and fan towards the rain ninja who was the first to pounce. The first rain ninja bore the brunt, and the powerful palm force of Akimichi Dingza bombarded him, only to hear a click, the bones were broken, and the ninja was easily knocked away, and then hit the rock fiercely, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. The second ninja took advantage of this gap to attack, and Rope Tree saw that Yuki used the fire escape technique, blocking his path. Akimichi Dingza reacted immediately. He turned his palm into a fist and smashed the ninja to the ground, and the two of them worked together to kill another ninja. That fat boy is tough in close combat, don't get close, bombard him with ninjutsu from a distance, a ninja said, and suddenly these dozens of ninjas stopped their advancing figures, and they all froze, and the ninjutsu in the sky smashed towards Akimichi Dingza. The art of multiplying both hands. Faced with such a dilemma, Akimichi Dingza's other hand also became huge, and he folded his hands together to form a huge and thick wall. Boom! Various ninjutsu bombarded the flesh palm. Akimichi Dingza's face was immediately distorted with pain, and cold sweat also flowed from his face, but this time he did not make a single sound of pain. Akimichi Dingza gritted his teeth and said to the rope tree behind him, "You go quickly." But the rope tree was earthy, the courage to move forward just now had disappeared, the cruelty of death now completely enveloped him. Akimichi Dingza became the only wall between him and death, but if he left, what would Akimichi Dingza do? No time to think. Akimichi Dingza's eyes were full of determination. I took the family secret pill, and after a short time, I didn't have any ability to move, I can't escape anymore, now I can go one by one. Nope. In the face of Akimichi Dingza's urging, Rope Tree roared. Hokage will not abandon any of his companions, even if it is death. I will accompany you to die. Deserters are not qualified to be Hokage. Poof. Akimichi Dingza suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. It's at the limit. He began to tremble, the side effects of the green spinach pill began to appear, endless pain gushed out from him, the pain plus the sequelae of the pill bombarded him violently, and the doubling technique began to slowly disappear. No, at least hold this wave. Akimichi Dingza's figure still did not fall, his palms were already blurred with flesh and blood, and finally after the last ninjutsu of the Yuya ninja was released, his body finally couldn't support it, and he fell backwards to the ground. The smoke caused by this large wave of ninjutsu bombardment filled the sky, and everyone looked intently at the direction where the two of them were located. After the smoke cleared, the wounded doubting seat and the rope tree on the side were revealed. This little fat man is really special. A rain ninja took a sip. Tie these two children back for me and treat them well. The other ninja nodded, took out a handful of kunao from his waist, and slowly walked towards the two. I advise you not to resist, otherwise this kuwu will not grow eyes, said the man who licked kuwu with the tip of his tongue. This is the end of the first mission. I really disgraced our Akimichi family, sighed Akimichi Dingza, who was lying on the ground and was completely unable to move, the desperate expression on his face clearly visible. The rope tree on the side, on the other hand, stood up tremblingly and said fearfully to the approaching ninja, "You, don't come here." At the same time, he squeezed his hands together, wanting to make the seal of fire, but in his heart he forgot about the seal because of fear. This little fart is so scared that he can't connect to the seal. The ninja with a kunao in his hand laughed, and the group of rain ninjas behind him also laughed very panderingly. Sister, save me." The rope tree completely collapsed at this moment, and he looked at the evil-faced rain ninja who took 2 steps backwards and shouted madly, "This guy's barking is annoying." The rain ninja frowned, turned his head to his companion and asked, "Hey, if you force intelligence, it's enough to catch someone and go back, right?" A ninja in the back shrugged indifferently, "As you wish." Sister. Rope tree was still shouting quietly, and the expression on his face was numb with fear. Sister? It's useless for you to call your ancestors. The rain ninja's eyes flashed with viciousness, and he swung his hand towards the rope tree. At this time, a yellow light flashed, and this rain ninja only felt that a strange figure suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and a silver-white bright light wiped towards his neck. So fast. The ninja's mind flashed these 2 words last, and a thin slit as thin as a cicada's wing appeared on his neck, which slowly turned red and began to drip blood downward. In the blink of an eye, the soul is gone. Rope tree, ninjutsu is not used like this, Bofang Shui Men said lightly, and there was still a little vermilion on the tip of the kunao in his hand. Ahem. The rain ninja's eyes widened incredulously, and then he fell backwards to the ground. The rain ninjas who were still laughing in the rear were all stunned, and they were all completely shocked by the way this yellow-haired child suddenly appeared. Watergate, you shouldn't come. What about Yanshin? Akimichi Dingza, who was lying on the ground, saw the appearance of Watergate, but he was not very relieved in his heart. He was not sure that Watergate alone could kill so many rain ninjas. Watergate shook his head. I don't know where Yanshin went. The stronghold of the rain ninja exploded inexplicably. I sensed that you were in danger, so I teleported here with the flying thunder god, just in time. But can you do Watergate? There are quite a few enemies. Akimichi looked worried. Doraemon vs Naruto Chapter 095 MTL Books Logo MTL Books Report Settings Term Replacer Toggle Play / Pause TTS Add to Library Reading History Chapters Toggle Invert Mode Previous Next 95 Chapter 095 The Watergate tightened the kunao in his hand and said lightly, I'll do my best. Saying that, Bo Feng Shui Men took out a large amount of kunao from the ninja bag around his waist and sprinkled it on the surrounding area. What is this stinky boy going to do? Is it crazy to litter Ku Wu? The ninja of Yuyan village was puzzled, although the way Watergate appeared was strange, but seeing that the other party was still a child, his vigilance in his heart suddenly relaxed a lot. Let's go together. Watergate said intently, he can't eat the wheel battle one by one, now he doesn't know large-scale ninjutsu, he can only use the Flying Thunder God technique to deal with many ninjas, but he doesn't have much chakra now, so he can't use other ninjutsu, and he must cut off everything with the kunao on his hands. What an arrogant boy, let's go. The leading rain ninja roared and rushed towards the Wave Feng Shui gate. The figure of the Wave Wind Water Gate did not move, he was waiting for an opportunity, waiting for these rain ninjas to all enter the range of Ku Wu. Here it comes. Flying Thunder God's art. The figure of the Wave Feng Shui gate disappeared in place, and reappeared, next to a ninja. Poof! Without hesitation, Watergate directly inserted into the head of this completely defenseless ninja, and then pulled it out mercilessly, bringing out a large amount of blood. 1. Watergate said coldly. That kid is there. Kill him soon. The other ninjas roared in horror. A ninja saw that the person not far away from him was killed in seconds, and his hand immediately began to make prints, water escape, water chaos. Before his seal was finished, the figure of the Watergate suddenly flashed in front of him. 2. Ku Wu waved, and in an instant another ninja fell, and at the same time, the other hand of Watergate also threw out a Ku Wu, which was inserted into the body of another ninja like a shooting star, and he swam on the battlefield like a yellow flash. 3. Watergate snorted coldly, his face was expressionless, but the chakra in his body was frantically decreasing. Ugh! A rain ninja shouted, and after the seal in his hand was completed, a stream of water flew towards the Watergate. Watergate clenched his teeth, turned into flashes and disappeared, and his figure appeared 3 meters away. 4. 5. It was another 2 rain ninjas who were caught off guard, and they fell in pain. Seeing this, the rain ninja next to him quickly took the ninja tool and quickly attacked the Watergate. The Watergate was cold, his body moved in the air, and after avoiding the attack of the rain ninja, he turned back a few times and fell in front of the Akimichi Dingzie and the rope tree again. Hoo-hoo! At this time, the Wave Feng Shui was breathless. In just a few seconds, he killed 5 rain ninjas, but this is his limit, the chakra in his body is exhausted, not to mention the Flying Thunder God technique, even ordinary ninjutsu can't be used. Damn, there are so many. Even if he killed 5, there were still 6 or 7 ninjas watching them, and their situation was quite bad. Watergate, are you okay? Ding Zhao saw Bo Feng Shuman's cold sweaty appearance, and felt that he was already very bad. Watergate struggled to steady his breathing, trying to make himself look combative. I'm so good, Bo Feng Shuman said loudly, if they dare to go up, I will send them to hell immediately. Watergate's words are not only for Akimichi Dingza, but also for the rain ninja on the opposite side, for him who is now strong in the outside. The threat is probably the last way to retreat from the enemy. This sentence is obviously very effective. After the strange and fierce performance of the wave of Feng Shui Gate just now, these rain-hidden ninjas are like frightened birds, they are temporarily on guard one by one, dare not take a step forward, and their ninjutsu distance cannot be released so far. The scene actually achieved a moment of tranquility under the intimidation of the Watergate. The rain ninjas were not only nervous but also depressed at this time, and after they were killed 5 by a child, they were forced to step forward. However, as time passed minute by minute, these rain ninjas also slowly sensed that something was wrong, and with such a clean and neat means that this yellow-haired boy had just passed, he should have attacked it a long time ago, instead of stupidly standing still in place. Could it be that this kid is bluffing? The rain ninjas began to whisper, but they did not dare to be the first to go up and test it. After all, the person who ate the crab for the first time may be poisoned, and the possibility of being killed is still quite large. Just as the ninjas hesitated, there was a sound of footsteps behind them. Reinforcements are coming. The rain ninjas looked behind them, and a person walked out of the shadows. Eileen, it's a silly village. What, it's actually this waste. When did this guy become so bold and dare to pursue the enemy? Wasn't he the one who ran away the fastest before? The rain ninjas began to complain one after another, but the negative evaluation of this stupid village was one-sided. And the way Feng Shui Gate in the distance is squinting, this newly appeared ninja wearing a rain-hidden village forehead. There is no doubt that it is definitely a rain-hidden ninja, but why do other rain-hidden ninjas see him with a look of contempt? By the way, silly village, you go and test the strength of that yellow-haired boy. A ninja suddenly came up with a brilliant idea, something they were not willing to do. Couldn't this fool do it? Yes, yes. Now it's time for you, don't huddle like a coward all day long. The other ninjas chimed in. Yan Chen stepped forward with a frown, looking at the Watergate with a cautious face in the distance, and the trembling rope tree and the little fat man who fell to the ground, but still had a breath, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Great, all alive. Words are dark. Silly village, don't be stunned, tell you to deal with that yellow-haired boy, do you dare to disobey our words? Seeing that the ninja was silent, he continued to shout. Yan Chen directly ignored the ninja's words, but looked at the several corpses of the rain ninja on the ground in front of him. Silly village, didn't you hear clearly? The ninja continued to curse. Yan Chen waved his hand and smiled. Good, I heard clearly. He looked relaxed, as if he was saying something trivial. Saying that, Yan Chen was alone and walked towards the Watergate and the others. Watergate's face was completely cold, and as long as he waited for half a minute, the chakra in his body could recover somewhat, allowing him to use the Flying Thunder God again. To Watergate's surprise, Yan Chen just walked forward slowly, not knowing what he was thinking, which was completely giving him time to recover chakra. That's it. Bo Feng Shuman's eyes flashed fiercely, and his body fell, and instantly turned into a golden flash and disappeared. At the moment when the dust disappeared, his body was crooked, and his hand was unexpected, blocking a blow from the side of the Watergate. How come? Watergate's face was full of incredible expressions, and his move would actually be blocked by someone. This was already expected by Yan Chen. There is only one kunao near the position where he is advancing. This is the path he deliberately chose. As long as he stares at this kunao, he can block the attack of the Watergate, although the Flying Thunder God teleports extremely fast, but the speed of the Watergate knife is a little slow. For Watergate's surprised expression, Yan Chen smiled slightly, his right foot kicked the ground, and a dust mist suddenly stirred up around him. In the eyes of the rain ninjas, they only felt a yellow flash suddenly appear next to the silly village, and then a cloud of dust rose, completely obscuring their vision. How's it going? Was Silly Village also killed? That yellow-haired boy didn't seem to be lying, and he really retained his strength. The rain ninjas exclaimed, "Save me!" At this time, a voice suddenly came from the smoke, followed by another person flying out of the dust. It's the voice of the Silly Village. He's still alive. A rain ninja shouted as he looked at the ninja flying out, and his figure also looked very much like a stupid village, and after the Silly Village figure flew out of the dust, he fell towards them, and several rain ninjas quickly caught it when they saw this. Silly Village, when did you become so powerful? You didn't actually die, a ninja said to Silly Village. He didn't finish his sentence, but he was surprised to find that the stupid village that flew out was already a corpse, and his whole body was cold. It seemed that it was not killed by the yellow-haired boy, but had been dead for a while. What's going on? Just when the rain ninja was surprised, the ninja holding the corpse of the stupid village noticed that there was something strange behind the corpse. There's something behind the corpse. After the rain ninja turned the body of the stupid village over, he found that the corpse was stuck with a dense detonation charm on its back. Grass. Come on. That Yuyin endured a word. He never imagined that there were so many detonation charms behind. Only listening to the boom, a bunch of detonation charms exploded, and the remaining Yuyin ninja exploded into ashes. This dust wave Feng Shui men saw such a situation but thoroughly. The sky in front of him blocked his suffering, and deliberately created some gray vision, but what made him even more puzzled, this guy waved his left hand, and a corpse suddenly appeared. This corpse fell in the group of rain, and inexplicably a big explosion occurred, annihilating all the enemies he was still distressed with just now in an instant. Watergate sipped his saliva, looking at the person in front of him with some fear. The suddenly appeared rain ninja but raised his hand to destroy a group of ninjas, although he destroyed his own people. Let's go, Yan Chen said indifferently, then turned around and prepared to leave. You, why help us? Watergate asked boldly. There is so much nonsense for you to go, Yan Chen replied coldly. After hesitating for a moment, Watergate took 2 steps back, but his footsteps immediately stopped again. I also have a companion. I have to find him and go together, Watergate said resolutely. Do you know where he is? There was a warm current flowing through Yan Chen's heart, but his face was still expressionless. Don't worry, he's fine, he will join you soon. Yan Chen turned his head and said, and then his gaze crossed the Watergate and looked at the Akimichi Dingzie and the rope tree in the rear. The figure he was about to leave stopped, and walked towards the direction of Akimichi Dingzie. What are you going to do? Seeing Yan Chen act like this, Watergate immediately became nervous. Relax. Yan Chen said lightly, if I want to do something to you, can I resist in your current state? Watergate was also silent after hearing this, and the people in front of him said well, they are now like meat on a chopping board, completely unable to resist. Yan Chen came to Chu Dao Dingzie and looked at his scarred body, especially those hands, which were no longer the same under the destruction of various ninjutsu, and Yan Chen was not quite sure whether ordinary medical ninjutsu could only be his hands. I'll treat it, Yan Chen said secretly, and took out the time baggage. Little fatty, can you still get up? Yan Chen said to Chu Dao Dingzie. Chu Dao Dingzie nodded. He could see the situation very clearly, but he looked calm about Yan Chen. It's okay, it's just that sleeping on the ground is more comfortable, Akimichi said. Speechless, he lightly kicked Akimichi Dingzie's leg. Hurry up. Akimichi Dingzie looked depressed, but still struggled to sit up. After all, his little life is still in the hands of others, and he can't do it if he doesn't do it. Hold out your hand. Yan Chen continued. Akimichi Dingzie raised his eyebrows, a little puzzled by Yan Chen's words, but still stretched out his hand. Yan Chen looked at the pair of bloody flesh inside again, and then covered it with a time-wrapping skin. This is going to. Don't move, it'll be fine soon. Before Chu Dao Dingzie finished speaking, Yan Chen interrupted him. It's crispy and numb, it doesn't hurt anymore, it feels good, Akimichi Dingza exclaimed. Restored, restored. Akimichi stared at his hand incredulously and said, "What is this? Is it so amazing, or is it some kind of powerful medical technique?" The rope tree and the water gate on the side were also shocked, and this magical healing method really scared them. Yan Chen was very satisfied with their expressions, but Rope Tree saw Yan Chen showing this hand, but quickly walked over and said, "This thing is too useful for our Konoha village, can you sell it to me?" Yan Chen frowned and didn't speak. This guy from the Rope Tree thought too easily, right? My sister is Hokage's apprentice, she has a lot of money, it doesn't matter how much money you want. Seeing Yan Chen's expression, Rope Tree said so, looking like he believed that he would be able to succeed in trading. Yan Chen smiled and beckoned to the Rope Tree, "You get closer. Would you like 400? The Rope Tree was full of joy and took 2 more steps towards Yan Chen. Yan Chen's smile immediately became cold, and then he raised his hand and suddenly slapped the Rope Tree. "What do you do?" Seeing Yan Chen's action, Shudeo Dingzie and Water Gate on the side quickly rushed over to block in front of the Rope Tree. "My slap is to make him remember for a long time, so that he will not be reckless next time, harming himself and others," Yan Chen said lightly. "What do you mean?" Something strange about Watergate. Rope Tree covered his face and did not speak, while Akimichi Dingza on the side. "Do you know that because of this action, you almost killed 2 of your companions?" Yan Chen stared at the Rope Tree and said, then took another step forward and raised his hand again. Multiplication technique. Akimichi Dingza's palm grew larger again, blocking the front of the Rope Tree. "Enough. This is our Konoha's business, don't worry about you," Akimichi Dingza said coldly, although he knew that the Rope Tree had indeed almost made a big mistake, but he was still his companion after all, and he couldn't let him be humiliated by a stranger like this, and the scene immediately became a little tense. Yan Chen narrowed his eyes, but still put his hand down. "The battlefield is ruthless, you can't contain your damn personality, and next time you won't be so lucky to meet me." Yan Chen continued to say coldly, "Maybe your future will die under your recklessness, and it is more likely to affect your companions." "You guy don't talk nonsense." Bo Feng Shuman, who still didn't know the reason for the matter, shouted at Yan Chen. "No, Watergate, he's right." Rope Tree lowered his head and said, his face turned red with shame, "It's all the blame on me. If I hadn't attacked those ninjas and exposed their targets in order to be heroes, I wouldn't have almost killed you." Hearing the words of the Rope Tree, Watergate was also stunned, a trace of complaint flashed in his eyes, but his expression quickly disappeared, and his eyes eased. He patted the shoulder of the Rope Tree, and said with a smile, "It's okay, just pay attention next time." With a gentle personality, he is tolerant of every companion. Seeing Naoki's expression, Yan Chen knew that he was already remorseful. Konoha's new generation of ninjas, he was just a spoiled sister, did not know the height of the sky, and only wanted to be a Hokage. But such a child who grows up in a greenhouse, blindly treating him well is not advisable, only hard and soft can make him experience the lesson. "Next time, I want you to take a look at the consequences and your companions before you act." After Yan Chen threw down the last sentence to the Rope Tree, he turned around and prepared to leave here. "Wait a minute." After Yan Chen took a step or two, Rope Tree suddenly stopped him. "What's going on?" Yan Chen asked without replying. "Uncle, you are right, I will definitely not care about anger, I must fight side by side with my companions." There were still tears in Rope Tree's eyes, but the confidence on his face was emerging again. "Uncle," Yan Chen smiled bitterly twice, a little speechless at the title, but he still raised his hand and gave a thumbs up to the Rope Tree. "I believe in you," Yan Chen said. While maintaining this movement, he disappeared into the distance. "Who is this man? Obviously wearing the protective forehead of Yuyan village, he is helping us." After Yan Chen left, Akimichi Dingza looked in the direction he disappeared and said. Watergate shook his head. "No matter who he is our lifesaver. He reminds me of my sister." Rope Tree said so. After the 3 of them froze for a while, Watergate slapped his head like a wake-up. "By the way, Yan Chen, we have to go to him." "No need to look for it." Yan Chen's figure came out of the woods and looked at his 3 companions with a smile on his face. Seeing the appearance of Yan Chen, the 3 of Watergate were relieved. "Where have you been? You don't know how dangerous it is to just happen here," Akimichi said. Of course, Yan Chen knew everything clearly, but he still pretended not to know. He touched his head and said, "When I went to explore the situation of the stronghold just now, there was a sudden explosion in the stronghold, and then I was hit by the explosive airflow." Rain Ninja. The 3 of them looked at each other, and then they all nodded. "It must be him." "Who is it?" Yan Chen pretended to be dazed and said. So, the 3 of Watergate tell them about being in danger and then being saved by a mysterious rain ninja. Although Yan Chen's heart was clear, he also had to pretend to have various expressions of surprise on the surface, which even he felt funny. "In this way, the one who saved me and the 3 of you are definitely the same person," Yan Chen said with certainty. "So what now?" "Tsunade-sama asked us to spy on the intelligence, but the entire stronghold was destroyed, and the information we got was useless." Watergate asked Yan Chen, completely forgetting that he was the captain of this squad. "Go back. Yan Chen said, although the stronghold has been destroyed, there are still remaining ninjas rushing to this side, let's withdraw first. As soon as Yan Chen gave the order, the other three people followed Yan Chen back in a confused manner, and what happened in that stronghold was completely unclear, and these, only Yan Chen 0.0 knew alone. After about 20 minutes of travel, the four of them returned to the town occupied by Konoha ninjas. Arriving at the assembled building, the ninja in charge of patrolling pointed to the top of the building and motioned for Tsunade-sama to be on the roof. So the four of them trotted all the way to the roof, where the wind was strong, and the wind blew the clothes of the four people hunting, and here were not only Tsunade, but also Hinata and another child. At this time, Tsunade turned his back to the two of them, neither of them spoke, and the scene was dull to the extreme. Yan Chen understood what happened at a glance. The original three-person squad now only came back with two people, and Hinata Hayashi's expression was also quite ugly. It seemed that the third person had been sleeping in this country that was quite strange to them. For this trial, someone died on the first day of the mission, but it was quite a blow. Sister. We're back. Sensing that something was wrong with the atmosphere, Rope Tree also shouted weakly twice. Tsunade heard the sound of the rope tree, and finally turned around, trotted all the way to the rope tree, and bent down to hold him. Great, you're still alive, Tsunade said slowly, her eyelids drooping as if tears had flowed. Yan Chen looked at Tsunade, who was a little gaff, and did not say a word. After a moment, Tsunade also noticed that she was a little gaff, and she stood up and said to Hinata Hayashi, you guys go down first, find a medical class to treat it. Hinata nodded and limped down with the help of the other man. Phew, Tsunade calmed his mood a little and said to Watergate, how is the mission completed? This Watergate was about to speak, but was interrupted by a Rope Tree. Let me say it. Rope Tree said that it was better to speak directly about his fault, and he immediately told him about the death of two other companions that he had almost harmed. The expression on Tsunade's face became angry after hearing this, and she raised her slap at the Rope Tree, but she didn't wave it down like Yan Chen. I'll find you to settle the score later. Tsunade sighed, let's talk about the rain ninja who saved you first. What does he look like? After Watergate described what he looked like, Tsunade frowned and thought about it, but he didn't come up with an answer. Through your description, this person is not familiar to me. He should not be a big man in the war, but why should he help us Konoha? Tsunade was puzzled. After thinking for a while and still unable to think of it, Tsunade shook his head helplessly. You guys go to rest first. You don't have any tasks these days, of course, don't leave behind in cultivating ninjutsu. She looked at the four people of Watergate, and her gaze fell on the Rope Tree again, her unconscious brother. If it weren't for the mysterious rain ninja, I'm afraid that no one in this group would be able to return now, and when the time comes, you must educate him fiercely. Yes, Yan Chen nodded and walked downstairs. A guy who killed several ninjas in the blink of an eye and possessed powerful healing skills. Tsunade thought to himself, this person is an important piece of information, you have to report it to the teacher quickly. The four of them walked out of the building and came to the accommodation arranged for them, which only had 4 beds in the room and nothing else, but in the war, it was already quite a good thing to have a bed to sleep in. After the four of them rested on the bed for a while, it was Akimichi Dingza who couldn't sit still first. Let's go practice ninjutsu now. Ding Zia shouted. Yo, little fatty, when did you become so diligent? Words and dust laughter. However, Akimichi Dingza was uncharacteristically lazy and said seriously, to be honest, on this mission, I really felt what death is, and I know that on the battlefield, only strength is the guarantee of survival. He clenched his fists, from now on, that one is gone already, and now I'm going to make a brand new Akimichi Dingza. Yes. Watergate nodded, and the expression on his face was also very complicated. We are ninjas, and there will not be much peace in this peaceful era, let alone now. Let's go train. Rope Tree also said, I don't want to live up to my sister's expectations, and I want to fulfill my promise with that uncle. You three. Yan Chen looked at the 3 people in front of him with a look of satisfaction. A real battle was more useful than countless verbal lessons. Today's battle really made them completely transformed. The 3 of them quickly reached a consensus, and one by one they jumped out of bed and prepared to go out for training. Only Yanchen was still lying on the bed. What's wrong, Yanchen, aren't you going? Seeing that Yanchen did not make any movement, Watergate asked curiously. Yan Chen shook his head. I prefer to train alone, I'll go again later. Hearing Yan Chen's words, Shudeo Dingzie puffed out his mouth. Yan Chen is not me talking about you, you are mysterious all day, and I don't know what to do. Yan Chen smiled and did not speak. Then there we go. Seeing Yan Chen say this, Watergate had to say so, and then the 3 of them went out together. After the 3 of them left, Yan Chen sighed. Sure enough, it's not convenient to go out. He naturally wanted to train, but not to train ninjutsu, but to train superpowers. Of course, this kind of thing could not be known to others, and now Yanchen felt that he had to have a private space. Thinking of this, Yan Chen opened the list of props in his mind again, just as he completed the task of destroying the stronghold this time, and new points were credited. If he could, he would exchange a space class prop. Soon, a prop was imprinted in his mind. Item name out of nothing, there is a door prop function, stick the door to the wall, open the door to enter a room, and after entering, take the door down to restore the original wall, will not be discovered. That's a good thing. Yan Chen looked at the prop introduction and praised, with such props, it is equivalent to carrying a secret room whenever and wherever, and outsiders can't find it, and it has the role of hiding. So Yan Chen did not hesitate to exchange the door out of nothing, and took it out of the four-dimensional pocket. From the appearance, this door looked like an ordinary wooden door, indicating that there was nothing special on it. Yan Chen immediately followed the instructions and pasted it on the wall of the room, then held the doorknob and twisted it gently. With a click, the door opened to reveal the space inside. It's magical. Yan Chen hurriedly walked in, and the room was like an ordinary house, but it was still a room and a living room, which made him a little unexpected. That's right. After Yan Chen walked into the room inside the door out of nothing, he quickly took the door down again, so that this is a complete secret room, and no one can enter this room. Thinking of this, Yan Chen quickly ran to the window and looked out. There were 4 beds placed outside, which were the rooms where Yan Chen and his team lived. Yan Chen was about to stretch his hand out of the window again, only to find that although he could see outside, there seemed to be an invisible wall blocking the window, and his hand could not reach out at all. Then he put the door out of nothing, ran out of it, and found that from the outside, he could not see the slightest trace of the window. So it is, the window can peek into the outside situation, but it can't get in and out, and the people outside can't see the window at all. This design is really quite second. He couldn't stop admiring. Since there is such a room with such privacy, he can train his superpowers in it with peace of mind. Take out the superpower box, put it on the ground, and Yan Chen trained again. Although the instruction manual says that this superpower training box will train for 3 hours a day and train for 3 years to complete, in fact, Nobita only used it to train for 5 minutes to have superpowers, but because the training was not deep enough, the effect of superpowers would be somewhat delayed and the range would become limited, but because Nobita did not train every day, the superpowers eventually disappeared. So Yan Chen guessed that this superpower training box will be learned as long as you train, but the degree of mastery is different. But if you want to fully have superpowers, you must stick to it for 3 years, and if you stop halfway, the superpower will slowly disappear. As for the dust, he has been training for a few days, and now he should be much better than Nobita, who has only trained for a few minutes. 3 hours passed. Yan Chen completed today's training attentively. At this time he was already a little tired, and this superpower box was also seen through by him countless times, and he moved it countless times with his mind. The effect on the superpower training box is not bad. I wonder what the effect will be if I try other items. Thinking of this, Yan Chen shifted his gaze to a table lamp on the coffee table. His mind moved, and he wanted to move it to the next place, but the lamp still didn't move. How can it work for the training box, but not for other items? Just as Yan Chen was wondering, this lamp suddenly flew to the side and moved to the place where Yan Chen wanted it to go. It seems that my current problem is similar to Nobita's, and the effect of superpowers will be delayed. Yan Chen sighed. There was a delay of about 3 seconds before he used his mind power to move the lamp. Try teleportation again. Yan Chen stood up and said, while staring at an open space in front of him. After another 3 seconds, his figure disappeared and appeared in the clearing. Good skills, but on the battlefield, any second is extremely precious, and you still have to increase your training power. Words are dark. And after using superpowers twice, I was already a little dizzy. It seems that compared to using superpowers on training boxes, it is more mentally draining on other superpowers. Yan Chen analyzed. At this time, I suddenly heard a sound of the door opening outside, followed by the sound of Akimichi Dingza. Watergate, your ninjutsu has crossed, and I am not your opponent at all when I go up with the rope tree, Akimichi Dingza said. Where, your strength has also grown a lot. Watergate is as modest as ever. They're back from training. Yan Chen said with a smile. It seemed that he could not go out for the time being. He walked to the window, and just saw the 3 of them enter the room. Each of them was sweaty, and it seemed that they had trained quite hard. By the way, what about this kid Yan Chen? I didn't see him come up to the training ground, and there was no one in the room, Akimichi Dingza said suspiciously. Phew. Suddenly, a whistle sounded, and it was clear that this was the assembly post that Tsunade had agreed with him. Quick, Tsunade-sama, let us gather, Watergate said, and the 3 people who had just rested for a while ran out of the room again. Seeing the 3 people of Watergate walk out, Yan Chen also walked out of the door out of nothing, and after closing the door, he also quickly ran out of the room. Under the building, a new generation of Konoha ninjas quickly and neatly assembled. As soon as the 3 of them stood in line, they saw Yan Chen enter the building and stand with them. Hey, Yan Chen, you came quite quickly. I didn't see you in the room. Where did you run? Akimichi Dingza asked. Yan Chen smiled and was about to answer, but was interrupted by Tsunade's sharp voice. Everyone be quiet. Next I'm going to announce one message. Tsunade's tone was stern and painful, and Yan Chen knew what she was going to say, and immediately closed her mouth. After this first day of mission, the Hinata squad, 1 person was sacrificed. As soon as these words came out, all the children looked at me and I looked at you, only then did they notice that there was indeed one less figure in the crowd, and a companion who got a long day and night disappeared forever inexplicably, and anyone could not accept it for a while. Most of the children kept their heads down, and among them sobs sounded uninterruptedly, and yesterday they were enthusiastic about going to war, but today they were consumed by this news of death and lost a little spirit. Yan Chen looked at the children around him. It seemed that they now knew a little about the cruelty of war. Tsunade sighed and asked the children below, "What is the most important thing for a ninja?" The children looked at each other. One of them said, "It's strength." Another said, "It's the will." The rope tree, on the other hand, said loudly, "I know, it's the spirit of Konoha." Konoha spirit, Tsunade smiled self-deprecatingly, and then said, "It's all wrong, it's obedience." Obedience. Everyone was a little confused. Why? This mission is just training before going to the battlefield, and the Hyuga team could have completed it easily, but they were too aggressive and did not follow the instructions of the mission, but they ended up like this. Tsunade continued to reprimand. Yan Chen glanced at Hinata Hayashi, who was trembling not far away, and guessed in his heart, "I am afraid that their tasks are the same, and the Hyuga Hayashi team is like a rope tree, with a competitive heart, wanting to fight for some better credit, but was discovered by the enemy. Not only Hinata's squad, but also other squads, almost couldn't come back." Tsunade glanced coldly at the rope tree, and the rope tree looked ashamed, and lowered his head unwilling to look at Tsunade. "Therefore, from now on, the tasks I have given must be strictly carried out, and no other outrageous actions are allowed." Tsunade clenched his fists and said slowly, "Otherwise, I will punish you severely." "Yes," the children whispered. "Disperse." Tsunade turned and said. Everyone walked out of the building obediently, but they completely lost the excitement they had when they came. After everyone left, Yan Chen went straight to Tsunade. "Tsunade-sama, I wonder where Jiraiya-sensei is now?" Yan Chen asked. He was more concerned about the situation of Nagato and Yahiko now. After all, the country of rain was so chaotic now. He should still be teaching his two apprentices, because the war is not tight now, so he was not called back to the army. "Why, you want to see him?" Tsunade asked. Yan Chen shook his head, just to confirm whether those two friends of mine are okay. "Don't worry." Tsunade patted Yan Chen's shoulder. "Jiraiya's strength is quite strong, although his personality is a bit of a bastard, but even in troubled times, he can protect your two friends. To put it mildly, this assessment is quite pertinent." "Thank you, Tsunade-sama." Yan Chen bowed to her and turned to leave here. Because the task was carried out in turn, there was no mission in the next few days, and in these days, he thoroughly studied the superpower out of nothing. Among the three superpowers of teleportation, mental power, and perspective consumes the least mental power, while mental power is the size of the controlled object and consumes different mental power, while teleportation is the superpower that consumes the most spirit. After a few days of training, Yan Chen can already use these three superpowers within a limited range around him. He can now see through objects not far away, and teleportation can only teleport to within 10 meters, although the distance is very short, but it is definitely enough to save his life, and his mental power is still at the stage where he can only control smaller objects. Sure enough, mental power is the most difficult to cultivate. Perspective can detect enemies, and teleportation can hit a surprise, but in mental power I can only drive smaller objects. It seems to be useless. Yan Chen carefully thought about how to use the superpower of good mental power. Suddenly, he turned his gaze and fell to the window, the special kun placed on the Watergate bedside table. "Ku Wu. Yes, I can control Ku Wu." Yan Chen patted his head and said, "Or my endless detonation charm." Thinking of this, an idea emerged in Yan Chen's heart, but now this idea, it is impossible to stay inside the door out of nothing, and it must go to a wider side. After making up his mind, Yan Chen quickly put away the door out of nothing and walked outside the house. The training ground is located in the southeast of the town, which was originally a barren and grassy place, but after being occupied by Konoha ninjas, the weeds were removed for training needs and turned into a training ground for ninjas to train. After Yan Chen came here, he found that the training ground created by Konoha ninjas was larger than he thought, and most of the ninjas trained here were Konoha's new forces. Yan Chen estimated that except for the people who went to perform the tasks arranged by Tsunade, the other children were training, and it seemed that the death of their companions really stimulated them a lot. At this time, Tsunade was also standing in a small building next to the training ground to observe the training of Konoha's group of new forces, so that she could point out the flaws and shortcomings for these children in the future. And Tsunade has been observing here for a few days. The location of this small building is good, the situation on the training ground is in full view, and at this time, her eyes are fixed on the upper left corner of the training ground, where there is a yellow figure flashing around in a small area, so fast that people can't see his appearance at all. The Wave Feng Shui Gate has actually been able to use the second-generation Fire Shadow's Flying Thunder God so skillfully. This kid's future is limitless, Tsunade said in admiration, and then turned his gaze to the rope tree beside the Wave Feng Shui Gate. At this time, the rope tree also seriously practiced fire escape and a clearing. "Come on too, rope tree," Tsunade whispered. But at this time, a figure that suddenly appeared caught her attention. Words and dust. Tsunade frowned. This kid is too lazy, right? It's been a few days since they've been in town, and this is the first time I've seen him come out for training. Originally, he was a beginner in ninjutsu and did not know how to be diligent, and he had to participate in this Wind Country trial. Did this kid deliberately come to the battlefield to find death? Tsunade thought dissatisfied, and then she turned straight downstairs, deciding to teach Yanchen a lesson and let him know what the end of laziness in war would be. Yanchen appeared on the training ground, and the other children also turned their heads to look at him. Their eyes were full of contempt. Now everyone is training very hard, but there is a guy who is lazy all day, which makes their hearts very uncomfortable. And the three people from the water gate in the northeast corner of the training ground also saw Yanchen and quickly greeted him. Yanchen smiled and walked over. Yanchen, you actually gave up training, Akimichi Dingza said, deliberately pretending to be surprised. You must know that everyone is improving, just you are stagnant. You don't want to hold us back in the tasks behind. Rope Tree complained. Yanchen, it's really time for you to train. Even Bofeng Shuman said the same. Yanchen knew that his three companions cared about him. After all, one more second on the training ground, one more point of survival on the battlefield. He didn't mind the words of the three, but said with a smile, "Am I not here? So what do you want to train?" Watergate asked, "Ninjutsu or physical arts, I can be your companion." Yanchen clenched Kuwu in his hand, then looked up at the target 20 meters away in front of him, and as soon as his hand moved, Kuwu instantly escaped. Hey! Kuwu made a sound of breaking the air, and then firmly rooted himself at the target's red heart. It's quite powerful, Yanchen. I didn't expect you to train all day, and you still have this kind of accuracy, Chu Daeting on the side praised. Yanchen smiled and did not speak. This was just practicing his hands, not the content of his experiment today. At this moment, another crisp sound of breaking the air sounded, and suddenly a second Kuwu flew over from the side, and also stuck on the target's red heart, and fell next to Yanchen's Kuwu. There's nothing remarkable about this little trick. A cold voice sounded, and it was Uchiha Fugaku who said this. I don't know when he came to Yanchen's side, and also threw out a Kuwu that hit the red heart. Yanchen turned his gaze to Uchiha Fugaku, and when he found Yanchen looking at him, he even pointed his right hand down, pointed to the ground with his thumb, and said defiantly, "And I stand farther away than you." Yanchen then noticed that the place where he was standing was 20 meters away from the target, while Uchiha Fugaku was standing about 25 meters away from the target. This guy, just this is going to fight me to win or lose. Speechless sighed, he didn't have time to care about Uchiha Fugaku's provocation, and finish his plan first. Thinking about it, Yanchen walked to the target and pulled off his bitter arm, and then walked back for a while, coming to a distance of about 50 meters from the target. With such a little distance, I'm completely stress-free, Uchiha Fugaku said. Seeing Yanchen's action, he thought that Yanchen was deliberately trying to win or lose with him, and he also learned Yanchen's appearance, retrieved Kuwu, and then stood in an open space behind Yanchen. In Uchiha Fugaku's opinion, as long as he throws Kuwu farther than the dust, he wins. At this time, Tsunade also came to the training ground. She stood in the distance and looked at Yanchen and Uchiha Fugaku with interest. She wanted to teach Yanchen a lesson personally and let him train diligently, but she didn't expect that this kid Uchiha Fugaku took the initiative to bully Yanchen. Bullying, that's right, Tsunade thinks about bullying. In Tsunade's opinion, Uchiha Fugaku will be better than Yanchen, a novice. Dust completely ignored Uchiha Fugaku's movements, but once again aimed at the red heart on the target. Go! Yanchen waved his hand and threw Kuwu forward, and at the moment when Kuwu let go, Yanchen's eyes stared at it and controlled his thoughts. Speed me up, Yanchen meditated in his heart. The bitterness in the air was like an arrow off the string, turning into a silver light and flying away swoosh. Almost at the moment Yanchen struck, Kuwu was already fixed on the target's red heart. So fast. Only Watergate reacted in the scene. He was originally the leader of the new generation in Konoha village, and his vision of combat far exceeded that of other peers, and only he found something extraordinary in this dart just now. And Tsunade in the distance was also shocked. This Kuwu's speed was too fast. It could be said that it was already stronger than the throwing strength of a Sharingan who was proficient in physical arts. This kid, how the hell did it happen? Tsunade's heart was suddenly filled with questions. It's my turn, Uchiha Fugaku said completely unknowingly, and he also raised the kunai with great interest, and then took out the dart, and this dart was once again stuck on the bullseye. Of course, although this dart is accurate enough, in the eyes of Watergate and Tsunade, compared with the bitterness thrown by Yanchen, it is too plain. After Yanchen finished throwing Kuwu, he came to the target again and found that half of the Kuwu he threw had been inserted into the target at this time. Sure enough, using mental power to accelerate Kuwu can be much stronger in speed and power. Yanchen was pleasantly surprised in his heart and pulled it out. Go further, strengthen your mental power, see where the limit is, Yanchen secretly said in his heart, and walked back. Do you still want to compare with me? Uchiha Fugaku saw that Yanchen went to take Kuwu again, thinking that he was not willing to admit defeat, and now he also passed by Yanchen to take his own Kuwu. Well, what is it? When Uchiha Fugaku was taking his own suffering, he found a large hole in the bullseye, which seemed to be caused by something deeply inserted into it. What's the situation? Just when Uchiha Fugaku was wondering, Yanchen's voice came from afar. Hey, you blocked the target. Panic, do you want to lose to me so much? Uchiha Fugaku said while taking off his kunao, and when he turned around and was about to leave, he glanced back at Yanchen, but he was directly stunned. At this time, the place where Yanchen was standing was completely unexpected. He thought that Yanchen would stand about 30 meters away from the target, but he didn't expect Yanchen to go directly outside the training ground. Why are you standing so far away? Do you want to escape? Uchiha Fugaku roared. He didn't believe that such a distance could still hit the bullseye of Kuwu. I'll see what you're going to do, Uchiha Fugaku said angrily, and then his eyes turned scarlet. It was the Sharingan eye that he had just opened. The water gate on the side was also full of surprise, and Tsunade's palm was even more shocked. This distance is about 700 or 800 meters, right? You must know that the weight of Kuwu is not light. The average ninja don't say hit the bullseye, even whether it can be thrown to this distance is a problem. Yanchen, who was outside the training ground, had a solemn face, his eyes were firmly fixed on the bullseye, and he slowly raised the Kuwu in his hand. Drink. Yanchen gathered his whole body strength on his right arm, and at the same time frantically attached his mental power to Kuwu in his mind. Fly me. Yanchen's blow with all his strength, Kuwu flew out. The sticky smell in the air became more serious, making Yanchen a little uncomfortable, and he looked at the layers of dark clouds in the sky, feeling that something bad was about to happen. Late at night, Yanchen waited for his three friends to fall asleep, then sat up from the bed again, and took out something out of nothing to prepare to go in for training, which is what he must do every day. Since the superpower has to be 3 hours a day, continuous training for 3 years to succeed, then he will train 9 hours a day, so that it is estimated that the superpower can be completed within a year. Just when he had just stepped into the door of nothing, he suddenly smelled a huge smell. This smell should be far from the town now, but tonight the wind blew the smell to the town. This is a human smell, and this smell seems to have a smell of wind and sand, which makes Yanchen a little bored. It seems that there is an enemy attack, and there are huge numbers. As soon as this thought flashed in Yanchen's heart, he heard several exclamations from outside. There is a sneak attack, prepare for battle. There is a sneak attack, prepare for battle. Sure enough, Yanchen hurriedly walked out of the door out of nothing, and quickly closed the door. What's wrong? What's wrong? The three of Watergate were also awakened by this sound, and Akimichi Dingza shook his fat head and hurriedly asked around. There is an enemy attack, we are ready for battle, Watergate said calmly, and then got out of bed. Let's go out first, Yanchen said. The four quickly walked out of the room after putting on their combat uniforms, and the students in other rooms also walked out one after another, and this group of children who had just set foot in the battlefield immediately gathered together. I heard that there was an enemy attack. What should we do? Go to Tsunade-sama. It's better to hide now. The children were talking. Everyone calmed down. Just as they were at a loss, a majestic voice came, and Tsunade was standing in the hallway of the room, looking at everyone seriously. Tsunade's appearance undoubtedly gave them a reassurance, and the children, who were still a little panicked just now, also quieted down. Now you come with me. Tsunade immediately turned around and left after saying this, and the others quickly followed when they saw this. As the first commander of this stronghold, he actually came to take care of these children in the first place. It seems that Konoha attaches great importance to the new generation. It is no wonder that such a village can become the largest village. Tsunade trotted all the way to the easternmost training ground in town. The training ground is located in the deepest part of this town. It is the most difficult place for intruders to reach. You guys stay here first, and then wait for my orders, Tsunade said to the children and ordered a dozen ninjas to protect them, then turned to leave. That's right. She didn't take a few steps, but she stopped again, turned her head to look at Yanchen and Shuman. Bofang Shuman, Yanchen, are you too willing to fight for Konoha? These two people are now the best of Konoha's new generation, and their strength cannot be measured by the gaze of Shinobu, and if they can join the battlefield, they can definitely provide a lot of combat power. I won't do it. The same three words, but the answers of the two are diametrically opposite. Huh? Tsunade frowned. Of course, it was Yanchen who didn't answer, but he didn't have much sense of belonging to Konoha. He didn't belong to this world himself. In an emergency, stop joking, please, Yanchen. Watergate turned to look at Yanchen, his eyes full of seriousness and pleading, and Tsunade also looked at him seriously. Okay. Yanchen sighed. Watergate was his friend, and she could be considered Konoha's person for the time being. Good. Go now. With that, Tsunade led Watergate and Yanchen out of the training ground, plus dozens of other ninjas, and the group ran towards the outside of town. Tsunade-sama, what's the situation now? On the way, Yanchen asked Tsunade. According to the forward reconnaissance ninjas, a group of rain ninjas suddenly launched a surprise attack on our stronghold, and now our troops are engaged with them not far outside the town. Rain ninja. Yanchen frowned, feeling that something was always wrong. Rain ninja wouldn't have such a heavy smell of mud and sand. Just as Yan Chen was thinking, he had already heard the shouts of killing ahead, and outside the town occupied by Kana was a large village. This village was the same as the other villages in the Land of Rain, all built with tall buildings, but the village had been affected by the war for a long time, and now it has become a ruin. At this time, the village was full of fire, and fierce fighting was taking place at a glance. On the battlefield, I can't take care of the two of you, and if you feel that you are at a disadvantage, I will allow you to retreat, Tsunade said solemnly to Yanchen and the two. Yanchen and Watergate nodded. They both knew very well what the meaning of Tsunade's words was. There could be no deserters for the charge, but Tsunade said so, which was enough to show that Tsunade valued the safety of Konoha's new generation. Let's fight now, Tsunade roared angrily and turned into a flash of light and rushed towards a battlefield in the village. Heavenly Keep. She rushed directly into a rain ninja, stepped down madly, and was directly spewed out by the ninja in Tsunade's step, and the chest cavity immediately sunk in, and then the whole person was violently stepped into the ground, and the ground quickly cracked and collapsed, forming a hole in the ground, and even the 4 or 5 rain ninjas around were affected by Tsunade's foot. Fire escape, Fire Phoenix art. After Tsunade punched these ninjas into the underground cave, she reflexively jumped high, her hands quickly sealed, and then she opened her mouth, and a phoenix formed by blazing flames blasted towards the ninja in the underground cave. Tsunade's speed is too fast, these ninjas can't avoid it. Like catching a turtle in an urn, Tsunade actually killed these 7 or 8 Yunin in the blink of an eye. It seems that compared to the last time I fought her, Tsunade is much stronger, Yan Chen said secretly in his heart. Yan Chen, let's not watch the battle, let's participate in the battle, Watergate on the side said. He thought that Yan Chen had been in a daze. Yan Chen reacted and nodded. Okay, let's go our separate ways. Watergate nodded, and the two of them each ran to different parts of the village. At this time, on the dilapidated street, several rain ninjas were galloping forward, and suddenly there was a piercing sound of breaking air ahead. A bitterness suddenly struck out of nowhere, and the speed was completely beyond the reaction of these few subordinates. Only listening to the snort, the one who ran in the front bore the brunt, and the bitterness of the secret attack came in an instant and was inserted into his forehead. Ahem! The ninja snorted and fell to the ground first, killing him with one blow. Hide first. Seeing this, several shinobi in the rear quickly dispersed and hid behind these dilapidated buildings. Where is the enemy? One of the rain ninjas poked his head out of the wall, ready to check the situation, but another whistling sound sounded, and he only felt a vibration on the wall where he was hiding, and his shuriken struck along the wall, instantly cutting through the wall, and then after cutting off a few strands of his hair, it was firmly nailed to the ground next to him. What a scary guy. The rain ninja sighed secretly, looked at the shuriken that had been half sunk into the ground, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. This is no ordinary shuriken. There seemed to be some strange charms densely written on this shuriken, and just when Yoshinobu was still wondering what this thing was, he actually saw the shuriken shaking and actually split into 2. What's going on? Yoshinobu's eyes widened in disbelief. He took 2 steps forward and carefully looked at the 2 shurikens with the help of moonlight. They did not have any metallic luster, and there was a big word written in the center of these 2 shurikens, burst. Oops. This is a shuriken folded with an initiation charm, Yoshinobu exclaimed, and the 2 shurikens exploded, and together with this Yuyan ninja, they instantly shattered this place. It worked. Yan Chen secretly said not far away, when he was in Konoha village, he learned the folding method of paper shuriken from Zionin. If the detonation charm is thrown directly, its light fluttering paper body does not have any accuracy at all, and the detonation talisman is folded into the shape of a shuriken, and then supplemented by mental power, it can instantly turn it into a sharp dark weapon, and what is more terrifying is that this dark weapon can multiply and explode. It's useless even if you hide. Yan Chen's heart was crossed, his eyes widened, and he directly turned on perspective, and these hidden rain ninjas could see clearly, and then he waved his left hand, and 2 paper shurikens struck. Boom! The explosion sounded again, and the explosion of the paper shuriken once again directly shattered the location where Yoshinobu was hiding, and now Yanshin didn't need to deliberately aim at them, just throw the paper shuriken next to them. Anyway, there would be an explosion to solve everything for him. Can't go on like this. Let's go together. Yoshinobu shouted, and suddenly 2 or 3 ninjas hiding behind the wall rushed out one after another, attacking Yan Chen. Find death. Yan Chen's eyes were cold, quickly flew out, and directly inserted into the neck of a Yoshinobu, and then the paper shuriken split in 2 and exploded again, and this not very wide street was instantly submerged by the smoke brought by the explosion. Kill! In the thick smoke, several more shouts of killing sounded, and then 3 or 5 ninjas rushed out of the thick smoke and attacked Yan Chen. Something is wrong, there were not so many rain forbearances just now, how did they come out? Worst! Just as Yan Chen was puzzled, suddenly his pupils dilated, and his strong tracking nose suddenly caught a smell and appeared next to him. Teleport. As soon as Yan Chen's mind moved, his figure immediately disappeared in place, and at the moment he just disappeared. Lay done, lay go. A rain ninja descended from the sky, and the thunder and lightning in his hand emitted a terrifying light, slashing fiercely towards the original location of Yan Chen. Only listening to the boom, the thunder used by this rain ninja directly split the ground into several pieces. Seeing that this move failed, that Yuren showed an incredulous look in his eyes. Is this an instantaneous technique? Actually dodged? You're not already hit. Die. Yan Chen took a step forward, and a kunao instantly appeared in his hand, and then he clenched the kunao with both hands, and then swung it towards the sneak attack ninja, nailing it to the ground fiercely, killing him with one blow. It's really an illusion. What a hassle. Yan Chen sighed. This was the first time he encountered illusion. He didn't think about almost landing. Those ninjas who rushed out were just hallucinations, and the real guy was already close to him, ready to sneak attack, but this visual illusion was recognized by Yan Chen's strong tracking nose. Water escape, water roll technique. At this time, seeing that the illusion was ineffective, a succession of rain ninjas suddenly appeared around Yan Chen. One of them quickly sealed and spit out a huge stream of water towards him, while the other two rain ninja threw two kunao at him. Fine death. Yan Chen snorted coldly, directly grabbed the body of Yu Ninja who was nailed to the ground by him, and smashed it towards the water that attacked him, completely using this Yu Ninja's body as a shield. On the other side, the two Kuwu who attacked Yan Chen were already close in front of Yan Chen's eyes, and the two Shinobi who launched Kuwu had a clear purpose. These two Kuwu were coming towards Yan Chen's brain. What they wanted was to kill with one hit, and their goal seemed to be about to be achieved. It worked. The faces of the rain ninja showed joy, and they had already imagined the scene of two darts in Yan Chen's body dying immediately. Naive. In the face of these two roaring sufferings, the thoughts in his brain moved slightly, and he directly controlled it completely with his thoughts. So something unexpected happened to Yuren. These two Kuwuis originally rushed away, but at a critical moment, as if they had lost the power to sprint, they actually stopped directly in front of Yan Chen, and then fell to the ground. How come? The three ninjas were shocked, and the kid in front of them actually blocked their kunao with such a strange move. It's time to end, Yan Chen said softly, then took 3 steps and made 2 steps, stepped on the wall with 1 foot, and jumped into the air with the help of the momentum of the wall. Aren't you ready to run yet? Yan Chen looked at the rain below and said lightly. Run a fart. A rain ninja shouted, and at the same time turned his head to the rain ninja next to him and said, this guy is looking for his own death. He has no force point in the air, everyone use ninjutsu, he can't hide. Good. When it rains, the ninjas have made seals, and the target is the dust in the air. Water spout, wind escape, wind cutting. A whole bunch of bells and whistles of ninjutsu hit the dust in the air. It's you guys who are waiting, teleport. Yan Chen's mind moved, and his body disappeared a few meters away again, and all these ninjutsu passed by him. Is it an instantaneous technique again? How could it be so fast? All the rain ninjas exclaimed. Just when Yuren was shocked, Yan Chen shouted, eat my trick, full of shuriken. As he spoke, Yan Chen waved his big hand, and dozens of paper shurikens roared towards the rain on the ground. Run away. The rain ninjas only have this terrified thought in their minds now. They have just released ninjutsu once, they don't have time to seal the second time, and they know very well how powerful this paper shuriken is. It is all a detonation charm. The rain ninjas immediately fled in different directions like ants on a hot pot, and at this time, dozens of shurikens suddenly doubled in the air again. These shurikens were like dense raindrops, actually completely sealing the entire space above them, and they couldn't escape at all. It's over. The rain ninjas were in despair. Boom, boom, boom. A moment later, the explosion sounded continuously, the ground was thick with smoke, the fire was everywhere, and the words were like a bomb maniac, directly blowing up the street into a sparse. Of course, all the rain ninjas standing on this street were all killed, and none of them were spared. With endless detonation charms, it's not too simple. Yan Chen rolled over and landed on the ground, sighing. He deliberately jumped up before, lured these rain ninjas to concentrate all their fire on him, and then dodged these tricks by teleporting, and then shot paper shurikens that could replicate themselves at them before they had enough time to form a second ninjutsu, easily annihilating a group of rain ninjas. I am also familiar with the 3 superpowers, and the strength is also stronger than before, but the effect of the superpower is not strong enough. Yan Chen secretly said that the distance he teleported was still very short, and he could only control smaller objects, but the only difference was that he could only control one object with his mind, but now he can control more than one. It's just that why did these rain shinobi attack me? Yan Chen was a little puzzled in his heart. To say that Konoha should be the strongest now, the rain ninja was already surviving between several major powers. Why did he dare to attack directly and automatically? Just as Yan Chen was thinking, suddenly Qian Chen's nose caught a human smell approaching him. Perspective. Yan Chen directly opened the perspective and found that it was the rain ninja who rushed to the front who were hurriedly rushing back, and there were about dozens of them, fleeing towards the edge of the village where Yan Chen was. Not long after this sneak attack, why did the rain ninja start to escape? Yan Chen was a little puzzled. These rain ninja behavior is indeed too strange. Find out why. Words are dark. His figure moved and disappeared into the street. Soon, the group of fleeing rain ninjas ran towards the street where Yan Chen had just disappeared. Everyone, run, make sure that the Konoha ninja keeps chasing us and follow the plan for a while, the leading rain ninja said. The other Yoshinobu nodded. Although they were fleeing, there was no panic in their eyes, and they were all very calm. Just as they ran to the street, a door suddenly appeared on the pavement of the street, which seemed to be embedded in the ground, like the cover of a sewer manhole. Then, the door suddenly opened downward, and a rain ninja who was running on the street was caught off guard and stepped on the hollow. Ugh, he exclaimed, fell straight into the door, and then the door immediately closed and disappeared, all as if it had never happened. What sound? The surrounding Yunin noticed the call, but did not see where the ninja who called was. What's the days in the back? Hurry up and keep up. The leading Yuyin ninjas saw that they stayed where they were and quickly shouted. Yes, these ninjas did not immediately investigate the source of this voice, and ran forward again, and the rain ninja who fell into the hollow only felt a sudden change in the direction of gravity, and then he fell to the ground again. Where is this? The rain ninja looked at the place in panic, and found that it was actually a small room, and he was lying on the floor of this room at this time. He slowly stood up, his eyes scanned the room twice, and found that there was no door in this room, but how did he get in? How come? Is it a chamber of secrets? Just as the ninja hesitated, he suddenly heard a sound outside. Hurry up, the Konoha ninja is coming after him. He remembered very well that it was the voice of the leader of the rain cover, and he turned his gaze to the window of the room, and outside the window, his companions were hurrying past it and running forward. So he hurried to the window and tried to get out of here, only to find that the window could not be opened at all. Damn it! This rain ninja complained, and his hands were sealed. Fire sparrow technique. A flame in the form of a large bird erupted from his mouth and slammed into the window, and the firebird screamed and threw itself at the window, but it snapped and hit the glass directly and was scattered. Sorry, that's fireproof. A voice suddenly sounded behind him, and Yin Chen slowly came out of the shadows. A child. Na Yurin hurriedly turned around when he heard this voice, but he saw that the other party was so young. Now tell me the purpose of your rain ninja, Yan Chen said lightly. Na Yuren snorted coldly, dreaming. Yan Chen touched his ears. What do you say? I said. Yoshinobu opened his mouth and was about to speak, but Yan Chen's figure suddenly disappeared, and then immediately appeared in front of this Yoshinobu. You! Yan Chen's action completely startled Yuren, and he couldn't react at all. Eat it! After Yan Chen approached this Yoshinobu, the honesty pill in his hand was directly thrown into the mouth of this Yoshinobu, and then punched him in the chest. In this way, caught off guard, this rain ninja directly swallowed this medicine inexplicably. What did you feed me? The rain ninja took 2 steps back and exclaimed. What is the purpose of your Yoshinobi? Yan Chen continued to ask. The rain ninja was stunned, opened his mouth, and said the purpose of our rain ninja is to lead the Konoha ninja to the bottom of the valley ahead, and then the sand ninja will come to meet us and kill the Konoha ninja. So it is. A flash of understanding flashed in Yan Chen's eyes, and he wondered why even the rain ninja dared to come and attack Konoha's stronghold, and he didn't even hold out for half an hour before retreating, and it turned out that there was a Sandyan behind him. Why would I say that? Just as Yan Chen was thinking, this Yuyan ninja also looked surprised at his behavior, and then he turned to look at Yan Chen with hatred. Since you know about this, then you will die. After speaking, he made a seal on his hands. Water escape, water rush. A whirlwind-like flow of water hit Yan Chen. Yan Chen was unhurried, and with a wave of his hand, a door appeared in front of him out of nothing. Then, the door was immediately opened out of nothing, and this waterspout immediately slammed into the door and disappeared, and Yan Chen directly relied on this door to defuse this Yoshinobu's attack. What's the situation? Yuren blinked incredulously, and he found that the world in the door that this child took out was actually the street of the village outside, and now he was completely confused. I don't want to stay in my room, don't you want to go out that way? Yan Chen said with a smile, and then his figure disappeared behind the door again. Just as this rain was stunned, Yan Chen's voice suddenly sounded from behind his head. Just get you out and slaughter. Yuren was shocked, quickly turned around, and saw that Yan Chen had already lifted 1 foot, and then kicked him fiercely in the lower abdomen. Get out. This Yu ninja was directly kicked out by Yan Chen's kick and fell into the door out of nothing. He looked pained, but then saw that the scenery around him had changed greatly, and he had already left the mysterious secret room. Great, it's out. Just in his surprise, inside the door, 2 paper shurikens were shot out again, whistling towards him. Boom! The explosion sounded, and the man did not have long to rejoice and immediately went to see the king of Hades. At this time, Tsunade was leading the Konoha ninja to chase the rain ninja, and they had just chased the street when they saw a rain ninja flying inexplicably from the ground, and then was blasted to pieces. What's going on? Tsunade was a little confused by this situation. Everyone stop. She raised her right hand and signaled the ninjas behind her to stop. The torn body of the rain ninja fell on the street, and the scene quieted down again. But a few seconds later, where the rain ninja flew out, another person jumped out inexplicably. This guy who suddenly appeared had an ordinary face, but his forehead was tied with the protective forehead of Yoshinobu. It's the rain ninja. A Konoha ninja roared, Tsunade-sama, let's do it. After saying that, the Konoha ninjas immediately sealed their hands and prepared to cast ninjutsu. Hey, I said, it's too much for a group of you to beat me. The suddenly appearing rain ninja said lazily. Presumptuous. Tsunade snorted coldly, and was about to order his subordinates to move, but the water gate on the side exclaimed in surprise, You are the Uncle Yuyan who saved me. Ha! Wait a minute. When Tsunade heard this, he quickly ordered to stop the actions of his subordinates. I didn't expect you yellow-haired boy to remember me. Yan Chen laughed. At this time, he had once again disguised himself as that stupid village. Of course, remember, you are my lifesaver. Watergate said excitedly. The surrounding Konoha ninja looked inexplicable. Why would a rain ninja save their Konoha people? Tsunade, on the other hand, had a serious face, and although the smiling man in front of him saved their Konoha's child, it did not mean that he was Konoha's friend. Who the hell are you, and why did you save us Konoha? Tsunade threw two questions at Yan Chen in a row. Yan Chen waved his hand. Let me answer your first question first. Why are you Konoha people? Just as I'm interested in liking. As for the second one, Yan Chen propped up his chin and thought for a while. As for who I am, just call me Indigo. He chose a comic boss he liked as his name. Blue Dye. Tsunade muttered the name. So Blue Dye, what is your purpose? Yan Chen smiled secretly in his heart, feeling that it was too interesting to be called by this name. He pretended to exhale, and then said, You don't care what my purpose is now. Take care of you Konoha. This attack by the Rain Ninja is a conspiracy. They pretend to be invincible. They want to lead you to the mountain stream ahead, where they have prepared a big gift for you. Yan Chen did not say anything about the collusion between Yuyan and Cheyenne. He was not from Konoha village, and some things could be stopped immediately. Big gift? Tsunade frowned. Of course she understood that the decision to give a gift was not a good thing. How do we know if you've cheated on us? A Konoha ninja beside Tsunade asked. Believe it or not, Yan Chen said indifferently, don't tell you guys, I'm leaving. Wait. Seeing that Yan Chen was about to leave, Tsunade quickly interrupted. What's going on? Yan Chen turned his head and asked. Although you are a rain ninja, but judging by your behavior, you must not like the current rain country, so it is better to join us. How is Konoha village? Tsunade said that although she had never really seen the strength of this guy named Lanran, but with the ninjutsu described by Watergate, who could kill several shinobi in the blink of an eye and possess powerful medical treatment, such a person was too valuable, and if possible, she recruited him to Konoha village. Not interested. For Tsunade's solicitation, Yan Chen said very crisply. Tsunade frowned. You don't have to answer me so early, you can think about it for a while. No thanks, I'm really not interested. Yan Chen is still this sentence. Tsunade pursed his lips, not knowing what to say. This man in front of him was really oily and salty. If nothing else, I'll go first, Yan Chen said again, and then directly turned around and left. Tsunade-sama, what should I do? Do you want to just arrest him? The Konoha ninja on the side asked Tsunade for advice. No thanks. Tsunade waved his hand. Rashly moving will only fight with him, and this person's strength is unknown. I'm afraid it is not something we can easily take. Now he has no malice with us, just let him go. But, after all, he is a ninja from the rain-hidden village, the Konoha ninja retorted. But he also saved our people in Konoha. Tsunade said seriously, to look at a person is not only to see his birth, but also by his attitude towards us. The Konoha ninja was stunned and did not speak. Tsunade waved his hand. Okay, let's not mention this, let's first consider what the man said about the Yuyan village. Do you think they set up an ambush? I don't think so. The Konoha ninja said, that person is from the Rain Ninja village. There is no reason to leak the information of the Rain Ninja to us. I think he is the old suspicion formation. Let us stop chasing. The Rain Ninja can escape smoothly. That's not right. Watergate immediately retorted. I personally saw that Uncle take action to destroy several Rain Ninjas. He and those Rain Ninja are not in the same group. Okay, don't say anything. Tsunade stopped the argument and then propped up his chin. Let me think first. At this time, the two Konoha ninjas in charge of the front reconnaissance rushed back. It's not good, Tsunade-sama, the Rain Ninja has attacked again. One of them shouted. What? As soon as Tsunade's words fell, he saw that dozens of Rain Ninjas in front of him had reappeared. They were distributed in these dilapidated buildings, and their figures loomed in them, and they actually attacked the Konoha ninjas again with the help of the terrain. Don't get together and scatter to fight. Tsunade ordered that guerrilla warfare in street fighting was the best way to do it, and if they all stayed together, they would tie their hands. Yes. The Konoha ninjas took orders and rushed around. Dare to kill back and find death. Tsunade shouted angrily and rushed forward directly. The Watergate is clinging to the side of the street to outflank the past, and his small figure gallops through a path. Water escape, water pillar technique. A man poked his head out of the window of the building above the Watergate, his hands were sealed, and a column of water hit him. The Watergate seemed to have been on guard, and he was on the side of his body, easily dodging this, and the bitterness in his hand turned into a shooting star, and instantly hit the head of the Rain Ninja. This Yoshinobu had a stunned expression on his face, and his body fell down with a bang, although he was dead, but two Yoshinobi jumped out of the window. Two done, two Liubo. Shui done, water scroll. The two ninjas quickly sealed their mark, and the target was naturally the Watergate on the street. The head of the Watergate did not return, and the body turned into a streamer and disappeared. Ha! The two rain ninjas stopped making prints, their eyes full of doubt. Where did this kid run? You guys behind. The voice of the Watergate came faintly from behind the two, and the two couldn't help but be shocked and hurriedly turned around. I saw that after the Watergate used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport behind the two people's bodies, with a wave of his right hand, the shuriken quickly flew out, and once again killed a rain ninja who had just turned his head. And his other hand was not idle, pulling out the kunai that was originally inserted in the head of the dead Yoshinobu, and then another sharp dart. Poof! Another rain ninja also had no resistance and fell again. It seems that my Flying Thunder God has become more and more proficient. Watergate's joyful secret passage. Little ghost, you are too arrogant. There was another roar behind him. It turned out that there was a Yoshinobu in the room. He had just cared about killing the two who jumped out of the window, but he ignored that there might be other ninjas in the room. Oops, negligence. Watergate was shocked, and the rain ninja behind him had already begun to make a mark. Too done, Tu Lu Chong. This ninja did not finish speaking, but only listened to the bang. A kunai directly broke through the wall, blasted out a big hole in the wall, and then ran directly to the head of this Yoshinobi. This Yoshinobu's head suddenly exploded directly like a watermelon, blood splattered everywhere, and after his imprinted hands twitched twice, he finally put it down weakly, and the whole person fell to the ground. Watergate looked at everything in front of him in amazement. This bloody scene really stimulated his nerves. Are you all right, Watergate? At this time, Yin Chen also jumped into this room and looked at the wave Feng Shui gate with a concerned face. Bo Feng Shuman nodded, and then shook his head again. It's okay, but thank you for saving me once. Of course, he knew that this dart was Yan Chen's masterpiece. After all, he had seen Yan Chen's terrifying coup with throwing technique on the training ground. It's okay. Yan Chen smiled. After he took off the puppet of the stupid village, he rejoined the ranks of killing the enemy. Just now, he used his perspective to find that the Watergate in front of him was in danger, and immediately directly used this trick Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar 3 style to smash people with the wall. Run, run, run. While Yan Chen was talking with Watergate, there was a sound of rain on the street downstairs. Ha! Watergate was shocked, quickly ran to the window, and looked out. There was indeed a group of rain ninjas downstairs. They were running in one direction, and some of them even found the Watergate upstairs, but they did not react to any attack, but ran faster. What's going on? Retreated again? Watergate saw this group of running rain ninjas, and his face was full of surprise. But the words behind him were silent, although he did not say a word, but he knew in his heart that after the reminder he gave Tsunade just now, Tsunade hesitated to pursue the rain ninja and did not continue to pursue, and these rain ninjas saw that their plan to lure the enemy failed, so they attacked again and implemented the luring plan for the second time. Let's join Tsunade-sama first, Watergate said. Yin Chen nodded, and the two began to look for Tsunade. And at this time, Tsunade was also wondering about the situation in front of her. She thought it would be another fierce battle, but she didn't expect that this rain ninja came to itch for a while, and then quickly retreated, and it was really in a hurry, and it was also in a hurry. What to do, Tsunade-sama? They retreated again, chase or not? A Konoha ninja walked over and asked. Tsunade bit his lower lip and thought about the next battle plan. Tsunade-sama. Another shout sounded, and Tsunade looked up to see that it was Yanchen and Watergate who had returned. Seeing that the two of them were safe, Tsunade's wrinkled expression stretched slightly. Looks like you're all right, Tsunade laughed. I can fight another 300 rounds. Watergate replied with a wave of his hand, his face full of confidence. Shu Chen smiled and asked, Tsunade-sama, what are you going to do next? Tsunade thought for a moment, and then ordered loudly, all ninjas, first stand by in place. I want to see what the hell these rain ninjas want to fight. Yan Chen's eyes couldn't help but flash a look of approval. Tsunade is Tsunade, and he has quite a method for fighting. Tsunade saw Yanchen's approving expression, and somehow in his heart, he felt that his order was not wrong, and immediately let go of his heart. This kid, I actually cared a little about his thoughts about the current situation just now. Tsunade's incomprehensible secret passage in his heart. So, there was a short moment of calm on the battlefield again, and the medical ninja class also rushed to treat the injured ninjas, but not long after, about half an hour later, something happened again. Tsunade-sama, those rain shinobi are here again. A Konoha ninja in charge of the reconnaissance ahead returned and reported. I know. Tsunade angrily smacked the ground with his right hand, his tone full of depression, informed down, get ready to fight, this time, remember to catch me a few alive, I want to interrogate them properly. Yes. After the ninja took the order, he immediately retreated. The familiar situation reappeared, and the rain ninjas once again appeared in front of the village, attacking neatly, and the two sides began to fight fiercely. Yan Chen was mixed in with the Konoha ninja at this time, did not fight, so he did not perform too many ninjutsu, just used his mind to control Kuwu to carry out long-range attacks. Of course, he completely kept his mouth alive in his heart, and there was only one end for anyone who touched him, Kuwu, that is, death. After another wave of fast-paced and short-lived battles, the Rain Ninja methodically and completely withdrew as last time, leaving behind corpses in one place, including the ninjas of the Rain Hidden Village, and of course the ninjas of Konoha. As I thought, they fled again. Tsunade said coldly, but, I'd like to ask what happened. At this time, Tsunade raised his hands high, and his left and right hands pinched the neck of a Rain Ninja, and these two Rain Ninjas' faces were red from the huge power of Tsunade, and they felt as if they could suffocate at any time. Humph. Tsunade snorted coldly and slammed the Rain Ninja heavily to the ground. Don't move. On the other hand, Watergate also put Kumu around the neck of a Rain Ninja and brought him to Tsunade. Quite capable, Watergate, you actually caught the living mouth. Yan Chen on the side said with a smile. It's that this Rain Ninja is too weak. Watergate is very modest. Then several ninjas escorted two Rain Ninjas towards Tsunade, so that Konoha's people captured 5 Rain Ninjas in the battle just now. The Konoha ninjas tied up all 5 Rain Ninjas, formed a circle, and waited for Tsunade to send them down. Call the people of the Uchiha family and use illusion to ask me what their purpose is? Tsunade looked coldly at the 5 Yunin who were bound, and said lightly, yes. A Konoha ninja took the order, and soon walked out of a ninja of the Uchiha family. He nodded to Tsunade, then walked over to the 5 captured Rain Ninjas and looked at one of them. Illusion, Sherinan. His eyes opened, and his dark eyes suddenly turned scarlet, and a gujad on his eyes was slowly rotating. The facial expression of the Yushinobu who was being watched by the eyes of the chakra began to relax. Illusion Yin Chen, who was not far away, sighed in his heart. After his previous battle with the Rain Ninja, he found that this illusion seemed to be his weakness, although the visual illusion technique can also be cracked by strong tracking nose, but like this hypnotic or stronger such as Uchiha attack as moon reading, he may be completely on the way, and he must find a way to restrain this. Tell me what your purpose is? At this time, the people of the Uchiha family seemed to have completely hypnotized this Yunin, and he began to inquire about the purpose of Yunin. Yurin opened his mouth, but did not spit out half a word, and then his body began to tremble inexplicably. Shouldn't that be the reaction? The member of the Uchiha family said suspiciously, a little strange about the reaction of Yushinobu in front of him. There's something wrong with this. The words on the side blurted out directly. Oops, something is wrong, get out of the way. Seeing this, Tsunade also reacted immediately and roared loudly. But it was too late, and the Rain Ninja who was controlled by the Sherinan was like a time bomb, and immediately exploded, and this sudden explosion spewed out a huge tongue of fire, engulfing the other 4 Rain Ninjas, together with the ninja of the Uchiha family in front of him. Yan Chen couldn't help but frown. These Rain Ninjas were indeed a little perverted to their subordinates like this, but he didn't agree with Tsunade's latter sentence. If he wanted to be ruthless to his own people, who could compare to the elder Shimura Danzo of Konoha village? So what now, Tsunade-sama? A Konoha ninja asked. Being so guarded against my own people, I know what the result is even if I don't have to investigate. Tsunade said solemnly, the man named Lan Ran is right, there must be an ambush in the valley ahead. Poof. When he heard Tsunade read the name of Lan Ran, Yin Chen couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. This brutal sense of discord really made him endure. What are you laughing at? Tsunade asked as he looked at Yan Chen suspiciously. Yan Chen hurriedly shook his head. It's nothing. Then Tsunade-sama, what are you going to do? Now that we know that the other party has an ambush, we can't act easily, but in this way, the Rain Ninja will continue to harass, and we will always be in a passive state. Tsunade narrowed his eyes, and a look of thought flashed in his eyes. In that case, then send a few ninjas to the valley ahead to investigate the situation. In that case, then count me in. Yan Chen had already guessed that Tsunade would definitely do this next, so he immediately replied, it is said that the leader of Yuyan now is Kakuto, maybe he is also in the valley, it just so happens that the system has a task to kill him, last time because of Xiao Nan by her side for fear of affecting her, now if possible, just complete this task by the way. You? Tsunade raised his eyebrows, a little strange at Yan Chen's volunteering. Didn't you still reject going to the battlefield just now? One moment after another, Yan Chen gave a very rounded answer. Then I'll go too. Seeing that Yan Chen was going, Watergate on the side also immediately volunteered to go too. After all, as the leader of Konoha's younger generation, the two of them invisibly formed a competitive relationship, so Watergate wanted to compete with Yan Chen no matter what he did. Yan Chen frowned. If only he and other Konoha ninjas went, he could have no scruples, but Watergate was also his friend, and if he went with him, he would probably be tied up. Very good, your volunteering spirit is commendable. It seems that the two of you are used to the wind and rain on the battlefield. Tsunade was very satisfied with the performance of the two. She nodded and said, but the person who goes to perform this task must have a good reconnaissance ninjutsu to obtain intelligence, and a powerful teleportation technique, so that when discovered, you can escape smoothly. These two abilities are the most important. Do you have confidence in yourself? I have. After thinking for a while, Watergate said solemnly, without the slightest hesitation on his face. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. she was relieved by her strong self-confidence. If a ninja did not even have the confidence to carry out the mission, then I am afraid that the mission was probably over. After getting Watergate's answer, Tsunade turned to look at Yanchen again. That Yanchen? I'll forget it. Yanchen shook his head. These two are too difficult, so I won't go this time. Ha! This was unexpected. Tsunade was very surprised. It was you who was going, and it was you who was not going. What kind of trouble was going to be? Weren't you going just now? How did you repent? Tsunade asked with a frown. It's not remorse, it's just that Tsunade-sama said that I didn't meet the conditions, and I'm really ashamed, so I didn't go. Yanchen said cheekily. This is another moment. You! Tsunade had a scowl on his face, but he didn't know what to say. He said this himself. It was nothing more than to give the two of them confidence, who knew that this kid actually climbed along the pole and didn't go directly. But she thought about it carefully. Yanchen was not wrong to say this. She still only found that he had powerful physical skills, but it did not mean that his detection ninjutsu and teleportation skills were very powerful, and it was still very dangerous to go rashly. After thinking about it for a while, Tsunade finally nodded. What you said is not unreasonable. Since this is the case, the reconnaissance team obeys orders. As soon as she said this, 3 people stood up. Yanchen looked at it, and found that these 3 ninjas were not simple. One of them was a person from the Uchiha clan, one was a person from the Hyuga clan, and the other was a person from the Oil Woman clan. I have to say that this combination of 2 eyes and 1 worm is indeed very suitable for detecting the enemy. Take your squad, as well as the Wave Feng Shui Gate, and go to the valley ahead to collect intelligence. Tsunade continued. Yes. The 3 answered without any hesitation. Yanchen, I'm leaving. Watergate originally wanted to fight side by side with Yanchen, but this guy actually released his pigeon, and at the moment he could only say hello to Yanchen depressively and follow behind the reconnaissance team. Be careful, Yanchen replied with a smile. Therefore, several members of the reconnaissance team took advantage of the night to deliberately choose a path towards the valley ahead. After watching the reconnaissance team leave, Tsunade spoke again. Now everyone concentrate on guard, wait for that rain ninja will definitely come to harass again. Saying that, she sighed and looked up at the gloomy sky. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Just as Tsunade sighed, Yanchen had quietly left the sight of this group of rain ninjas, and he walked towards the sparsely populated building and came to an abandoned building. I should be ready too, he whispered to himself, and then took out the blue dye, that is, the puppet of the silly village. It seems that you will be my second identity in the future. Yanchen patted the puppet and said, and then put it on. Now, go check it out. He chuckled, walked out of the building, and took out a bamboo dragonfly and put it on his head, and the whole person immediately flew upward. At this time, in the reconnaissance team, the people of the Hyuga clan ran at the front, the people of the Uchiha and the Oil Girl clan were scattered on both sides, and the Watergate was in the middle of the team. At this time, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan have been opening their blood succession limit from beginning to end, and the person of the Oil Girl clan has also released the parasite to detect the surrounding situation. The leaders of the 3 reconnaissance teams discovered the situation almost at the same time. Where is the man? Seeing the 3 of them speaking in unison, Watergate hurriedly asked. He's above us. The people of the Hyuga clan raised their heads and stared at the sky with a pair of white eyes. Everyone get ready for battle. This person is likely to come badly. He seems to be approaching us. A trace of nervousness flashed in the eyes of the person of the Oil Woman clan under the sunglasses, and then he said to himself, I'll subdue him first. The secret technique, the insect prison technique. Hearing him say this, the other ninjas also looked up at the sky, but now it was late at night, and it was the bad weather before the storm. They naturally couldn't see any clues. Only the 3 leaders of this reconnaissance team knew what the situation was. Very good, it seems that he has been restrained. The people of the Oil Woman clan suddenly spoke with joy. It seems that this is the case. The people of the Hyuga clan also said in admiration. His white eyes were paying close attention to the situation in the sky above. And the Watergate also raised its head to look at the gloomy sky. At this time, suddenly a fire burst above them, and then this spark quickly scattered, like fireworks. What happened? It looks pretty good. A Konoha ninja couldn't help but marvel at the fireworks in the sky. Pretty fart. The face of the people of the Oil Woman clan was as black as char. That guy blew up all louds as parasites. The crowd was speechless. The man is close. At this time, the people of the Hyuga clan suddenly looked at the sky and exclaimed. Everyone hurriedly and nervously prepared, some with their hands in their hands, others with their hands on their chests, ready to make prints at any time. The Watergate also looked solemnly above, where a black dot was slowly descending downward. It's up to the attack range, everyone is on board. The people of the Uchiha clan roared. So all kinds of tricks, secret techniques, kunao, shurikens blasted towards the figure in the air, but I saw that the person did not move in the face of a large wave of attacks, nor did he use ninjutsu to resist, but just when these ninjutsu were about to hit him, his body suddenly disappeared, and then appeared again a few meters below. What a powerful instantaneous technique! The people of the Oil Woman clan exclaimed. Seeing that the incoming person had evaded all their ninjutsu so easily, the members of Konoha's reconnaissance team were cast a shadow in their hearts. It seemed that this person was strong, if not good. I am afraid that there would be a vicious battle. Then, under the gaze of all, the man was settled on the ground in front of them. I said, "You have to be so tight, we just met once, and then forgot me?" The man slowly walked up to them, and it was only then that the Konoha ninjas could see his appearance. He is the once inexplicable ninja of Yuin village, a guy who calls himself Blue Dye. Are you? The people of the Hyaga clan spoke, and there was some surprise in their tone. Uncle, seeing that the person who came was Yan Chen, Bofeng Shaman exclaimed with a look of surprise. What are you doing? I let you go once in that village just now, do you still want to come to find death? The people of the Uchiha clan threatened viciously. He was already a little dissatisfied with Tsunade letting this person go, but now seeing him appear in front of him again, he was naturally unwilling. Yan Chen smiled and waved his hand, and then took a few steps forward. I don't want to look for death, besides, even if I want to die. Before he finished speaking, a ku suddenly appeared in his hand, and with a wave of his hand, this ku was shot out like lightning, and the target was the person of the Uchiha clan closest to him. Everyone present didn't react at all, and this path was already bitter for a moment, but in the end, when it was about to stab this person of the Uchiha clan, it stopped immediately like a sharp break. All this happened too quickly, but there are already people who have walked on the line of life and death. The people of the Uchiha clan looked at the Kuwu in front of them. Their backs had already been invaded by cold sweat, and his chakra eyes were always open, but they still couldn't capture the flight trajectory of this Kuwu at all. Everything was too fast. However, compared to being surprised by the speed of this Kuwu terror, the other ninjas were even more surprised by the current state of Kuwu, and at this time, it was hovering straight in front of this person of the Uchiha clan, only a centimeter away from the eyes of the person of the Uchiha clan. It seems that even if I want to die, I'm afraid you won't have the ability to do anything to me, Yan Chen said lightly, and in an instant he completely controlled the situation. The people of the Uchiha clan only felt that their scalps were numb, and anyone who suffered from this situation would probably be very uncomfortable, and a suffering that could kill him at any time was in front of him, and he did not dare to make any moves. Release him soon. The other ninjas shouted one after another, and anyone with discerning eyes could see that this hanging bitterness was not controlled by this person called Lanran, and they did not dare to act rashly. Don't worry, if you don't move, I won't move. Everyone thinks peace is precious, Yan Chen said with a smile. All the Konoha ninjas were embarrassed, and they all put their suffering in front of others, and actually said that peace is precious, and they didn't see where there was peace at all. I'm here to kindly remind you that if something unexpected happens in the valley later, don't make a mess and run away immediately, understand? Yan Chen continued. All Konoha ninjas, you look at me and I look at you. After hesitating for a moment, the people of the Hyaga clan asked, why should we listen to you? Yan Chen waved his hand indifferently. I don't care if you listen to me, that yellow-haired boy, do you hear clearly? Watergate pointed to himself and surprised me. Yes, that's you. Yan Chen nodded. If he goes to the valley, he will inevitably turn into a demolition maniac. It will not be good to hurt the Watergate at that time. As for the other Konoha ninjas, he has already reminded them, and it is none of his business if he does not do so. Be sure to take my words to heart. Yan Chen continued to instruct Watergate and said. Watergate nodded. Uncle, you saved my life, I believe in you, I will do as you are told. That's like words. Yan Chen threw a sentence, his mind moved, and the kuwa that was suspended in front of the eyes of the people of the Uchiha clan suddenly moved again, and it circled back to Yan Chen's side again, and Yan Chen waved his left hand and put it into a four-dimensional pocket. The people of the Uchiha clan finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the murder weapon that could kill at any time had finally disappeared. Goodbye everyone, I hope that the next time we meet again, you will be alive and well. Yan Chen laughed, and then put the bamboo dragonfly on his head again. His body soared, flew upward, and disappeared into the night sky in a blink of an eye. You can actually fly directly without the help of psychic beasts. What is the origin of this person? The people of the Hyaga clan were surprised. It doesn't matter who divine he is, but what he said before, said the man of the Oil Lady clan hesitantly. We can't tell the truth of this person's words at all, let's talk about it at that time. By the way, Uchiha Akira, what do you think of what the man said? The Hyaga clan asked. The guy known as Uchiha Akira was still immersed in the fact that he was almost killed by words, and without coming to his senses, he was panting heavily to calm his mood. I don't think that uncle will lie to us, it's better to believe him, the wave Feng Shui Gate on the side said categorically. Everyone looked at Watergate with suspicion in their eyes. At this time, under the cover of night, Yan Chen was slowly flying towards the valley ahead. After about 20 minutes, Yan Chen finally arrived in front of this valley. He descended slowly and hid in a thick patch of grass. So that's the case, this place is very suitable for ambush, Yan Chen said slowly as he looked at the valley in front of him. The hills in this valley are constantly leaning together, but in the middle of this hill there is a straight road, like a sharp blade splitting the hills on both sides. If the Konoha ninja is really led to the road under the valley, and then there are other ninjas in ambush on the mountain, the consequences may be really unimaginable. Yan Chen used a strong tracking nose to sniff in the air, and sure enough, he found that there were many people in front of him, and it was the same turbid smell of mud and sand before, and it seemed that the people of Cheyenne were indeed ambushing in front. Judging from their taste, it feels like there are a large number of people. I'm afraid the defense will be very strict. Now my identity is a rain ninja. Since that's the case, just pretend to be their person. Yan Chen thought to himself, but in order to make them believe me, I still have to use props, although I really don't want to use this. After some thought, Yan Chen painstakingly took out the mouth-sweetening lipstick from his four-dimensional pocket, and after applying the lipstick to his lips, he burrowed into the puppet, which showed no traces from the appearance. I didn't expect the puppet to have this effect, Yan Chen said with a smile, and then swaggered out of the grass and headed towards the valley ahead. He walked all the way like this. The surroundings were very calm, just like an ordinary wilderness, if it weren't for Yan Chen's feeling that all around him were thick and different. I'm afraid I would think that this is a plain place. Shaking from the ground, it felt like someone was approaching, but it seems that there is only one person. In the darkness, a man suddenly spoke, his voice a little shrill and thin. Since there is only one person, let's practice his hands first and see if the moves we specifically use to deal with Tsunade will work. Another voice came. No problem, let me do it first, psychic art. There was a shrill voice that the man said again, and froze. Underground, there seems to be another smell, and just as Yan Chen was about to approach the valley, he smelled an unusual smell. At this moment, suddenly the ground a few meters ahead began to shake, followed by the cracking of the ground, and then a golden creature emerged from the ground. This thing looks like a pangolin, but its body is much larger than a normal pangolin, and it is even about the same size as Yan Chen. Under the airtight leather armor, its pair of green eyes stared at Yan Chen motionlessly, and there was a strange look in its eyes. Such a huge pangolin, it seems that it should be a psychic beast. Yan Chen secretly analyzed that psychic beasts as ninjas' combat partners. They have a wide variety of types, combat effectiveness is also strong and weak, and there are also depending on the strength of the psychic beast owner, such as Uchiha Blob can use the Nine Tails as a psychic beast, weak like Kakashi's psychic dog. The combat power in the Nine Tails have dropped several notches. However, Yan Chen really did not expect that the first battle he came here was actually to fight with psychic beasts. Whoosh! This huge pangolin let out an angry roar, rushing towards Yan Chen. It raised its front paws, and there was actually a sharp blade on the claw. I was afraid that if it was caught by this claw, the whole person would be cut into pieces in an instant. Yan Chen was also heavy and calm at the moment. He stepped on his feet, suddenly jumped several meters high, dodged the pangolin's claw strike, and at the same time waved his left hand, shooting several detonating talisman paper shurikens at it. The pangolin saw that a blow could not be hit, and several detonation charms flew towards it, and immediately twisted its body, shaking its thick tail to fan these paper shurikens away, only to hear a boom, and the paper shuriken immediately exploded when it touched its tail, stirring up a spark. The pangolin wailed, but its huge body deftly took 2 steps back to avoid the impact of the explosion, but although its body was not blown up, its tail had been completely blown off. Beast, now you know it hurts. Yan Chen looked at the pangolin in front of him and said with a smile. The pangolin turned its head, a pair of eyes looked at Yan Chen with resentment, and a whining sound came out of its mouth. It seemed that it was unable to speak human language so far. Don't stare, even if you keep staring at me like this, I won't lose half a hair. Yan Chen continued to laugh at this and said. The pangolin obviously understood Yan Chen's language, and it exhaled angrily, and then its body quickly curled up in a ball, rolling on the ground like a wheel and crashing towards Yan Chen. Since you want to die so much, then I might as well give you a ride. Yan Chen said coldly. He naturally wouldn't let this guy get close again, and several paper shurikens suddenly appeared in his hand, and he was about to completely blow up the psychic beast in front of him to smithereens. Is there still an ambush? Yan Chen's eyes showed a solemn look, and his mind moved, and he teleported, avoiding the slashes of these 2 big knives. Only listening to the clang, the 2 large knives collided together, making a sharp sound. Seeing that this move did not hit, then the 2 knives quickly separated and sank into the ground again. And just when the 2 knives sank to the ground, the clump of pangolins was like a large cannonball straight towards Yan Chen. Its armor covered the body, rotating at high speed on the ground. The power of this blow can definitely directly smash the rock. Trouble! Yan Chen snorted lowly, and the teleported body disappeared again before it hit the ground, and the pangolin bombarded it again. But just as Yan Chen landed, the 2 big knives seemed to have been waiting in place for a long time, and they appeared from the ground again and slashed towards Yan Chen. It's a good fit. Yan Chen's mind flashed such a thought, and his mind silently teleported, and his body turned into a streamer again, avoiding the attack of the big knife. After the rotating pangolin saw that the impact failed, its tire-like body turned a corner on the ground and turned back into the field again. Ugh! After disappearing, Yan Chen's body reappeared a few meters away, and at this time, he had already used 3 teleportation superpowers in a row, and his mental power was a little strenuous. I'd rather see what's weird beneath the ground, Yan Chen said secretly in his heart, and after closing his eyes, he suddenly opened them again, and immediately turned on the superpower of perspective and swept towards the ground. It's a big deal. Yan Chen clearly saw that under the surface of this not hard dirt, there was a ninja hiding not far from him. This ninja was wearing a gray robe, wearing a sand ninja forehead, his face was serious, and his hands were raised in front of his chest and constantly fiddling. And at the tip of the finger of this sand ninja, there are blue chakra thin lines extending to the ground not far below Yan Chen's body, where there is a humanoid puppet of about 2 meters. This humanoid puppet has no hands, but 2 huge slashing knives. At this time this human puppet is constantly swimming in the dirt, swimming towards the bottom of Yan Chen's location. Not only that, not far behind the grey-robed sand ninja, there is another sand ninja. He has a seal with one hand, and the other hand is touching the ground. It seems that through the hand and sensing every move on the ground, if Yan Chen is not mistaken, the pangolin should be his psychic beast. It turns out that one ninja is responsible for sensing psychic beasts to attack on the surface and use them to attract firepower, while the other ninja is a puppeteer who hides the puppet underground. Plus these two people are also hiding underground, and it is really difficult for ordinary ninjas to find them. Yan Chen secretly analyzed that such an attack party is complete and unexpected. If the person being attacked does not pay attention, I am afraid that he will be directly cut into two by the sudden big knife. Even if he dodges the big knife and the pangolin's collision attack, even if these two moves are avoided, they will be plunged into a passive combat situation. After all, even the shadow of the opponent's ninja cannot be seen, and it is even more difficult to win. But now that Yan Chen has used perspective to see through all this, then there is nothing to worry about. His body moved, and after a move, he fell to the ground again. And just when Yan Chen's toes had just touched the ground, the humanoid puppet had already swam under the ground of his body, and 2 large knives burst out from the ground again. As far as the dust is concerned, this time it is not evasive, and a bitter nothing has appeared in the left hand. Accelerate! Yan Chen's heart moved, and the bitterness in his hand came out, and it suddenly turned into a flash of light, and after breaking the air, it quietly disappeared into the ground. And the 2 decapitation knives also swung to Yan Chen's ears, and even cut off a few of his hair. But when they saw that they were about to be cut, these 2 big knives stopped abruptly, and everything stopped again. Got one, Yan Chen said indifferently. When the pangolin saw the 2 big knives stop there, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes, and then he stared at Yan Chen with a hateful face, and his body curled up again, ready to attack Yan Chen. Do you still want to come? Yan Chen said coldly, if I kill that puppet ninja, I will be able to kill you too. He obviously said this to another person below the ground to perceive the ninja, and this was obviously very useful. The pangolin's curled body also immediately stretched out. It seems that the ninja gave the order to stop the attack. A moment later, another ninja finally emerged from the soil. He looked gray, looking at Yan Chen's eyes full of fear. If you come out early, you won't have so many things. Yan Chen stared at him and said with a smile. At this time, many ninjas appeared in the valley ahead, including the people of Sand Hidden and the ninjas of Yuyin, who were rushing towards the location of Yan Chen at this time, and it seemed that they were coming to support. Seeing his support coming, the Sand Ninja finally had the confidence. He pointed to the dust, and said viciously, you killed our people, prepare to pay for it. Soon the ninjas who followed also arrived and surrounded the Yan Chen group in the center. Yan Chen smiled and did not speak. Pay for life? Is this a joke? Silly village, are you actually alive? Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, and Yan Chen turned his head to see that among the ninjas who surrounded him, they actually wanted the Scarface Rain Ninja from the stronghold last time. Just in time, Yan Chen said secretly in his heart, but he nodded and said to the Scarface Ninja, that's right, I'm still alive, and I knew what was going on in that stronghold last time, and this time I also brought more important intelligence. You talk nonsense, you killed our people as soon as you came, what else to talk about sending intelligence? The ninja said viciously. You! In the face of Yan Chen's words, the Sand Ninja was immediately dumbfounded, not knowing how to refute it. Yan Chen smiled, turned his head to look at the Scarface, and asked, do you think I'm right, boss? Scarface Yoshinobu was already shocked in his heart when he heard that Yan Chen actually killed one of these 2 ninjas. He had seen these 2 ninjas demonstrate their attack methods. The means were sharp and very cruel. The strength of these 2 people together cannot be described as strong, and now he was actually killed by this stupid village that has always seemed very clumsy. When did he become so powerful? Scarface is a very good person who knows the wind rudder, and it is precisely because of his kung fu that he can be sent to manage a stronghold at the level of a medium ninja, and now he sees that the dust is already so powerful, coupled with the influence of lipstick that makes people sweet, his horse fart kung fu is immediately revealed. Mizumura is right. It's your Sand Ninja who started attacking others indiscriminately. This is no wonder him. If you want to blame you Sand Ninja for attacking indiscriminately. You must know that we are now in an alliance with you. You don't treat your allies well, and you attack first, and now it's even more backwards. Scar fiercely defended Yan Chen. Water Village? So this unlucky bastard I disguised is called this? Yan Chen laughed secretly. So what? Who told him to suddenly appear in the place where we lured the Konoha ninja? We are defending this place, but there is an order from Lord Umi Lao Zhang. It was your rain ninjas who broke in rashly. Of course we will attack. The Sand Ninja who used psychic beasts retorted. Yes, it was your rain ninja who was at fault first. This rain ninja must pay for his life. The other sand ninjas present said one after another, of course, they supported the people of their own country. Hai Lao Zhang? Sand hide? It seems that it is right, they should be talking about Chou's mother-in-law's younger brother, the Seold Zhou, who is good at making suggestions. Yan Chen heard the words of the sand ninja and analyzed, but the situation in front of me is because I caused a conflict between the rain ninja and the sand ninja, so I will make good use of it. Your Cheyenne village took the initiative to attack first, and now it makes sense? Is it really good to bully us as rain ninjas? Yan Chen clapped his hands, and then shouted at the rain ninja present, fellow ninjas of the rain country, can we bear this breath? Yan Chen's words were impassioned, coupled with the lipstick that makes people sweet have always played a magical hypnotic effect. As soon as he said this, the rain ninjas present were also excited. Yes. Since the alliance was formed, the people of Cheyenne have always deceived people too much. It's obviously an alliance, why do you dominate? Now they dare to bully us, we must fight to the end. At the moment, the rain ninjas expressed their determination to stand in the dust, and the two sides immediately tensed their sabers. It seems that there are already many contradictions between the rain ninja and the sand ninja, and I'm just a fuse. Yan Chen, she said, now that the situation has been stirred up, I will play the role of my fuse. He waved his hand and said loudly, in that case, our brothers of the rain ninja should no longer be angry with these sand ninjas, no need to talk nonsense with them, and the battle will be painful. Good. Yan Chen's words received a strong response from all the rain ninjas present on the second floor, and they shouted and began to spontaneously gather together and pull up a front. Wait a minute, have you guys forgotten the treaty with a Shahide? A sand ninja said so. Now the land of rain is in war, so the discipline of the rain ninja here is much weaker than that of the sand ninja, and the sand ninja is not seduced by the sweet lipstick of Yan Chen, and can still restrain his angry impulse. But even so, the sand ninja began to run to the other side, ready to fight at any time in case the rain ninja suddenly attacked. I don't see that the discipline of the sand ninja is quite strong. Yan Chen sneered, and then his voice became cold, then let's see if you will be disciplined. As he spoke, he took advantage of the fact that all the ninjas were busy gathering together and not paying attention, and used his mind to control the kunai that he had shot into the ground. I saw that under the ground, the kunai was inserted into the head of the puppeteer before, and the puppeteer still maintained the serious combat expression before death. It seemed that this dart was too fast, so that he was directly pierced through the brain without noticing it. The kuwu who was driven by the thoughts of the words and dust began to tremble and come out of the puppeteer's head, and then the kuwu tip turned and flew out towards the ground. So this kuwu that suddenly emerged from the ground was directly launched by Yan Dust into the center of the sand ninja, and directly stabbed into the neck of a rain ninja. All this came too quickly, and before the sand ninja could react, one of their companions trembled and fell down unwillingly. Where did the kunai ejaculate? Must be these damn rain ninjas. At the moment, the sand ninja roared madly, and the dart of Yan Chen completely ignited the war between the ninjas of the land of rain and the land of wind, and the sand ninja could no longer restrain his anger, and he didn't care about any discipline at the moment. Everyone on! Rush! Both sides shouted loudly, rushing towards each other's centaurs, and suddenly shouted that the killing sound was shocking, and all the ninjutsu that they looked at their families were used. From long-range ninjutsu to melee physical skills, the two sides killed each other. As for the dust, before all this happened, he used a few teleportations to a relatively distant place, and began to quietly watch this battle. Of course, occasionally a few sand ninjas who did not have long eyes saw that he was idle and no one made a move with him, so they took the initiative to attack him, but they were either directly stabbed to death by kuwu, or they were directly blown up by paper shurikens, not even a sand ninja close to him, and over time, no sand ninja dared to take the initiative to provoke Yan Chen. Sure enough, it's the most comfortable to watch the battle, how boring it is to fight and kill. Yan Chen looked at the chaotic scene in front of him and said with a smile, "Stop me." At this moment, a voice like a flood bell sounded. Yan Chen frowned. In the distance, a person was rushing towards the side. He was nearly 2 meters tall, and his emerald green eyes were exactly the horns that had rubbed with Yan Chen before. The leader here is indeed him. A thought flashed in Yan Chen's heart. However, the rain ninjas and sand ninjas, who are now fighting fiercely, do not notice the approaching Kakuto, and under the effect of the sweet lipstick, most of the rain ninja turn a deaf ear to Kakuto's orders. Disobedient, huh? Well, let's go to hell together. Jiaoda cursed, his face was bruised, and then he froze. Fire, head hard. Saying that, he opened his mouth, and thick fiery flames erupted from his mouth, turning into a sea of blood, and actually rushed directly and indiscriminately towards the rain ninja and the sand ninja. Under this blow, the ninja located in the center of the battlefield bore the brunt of the attack, and suddenly wailed all over the field. They had no power to resist in this high temperature, and instantly turned into a lot of white bones. The other ninjas also reacted when they saw that the people around them were directly burned to ashes, and immediately retreated, dodging this powerful ninjutsu, and under the threat of death, the hypnotic effect of the lipstick on their mouths was also lifted, and they finally honestly obeyed Kakuto's order and quieted down. After this fire, the Rain Ninja and the Sand Ninja stood on the sides again, confronting each other, and between them were the flames that had not been completely extinguished and the corpses of their companions. "It's really quiet now," Kakuto said to those present with a gloomy face. Yan Chen looked at it and found that this guy in Jiaodo had actually been removed from his original Takiyin village logo, and instead wore the guard of Yuyin village. It seems that this guy has even abandoned his original village after becoming the leader here, but this is also quite in line with his current situation. After all, this guy is an S-class rebel. "You are just a leader of the Yuyin village, you dare to do this to our shinobu of Suna, you guy," one of the ninjas of the sand-hidden ninja pointed at the horn and said tremblingly. "Fine death." Kakuto snorted coldly at the accusations of the sand ninja. A large number of black tentacles suddenly appeared in his abdomen, rushing towards the grumbling sand ninja. In a blink of an eye, those black tentacles all submerged into the body of the sand ninja. The expression of the sand ninja immediately showed pain. 3 seconds later, only listening to him scream, his chest cavity was actually forced to open a big hole. Those black tentacles wrapped around the sand ninja's bloody heart was directly broken through the chest cavity and rushed out. The scene was immediately quiet to the extreme. Those sand-hidden fears were even stronger. No one dared to say a word, and the ninjas of Yuyin hid a kind of numbness while fearing. It seemed that they were already tyrannical in Kakuto. What the hell is going on? The heart was thrown to the ground casually, his eyes swept over the ninjas, and he spoke coldly. The ninjas were silent and did not dare to speak up. Kakuto saw that no one made a sound, and he pointed at one of the rain ninjas in the field. "You said, yes, yes." The ninja named by Kakuto was none other than Scarface Yoshinobu. He nodded again and again, stood up, and said, "Yes, it is our Yuya ninja that someone came back, but was attacked by their shinobi of Sandhide. He forced him to fight back and kill one of them, and as a result, the ninja of Sandyan was not convinced, and we fought. A sand ninja heard Scarman say this and was about to retort, but he suddenly remembered the death of his companion before, and his voice immediately fell silent. Back? Who do you say is back?" Kakuto asked with a frown. The scar-faced man hurriedly said, "It was my subordinate before. I thought he was dead, but I didn't expect it. It's me." Yan Chen stood up and said lightly, "You?" Kakuto turned around and looked Yan Chen up and down, but for the person in front of him, Kakuto had no impression. Since he was an insignificant guy, it was not impossible to kill him and appease the anger of the sand ninja. "Who did you kill the sand ninja? Ready for the enlightenment of life?" Kakuto said coldly. Yan Chen only felt funny. This guy in Jiaoda directly killed more than a dozen ninjas soon as he came, and now he actually wants others to pay for their lives. It is really ridiculous. This double standard is really very good. However, now is not the time to turn heads with him. The Rain Ninja and Sand Ninja here are probably listening to Kakuto's orders, and it is not a good idea to tear their faces now. "I killed a puppeteer who was hiding under the ground and was about to assassinate me," Yan Chen said in a non-hurried tone. Puppeteer hiding underground. A hint of surprise flashed in Kakuto's eyes. He knew that the combination of the two sand ninjas hidden underground was a move that Kai Lozo specifically used to deal with Tsunade, but it was broken by this plain-looking young man. How did he not find that he had such powerful subordinates before? After some surprise, Jiaodu's eyes were cold. "In that case, let's pay for your life." His left hand flew out with the black tentacle and grabbed towards Yan Chen, targeting Yan Chen's heart. How could it be that simple? Yan Chen's body retreated directly, and a paper shuriken was emitted in his hand, and the paper shuriken turned into white light, and immediately shot towards the flying hand of Kakuto. "Humph!" Kakuto snorted coldly, and the arm that flew out twisted into a strange shape under the control of the black tentacle, and Kanken dodged the attack of the paper shuriken and continued to grab towards Yan Chen. "Die!" Kakuto laughed viciously. His original intention was only to test Yan Chen. If Yan Chen could survive, it would show that he really had the strength to kill those two sand ninjas. If he died, that's what he deserved. "I think it's too early for me to die." Yan Chen chuckled. For Kakuto's flying claws, he didn't dodge, and he didn't even use teleportation. There are quirks. For Yan Chen's reaction, the horns who had already lived into human essences quickly reacted that something was wrong, and he looked at everything in front of him carefully, trying to find out what he had overlooked. So this is not an ordinary shuriken, but a detonation charm. Kakuto had already sensed the clue of the matter in an instant. The speed of this shuriken was faster than the speed of his flying claws, so it was he who was finished in a stalemate, bombarded by the detonation charm. Although he could not die, but he would also be seriously injured. Therefore, Yan Chen's body did not move, but the horns moved first. He stepped on his feet, immediately jumped high, and dodged the attack of the paper shuriken, and he had no time to control his flying claws, so he could only take it back first. "Is it seen?" Yan Chen looked at the horn in the air and smiled. "But it's not over yet." As he spoke, the flying paper shuriken suddenly turned into two, and then the two paper shurikens turned their heads strangely upwards in the air and continued to attack the horns. How is it possible? It is actually possible to change the direction of flight without human control. A look of shock flashed in Kakuto's eyes, and his left hand grew back at this time. Water escape, waterfall. Jiaodu's hands were sealed, and a huge stream of water suddenly erupted directly from his mouth, and this current was like a fishing net, completely covering everything under his body. The ninjas standing below only felt that a wide waterfall rushed downward, and even if they stood on the side, they dodged in horror, and the coverage of this move was really amazing. This guy Kakito, no matter what ninjutsu power, is so huge. Even Yan Chen couldn't help but sigh. Whether it was the head heart or the waterfall in front of him, it could be called a ninjutsu that easily destroyed everything. The two paper shurikens thrown by the dust also exploded directly when they were hit by the water flow, but in front of this huge water flow, the power of this explosion only stirred up 2 splashes in this ninjutsu waterfall. Subsequently, the waterfall continued to blast towards Yanshin after the explosion that extinguished the paper shuriken. Just listening to the bang, a steady stream of huge water directly bombarded the ground, stirring up a large amount of rubble. The waterfall continued to fall, but there was no shadow of Yanshin. Finished off. A hint of ninjutsu flashed in Kakito's eyes, and the ninjutsu that the guy just now could reverse the direction of the paper shuriken. I hope that under this tide, his heart can remain intact, so that I can have strange ninjutsu. Just when Jiaodu already thought that Jowen would die, a whirlpool mysteriously appeared in the water that covered the ground, and then a kunao shot out from this whirlpool. This kuwu is not a star and a half faster than the paper shuriken launched before. It stepped on the sound of breaking the air, and the target was officially Kakito's head. Kakito was taken aback. This sudden appearance of kuwu made his heart tremble. Such a terrifying speed. Even if he didn't even have time to turn his head to dodge, the black tentacles on the side of Kakito's body immediately all burst out. With the help of this powerful momentum of the black tentacles, Kakito forcibly changed his body position, making him slightly move a few centimeters to the left. And it was these few centimeters that made Jiaodu pass by death. This bitter nothing like a hurricane did not enter Jiaodu's left shoulder, only to hear a bang. Jiaodu's left shoulder and left chest were directly blasted out of a big hole. Bastard! Kakito cursed lowly. His body quickly retreated, and his left arm and the black tentacle on it fell to the ground, still trembling desperately. The water on the ground dispersed, revealing a somewhat tired Yanshin. He just used a lot of his own mental power in that move. Considering that the horns have 5 hearts, a direct headshot is the most trouble-saving method. Under the surface of the water, Yanshin first confirmed the location of the horns with perspective, and then used most of the mental power to control the kuwu shot. Did not think about the horns but still dodged this move. If it were other ninjas, even if they dodged Yanshin's move, but their left chest was destroyed, their hearts would no longer exist, and they would probably die on the spot. But this time, the opponent was Kakito, and under this blow, Yanshin did not succeed. And the surrounding ninjas were immediately stunned. Between the two in front of them, unexpectedly, the scene was that the horns were stabilized, and even now the horns were directly smashed to the left chest. And what surprised them even more was that the horns were so badly damaged but still alive, and they didn't look like they were going to die at all. "You're actually not dead yet," Yanshin said slowly as he looked at Kakito in front of him. He now wanted to pretend to not know the secrets of Kakito ninjutsu, so that Kakito let his guard down, not be guarded, and make his next battle easier. Awesome fellow. The horns fell steadily to the ground, and at this time his left chest was slowly dripping black liquid down. It seemed that this should be his blood. Then, black tentacles appeared again in his hollow place, and these black tentacles were woven together to form new flesh and blood, and the severed left arm also emerged from long black tentacles and reconnected to his body. Just half a minute later, Kakito regained his left arm, but there was still a black hole in his left chest, which seemed to be ready to continue to do something. "I am very satisfied with your strength, whether you are willing to continue to be my subordinate." Jiaodu looked at Yanshin in front of him and said coldly, "If you don't want to, then I will start killing you with all my strength, and use your heart to make up for my loss." Yanshin calmly looked at the Kakito in front of him. Jiaodu's words were right. He has not yet used those mask monsters. Each different attribute mask monster can cooperate with each other to produce a variety of powerful ninjutsu, and the strength will increase by not a little. Yanshin looked at the Kakito in front of him indifferently. Kakito's words were right. His current 5 mask monsters have not yet been used. Each different attribute mask monster can be combined with a variety of powerful ninjutsu, and then the strength will be greatly increased. "Okay, I'll be your guard." After some thought, Yanshin agreed to Kakito's request. After all, he still wanted to investigate the bottom of the Sand Ninja and the Rain Ninja in this trip, and as for the matter of killing Kakito, it was better to put it at the end before executing. "Wise decision. I will not take your heart for the time being," Kakito said with a grin, but he had a thin black thread sewn on his mouth, and this smile was really uglier than crying. "Now I'll pick a random heart and use it first." Kakito's smile disappeared immediately, and with a cold face, he quietly swept around the ninjas. "Okay, it's up to you." Kakito's gaze was finally locked on a rainy ninja. "Spare your life, Lord Kakito." The rain ninja saw that Kakito locked himself, and immediately knelt down to Kakito and begged for mercy. "What nonsense, it's your honor to be my heart." Kakito grinned again, with endless killing intent in his tone. "Ugh!" The rain ninja shouted maniacally, and no longer knelt to beg for mercy, but turned around, pulled out his legs and began to run, and the surrounding rain ninjas silently gave way to a road when they saw this, and let the rain ninja out. Run, run, Jiaoda said lightly, the faster you run, the faster your heart beats, and the more energetic your heart will be. Saying that, he really watched with interest as the rain ninja ran farther and farther. It's time to close the net. After Yoshinobu ran for a short distance, Kakuto sighed softly, and the black tentacle on his left chest immediately chased up, and 3 times 5 divided by 2 caught up with the Yuya ninja who fled in panic, and the black tentacle instantly turned into countless poisonous snakes and viciously bit through the flesh and blood, and then directly burrowed into the body of the Yuya ninja. The rain ninja immediately stopped running forward, his body trembling, and a painful expression on his face. A few seconds later, a bright red heart came out of the rain ninja's body, and unlike last time, those black tentacles blocked the blood vessels of the heart, continuously pumping energy to the heart, so that even if the heart was exposed to air, it was still beating in a prescribed manner. This guy in Jiaodu is really a complete pervert. Yan Chen also secretly smacked his tongue when he saw this scene. The living person taking the heart is too bloody. Then the black tentacle returned to Kakuto with the beating heart, and then loaded the heart into his left chest, and the black tentacle worked again, restitching the flesh and blood of Kakuto, so that Kakuto became a complete form again. This is the end of this matter, now you all go back with me, Kakuto said to the ninjas, and then turned to look at Yan Chen. You follow me? Yes. Yan Chen nodded, and then came directly to Jiaoda's side, and the group re-headed towards the valley. By the way, Kakuto-sama, I still have important information to tell you. Halfway through, Yan Chen said diagonally. Important intelligence? Kakuto glared. Is it about money? No, it's intelligence about Konoha ninjas, Yan Chen replied. Then you don't have to tell me about it. Kakuto waved his hand indifferently. The commander of the battlefield this time is the guy called Hai Lao Zhang from the Land of Wind. Just tell him the information later. Looking at Kakuto's attitude that seemed to be irrelevant, Yan Chen was a little puzzled. Wasn't this time the alliance between the Rain Ninja and the Sand Ninja? Why does he seem to have completely ignored this appearance and let the Sand Ninja play it? In this way, Yan Chen mixed between the Sand Ninja and the Rain Ninja, and came to one of the valleys next to the avenue, which was full of lush trees, which made people a little dazzled, and only one path among these complicated trees could accommodate their group. This place is densely wooded, there is no clearing at all, and it really doesn't look like an ambush place. Yan Chen was puzzled in his heart and then found a strange situation. No, the smell of ninjas here is getting more and more serious. They must have set up an ambush here, but now it seems to be some inconspicuous jungle. Is it a trick? Just as Yan Chen was thinking, Na Jiao walked to a branch that looked to have completely withered. Shen, Ding, Jia, Xia. He chanted the spell softly in his hand, and the seal was constantly forming in his hand, and a moment later, the withered tree actually touched and turned into one. After the smoke cleared, the dead branch turned into a meter-tall talisman with all kinds of strange spells written on it, and a large hidden character was written in the middle of the rune. This talisman didn't seem to have any support, just suspended in midair. Kakuto raised his hand and took this one, and suddenly the entire grove behind this talisman completely disappeared, revealing a huge earthen mud house. So that's the case, used Suki to make a house, and then used ninjutsu to hide it completely? It is almost impossible to find it here without knowing the location of the symbol and the seal type, Yan Chen said secretly in his heart. Then, Kakuto pushed open the door of the dirt house, and a group walked in, and each position in the huge house was scattered with different ninjas, who were neatly arranged in separate formations, as if practicing this formation. In one place, the ninjas made seals and then used the fire at the same time, while in the other place, at the request of a leader, they used the unearthed escape together, and it seemed that they were indeed training something intensively. These guys feel like that's really going on when they train. Joe thought in his heart, Jiaoda now has an attitude that completely does not care about the situation of the battle. Then it should be that Sandian Hai Lao Zhang who ordered to train all this. Arrived. Just as Yan Chen was thinking, Jiaodu's voice sounded. Arrived. In front of Yan Chen was a sealed small room. This room had thicker walls than the outside, and it seemed to be more solid, a room that had been created with such great effort. Yan Chen had vaguely guessed who the person inside would be. Opening the room, Jiaodu walked in first, and Yan Chen immediately followed. There were only a few ninjas in the room, and their foreheads were all the standard of all the Sand Ninjas, and at this time, these Sand Ninjas were gathered together, discussing the plan, and the one sitting in the center with a circle of white cloth wrapped around his head, and a pair of eyes slightly narrowed, was Cho's younger brother Kaizo. It seems that the supreme commander here is Hai Lao Zhang. That's right. As the saying goes, if you capture the king first, as long as you control him first, then the crisis of Konoha's troops will be at least half solved. Jiaodu, something happened outside the valley. Hai Lao Zhang raised his head and asked, his small eyes couldn't stop looking at Yan Chen. Also, why did you bring this guy in? You know, this is the most confidential place in our station. What happened outside the valley was just a misunderstanding. It's okay now. Kakuto spoke, without mentioning that he directly killed a ninja indiscriminately, and then Kakuto turned his head and nodded with his chin. This kid is my subordinate, he just escaped from Konoha, saying that he has important information about Konoha to tell you. Oh? Hai Lao Zhang's eyes widened, and he finally opened his eyes a little. Then you talk about it first. He was about to speak, but he was interrupted by the corners on the side. Wait, Kakuto said, this information is the same as the rain ninja you borrowed from me, and it also requires money. So that's so, Yan Chen now understands a little. No wonder Kakuto doesn't care about the plan of this alliance. The Rain Ninja led by him and the Sand Ninja led by Hai Lao Zhang were originally just a money transaction. Sanyan Village gave Kakuto money, Kakuto gave Sanyan Village a large number of ninjas. This is not an alliance at all. In the end, the Rain Ninja is just a mercenary of Sanyan Village. This kind of thing, only Kakuto, such a person with the concept of money first, can do it. Money is fine. Hai Lao Zhang blinked and said, his tone indifferent, I have given a large amount of money to hire you. Can't I afford to pay back the money for a message? It's just, Hai Lao Zhang got up from his seat and walked towards Yan Chen, his face full of doubt. I just don't know if what this little brother said is true or false. He really is your Yuyan ninja, or an undercover agent sent here by Konoha Village. Yan Chen couldn't help frowning when he heard this. This Hai Lao Zhang was really shrewd enough, but Yan Chen had already guarded against this hand, otherwise he wouldn't have put a sweet lipstick on his mouth. I'm certainly not undercover. Yan Chen immediately opened his mouth and said, as long as he was allowed to speak, then he could completely rely on the ability of lipstick to make Hai Lao Zhang dispel his suspicions about him. I used to be a subordinate of Kakuto-sama. Some time ago the stronghold I was in charge of guarding was blown up by the Konoha ninjas. Except for me, the other rain ninjas died, only I was tied up, and when you suddenly attacked the Konoha troops this time, most of their troops were retracted, and I escaped while they neglected to take care of me. Yan Chen said calmly. I have to say that Yan Chen's words are simply full of flaws, and they can't forbid any scrutiny at all, but under the effect of the sweet lipstick, the skepticism in the eyes of those present gradually disappeared. There is some truth in what you said. Hai Lao Zhang nodded and said secretly. Yan Chen only felt funny in his heart, able to say a bullshit thing to make others believe. This lipstick is definitely one of the most lossless props he exchanged. Since this lipstick can make others not doubt themselves, what will happen when he is close to a step? Sir, simply abandon this plan to attack Konoha's troops. Yan Chen said directly to Hai Lao Zhang that he wanted to use the ability to make people's lipstick sweet to directly persuade Hai Lao Zhang to abandon this plan, which is commonly known as mouth escape. How is it possible? Hai Lao Zhang slammed the table and said with a serious expression, now that the Fire Nation has invaded our Wind Country, we finally got information that Tsunade is here. She is the biggest hidden danger in our Wind Country, and she must be removed here. Sure enough, Yan Chen secretly smacked his tongue. When the topic involves more important issues of principle, the lipstick that makes people sweet mouths do not work, and Hai Lao Zhang said that Tsunade is the biggest hidden danger in the country of wind, and Yan Chen also understands that the troops of the country of wind are probably commanded by Hai Lao Zhang's sister Senju, and Senju's best ability is the ability to puppet art and use poison, and in this regard, Tsunade is a good hand. For detoxification, if Tsunade is removed, it is definitely equivalent to cutting off one of Konoha's arms. Let's talk about what information you have obtained first. Hai Lao Zhang looked at Yan Chen coldly and asked. No problem. Yan Chen pursed his lips and said, actually, Konoha Village has more troops in the Land of Rain than we thought. I'm afraid there are thousands of ninjas, and the town they occupy alone is already overcrowded. And not only that town, Konoha Village also has their stronghold in the other territories of the Land of Rain. Of course, what Yan Chen said was false. In fact, the troops in that town were only a few hundred ninjas, and as for the other strongholds in the Land of Rain, this could be regarded as a military secret. Yan Chen did not know at all. The reason why he said this was still to dispel the idea of Kayazang attacking Konoha's stronghold by increasing Konoha's momentum. After all, there were many people in that stronghold who could be regarded as his friends. What, is it just this little thing? Hai Lao Zhang showed a look of nonchalance in the face of Yan Chen's words, and he waved his big hand. No matter how many Konoha ninjas there are this time, the old man must destroy them. I set a trap for them just to minimize the losses. Even if they really fight, our side will definitely be able to wipe them all out. Hai Lao Zhang's such bold words made Yan Chen's heart mutter, you know, thousands of ninjas are not a small number. Why did Hai Lao Zhang hear his words but still did not hesitate? Yan Chen saw ninjas when he entered this house as also about a few hundred people. Where did Hai Lao Zhang come from with such great confidence? Could it be that he and other ninja troops have not been mobilized? To be honest, Jiaodu, this news from your subordinate is not worth much. Hai Lao Zhang looked at Kakuto and said, with some dissatisfaction in his tone, I don't care if he is worth anything. Anyway, you have already listened, you have to give money. Kakuto said without hesitation. Okay, you guy values money more than anything, Hai Lao Zhang said with a smile, but it's nice to work with someone like you. As long as you give money, you won't betray me. Kakuto snorted coldly and did not answer Hai Lao Zhang's words, but turned his head to look at Yan Chen on the side. Let's go. With that, he turned around and pushed the door open, ready to go out, and as soon as Kakuto pushed the door open, a sand ninja came to the door and collided with Kakuto. Seeing that it was Kakuto, the sand ninja took a few steps back, and then bypassed Kakuto in horror and went straight to the room. Presumptuous. I wonder if ordinary ninjas can't enter here. For the sudden intrusion of this sand ninja, Hai Lao Zhang directly reprimanded. No way, Lord Hai Laozang, I have to tell you about this, the Sand Ninja said timidly. Yan Chen also glanced at this Sand Ninja and found that he was one of the members of the previous fight with the Rain Ninja. The Sand Ninja pointed his finger tremblingly at Kakuto. That's him, he just killed a dozen of our companions. Hai Laozang immediately frowned when he heard this, and quickly asked Jiaodu, what the hell is going on, Jiaodu? Kakuto said without looking back, I'm just helping you Sand Ninja get rid of some disobedient waste, you should thank me. Fart. Hai Laozang scolded angrily and shot up. We will handle the affairs of Cheyenne village ourselves. Are the ninjas of your Yuan village human, and the ninjas of our Cheyenne village are not people? Whoever knew that Kakuto chuckled, don't worry, whether it is the ninja of Sand Hidden or the ninja of Yuan, I don't treat them as people. While helping you kill the waste, I also killed my own subordinates, which is very fair, isn't it? You! Hai Laozang looked at Kakuto viciously, his face was full of anger, but he knew that the current war with Konoha ninjas, but not the time to fight with Kakuto. But don't start a war with Konoha, his side will start the civil war first, even though he has thousands of thoughts of killing Kakuto, but the current situation is special, this matter can only be let go first. Thinking of this, Karyazang's angry face retracted again, he sat back in his seat, and asked diagonally, you said that our shinobi are disobedient, what is the reason? Before the horns could speak, the Sand Ninja on the side was the first to speak, and he pointed to the dust, it's him, he first killed one of our Sand Ninjas, and then they quarreled with the Rain Ninja. Oh? Hai Laozang turned his head to look at Yan Chen, his eyes showed hatred, and then said to Kakuto, I can temporarily not pursue the matter of you killing our Sand Ninja, but the guy in this matter must pay for his life. You have no opinion, do you? Since it is true that he can't attack Kakuto now, Hai Laozang decided to kill one of his subordinates first to relieve the hatred in his heart, and he is also confident that a guy like Kakuto, who is greedy for money and lives, will definitely not refuse. Repay for your life? No way. Jiaoda said directly without thinking. What? Hai Laozang was suddenly a little surprised, exchanging the life of a subordinate for a temporary settlement of this kind of thing. Jiaoda can definitely do it, but for him is unusual? Could it be that this young man has a very important role? The Sand Ninja on the side saw that Hai Laozang's face was uncertain, and thought that he was hesitating whether to get rid of this person, and immediately quickly fanned the flames. Lord Hai Laozang, you must punish him severely, he arranged for you to kill the puppeteer who hid underground. You said he killed Xiang Yuan. Hai Laozang opened his mouth in surprise, knowing that this combination was personally trained and prepared to be used against Tsunade, and he was actually killed by the young man in front of him. Now he finally knew why Kakuto valued this young man so much. A ninja with such strength naturally wanted to use it for himself. How could he easily let him pay for his life? However, if Hai Laozang knew that Yan Chen not only killed his puppet subordinates, but also gained the upper hand in the battle with Jiaodu, and even destroyed one of Jiaodu's hearts, it is estimated that his jaw would fall in shock. So that's the case, it seems that this little brother has extraordinary ninjutsu. Hai Laozang's angry face changed back to a smile, and it was really faster to turn his face than to turn a book. But if you kill my subordinates, I can't let you live without doing anything. In this case, before my other subordinates, I will lose my prestige. So what do you want? Kakuto glared and said. It's very simple, I sent a Sand Ninja to fight him. If he survives, the past will not be blamed. If he dies, there will be nothing to blame. Hai Laozang said lightly. After speaking, he turned his head to look at Yan Chen. Although this is a battle of life and death for you, but you must accept it. No problem, I accepted. Yan Chen said indifferently, and then changed his tone. But let's say it first, if I miss and kill the Sand Ninja you sent, don't continue to hold me accountable. No problem, just let it go. Hai Laozang waved his hand, let's go to the practice field outside. Saying that, he took the lead and walked out of the room, and the others followed, and after walking for a while, Karyazang seemed to remember something, turned his head and said to the diagonal, by the way, during this period, you still have to let your Rain Ninja attack the territory occupied by Konoha according to a certain period of time. It's been seduced 3 times, and the Konoha ninja haven't made any moves. Do you think they haven't figured out your plan to lure the snake out of the hole? Kakuto said coldly. Hai Laozang chuckled, what if I see it? Even if I can't lure them out, I want to make them unpeaceful, torture their spirits. Well, rest assured, when they are about to collapse after being tortured by harassment again and again, even if they know that we have set up an ambush waiting for them, they will obediently throw themselves into the net. Yan Chen, who walked on the side, was silent, but in his heart he had to admire Hai Laozang's combat methods, harassing, ambushing, and doing everything. No wonder he was valued by Cheyenne village and served as the military master of the country of wind. By the way, one more thing. Hai Laozang spoke again, Tsunade's troops are now in this situation, they will definitely send someone to investigate the situation, the surrounding defense must be strict, and don't let me in a fly. Yes. A Sand Ninja was ordered to step back. Yan Chen's group of 3 came to a space about the size of a basketball court, which was a larger training ground in this place, and at this time, there were several ninjas fiercely facing each other on this training ground, but they were not fighting each other, but several ninjas jointly attacked one of the ninjas. This ninja who picked a few was tall, burly, the tallest guy Yan Chen had ever seen, more than 2 meters tall. He was naked, not wearing any armor clothing, but there was a thick-looking subway block installed on the forearms of his hands, and I don't know if it was used as a shield or for other purposes, while the surrounding sand ninjas looked at this giant man with a cautious face. "Let's attack together, don't let me get bored," said the giant sweat with a smile, but the expression on his face always felt that the smile seemed a little unnatural. The surrounding sand ninjas, you look at me and I look at you, and finally one of them shouted, "Up." Saying that, 7 or 8 sand ninjas moved together, and the sand ninjas located in front of the giant sweat were imprinted one after another. Dirt, sink. After a sand ninja made a seal, and slapped his right palm on the ground hard, a chakra stream flowed along the ground into the feet of the giant sweat, and the soil under the giant man's feet immediately became soft, and his huge body immediately began to sink. Yo, good trick. For this move of the sand ninja, the giant man was still full of smiles, allowing his body to sink. Thunder done, thunder prison. Another sand ninja saw that Tudun hit with a blow, and immediately used the thunder restraint technique. He had a hand, and a thick rope condensed by lightning chakra flew towards the giant Han, trapping the giant Han tightly in a circle, and the rope was overflowing with thunder and lightning, so as to paralyze the giant man's ability to move. Another move to bind ninjutsu? The giant man raised his eyebrows and said, "It seems that the ninja behind me is the main force of the attack." I have to say that the big Han guessed correctly, and just when Tudun and Lei Dun restrained his actions, the ninjas in the rear moved one after another. Lei Dun, Lei Li Wu. After a ninja made a seal, he threw a kunao at the giant man, and the kunao was wrapped around the kunao, and these thunder points covered the kunao, and from a distance it looked like the kunao suddenly increased in size several times. Wind escape, wind giant blade. Another sand ninja swung a 2-meter wide wind blade and blasted towards the giant man. Only listening to the boom, these ninjutsu slammed on the giant man, stirring up a large amount of smoke and dust. The ninja in front of the giant Han is responsible for attracting attention and using restraint techniques, while the ninja in the rear takes the opportunity to attack, and the ninja in the sand is very methodical. It seems that this is all the result of Hai Lao Zhang's training. Words are dark. The combat method is good, but the ninjutsu is powerful. The smoke and dust dispersed, and the giant man's body reappeared, and his whole body was not harmed at all, and the thunder pain did not leave the slightest trace on him. Has this guy's body been trained to the point where he is not afraid of ninjutsu? Some doubts. You must know that ordinary ninjas cannot block ninjutsu with their flesh. Even ninjas such as Thunder Shadow are resisting ninjutsu with the help of thunder armor. It's my turn. At this time, the giant man shouted, his knees bent slightly, and then he rose up from the trapped dirt, but the latent binding technique attached to him was easily freed. Look at my move. The heavenly general will storm the fist. He jumped into the air, then turned his body upside down, head down, fell towards the ground, and then when he was about to fall to the ground, a large amount of flame suddenly spewed out from behind the iron block installed on his right arm, and then his right fist directly slammed down. Boom! This punch directly shook the entire training ground, and a large amount of smoke and dust swept around with the fierce wind, stabbing everyone unable to open their eyes. Yan Chen also raised his hand to block these scattered dust, but he analyzed a rough idea in his heart. The black iron block on this guy's arm is actually a gas thruster that boosts the power of the fist, and the damage of this punch boosted by the thruster is really explosive, but looking at the guy's attack method is not a sand ninja. After a huge dust dispersed, a huge deep pit appeared in the center of the training ground, and the ninjas who had just fought against the giant man had already fallen to the ground and wailed, although they were not bombarded head-on by this punch, but the shock wave was enough to shake them into internal injuries. Hai Lao Zhang, I have to say that you sand ninja are too weak. The voice of the giant man came from the deep pit, but seeing his body move, he jumped back to the ground from the deep pit. Yes? Hai Lao Zhang smiled non-committally, now I have arranged a good opponent for you. After speaking, he turned his head to look at Yan Chen. Young man, that strong man is your opponent today, don't worry about him, bring out your full strength. Who is he? It doesn't look like a ninja from your sand-hidden village. Yan Chen asked. He is indeed not a ninja from our sand-hidden village. Wu Zhang said with a smile, he is a ninja of the empty country. The empty country is good at making powerful fire weapons, and this giant man carries a lot of fire weapons. I also met him by chance when I was traveling abroad before, and when I saw his extraordinary strength, I took him for my own use, and now he is a high-level ninja in our sand-hidden village. After a pause, Hai Lao Zhang walked up to Yan Chen, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, our sand-hidden village has always treated the ninjas from the outer villages who obeyed us very generously, and no matter who he is, we will always treat him as a guest. Yan Chen smiled and did not speak. The meaning of Hai Lao Zhang's words to win him over is already very obvious, but he has some doubts about Hai Lao Zhang's words. Now it seems that the giant man only has black iron on his body, and Hai Lao Zhang has a lot of fire weapons on his body, so where are the other fire weapons hidden? So much nonsense, let's get started. Kakudu on the side also sensed Hai Lao Zhang's intention to win over Yan Chen, and said coldly at the moment, okay. Umi Lao Zhang narrowed his eyes, and then found a few ninjas to refill the deep pits on the training ground with earth escapes, and the challenge officially began. Boy, seeing that you are so thin, I'm afraid you can't forbid me a punch, the giant man said with a mocking smile as he looked at Yan Chen, who walked to the training ground. Ninjutsu is not about whoever has big muscles and is powerful. Yan Chen shot back calmly. I don't know the height of the sky. The giant man was dissatisfied at the moment, and then turned his head to look at Hai Lao Zhang outside the field. Hai Lao Zhang, can this yellow-haired boy directly beat him to death? The reason why he asked this was because Hai Lao Zhang had once agreed with him that when training, he could only hurt people, not kill people. Yes, you can just let it go. Hai Lao Zhang still replied with a smile on his face, while the horns on the side were cold and did not speak. Okay, so I can let go of the fight, the big man said, and then looked at Yan Chen again. Boy, remember my name, Immortal Would Day He, this is the name of the ninja who killed you. Saying that, he also puffed out his muscles in front of Yan Chen to show off. Neurotic? Yan Chen was a little speechless, and the ninja in the empty country in front of him was completely exhibitionist, showing off his physique all the time. And both Hai Lao Zhang and Keiku were the ruling of this battle, and the two drank lightly at the same time. The battle begins. Drink! Stepping at the foot of the great river, even the ground sank into half a centimeter, and then his huge body turned into a streamer and rushed towards Yan Chen. Flat earth flame fist. He puffed out his huge fist, and the black mechanical behind his forearm spewed flames again, pushing this fist towards Yan Chen. What a powerful force! Before the fist arrived, Yan Chen already felt a violent fist wind teleport. His figure flashed and disappeared directly in place. Boom! Daihi's punch hit directly in the air, but it raised a hurricane that slammed into the open space in front of him. Brush! Yan Chen's figure appeared behind Daihi in an instant, and several paper shurikens flew out of his hand. But just as the paper shuriken was about to hit the back of the river, he bent his body, and several paper shurikens passed over his body. Ha! Yan Chen couldn't help but be a little surprised. This reminded him of the scene when Kakashi fought Pain. He launched an attack from a dead corner behind Taiga. Why could he avoid it? Pain is because of visual sharing, and what is he for? Instantaneous technique? Not bad. The sound of the great river came loudly. It seems that the strength of this subordinate of yours is not very strong. Hai Lao Zhang, who was watching the battle, smiled and said diagonally. It's not over yet. Kakuto spoke coldly. Sure enough, just when those shurikens thrown by Yan Chen passed over the big river, there was a sudden explosion. Boom! Several explosions sounded, and a large amount of smoke and dust rose from the body of the river. An exploding shuriken is really not simple. Hai Lao Zhang said slightly, the strength of your subordinates is indeed not simple, but it is too naive to want to defeat Daihi like this. And Yan Chen in the field was also on guard. He had just seen the body of the great river like steel, and the power of several explosive talismans would definitely not kill him. I actually made the detonation charm into a shuriken, and it really has a very good hand. In the smoke came the loud voice of the great river, look at my fierce bomb. Saying that, from the smoke, two silver-white small missiles were blasted out, with smoke on the tail, flying towards Yan Chen. There are actually missiles. Yan Chen was taken aback. Missiles are not common in the Hokage world, only the ninja of the empty country and Nagato's Azurideo have been used, but the power is similar to the detonation charm. It is best not to resist hard. Yan Chen, now a force on the solace of his feet, jumped in midair. Boom! The missile hit the wall behind Yan Chen and exploded. At this time, the smoke brought by the detonation charm dispersed, revealing Daihi's burly body, and his whole body was indeed not harmed at all. Without ninjutsu, directly use your flesh to resist the explosion of the detonation charm. This is not something that humans can do. The doubts in Yan Chen's heart became more and more serious. My baby missiles are not finished. Taiga cracked his mouth and laughed, raised his right hand high, and suddenly two missiles spewed out from the black iron block he was wearing on his forearm. Trouble! Yan Chen snorted softly, then I will give back the other way to the other. Saying that, his mind moved, and the superpower of the control object turned on, stopping the two missiles flying directly towards him. What's going on? Daihi was completely stunned. The two missiles he sent out actually hovered in mid-air inexplicably, and Hai Lao Zhang on the side was also full of surprise. Only Kakuta still had a face in the field, and it was difficult for others to hide the surprise in their hearts. Give me a U-turn. Yan Chen looked at the two missiles and thought silently, and then the two missiles turned in mid-air, and instead slammed towards the big river. Nice ninjutsu. Taiga reacted from the shock, but his face was still smiling. But my burly body is not even afraid of my own missiles. He really stood where he was, letting his missiles hit him. Sure enough, after the smoke, the river was still standing intact. The ground around him was a little cracked, but he was fine. Next, missiles and fists come together. Daihi shouted sharply, and the missile was mechanically fired again on his arm, and then he also rushed sharply, and with the missile rushed towards Yan Chen, the speed was not half behind the missile. Will you only rely on your own forced body to rampage? Yan Chen looked at the rushing Daihi and secretly said, the detonation charm and ninjutsu can't break his defenses, so let's see if my spiral flash super will dance roar can be broken. After saying that, Yan Chen took out a kunao from his four-dimensional pocket and prepared to control it with his mind next. But before that, you have to move the 2 missiles that came over with your mind. Thinking of this, Yan Chen's heart moved, and the forward speed of the 2 missiles immediately slowed down. But at this time, these 2 missiles suddenly exploded, but there was no spark, but a large amount of thick smoke appeared. It's a smoke bomb. Yan Chen was a little surprised. He thought that he was just a reckless man who only knew how to rely on his fists, but he never thought that he still had such a plan.